My notes. Honey, please. Please wake up. Go pick up my older sister and her child right away. It's raining so hard. I'm too scared to go alone. I'm afraid she might fall into the river. I beg you, wake up. My sister already said that as long as our family is willing to take them in, we'll both serve you together. Qingshan stirred groggily, hearing someone calling him. That voice sounded like his wife's wife, who had spent half her life resenting him. He slowly opened his eyes. Under the dim glow of a kerosene lamp, a beautiful woman stood beside him wearing only a short nightshirt, her face full of worry. Her clothes were thin, clearly meant for sleeping, revealing hints of her alluring curves. Her expression was a mix of innocence and urgency. Wasn't this the same woman who had resented him for half her life before dying young from illness? He stared at her in shock. Honey, if you just go with me to bring my sister back, I promise he'll do anything you want. The storm is huge. Please help me. And I've already talked to her. As long as you agree to take her in, everything else can be worked out. It finally clicked, for Qingshan had been reborn. This was April of 1978, during the Qingming rainy season. The woman before him was Chen Yu, his wife. The person she wanted him to pick up was Chen Ting, her older sister. Chen Yu and Chen Ting had fled south from the north over 10 years ago, seeking refuge in their village after famine struck their homeland. Their parents had since passed, leaving only the two sisters behind. Chen Ting was 26 now. 4 years ago, she married Liu Dashun from Xiaofeng village across the river. But recently, Liu Dashun died while hunting in the mountains. After his death, the male relatives in his clan began scheming to seize the house and property. As a single mother with no male protection, Chen Ting couldn't defend herself or her daughter. With no choice left, she returned to the village to seek shelter with her younger sister, Chen Yu. At the time, Chen Yu had only been married to Qingshan for 2 months. Qingshan, in his previous life, was lazy and good-for-nothingly passionate about one thing between the sheets. Because he didn't want the hassle, he refused to go rescue them. And sure enough, due to the heavy rain and poor visibility, the mother and daughter slipped on the muddy path and fell into the roaring May River, disappearing forever. His wife never forgave him for it. She carried that resentment for the rest of her life until she died of depression before reaching 40. Honey, don't think too much. I'm begging you. Chen Yu pleaded, tears streaming down her face. In this world, my sister is the only family I have left. If she dies, I won't be able to live either. Please, save her. Don't worry, what I told you before still stands. I already talked to her, and she agreed too. I promised her. You won't lose anything. You know how beautiful my sister is. He'll go. Seeing his wife sobbing and pleading, Qingshan trembled as he spoke. He stepped forward and gently pulled her into an embrace. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I'm going right now. Wait for me at home. Without another word, he quickly dressed, grabbed an umbrella, and took the only flashlight they had before rushing out. Honey, wait for me. I'll come with you. No, stay here. It's pouring outside. He'll definitely bring Ting Jia back. With that, he rushed into the storm. Rain poured heavily. From his house, it took about 7 or 8 minutes to reach the raging May River. Ting Jia, hold on. I'm coming. Qingshan ran as fast as he could. About 30 minutes upstream, along the river, was the town bridge. Before he reached it, however, he spotted a figure ahead under a broken umbrella, hurrying forward. Ting Jia, he shouted in relief. The figure paused, mouth opening as if to call out, but before she could say anything, heavy footsteps echoed behind her. A group of rough-looking men came charging after her like wolves. What are you doing? Ye Vingshan roared. He snapped the umbrella shut and rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Chen Ting, glaring at the approaching men. In the dim light of the night and his flashlight beam, both sides recognized each other. They were none other than Chen Ting's former in-laws. Leading the group was Liu Dashun, Liu Dashun's cousin. Qingshan had met him once before, and those behind him were clearly members of the Liu family. Seeing them appear like this, Qingshan's heart chilled. No wonder those two ended up falling into the river last time. Even though Chen Ting was carrying a child and the path was slippery, it wasn't that narrow. How did they just randomly fall into the river? So it turns out they were being chased. Realizing this, Qingshan felt a cold dread in his stomach. This was attempted murder. Liu Dashun also recognized Qingshan. You bastard, this is a family matter. What business do you have interfering? Did you tell our woman to run away? F you. You dare act tough in my village now. Qingshan shot back furiously. Don't think I don't know your real intentions. You want to take over Daoi's house, and you got your eye on my sister-in-law too. Try something tonight and see what happens. This is still Holong village. See that bridge ahead? There are dozens of households there, all surnamed Yi. Try touching them again. Qingshan's words rang loud and fierce, filled with rage. A few members of the Liu family instinctively took a step back. One, because Qingshan looked absolutely ready to fight. Two, because he had hit their sore spot. She's my cousin-in-law. What's she doing running off like this? Liu Dashun protested. I don't care about anything else, Qingshan declared firmly. From now on, she belongs to the Yi family. All of you get lost. Keep whatever crap you want from their house, but these two are under my protection. If you've got any objections, feel free to challenge us in my village anytime. Let's see if the Yi family fears you or not. His tone was unshakable, his presence overwhelming. Liu Dashun was nothing but a coward at heart. Facing off against Yi, King Shanho was taller and stronger was the last thing he wanted to do, especially on Yi territory. Fine, then it's settled. If she ever wants to return to our village, there will be no place for her anymore. Don't say we drove her away, it was her own choice. Get lost. Grumbling, Liu Dashun and his gang retreated. Only after they were gone did Chen Ting, who had been silent until now, throw her arms around Qingshan and burst into uncontrollable sobs. Rain mixed with tears streamed down her face. Her trembling body showed just how terrified she was. The soaked fabric of her clothes clung to her skin, making the 20-year-old Qingshan stir with desire. Ting's, let's go home. Everything's going to be okay. Chapter 2. Hunting in the mountains. When Qingshan saw her sister, she could no longer contain herself and rushed out to embrace her. The two sisters wept openly, their cries filling the air. Observing their emotional reunion, Qingshan fell silent for a moment before quietly returning to his room. He retrieved his clothes and headed to the small wooden house in the courtyard to take a bath, changing into fresh attire. Before long, he had finished his bath and entered his room, but as he opened the door, a piercing scream echoed from within. It turned out that Chen Ting was also in the midst of changing her clothes. Fortunately, she had managed to put on her outfit, though her face flushed with embarrassment as she stepped back, instinctively shielding her modesty. Qingshan stole a glance, and a shiver ran through him. His sister-in-law was indeed more voluptuous than his wife. Moreover, the two women possessed distinct styles of beauty. Both were striking. Yet his wife radiated an air of innocence and youthfulness, while his sister-in-law exuded a mature allure, perhaps due to her being 6 years older and more worldly. Every gesture she made carried a certain charm. I'll step outside, Qingshan said awkwardly, preparing to turn away. No need. Unexpectedly, Chen Ting spoke up, curling herself deeper into the blankets. Qingshan, I truly appreciate your help this time. Don't mention it. It was actually Xiao Yu who woke me up to come fetch you. Otherwise, I would still be asleep. Qingshan shook his head, offering her reassurance. You needn't worry here. Settle in comfortably. You likely won't be returning to Xiaofeng village, nor is there any need to. Chen Yu visibly exhaled in relief. After all, they were in Qingshan's home, and she understood she must heed his words. Since Qingshan was willing to welcome her sister, it meant she could stay here. Qingshan, Tingjia, thank you, but I realize times are tough for everyone. With the 4 of us now in your household, and perhaps even children in the future, supporting us all will not be an easy task. She hesitated, her meaning clear. Life was challenging for everyone. Don't worry. You can stay peacefully. I will handle the matters of daily living. Qingshan sighed inwardly, offering her comfort before stepping outside. Sister, rest assured. Qingshan has promised me. You can live here, and we are together again. Once he left, Chen Yu joyfully addressed her sister. Chen Ting was somewhat taken aback. Having married into the village, she was well aware of the kind of person Qingshan was. She would never have returned to trouble her sister and Qingshan unless absolutely necessary. However, she was surprised to find that Qingshan seemed quite different from her previous impressions. It appears Qingshan has changed quite a bit. Chen Ting pondered for a moment before speaking. Chen Yu paused, reflecting for a moment before smiling and responding. They always think my Qingshan is lazy. But I have never believed that. I've always thought of him as a capable man, one who can bear responsibilities. In truth, Qingshan had not entirely departed. Upon hearing those words outside, tears nearly streamed down his face. Indeed, his wife had never regarded him as idle or indolent, unlike others. Each time he set off for work, it was she who urged him to go together. Whatever he undertook, she followed suit. When he grew weary, she would assist him. I am truly despicable. He clenched his teeth and cursed himself before turning towards another small room. Sister, please rest easy and make yourself at home. Tonight, you shall sleep with me, while Qingshan will manage in the adjacent small room for the night. No worries, trust me. The bed in the small room was exceedingly narrow, accommodating only one person. It had been his sleeping place previously. After his parents passed away, he had moved into their room, and this space had become a storage area. At that moment, darkness enveloped him, yet sleep eluded him. Having just traversed time, he still needed to adjust to the time difference. However, as he lay there, he was suddenly roused by the grumbling of his stomach. Qingshan let out a bitter laugh. It was 1978, and his belly was empty, merely earning those scant work points. It was remarkable if one could eat their fill throughout the year. Furthermore, in these times, everyone was idling away, resulting in minimal output. It would not be until 2 years later that land would truly be redistributed, allowing for slight improvement. After all, cultivating one's own land would invigorate the spirit. Yet life would still remain arduous. Damn it, this land cannot be tilled. With even the issue of hunger being so hard to resolve, I must seek alternative paths. The following morning, the rain had ceased early. Although the outside was a muddy mess, at least one would not be drenched, due to the late night he had endured. Qingshan did not rise until breakfast. No one called for him. When he finally got up, the meal was already prepared. As he sat down, he let out another bitter smile. 3 dishes were laid out, 2 servings of greens and 1 serving of moldy tofu from southern Jiangxi. Moreover, breakfast consisted not of rice, but of sweet potatoes. Qingshan took a bite. It had been decades since he had eaten such a thing, and he still found it unpalatable. Yet, his wife and sister-in-law were relishing the meal. There was no choice. It was not that this fare was delightful, but rather that there was nothing else available. Qingshan bowed his head and began to eat, simultaneously contemplating how to improve their circumstances. Not long after he had finished eating, Chen Yu approached him gently and said, "Darling, could you possibly find a way to bring back some fish or meat? My elder sister's nutrition is poor. She has no milk to feed the baby. The child is nearly a year old, yet still so small. I've heard that milk is crucial for nourishment. Can you think of a solution?" However, after speaking, Chen Yu lowered her head, a look of apology on her face. "I mean no offense. I understand that everyone is struggling, and now with my sister and the child, there are 2 more mouths to feed. I know you must feel great pressure. I only ask if there might be a way. A solution? I am pondering that myself." Qingshan turned his head and noticed a hunting rifle hanging on the wall of the small room where he now slept. At that moment, a spark of confidence and resolve ignited within him. Indeed, I have ventured into the mountains for a hunt. In that moment, Qingshan suddenly discovered a means of survival. Chapter 3. A bountiful harvest. Qingshan hailed from a lineage of hunters. The firearm he possessed was a legacy from his father. In his adolescent years, while his father was still alive, Qingshan accompanied him on numerous hunting excursions. However, following his father's illness, Qingshan, who had always been somewhat indolent and pressed for time, ceased to hunt altogether. Consequently, that firearm lay dormant for an extended period. Yet, Qingshan was well versed in the art of hunting. After experiencing profound regret in his previous life and laboring diligently for several decades, he eventually achieved modest success and rekindled his old passion for hunting. Particularly after Chen Yu's demise, he found solace in the pursuit of game, on one hand, refining his marksmanship at the shooting range, and on the other, discreetly returning to his hometown to hunt, occasionally joining others for lawful hunting expeditions. He had indeed honed his shooting skills to an impressive degree. Now, as he grasped the firearm once more, a wave of nostalgia and sentiment washed over him. "You stay at home with Sister Ting to look after the children. I shall forego work. No amount of labor throughout the year can sustain our family. So it's better to not go at all. Just wait for my return." With that, he hastily donned his water shoes, loaded his bullets and shotgun, and ascended the mountain. Behind him, Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "How can you not work? You attend to important matters while I go to work. At least I can accumulate some work points." After traversing half an hour through the back mountain, they entered Lianhua Mountain. Towering and densely forested, Lianhua Mountain sprawled across 2 or 3 towns and encompassed numerous villages, making it the highest and largest mountain in the vicinity. It was part of the southern extension of the Wui Mountains, rich in wildlife. Upon entering the woods, he began his search for prey. In the 1970s, the area teemed with animals, large ones like wild boars, goats, and deer, as well as smaller creatures such as wild rabbits, chickens, and foxes. Shortly after venturing deeper, he spotted a wild rabbit darting ahead. Qingshan's heart leapt with joy as he raised his gun, aiming at the rabbit. With a resounding bang, the rabbit, startled, desperately propelled itself forward. Alas, he had missed. Qingshan felt a twinge of disappointment, but it was understandable. He was reacquainting himself with the firearm and needed time to readjust, especially since each gun possessed its own characteristics. This was a double-barreled shotgun. and its stability was certainly inferior to those he had previously wielded. As the rabbit escaped, the nearby wild birds scattered, leaving him with no choice but to proceed further. Just then, he suddenly heard the call of a partridge nearby. Cooing softly, he immediately raised his head and turned to locate the bird. With a precise shot, he struck the partridge's leg. The partridge fell to the ground, and Qingshan felt a surge of joy as he approached to collect his prize. Finally, he had secured some meat. Alas, why was it that in the era of rebirth, every protagonist seemed to possess a golden finger? While he found himself in such a dire situation, did he truly have nothing at all? The hunting skills he employed were remnants from his past life. Was there truly nothing else bestowed upon him? He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Brother Tungzi, won't you come out and flaunt your abilities? Grant me a sign. Panel. Could you please flash for me? Aren't there still enhancements to be made? Please, grant me some." He called out thrice, only to be met with an echoing silence. It seemed that I truly lacked any extraordinary abilities. Perhaps I am the most inept reincarnator in history, he mused, shaking his head. After picking up the object, he was ready to move forward, but a glance downward revealed an unusual stone. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up, discovering that it bore an intricate carving rather than a mere painting. Upon closer inspection, the lines appeared to form a picture. Could it be a valuable antique? Perhaps akin to the he sure buy? In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly noticed the stone transforming into a golden light and vanishing before his eyes. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, startled even after 2 lifetimes. Yet, while the stone had disappeared, a scroll unfurled within his mind. Simultaneously, he found himself transported into it. Before him lay a valley, complete with a serene lake from which a spring flowed, forming a gentle stream. Flanking the stream were several plots of farmland, bordered by mountains on either side. A spatial realm? As a seasoned reader of novels on tomato, particularly those of the risku variety, he delighted in the thrill they provided. However, he also had a fondness for tales of second chances and rebirth. He recalled a particular novel, Rebirth, in 87, starting with marrying the beautiful teacher. A revelation struck him. This was indeed a spatial realm. How could a reincarnator like himself lack a golden finger? And here it was. This spatial realm must allow for cultivation and storage of items. Indeed, that must be the case. First, he decided to toss this partridge aside. After contemplating, he discarded the bird and re-entered the realm to continue his hunt. Eager with the thrill of possessing a golden finger, he resumed his actions. It wasn't long before he heard the unmistakable calls of wild chickens ahead. His eyes brightened. Wild chickens, what a delightful find. He hurried forward and, sure enough, spotted 2 wild chickens nestled on a branch, engaged in their own flirtations. "I haven't even had a chance to flirt with Sister Ting yet, and you 2 are already at it. How inappropriate." With this thought, he swiftly took aim. The moment felt right. Nothing could stand in his way. With a sharp crack, one wild chicken fell to the ground. The other, startled, flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. Wild chickens, while capable of flight, were not as adept as other birds. At that moment, Qingshan fired again. The second wild chicken also tumbled down. Elated, he approached and collected both birds. His marksmanship was precise. He understood that if a wild chicken were to perish, it would spoil too quickly to fetch a good price, so he had intentionally spared them, merely injuring their wings. "All right, you 2, into the realm you go," he chuckled, tossing them into the spatial realm. Lightened and invigorated, he pressed onward. Not long after he began his journey, he spotted a gray rabbit. This time, he could not afford to let it escape. He promptly raised his firearm, loaded a bullet, and with a sharp crack, he fired. Unlike his previous shot, this one struck with remarkable precision, hitting the rabbit's front leg. The creature collapsed, bleeding, its eyes wide with terror as it gazed at him. He approached and casually tossed the rabbit into his spatial pocket, exclaiming, "Now you won't run away." Having successfully struck 2 animals in succession, his confidence soared, propelling him forward. Just when he believed he had accomplished enough for the day, he suddenly noticed another rabbit approaching from the opposite side. This one had a notably large belly, causing him to pause for a moment. "Is it pregnant?" he wondered. He hesitated, uncertain whether to raise his gun once more. Damn it, never mind. After a brief struggle with his conscience, he steeled himself, reasoning, "My own circumstances are dire. If anyone is to blame, it is you for crossing my path at this moment. I would have spared you under different circumstances." With gritted teeth, he lifted his weapon and fired again, once more striking the rabbit's front leg. The creature let out a terrified cry before he swiftly tossed it into the spatial pocket. "Don't hold it against me," he murmured, continuing on his way. As he ambled along aimlessly, a sudden realization struck him. He perceived a buzzing sound in his ears. He looked up to find a multitude of bees swarming beneath a large tree. Clearly, he had intruded upon their territory, and the bees, sensing an intruder, surged towards him. Holy crap! Startled, he sprinted forward, yelling over his shoulder, "Please, I stumbled in by accident. For the love of God, don't chase me." Chapter 4. Exchange of resources. Qingshan barely managed to escape back to his home, panting heavily. It was only upon reaching the rear of his house and confirming that the bees had not followed him that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Good heavens! That was terrifying. I didn't provoke you at all. If I had been stung a few times, I might have lost my life. He complained inwardly. Once he felt secure, he contemplated retrieving the 2 wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and a partridge he had captured. Where are they? He exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that the creatures he had carelessly tossed into his spatial pocket must have ended up on the flat ground by the creek and were now missing. Just as he pondered this perplexity, he suddenly heard birds chirping. Turning around, he was astonished to see the 2 wild chickens, now lively and pecking for insects beneath a tree. The partridge was perched above, chirping merrily. Most astonishingly, the 2 wild rabbits were grazing peacefully, completely unbothered. Qingshan stood in utter astonishment. None of his prey had succumbed to his shots. They had merely been wounded, and now they appeared to be thriving. Filled with confusion, he cautiously approached the rabbits. To his surprise, they showed no signs of struggle or flight. He easily captured the pregnant doe. This space possesses remarkable healing properties. Anything that is injured can be restored simply by being cast into it. In that moment, he finally comprehended the profound truth. How extraordinary! Suddenly, he clapped his hands in realization. With such a treasure now in my possession, I need only ensure that these items remain unharmed, and I can allow them to thrive here freely. When the time comes, I can either sell them or consume them. What could be better? Enlightened, he erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, at present, sustenance was his priority. Apologies, but I must resort to you. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze fixed on the 2 wild chickens. Given the high protein content and low fat of rabbit meat, he temporarily abandoned the idea of consuming rabbit. In this era, what they truly required was fat, leaving him no choice but to catch the wild chickens. Approaching, he seized the 2 wild chickens. Here, he was undoubtedly the master, as he lunged for the chickens. They offered no resistance and did not flee. Effortlessly, he returned with both wild chickens in tow. "Sister Ting, my dear wife, see what I have brought back," he called out as he entered the courtyard. Chen Ting and Chen Yu emerged. Upon seeing the 2 wild chickens in his grasp, their eyes sparkled with delight. "You truly caught wild chickens, husband. You are incredible," Chen Yu exclaimed, her face aglow with smiles, unabashedly showering him with praise, even bearing a hint of pride. Indeed, since their marriage, the couple had lived quite well together, and their compatibility in the bedroom was notably high. Despite her angelic appearance, Chen Ting was exceptionally accommodating in their intimate moments. Chen Ting's face reflected astonishment. She understood that hunting on the mountain was no easy feat and was pleasantly surprised that Qingshan had managed to catch 2 wild chickens on his first outing. "How wonderful! We have meat to eat," Chen Yu exclaimed, eagerly reaching out for one. "Let us kill one." Chen Ting hesitated for a moment before speaking gently. "Our supplies are quite meager, and wild chickens are in high demand. I believe if we kill one, we can trade the other for something valuable. Surely someone will be willing to exchange." Surprisingly, Qingshan shared this sentiment, impressed by Chen Ting's astuteness. "Indeed, our rice supply is dwindling. Who knows if this one chicken could yield a few liters of rice?" Chen Yu's expression turned pensive at the mention. "Then it is settled. We will kill this one, and I will take the other to barter. What shall we exchange it for, rice or something else?" He looked at the others expectantly. "That works. Bartering for rice is fine, as is trading for oil and salt, though I am uncertain how much we might obtain." Chen Yu nodded, knowing all were necessities for their household. Understood. He picked up the other wild chicken and hurried outside. "You all stay here and prepare the meal. I will return shortly." With that, he vanished from sight. Although the era was said to be one of reform and opening up, true transformation was only genuinely occurring in the southern coastal regions, and it would take some time for this momentum to fully reach them. Conducting business openly still elicited a sense of trepidation. Due to certain circumstances, the rural market has always maintained an open attitude. For instance, trading on market days is quite unproblematic here. It is uncertain if this notion has been influenced by urban ideas, but often, people refer to their transactions as exchanges rather than sales. To put it simply, It is a matter of two individuals possessing items and engaging in a reciprocal exchange, fulfilling each other's needs. This is the most primitive form of barter. After some contemplation, he decided to take out a partridge from within. Before long, he arrived in the town. At this moment, the town appeared desolate, as it was not a market day, and therefore, the number of people was not particularly high. The town comprises over 100 households, serving as a distribution center for nearby villages. Although conducting business during these times is fraught with caution, simple exchanges of agricultural products in rural areas remain feasible. On market days, villagers from various areas converge here to trade their produce, creating a bustling atmosphere. This implies that if he were to hunt game, he could indeed sell it at the market without interference from others. Upon arriving, he began to browse. Before he could fully process his surroundings, a middle-aged man ahead of him brightened at the sight and immediately approached him. "Young man, did you catch this in the mountains?" "Yes, brother, this is a partridge. And this is a wild chicken." Qingshan responded with enthusiasm. "I see. How much are you selling it for?" Noticing the man's keen interest, he paused before replying, "Brother, I am merely looking to exchange for some food." "Exchange for food? I understand. What would you like to trade for?" The man, being a local, comprehended the unwritten rules of the area. Many items in the supply and marketing cooperative require tickets or money. Those without either often resort to bartering. And this young man evidently fell into that category. "Brother, could you trade me some rice? By the way, do you have any fish? If you trade me this wild chicken for some rice, could my partridge fetch a crucian carp? It doesn't have to be large." Surprisingly, the man was quite agreeable and quickly assented. "According to what you say, I will exchange this wild chicken for rice, and I will trade your partridge for a fish. There are indeed fish sellers here. However, this wild chicken can typically be sold for 2 yuan at retail, so I cannot take too much advantage of you. Currently, the price of rice is over 10 cents per pound, so if we calculate it this way, you could exchange for about 20 pounds of rice. But as you know, having a ticket and not having one makes a difference. How about this? I will give you 15 pounds of rice. Does that work for you?" Chapter 5. The exchange of oil. Qingshan was taken aback to encounter such a kind-hearted person and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, brother. All right, please wait here. My home is just ahead. I will go fetch the rice and fish for you." The man, displaying his generosity, led him to his doorstep. Shortly after, he emerged with a sack of rice and carried a sizable crucian carp, which appeared to weigh about half a pound. Qingshan's eyes sparkled. He had indeed encountered a good soul this time. Certainly, if one were to speak candidly, I must admit that in exchanging this partridge for the fish, I have incurred a slight loss. However, the rice I have acquired is undeniably a profit. A significant number of individuals are aware of your predicament, and thus, they will leverage it to their advantage. Like the gentleman before me, who graciously exchanged 15 pounds of rice, he is indeed a remarkable person. "Thank you, kind sir." Qingshan expressed his gratitude profusely. "Oh, no need for thanks. Life is challenging for us all. My name is Xie Shaoshan." The man replied with a smile. "I have a fondness for these delicacies. My mother particularly enjoys wild chicken, though it is often difficult to come by. And I must inquire, did you catch this wild chicken from a trap? It bears no injuries at all. It's splendid. Should you find another, do come seek me." "Very well, thank you, kind sir." With the 15 pounds of rice and a crucian carp in hand, he hurried home, expressing his thanks. Upon his arrival, dinner was already prepared, awaiting his return. "Wife, Sister Ting," he joyfully called out. At the sound of his voice, Chen Yu emerged, her eyes lighting up at the sight. "An exchange," he said with a subtle smile, hastily bringing the items inside. These goods were procured from the kind-hearted individual he had just met. "Come, let us store the rice. And this crucian carp is for Sister Ting to nourish her health. Saute the fish lightly in oil, then add some water to simmer it into a broth. Once it turns a milky white, it will be ready." Do not question how a man knows such matters. The reasoning is quite simple. Qingshan is, after all, a successful individual. Ever since Chen Yu fell into depression and passed away, he occasionally conversed with other young women. Particularly after one instance when he had sampled this very dish. He had inquired of a young woman who had recently given birth and was still nursing, and she mentioned that she had consumed quite a bit of crucian carp soup, which was particularly beneficial for milk production. Hence, Qingshan is well versed in such knowledge. These discussions are entirely respectable. Chen Ting, overhearing, approached, and, upon seeing the crucian carp, felt her eyes well up with emotion. She had never enjoyed such treatment and was astonished that Qingshan had remembered to bring her something. How thoughtful of him. "Come quickly to dinner," Chen Ting urged. taking the fish from Chen Yu, signaling for Qingshan to join them. With 2 more mouths at the table, life was becoming increasingly challenging. Today's meal was slightly more abundant, featuring the wild chicken stew. Besides the chicken, there was a serving of wild vegetables and some fermented tofu. However, the presence of the wild chicken made it far superior to their usual fare, and everyone dined with great delight. The only regret was that the staple was somewhat scarce. Although rice was prepared, it was not plentiful. "Darling, do eat a bit more." Chen Yu observed that Qingshan had only taken 1 bowl and was refraining from further. "It's nothing. You still have to work in the team, so please eat more." Qingshan shook his head. "I'm fine. My tasks in the team are rather light. You should eat more." "All right, just eat. You all should hurry and eat as well." In such a warm atmosphere, they finally finished their lunch. After tidying up the kitchen, Chen Yu and Chen Ting appeared to still be bustling about within. Qingshan could not resist stepping inside. "What is it?" he inquired of them. Chen Yu gently responded, "Qingshan, we have run out of oil. Without oil, I fear the dish will not turn out well." "Ah, not even a drop left?" Qingshan paused in surprise. "Indeed, none at all." Chen Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. "No worries, do not fret." After pondering for a moment, he nodded, "I shall borrow some from someone and return shortly." With that, he made his way to the home of Old Man Yi at the village's edge. Old Man Yi operated an oil mill, and his business thrived, often assisting villagers by pressing oil for them. This venture should not be underestimated. The conditions at the Yi family's abode were far superior to those of others. In those times, many lacked oil coupons and often had to rely on cultivating a small amount of rapeseed or peanuts to produce oil. This situation allowed those who pressed oil to lead a relatively comfortable life. Though he intended to borrow oil, he knew he could not do so for free. He entered his space, preparing to retrieve that rabbit. However, upon entering, he discovered something unusual. There were several more rabbits, a total of 7. Upon examining the female rabbit, he realized it seemed to have given birth, its belly now deflated, and it was voraciously consuming food. "Wow, that was quick," Qingshan exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the mother rabbit. "Could it be that I arrived just in time for the birth?" Impressive. Nonetheless, he felt pleased. He could raise them here, and perhaps they would breed, providing him with an endless supply of rabbits. With a chuckle, he captured the rabbit and proceeded to Old Man Ye's doorstep. As he approached, he was greeted by an enticing aroma, the rich scent of fried food wafting through the air, enough to make anyone's mouth water in that era. "Uncle Yi," he called out as he entered. A stout, affable middle-aged man emerged. "Qingshan, what brings you here?" Old Man Yi asked. "Uncle Yi, I went hunting in the mountains today, and fortune smiled upon me. I caught a rabbit. I thought to see if you would like it in exchange for some goods. What do you think?" Old Man Yi, who shared the same surname and kinship with him, looked at him in surprise. This cousin had previously been rather indolent. Though his character was decent, it was just that he had been a bit lazy. It was unexpected that he would now offer something in exchange. Given that they were family, and considering that Qingshan and his wife were the only ones in their household, it was natural for the relatives to feel a twinge of sympathy for him. However, everyone was struggling in those times, and they could not offer much assistance. Now that Qingshan was presenting a rabbit for trade, Old Man Yi readily agreed. "If I can help, I shall. After all, this is an exchange, not a gift." Chapter 6. The Power of the Space. Old Man Yi went inside to fetch a bottle of oil for him. Qingshan observed that it contained approximately 2 pounds. Feeling quite embarrassed, he exclaimed, "This is too much. There is no need for so much. The rabbit you have here must weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. While I only possess about 2 pounds of oil, making you the one at a disadvantage. Here, take it." This thought stirred a myriad of emotions within Qingshan as he handed the rabbit to Yi Lao Wu and received the oil bottle in return. "Thank you, Uncle Wu," he exclaimed before turning to depart. "Wait a moment," Yi Lao Wu interjected, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance in his direction. "Times are tough for everyone. If you have any uncultivated land, why not plant some peanuts? I have seeds at home, and I can spare you some when the time comes. After all, even a modest harvest of peanuts can yield some oil." Qingshan felt a deeper sense of gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Wu. If I have any wasteland, I shall indeed cultivate some peanuts." In truth, many of the old customs are on the verge of dissolution, and people are rather indifferent towards the affairs of the collective. Those who dare not plant rice on their marginal land might still grow other crops, such as peanuts. Yi Lao nodded. He had merely spoken casually, and given his lazy disposition, it was uncertain whether he truly absorbed the advice or would act upon it. Qingshan emerged from the room and soon returned to the kitchen with the oil in hand. At that moment, Chen Ting was preparing to cook, having already cleaned the fish. Her eyes brightened upon seeing the oil, but soon dimmed again. Qingshan, I'm sorry to trouble you so often. I owe you yet another favor. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to owing favors. Besides, I will repay this one. Qingshan replied, dismissing her concerns. Chen Ting sighed. Are you sure you can? Qingshan scratched his head, inquiring, can you? I can indeed. You needn't worry. You should take a moment to rest. You haven't had a proper break all day. Qingshan nodded and returned to his small room. Meanwhile, Qingshan had to go to work for the team. Originally, both of them worked, but now Qingshan had taken to hunting in the mountains, leaving Qinyu, a diligent individual, no choice but to go to work. Seeing that no one was around, he swiftly entered his space. Upon entering, he discovered only a female rabbit with 7 little ones. However, after a glance, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? He wondered aloud, picking up one of the small rabbits and staring at it in confusion. Why do I feel like this rabbit has grown a bit since I last saw it? Indeed, he sensed that the rabbits appeared slightly larger than before. Though the change was minimal, it was merely a feeling. He stood there in a daze for a moment. Was it an illusion? No, it couldn't be just that. He resolved to investigate further tomorrow. Shaking his head, he returned to the present moment. After lying down for a while, he suddenly thought he heard a child crying. Startled, he quickly rose and hurried to his room. As he opened the door, he saw Chen Ting, having removed her upper garments, nursing the child. Upon hearing the noise, she turned and inadvertently revealed a glimpse of herself to Qingshan. Both were momentarily taken aback. Sorry, Tingjia. I heard the baby crying, so I came to check. Apologies, Qingshan's peripheral vision wandered over her before ultimately returning. Qingshan. Yet, it was Chen Ting who turned her back to him and spoke first. It's all right. Tingjia does not blame you. Moreover, this was originally your room. I am merely residing here temporarily, occupying your space. It's fine. You and Xiaoyu can stay here. And I can manage in the small room. Xiaoyu has informed you, hasn't she? Chen Ting pondered for a moment before inquiring. Yes, she has told me everything. Please wait for a while. Chen Ting hesitated before gently continuing. I will certainly fulfill the promises I made to you. I have no other demands. If you can provide for the two of us, then I will follow you. However, I do have one condition. You must treat Xiaoyu with the same kindness as before. You must not let my presence disrupt the bond between you two. It was then that Qingshan realized she was referring to forming alliances. He felt somewhat dazed, especially with Chen Ting sitting gracefully before him. Her figure was exquisite, exuding a natural charm that spoke of maturity, an allure that Qinyu lacked, as she was still youthful and vibrant. This essence captivated him profoundly. He suddenly understood why he had a penchant for seeking the company of young mothers. Perhaps it was Chen Ting's image that lingered in his heart. The Chen Ting before him epitomized every essence of femininity. If he were to find a counterpart, he would liken her to Gao Yuan. Indeed, this woman before him resembled Gao Yuan. That will not happen. He quickly shook his head. All right, I understand. Once the child grows a little older, I cannot remain idle at home. I will also seek employment and contribute. Rest assured, though our family may be large, strength lies in numbers, and our lives will surely improve. She even offered Qingshan words of comfort. Qingshan sighed internally. She was indeed a resilient and strong-willed woman. He admired such strength. Do not worry. I will find ways to ensure our family's well-being. You need not overthink it. Simply focus on living well. Now, please tend to the child. Have you had your soup? I just had it. She was clamoring for milk. All right, I will step out now. If anything arises, please call for me. With that, he hurriedly exited the room. Inside, Chen Ting remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at the child drinking milk. The infant was still under a year old. Upon noticing her gaze, the child broke into a silly grin. Chen Ting wiped her face and said, You, my dear, have both a hard lot and a fortunate one. The hardship is that your father left before you even turned one. But the fortune lies in encountering a good man like Qingshan. Otherwise, both our lives would be at stake. When you grow up, you must treat Qingshan as your own father. Otherwise, I shall be unhappy. Dinner was prepared by Chen Ting, consisting once again of sweet potatoes. This had become a habit. For the villagers, in times of scarcity, lunch was paramount. Hence, they would eat rice for lunch, while breakfast and dinner consisted of sweet potatoes. The midday meal was essential for sustaining energy, as it was the time for labor. As evening descends, the atmosphere shifts, particularly in contrast to the morning hours, where the demands of labor seem to fade away. At most, one might engage in a bit of sewing on the bed, an endeavor that some may find unbearable after mere seconds. Even those with more stamina, like the author who can endure for 3 hours at the outset, expend little energy in such pursuits, often finding contentment with just a morsel of sweet potato. Chapter 7. Encounter with a wild boar. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Yu had to return to work. Qingshan called out, but to no avail. Chen Ting took Chen Yu's place at home, managing household affairs while preparing meals for everyone. However, as Chen Yu departed, she deliberately passed by Qingshan and softly remarked, "Darling, I haven't had the chance to properly sleep beside you these past few days. Our situation at home is quite challenging, but I promise to devise a solution soon so that I can devote quality time to you. I will ensure your satisfaction." Qingshan felt a rush of excitement. His wife, who appeared to be an innocent soul, was particularly willing to indulge him, but it was only in these moments that she showed such willingness. Since the incident with Chen Ting, her attitude towards this matter had become rather perfunctory. After Chen Yu spoke, she winked and smiled, cheerfully setting off for work. It simply wouldn't do to let his wife continue laboring like this. If this persisted, it would surely damage her skin. He needed to earn money swiftly to improve their living conditions. After contemplating this, he retreated to his room and subsequently entered the space. Upon observing the rabbits, he was astonished to see that they had indeed grown significantly. It was clear that this space possessed a remarkable accelerating effect, particularly beneficial for the growth of such creatures. He mused that his own growth must not be affected. Otherwise, he might have found himself growing from 18 to 20 centimeters. In that case, Chen Yu would surely exclaim, "Yame dai?" With this thought, he felt a surge of joy. It was now 1978, and he remembered that land distribution would occur in 1980, leaving only 2 years remaining. Where could he possibly find barren land to cultivate peanuts? Their family had no such land. However, with so much farmland available, he realized he could plant there. If this space could expedite growth, perhaps he could produce peanuts in a short time and then extract oil from them. Would this not resolve the issue of cooking oil for his family? Having reached this conclusion, he felt elated. He promptly hurried over to Uncle Ye's house. "Uncle Ye, how many peanut seeds do you have left?" Seeing his eagerness for peanut seeds, Uncle Ye beamed with delight and quickly retrieved a large bag to hand it over. "This should suffice. Do you know how to plant peanuts?" I do. He chuckled. "Thank you, Uncle Ye. I'll bring you a rabbit next time." "Don't mention it. Just plant them well, and when it comes time to extract oil, I want to charge you a fee." Upon returning home, he first grabbed a hoe before entering the space and then equipped himself with a hunting rifle. "Are you going hunting again?" Chen Ting approached, cradling the baby. "Yes, I'm heading up the mountain. If I'm not back by noon, you needn't wait for me to eat. I hope to bring back a good haul to improve our household." After speaking, Qingshan gently patted the child's cheek and hurried up the mountain. Chen Ting gazed at his retreating figure and sighed, realizing that her arrival had undoubtedly added considerable hardship to this already struggling family. She resolved to repay Qingshan for his kindness in the future. At this thought, a sudden blush crept across her face. Lianhua Mountain. Upon arriving here, instead of hunting, she entered the space to retrieve a hoe and began planting her peanuts. The soil there was soft and free from weeds, allowing for an effortless planting process. In truth, he was quite skilled in agricultural tasks, making the planting remarkably simple. By around 11 o'clock, he had finally finished sowing the peanuts. "Now let's go hunt." After emerging from the space with his hunting rifle, he set off eagerly, armed with newfound confidence in the utility of the space. He ventured into the complex terrain of Lianhua Mountain. Along the way, he encountered 2 partridges, managing to injure one with a single shot, which he then stored in the space before continuing onward. Suddenly, he spotted a couple of doves pecking for insects. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots, bringing down both birds. Not long after, he discovered a group of 5 or 6 wild chickens. His interest piqued, he fired 3 shots, successfully downing 3 of them. Unfortunately, the remaining birds escaped before he could take aim. By around 2 in the afternoon, he had successfully hunted 6 wild chickens, 5 doves, 7 partridges, and 2 wild rabbits. At this point, he was ravenously hungry. "I can't go on like this. I should head home," he thought. Feeling utterly exhausted, more so than after a passionate encounter with Chen Yu. After all, he had only eaten a bit of sweet potato in the morning, spent the morning planting peanuts, and hunted in the afternoon without a proper lunch. The hunger was becoming unbearable, and he prepared to gather his belongings and return home. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a wild boar leisurely descending the mountain. It appeared to be in high spirits, wandering about. "Oh no, a wild boar. His adrenaline surged, and he exclaimed in surprise. The boar noticed him, casting a wary glance before becoming alert. "You won't escape." He immediately raised his rifle and charged forward. With a loud bang, he shot the boar, but the bullet landed less than fatally, causing the boar to dash away in a panic. To his surprise, the beast charged directly at Qingshan. "I didn't kill you," Qingshan exclaimed, startled, and quickly climbed up to grab a branch of a tree, leaping upward. The wild boar barreled past the spot where he had stood, crashing violently into a tree branch as thick as an arm, uprooting it completely. This boar weighed at least 200 pounds. Had it struck him, the consequences would have been dire. After missing its target, the boar abandoned the chase and sprinted away. "Damn it, you think you can escape? I swear, if I don't bring you down today, I won't be called Qingshan." Qingshan felt a surge of energy, realizing he had encountered a wild boar this time and could not let it escape. If he managed to capture this wild boar, he would not have to worry about food and clothing for a while. Thus, the wild boar sprinted ahead while he pursued it relentlessly. It ran, and he chased. It was as if it had wings, but it could not evade him. Even injured, the wild boar exhibited astonishing strength, seeming tireless as it pressed forward. The chase continued, and as he closed in, he raised his gun once more and fired. The shot was remarkably accurate, striking the wild boar's leg. With a thud, the boar collapsed, utterly drained and unable to flee. "No more running, huh?" Qingshan chuckled, approaching the fallen creature. The wild boar attempted to charge at him, but without hesitation. He fired another shot, ensuring its compliance. Now incapacitated, it lay there, howling in distress. Chapter 8. A successful sale. Qingshan grinned as he dragged the wild boar into his spatial realm. Upon entering, he discovered that the wild animals he had previously stored had all returned to their original state, happily consuming food. After a brief moment, he clapped his hands and exited. Glancing at the sun, he noted it was at least 4 o'clock. "Damn, I'm exhausted," he muttered, truly ready to head home. However, just as he was about to leave, he sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was startled to find a small wild boar standing beside him, weighing no more than 20 to 30 pounds. The little boar's eyes sparkled with a naive clarity reminiscent of a university student, seemingly oblivious to its circumstances. What a stroke of luck! Qingshan felt exhilarated and lunged at the boar. Fortunately, given its modest weight of 20 pounds, coupled with its foolishness and lack of strength, he managed to capture it effortlessly. "Get in here," he exclaimed joyfully, tossing it into his spatial realm. He searched around, but found no other young boars. Could this possibly be its offspring? "Serves you right for your misfortune." He laughed heartily, clapping his hands in satisfaction as he descended the mountain. However, upon reaching the base, he did not head straight home. Instead, he made his way to the town. The last time he had met Qingshan, he had seemed quite resourceful and had mentioned that he could be contacted again for future dealings. So, carrying a wild chicken, he approached Qingshan's residence. Qingshan happened to be sitting at his doorstep, engrossed in a book. "Brother Xie." Qingshan rushed forward to greet him. Qingshan looked up, surprised to see him. "Oh, it's you. Caught another wild chicken?" "Yes, today I was fortunate enough to catch one. Would you like it?" "Certainly. But are you looking to barter or sell it for cash?" Qingshan inquired with a smile. "How much for one?" "The market price is 2 yuan. But if you're selling, I can offer you a maximum of 1 yuan 50. I can't consume that much myself and would need to resell it to others. So I must make a profit." Qingshan, in his candor, openly disclosed his price. There was no issue with that. $1.50 was quite satisfactory for him. He accepted the wild chicken and handed over the $1.50. The wild chicken was impressively large and bore no blemishes, which pleased him immensely. "Brother Xie, may I inquire if you know anyone who buys wild boar?" Upon hearing this, Qingshan halted abruptly, turning to gaze at him in astonishment. "Wild boar? Do you have wild boar here?" "Yes, I merely wish to ask if it is purchased." "Indeed, I certainly do buy. I engage in a modest business here and occasionally sell wild boar." Qingshan's expression brightened. Currently, pork was being sold at about $1.10 per pound, while wild boar meat typically cost less than domesticated pork, generally ranging from 80 to 90 cents per pound. However, if you sell me an entire boar, it would be considered rough trade, and the price would undoubtedly be lower. We generally acquire it at 4 to 5 dimes per pound. If you truly have some to sell, I can offer you 45 cents per pound. What do you say? All right, please wait a moment. Qingshan nodded and promptly turned to head toward a secluded area. Upon entering a deserted corner, he found the wild boar leisurely foraging on the mountainside, seemingly at home in its surroundings. A thought crossed Qingshan's mind, and to his astonishment, the wild boar hurriedly approached him. In that moment, he realized he was akin to a deity in this space. With a mere thought, creatures would come to him. Despite having previously inflicted considerable injury on the boar, having shot it 3 times, it appeared completely unharmed now. He herded the wild boar out. Xie Xiaoshan placed the wild chicken in a cage in his yard, and upon stepping outside, was met with a sight that left him astounded. A wild boar. How did it come to town? People in the vicinity were already screaming in surprise. No, it doesn't seem to have run here. Look, they're herding it. Others emerged, and upon witnessing the scene, they were left dumbfounded. Xie Xiaoshan, too, was in disbelief, staring at Qingshan, who was herding the boar. Qingshan, equally bewildered, thought to himself, I inadvertently played the role of a celestial being orchestrating a second performance. He hurried the wild boar towards Xie Xiaoshan. It's quite large, Xie Xiaoshan exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. It is rather substantial, approximately 200 pounds. Would you like it? Yes, yes. We must weigh it immediately. Xie Xiaoshan nearly leaped with excitement. This wild boar could net him a handsome profit. He certainly wanted it. He quickly summoned others to weigh the boar. The boar was surprisingly docile, complying with whatever was asked of it. The total weight registered at 218 pounds. Yes, indeed, a steady 218 pounds. At a valuation of 98.10. Here. This is your payment. Xie Xiaoshan beamed as he extended the money towards him. Thank you so much, brother. No need for thanks. Xie Xiaoshan's face radiated joy. If you happen to catch any more wild boar, feel free to come to me directly. I will pay you the same rate as today, and rest assured, I always pay in cash. Understood. By the way, my dear brother, do you have any meat left at home? I would like to purchase some. Come in. Xiaoshan responded generously, inviting him into his yard. Shortly after, he handed him a piece of pork belly weighing at least 2 pounds, thrusting it into his hands. What need is there to buy? Take it home and enjoy. Remember, in the future, whenever you have such things, come find me. You shall never be treated poorly. Qingshan quickly expressed his gratitude and departed. On the street, many were astonished. This does not resemble a wild boar at all. It feels as though it is one he has raised. How incredibly docile. Indeed, this is quite astonishing. I have never encountered such a tame wild boar. Old Xie, your luck is remarkable. You've struck gold again. Xie Xiaoshan chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of pride. Though merely a township, there exists a distinction between villages and towns, particularly. The villagers are often looked down upon by the townsfolk, who tend to speak bluntly. However, Xie Xiaoshan has always maintained a benevolent heart towards everyone. This has led to a smooth business operation for him, evident in this very instance. Had he not previously extended goodwill towards this individual named Qingshan, it is unlikely that you would have sought him out immediately after hunting the wild boar. There are several others in town who engage in similar traits. They need not come to him specifically. This is the principle of good deeds reaping rewards. As dusk fell, Chen Yu had finished work and stood at the entrance to the courtyard, anxiously glancing about. Xiao Yu, do not fret. Chen Ting, cradling a child, comforted her. Sister, you mentioned he left after breakfast and has yet to return. How can I not be anxious? If this continues, I shall go look for him. Chen Yu's face was filled with worry. Just then, Qingshan returned home, cheerfully humming a tune while carrying a piece of meat, appearing before them. You're back. The two women exclaimed joyfully, especially Chen Yu, who hurried towards him. Chapter 9. Harmonious marriage. Observing his wife's anxious demeanor and reddened eyes, Qingshan understood immediately. She must have been worried since he had been away for so long. As she approached, he swept her into his arms. Chen Yu was taken aback but felt an overwhelming sense of security in her husband's embrace. You rascal. After being gone for so long, you nearly scared me to death. Qingshan chuckled, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek before setting her down and casually handing her the pork belly. Chen Yu felt a mix of joy and bashfulness, especially with her elder sister nearby. Chen Ting, witnessing the affection between the couple, felt a surge of happiness but couldn't help stealing glances at Qingshan. She noticed his tall stature and strikingly handsome appearance, particularly enhanced by an air of confidence that was previously absent. Indeed, marrying such a man is quite a blessing. Come, is dinner ready? We shall eat at once. Qingshan exclaimed, his stomach growling with hunger. Qingshan, please wait a moment. However, Chen Ting immediately shook her head and took the pork. You've worked hard all day. Let's prepare this now, so you can enjoy a hearty meal. Indeed, we shall have an additional feast tonight. Chen Yu gazed at him with concern. The two sisters entered the kitchen with their ingredients and commenced their preparations. In these times, being able to eat such pork is indeed a rarity. One must use meat coupons to purchase it. It is not easy to come by, and moreover, it is quite costly. Over £1 for just a little more than $1. Here, we need at least £2, which would amount to over $2. Sister, let me handle the cutting. Don't slice it too large. Smaller pieces will allow everyone to have a bit more. Yes, I'll cut 2 larger pieces for Qingshan. Chen Yu began slicing the meat on her side. Chen Ting glanced back at her sister and noticed the smile on her face, nearly humming a little tune. In fact, during these past few days, it became evident that her sister shared a genuine bond with Qingshan, which brought comfort to Chen Ting's heart. However, she felt a bit awkward being caught in the middle and gently asked Chen Yu, "Little Yu, am I putting you in a difficult position?" Chen Yu turned to her sister and suddenly burst into laughter. "Sister, what do I have to feel wronged about? Have you forgotten how you always took care of me when our parents went out to work? Without you, how would I have managed? We are sisters. Why should we even speak of grievances? Besides, this way, we are once again a family, aren't we?" At this, Chen Ting fell silent, choosing not to respond further. The two sisters, both outsiders by origin, had always shared a close bond, dividing food between them since childhood. When Chen Ting married and left their village, Chen Yu had wept for a long time in her embrace. Little did they know that fate would bring them to live together once more. The nature of fate is often inexplicable. When the time is right, it simply unfolds. After steaming a bit of rice and preparing a dish of braised pork, they finally sat down to dinner around 7 o'clock. When the bowl of braised pork was served, Qingshan's stomach growled audibly. He didn't wish for it to happen, but his body reacted nonetheless. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her husband. Quickly serving him rice topped with a generous piece of braised pork and ladling some sauce over it. "Darling, eat quickly. Look at how starved you are. Next time, don't return so late from hunting." At this moment, Qingshan suddenly remembered something. After shoveling down a couple of bites of rice, he pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket and generously placed it in Chen Yu's hands. "Where did you get so much money?" Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 20 yuan. "Today was a lucky day. I sold some good items." He chuckled. "I always said my husband is the best." Chen Yu gleefully waved her hand and tucked the money into her pocket but quickly looked at him. "Do you have enough money? If not, you should keep it. I'm afraid I might lose it." Seeing his wife's naive expression, Qingshan smiled. "That's just a fraction of what I earned. This is for your household expenses. I have more on me. I'm saving some money for future matters. So I'm giving you this for now. Feel free to use it." Chen Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a beaming smile as she gazed at her husband. A sense of pride radiated from her. Who dared to claim that my man is lazy and indulgent? Beside her, Chen Ting also wore a smile. "Sister, hurry and eat." Chen Yu added a piece of meat onto Chen Ting's plate. "Look, our family is flourishing. I told you Qingshan is a capable man." Chen Ting glanced at the boisterous Qingshan and nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Who would dare to say Qingshan is not capable? Just look at the money he is earning now." After the meal, a weary Qingshan, having toiled throughout the day, felt drowsy. He took an early bath and lay in bed to sleep. However, it wasn't long before a knock at the door stirred him. Moments later, Chen Yu and Chen Ting entered the room. Upon entering, Chen Ting felt the bed frame and the quilt. "Qingshan, why don't I sleep here with the child, and you and Xiao Yu can return to your own room?" "No need, Tingjia. You two can sleep over there." Qingshan shook his head. "This house is suited for one person. If you stay here with the child, it will be cramped, and turning around will be difficult. Don't worry about it. Just sleep peacefully with Xiao Yu. Once we have more money, I will find a way to improve our living conditions." Chen Ting sighed, feeling quite embarrassed, but ultimately stepped out with her sister. Once they left, Qingshan quickly drifted back into slumber. However, in a daze, he lost track of time until he suddenly felt the door being pushed open and a figure appeared before him. "Honey, are you asleep?" It was Chen Yu's voice. Qingshan jolted awake. Just as he sat up, Chen Yu leaped into his arms. The couple had been married for merely 2 months, their bond already inseparable. After 2 days apart, and with Chen Ting's situation weighing on Chen Yu's heart, she was particularly fervent at that moment. In an instant, they began to dance together. First with Chen Yu leading in a spirited Latin rhythm, followed by Qingshan's enthusiastic embrace. However, the next day, perhaps out of shyness or some other reason, she returned to her own room before dawn. As soon as she lay down, she inadvertently woke Chen Ting. Observing her sister's bashful demeanor, Chen Ting couldn't help but chuckle and playfully pinched her cheek. "Sister, Chen Yu, in a tender mood, embraced her elder sister and murmured, "I'm so tired." Chen Ting could only smile ruefully, thinking to herself, how could she not be tired? Last night must have been quite a tumultuous affair. She had heard sounds several times. Such indiscretion in the widow's quarters was indeed lacking in virtue. After their intimate exchange the previous night, Qingshan awoke the next day feeling rejuvenated. "Will you be back for lunch?" Chen Ting inquired as he prepared to leave after breakfast. "It's hard to say for now," Qingshan contemplated, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. "Then let me prepare a couple of rice balls for you." Chen Ting seemed to have anticipated this. "No need, Tingjia. How can I not? You are the backbone of our family. We all rely on you for sustenance. No one should go hungry, especially not you. Wait a moment. I shall fetch you a couple of rice balls." With that, she promptly went to retrieve them. In no time, she returned with 2 pristine rice balls, carefully placed in a container and nestled against him. "Take good care of them. It would be wonderful if you could return for dinner, but if not, make sure you don't go hungry." "Thank you, Sister Ting." Qingshan replied with a smile, shouldering his weapon and departing. Observing his retreating figure, Chen Ting wore a smile as well, realizing that she had unconsciously come to regard this place as her home. Qingshan emerged, prepared to undertake his tasks, when unexpectedly, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached him. Upon seeing Qingshan, the man frowned and gestured. "Why haven't you been to work these past few days?" This man was none other than their brigade leader, Liu Dashun. "Uncle, didn't Qingshan go to work?" "I know she went to work, but she is she. And you are you. With so many people at home, if you don't work, there won't be enough rations to share. How will you support them?" Liu Dashun meant well in his admonition. "I understand, but for now, she can work, and I have other matters to attend to." "What other matters could you possibly have?" "I'm not criticizing you, but you and your wife are already struggling, and now you've brought Chen Ting and her daughter into the fold. Don't you realize how difficult it is to feed more mouths?" "I am aware, but she is my sister-in-law, and if I don't bring her back, what will see how you think? I have no choice. That's why I'm heading up the mountain to hunt and see if I can earn some money. Otherwise, how will we get by?" Liu Dashun regarded him, suddenly seeming deflated. "I understand your intentions, but I'm merely reminding you, if you don't work and earn points, what will you have to share later? Hunting is no easy task. If it were that simple, the people in our village would have long since prospered through it. Instead of toiling in the fields every day." "Uncle Dashun, please calm down. I understand your reasoning, but there are no better options at the moment. Just let me handle things for now. Once I've sorted out my situation, I'll reassess and decide on the next steps." "Very well, do as you see fit." Liu Dashun simply came to remind him, waved his hand, and departed. Family members keep an eye on each other, and though they may know he is somewhat indolent, they still offer gentle reminders, for their hearts are fundamentally kind. After pondering for a moment, Qingshan ultimately set off for the mountains. However, his first task upon arrival was to enter his space. Once inside, he was greeted by a symphony of birdsong and fragrant blossoms, especially invigorated by the presence of the birds. He first checked on the rabbits and found that they had grown considerably. Unable to contain his excitement, he clapped his hands. Following that, he made his way to the patch where he had planted peanuts. It was only the second day since planting, and he was eager to see how they were faring. To his astonishment, he discovered that the peanuts had already sprouted sharp green shoots. "My goodness! I knew this would accelerate growth, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I recall that peanuts require approximately 5 to 10 days to germinate under optimal temperatures. Remarkably, within just 1 day, they have already sprouted, suggesting that their growth could multiply at least 5-fold, if not more. I shall estimate 7-fold. He was left astounded. Typically, the duration from planting peanuts to harvest spans around 90 to 150 days, with a common time frame set at approximately 120 days, or about 4 months. If we calculate based on a 7-fold increase, a harvest could potentially occur every 20 days. If this is the case, does it not imply that I could reap the rewards of my peanut crop much earlier, with an abundance of peanuts to spare? This thought filled him with joy. After contemplating for a moment, he rose to his feet, a grin spreading across his face. Once he confirmed that everything within was secure, he made his way into the mountains. Unexpectedly, while traversing the path, he suddenly spotted a figure ahead, shrieking as it dashed toward him, pursued by an aggressive swarm of bees. "Qingshan, help! There are so many bees behind me." The individual, upon seeing Qingshan, shouted as he lunged toward him. Qingshan inwardly exclaimed in alarm, swiftly sidestepping to avoid the oncoming figure, who stumbled past him. Was this not the very spot where he had first ventured for a hunt? He also noticed the swarm of bees trailing closely behind. Goodness! Is that not Yi Dachun from the village? Why would he provoke such a swarm of bees? Yi Dachun, a contemporary of Yi Qingshan, had suffered brain damage from a young age, rendering him rather simple-minded. He had few companions in the village and often played alone. It was surprising that he had wandered up to this location. Yi Dachun hurriedly rushed past him, with the bees swarming around him. Yi Qingshan was startled and, in a moment of panic, instinctively sought refuge in his spatial realm to evade the insects. However, as he opened the space, he was taken aback to find that the bees had all entered the realm as well. After a moment of confusion, he quickly realized that the space had absorbed them. To think, my realm is filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. If these creatures are allowed to thrive within, could they not reproduce and produce honey for me? This thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Yi Qingshan's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Dachun, oblivious to the bees now behind him, continued to flee without looking back, shouting, "Qingshan, hurry up. If I don't escape, they'll sting me to death. They've already stung my little buddy. It feels so large, even bigger than a cow." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshan's lips twitched in bemusement, but he chose to ignore him and pressed onward. Chapter 11. Encountering honey, he recalled that the beehive lay just ahead. And during his previous visit, he had noticed the hive was quite substantial, likely brimming with honey. Before long, he arrived beneath the tree and, glancing upward, observed a swarm of bees buzzing around the hive, with a glimmering golden edge peeking out. Indeed, honey. This must be worth quite a sum. His eyes lit up. With the experience from his earlier encounter, he now advanced fearlessly. Sensing his arrival, the bees seemed to grow anxious, buzzing incessantly. As he approached, many flew directly towards him. However, as he opened the space, those bees were instantaneously drawn in. Witnessing such efficacy, Yi Qingshan boldly reached out to grasp the bees. In an instant, they vanished. And soon all had entered the space, leaving only a few that had flown away and the honey clinging to the surface. How astonishing! Upon seeing the golden honey, he could no longer contain his laughter. What remarkable fortune! He promptly harvested the honey and stored it within the space. Having completed this, he neglected all else and hurried home. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, he retrieved 2 large buckets and placed the honey inside. However, he deliberately set aside some for later use. Sister Ting, after preparing everything, he returned inside, carrying a bucket in each hand, calling out to Chen Ting. Chen Ting was busy with chores at home, but upon seeing the honey in the buckets, her eyes lit up. "Is this honey? Where did you get it?" "Just a short distance from our back mountain, I stumbled upon a multitude of bees and devised a method to harvest their honey. Look, there must be at least 20 to 30 pounds here. Come on, let us get this sorted." Chen Ting gazed at the honey in delight, her mouth watering at the thought. In these times of scarcity, even sugar was a rare commodity. Honey was indeed a precious find. Yet Yi Qingshan pondered how to sell this treasure. Moreover, it needed proper containers for sale. After a moment of reflection, he spoke to Chen Ting. "Sister Ting, let us keep this at home for now. I need to step out." "Where are you going?" "I'm off to the supply and marketing cooperative in town to buy some bottles, so I can properly package the honey and see if I can sell it." Chen Ting understood immediately. "Wait here." With that, he hurriedly made his way to town. Upon entering the cooperative, he indeed discovered empty bottles, which required no special tickets. Each bottle cost only a dime, and he spent 5 yuan to purchase 50. After placing them in the space, he hastily returned home. Upon arrival, he retrieved the empty bottles. When he returned, Chen Yu was also back. The 2 women were joyfully admiring the honey. As soon as she saw Yi Qingshan, Chen Yu rushed forward, taking his hand. "Why did you run off again? I only found out you got honey when I returned. Here, I've prepared some honey water for you. You need to replenish your strength." "Me? Do I really need to replenish?" he replied softly. Chen Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, worried that her sister might overhear their intimate conversation. "Humph. After what happened last night, if you're not tired, I certainly am for you. Hurry and drink this. Don't wear yourself out." Chen Yu gently pinched his arm. Yi Qingshan chuckled heartily, retrieving all the bottles and jars, assigning you a task to pack these items neatly. "Can all these bottles be packed?" "Leave it to me. You need not worry. Just take a good rest." Yi Qingshan nodded in agreement and contentedly entered to sip some honey water. The honey was exceptionally sweet, indeed uplifting one's spirits. In the courtyard, 2 women busied themselves, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yi Qingshan seized an opportunity to enter his space, bringing along nails and wooden boards. "Hey, now that I'm here, let us get to harvesting honey." He grinned, selecting a tree to affix the wooden boards and placing the honey he had just gathered there. "From now on, this will be your new home. Behave yourselves here, and I will provide you with more homes to ensure an endless supply of honey." He chuckled gleefully. After finalizing his plans, he exited the space. At that moment, Chen Ting had begun cooking, leaving only Chen Yu to continue bottling the honey. Qingshan approached to inspect her work. Each jar of honey weighed approximately a pound. He intended to sell them, uncertain of their market value. Just then, Chen Yu gently informed him, "Today, I heard quite a few people in the brigade mention that you did not go to work, and some spoke rather harshly. Who claimed I didn't go to work?" Qingshan inquired with curiosity. "Yi Changzhen. He is always so talkative, and his words are rather unpleasant." Chen Yu replied, slightly irked. What does it matter to him? We don't eat or drink from his household. Our attendance at work is none of his concern. After pondering for a moment, Qingshan decided, "All right, let us ignore him. Tomorrow, I shall skip hunting and go to work instead. Otherwise, my absence may indeed stir gossip in the village. Let us finish packing. After dinner, I will head to the town, or rather, to the city to sell." Once they had dined, he promptly sought out the brigade leader, Yi Lusheng. Yi Lusheng had just finished his meal and was resting at home. Qingshan approached to greet him, "Uncle Lusheng." Yi Lusheng opened his eyes to glance at him. "What brings you here? Please try this." Qingshan chuckled, presenting a jar of honey to him. Yi Lusheng's eyes brightened. This was indeed a delightful find. "Where did you obtain this honey?" "By good fortune, I gathered it from the mountains today." He grinned. "I believe I've packed around 20 jars, and I plan to sell them in the city. I've heard that our farm products are quite popular there. This wild honey will surely be in demand. However, I'm uncertain how long it will take to reach the city on foot. I was wondering if I might borrow a bicycle. The bike is right there. You may borrow it, but I expect you to come to work tomorrow." Anticipating his response, Qingshan interjected. Yi Lusheng nodded. "All right, come to work tomorrow. Now go ahead and ride." "Thank you, Uncle Lusheng." Qingshan beamed, mounting the bicycle and departing. Upon returning home, he found that all 27 jars of honey had been neatly placed in a basket on the rear of the bicycle. "Are they all here?" he inquired, glancing at his wife. Chen Yu nodded. "Yes, all 27 jars are accounted for. Here, keep one for yourself to enjoy." He handed a bottle to Chen Yu, saying, "We should indulge ourselves. Selling is one thing, but we must also enjoy it ourselves. Here, take it. I shall be on my way." Chapter 12. Purchasing rice and meat. After more than 2 hours, Qingshan arrived in Ginseng County. He wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for his youthful vigor. Accustomed to cycling, he knew that with their stamina, they would never have made it here in less than 3 hours. Nonetheless, he was quite fatigued. Upon his arrival, he exhaled in relief and immediately pedaled into an alley. This alley was one of the older ones in the area, and notably, on the other side stood a cylindrical building belonging to a local construction materials factory. In simple terms, many workers resided here, along with a fair number of long-standing local residents. After arriving, he dismounted from his bicycle. The street was rather tranquil, with tall green trees lining both sides, swaying gently in the cool breeze. Having secured his bicycle, he reached an intersection and took out the honey. Placing it on his bike, he called out to passers-by, "Hey there, would you like to buy some honey?" There was quite a crowd passing by. Some were uninterested, yet others approached to take a look. "This honey is from Xiaolin Town," he cheerfully announced, opening the jar to reveal the enticing golden honey within. "It is authentic wildflower honey, incredibly fragrant. Give it a whiff." One gentleman leaned in to smell it, his eyes lighting up. "This is genuinely good, and it does indeed smell delightful. How much do you sell it for?" 3 yuan a bottle. "Why so expensive?" "It's wild," Qingshan replied, feeling a bit aggrieved. Wild honey is inherently costly due to its high nutritional value and the difficulty involved in harvesting it. I've been stung by bees several times. Fortunately, they aren't too venomous, or I might have faced serious consequences. The effort and nutrition involved make it slightly pricier than others, yet it's not overly expensive. I noticed that you likely work at the factory nearby. Someone like us from the countryside can hardly afford it, yet you can't either." This lamentation, coupled with flattery, evidently pleased the man before him. "You're quite articulate, young man. The path is now clear. All right, I'll take a jar." "Excellent." Qingshan rejoiced, promptly handing him a jar of honey. The man took the jar and handed over 3 yuan. As sales commenced, a number of customers began to gather. "This is indeed wild honey. It smells wonderful. Young man, give me a jar too." One elderly lady approached, examining the honey closely, and upon confirming its authenticity, she was particularly delighted and requested a jar. With the floodgates now open and the crowd sizable, many of whom appeared to be relatively well off, The wild delicacy sold out in no time. Not only did it sell out, but those who arrived late found nothing left to even gaze upon. One anxious lady tugged at his bicycle, unwilling to let him leave. "Young man, is there none left? Why didn't you bring more?" Seeing her eagerness, Qingshan felt a mix of joy and helplessness. "Auntie, it's not that I didn't save some for you. It's simply that I couldn't keep any. Everything has been sold out. Please wait a moment. If I manage to procure more items next time, I shall come to find you. What do you think?" "Certainly. Do remember to come here to sell. My child absolutely adores honey." "Very well, I shall certainly remember." After selling his goods, he promptly pedaled away on his bicycle. He sold 26 jars of honey for $3 each, totaling $78. Coupled with the $98 he earned from selling wild boar, he now possessed a sum of $176. After giving Chen Yu $20, he had approximately $150 remaining. This was already a considerable amount. However, he did not rush home. Instead, he ventured into an alley. This place could be deemed a black market, where numerous individuals leaned against the walls, silently observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. These were the merchants of the black market. Their business was straightforward. They sold ration tickets, grain tickets, meat tickets, cloth tickets. They had it all. Yet, the average person remained oblivious to their dealings, often mistaking them for lunatics. Only those in the know understood that they awaited inquiries about prices. Having lived 2 lives, he was aware that this place was indeed popular during certain periods. However, tragically, in 1980, it was shut down, and many were reportedly apprehended and imprisoned. It was only due to the commotion surrounding this event that he became informed. Nevertheless, it was now quite safe, posing no issues. He approached a seemingly refined middle-aged man. "Brother, do you have grain tickets?" The man brightened, finally having business come his way. "Indeed. How many do you require? At what price?" The middle-aged man glanced at Qingshan, seemingly contemplating what price to quote. "Grain tickets are 2 dimes per pound." Upon hearing this, Qingshan nearly burst into laughter. "Brother, let us conduct our business properly without arbitrary pricing. There are so many people here. Do you think I am unaware of the prices? Grain tickets are at most 1 dime per pound, and meat tickets are at most 2 dimes per pound. This is the market rate here. I am not easily deceived, for I have come here to buy before." The middle-aged man chuckled dryly. "Oh, so you are an informed young brother. I wasn't trying to quote you randomly. I feared you might be someone sent by another to extract information. How many do you want?" "Give me 100 pounds of grain tickets and 10 pounds of meat tickets. Let us adhere to the prices I just mentioned." "No problem." The middle-aged man immediately retrieved a bundle and counted out 100 pounds of grain tickets and 10 pounds of meat tickets for him. $12. Qingshan felt a twinge of regret. However, in these times, one must rely on such tickets to purchase food. Otherwise, one would have to pay an even higher price. He counted out $12, placed the grain tickets into his bag, and then rode away on his bicycle. Yet, this left him with only around $140. He needed to earn more. He had already spent so much money on rice and had yet to buy any meat. With a sigh, he pedaled away swiftly on his bicycle. Upon reaching the town, the first thing he did was purchase 50 pounds of rice. In these times, rice cost approximately 1 dime per pound, totaling nearly $6. He then spent another $6 on 5 pounds of meat. In the blink of an eye, 12 yuan had vanished, leaving only a little over 100 yuan. However, purchasing these items would alleviate some of the food scarcity at home. By the time he returned home, dusk had already fallen. The work at the team had long since concluded. His first task was to return the bicycle to the team leader, Liu Dashun, before cheerfully hauling home 50 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of meat. Upon entering, he found Chen Yu joyfully playing with the child. "You're back, dear," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the rice and meat in his hands. "Have you bought rice and meat again?" she asked in surprise. "Indeed, our household has grown by 2 mouths. We cannot subsist solely on sweet potatoes. Otherwise, Sister Ting's milk, 1 tea suffice for the child. I brought back some rice and meat. Do you know how much I sold that honey for today? 3 yuan per jar." People were clamoring for it. Chapter 13. My husband is impressive. Listening to her husband, Chen Yu's face broke into a smile, revealing dimples. She gently placed the child in an old wooden cart and stepped forward to take the meat from him, leaning affectionately by his side. "You truly are impressive," she praised softly. Qingshan chuckled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "So, is there a reward for tonight?" Chen Yu's cheeks flushed red as she understood what he meant by a reward. She shot him a glare. "What more do you want? After last night, my back is sore. and I felt it at work today. Besides, you must take better care of your health." As they conversed, Chen Ting emerged from the kitchen. Chen Yu, feeling shy, blushed, and quickly retreated to the kitchen with the meat. Chen Ting, a young woman herself, was well aware of such matters. Amused, she marveled at the sight of the rice and meat. Life at Liu Dawe's home had not been this good. "We don't even have grain or meat coupons at home. Where did you procure so much rice and meat?" she asked curiously. "I picked up some grain coupons while selling goods in the county and bought rice and meat in town. If our family has the means, we should consume rice and meat regularly. It's beneficial. We cannot survive on sweet potatoes. They lack nutrition and aren't conducive to your milk production." For some unknown reason, a shiver ran through Chen Ting at his words. "All right, I'll go prepare dinner." She nodded, taking the rice into the kitchen. Qingshan rubbed his hands together, washed them, and then approached the child. "By the way, what is this child's name?" he inquired, glancing at the little one sitting in the cart. Chen Yu stepped out, smiling as she replied, "Her name is Liu Xiaoyan." "Liu Xiaoyan. That is a lovely name." Qingshan mused, nodding with a smile. "Little Yin, may you grow up strong. I'll buy you delicious treats, and you'll grow tall." Liu Xiaoyan beamed at him. "Look, this little one understands good words." Qingshan laughed heartily. Inside, Chen Ting heard the sound of laughter from outside and couldn't help but turn her head for a glance. Seeing the harmonious scene unfolding, a smile crept onto her lips. To her surprise, Qingshan, who previously bore a less than favorable reputation, turned out to be someone worthy of trust. Chen Yu, standing beside her, was also smiling. However, as they laughed, Qingshan's gaze fell upon a bruise on Chen Yu's arm. He paused for a moment, then grasped her hand and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What happened to you?" "Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped into something while working today," Chen Yu explained, a hint of panic in her voice. "Bumped into something? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" he pressed. "Why would I lie to you? It's quite common for us to bump into things while working." Chen Yu nodded earnestly. Seeing her sincerity, Qingshan hesitated to press further, ultimately conceding with a nod. Yet, doubt lingered in his heart. This certainly did not appear to be merely a bump. After dinner, Qingshan reclined in the courtyard to rest. With the weather warming, it was a delightful experience to relax outdoors. However, after a while, he left the courtyard and found a spot to enter the space. The passage of time within this space mirrored that of the outside world. It was still night. Yet the sky was adorned with a brilliant tapestry of stars, illuminated by the moonlight, and he could see many familiar places below. He first checked on the peanut plants, discovering they had grown even more than the previous day. "I need to build a fence here, or those animals will devour the peanut sprouts. What a waste that would be." With this resolution in mind, he returned to his home to gather bamboo from the hillside behind his house. These bamboo plants had been planted by his father, as they were useful in rural life for crafting bamboo implements, fuel for fires, and even for harvesting bamboo shoots in spring. Thus, a few were planted around the house for emergencies. After cutting some bamboo, he transported it back to the space and began to split it with a kitchen knife. He toiled until around 10 p.m. before returning to the courtyard. Just as he stepped inside, Chen Yu emerged wearing her sleep attire. "Where have you been? I thought you had wandered off again. What is the matter? Are you waiting for me to sleep?" Qingshan teased with a smile. "Come on, speak more seriously. My sister is here. You're going to make me a laughingstock." Chen Yu felt both provoked and embarrassed by her husband's words. "All right, I'll go wash up and turn in early." Qingshan chuckled, playfully patting his wife's rear before heading inside to bathe. Chen Yu bit her lip, then turned to enter the room. Just as she did, Chen Ting, who had just finished feeding the baby, looked at her with a smile. "Qingshan is quite amusing, isn't he?" she remarked. Chen Yu, realizing her sister had overheard the exchange, felt her ears flush with embarrassment. "Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He just loves to joke around, completely disregarding the presence of others. I think he is rather charming." Chen Ting replied with a smile. "Sister, do you truly think he is charming?" Upon hearing her sister praise her husband, Chen Yu, a dimpled smile graced her face, and she joyfully settled beside her. "They often spoke ill of him, yet I could never articulate my defense. I simply find him quite admirable. He treats you well, which is evident, so I isn't that enough. Moreover, he is diligent in his endeavors. One ought to marry such a man, don't you think?" "I never anticipated such a transformation in Qingshan," Chen Ting mused. "Sister, has he really changed? I have always perceived him as he is." Chen Yu responded, somewhat perplexed. In her heart, she had always considered Qingshan an intelligent and capable individual. Chen Ting gazed at her sister with a smile, reflecting on their shared past. Following the death of their parents, the sisters had relied solely on each other. Eventually, Chen Ting married, and later, Chen Yu fell in love with Yi Qingshan, both marrying without parental guidance. As the elder sister, she initially opposed the union, having watched Yi Qingshan grow up. While he could not be deemed a villain or a slacker, it was true he enjoyed leisure over labor. She could not fathom why her sister was drawn to him. Now, however, she understood, perhaps in her sister's heart, Yi Qingshan had always been a responsible person. This union, it seemed, had its merits. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Yi Qingshan awoke, the first task being to enter the spatial realm to begin constructing a fence. He emerged around 8 o'clock, just in time for breakfast. "Darling, do eat more," Chen Yu insisted as she served him dishes during their meal. "We must go to work today. It can be exhausting, and I'm unsure what tasks await us." Chapter 14. Give him a good beating. Noticing his wife serving him meat, he chuckled and added 2 pieces of braised pork to her plate. "You should eat too. Don't let me have all the food." "It's fine. My work isn't strenuous. Today, we'll be planting peanuts, which is quite easy. I'm not sure what you'll be doing, perhaps heading to the hilltops." After their meal, the couple proceeded to the work team. "Oh, our young master Qingshan has finally come to work. It's been several days since we last saw him." A sarcastic voice interjected, belonging to Yi Jianchang. Yi Qingshan chose to ignore him. Upon witnessing this exchange, Yi Luxing breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll assign the tasks. You all will plant peanuts, while you men will go over there to gather the dried straw and transport it to the warehouse. That is settled. Let us get moving." The task of gathering straw involved collecting the bundles formed after the rice harvest, allowing them to dry in the sun before transporting them to the village warehouse for storage. The straw could be used for feeding cattle, fueling fires, or other purposes. The work was neither too burdensome nor too light, and Yi Qingshan had no objections, joining them in gathering the dried straw. However, while working, he suddenly spotted a familiar, simple face grinning at him. "Dachuan, you're here to work too." He greeted Yi Dashun with a smile, who responded with a chuckle and suddenly, in a mysterious tone, asked, "Brother Qingshan, would you like to see my treasure?" "Your treasure? What treasure?" Yi Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. Sensing something amiss, he quickly attempted to intervene. "Don't." But before he could finish, he saw Yi Dashun had already dropped his trousers. "Tada! Brother Qingshan, look, isn't it impressive? Yesterday, when that bee stung me, it was excruciating, but now I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, but it's quite swollen." Yi Qingshan's lips twitched in disbelief. "Yi Dashun, are you messing with me? I shouldn't have pried into your affairs." He felt an urge to slap himself. "Quick, put your pants back on. This is indecent." His lips quivered again, signaling him to dress appropriately. "I need to cleanse my eyes when I go back. If you weren't such a fool, I would have castrated you." "It's fine. I won't show anyone else, just you." Yi Dashun, unfazed, confidently pulled up his trousers. Who would want to see that? Yi Qingshan's heart trembled, feeling like a fool being toyed with by an idiot. At that moment, Yi Jianchang approached, immediately accusing them without discernment. Yi Qingshan frowned. "What business is it of yours, Yi Jianchang? Can't we chat while you work? Haven't you ever conversed while laboring? Hey, so you think you can lounge around and not be called out? Look how many days you've skipped work. Now that it's time to return, you're dawdling." Yi Jianchang retorted, unyielding. Yi Qingshan's temper flared. "Brother Qingshan, don't stoop to his level." He is quite malicious. Just yesterday, he deliberately tripped Sister Chen Yu, nearly bringing her to tears. Yi Dashun chimed in. "That is what I heard too." Yi Qingshan, momentarily stunned, suddenly kicked Yi Jianchang. With a thud, Yi Jianchang fell to the ground, sprawled out. "Damn it, so that is what happened. I was wondering why my wife had bruises on her hands. You were the one who laid hands on her." He cursed loudly, advancing to continue his assault. Others were startled and quickly rushed to separate them. However, Yi Qingshan, having been reborn, was determined to act on his whims. Yi Jianchang often spoke ill of him behind his back, and he seized the opportunity to give him a proper thrashing. Among those attempting to pull them apart, some harbored resentment against Yi Jianchang as well, so their efforts were half-hearted, resulting in Yi Jianchang receiving a genuine beating. "Help! Help! He is trying to kill me. Captain! Uncle Liu Xing, save me." At first, Yi Jianchang thought little of it, assuming that with so many people present, they would surely intervene. But he soon realized the gravity of the situation. Despite the crowd attempting to break them up, not a single person restrained Yi Qingshan. Moreover, he found himself pinned down, unable to move, forced to endure the blows. Meanwhile, Yi Lusheng was engaged in conversation with several veteran team members, having noticed the commotion, yet he chose to remain still. Continuing his discussion, Uncle Lusheng, there's a fight over there. At this moment, someone who was relatively close to Yi Jinchang urged. Yi Qingshan is going wild on Jinchang. You should hurry over and take a look. Yi Lusheng raised an eyebrow. What is the rush? I'm going over, aren't I? After saying that, he leisurely made his way over. The veteran members beside him nearly burst into laughter. In truth, the reputations of Yi Jinchang and Yi Qingshan within the team were significantly disparate. They often remarked that Yi Qingshan was lazy and indulgent. Yet Yi Jinchang was, if anything, even more so. However, Yi Qingshan, despite his laziness, possessed a decent character. Whereas Yi Jinchang was not only lazy but also of questionable integrity, often wielding his influence inappropriately. By comparison, Yi Qingshan appeared almost virtuous. He had no flaws aside from his penchant for indulgence, particularly with his wife, but that was their private affair. Besides, which man doesn't enjoy intimacy? Only those afflicted would shy away from it. Now, with Yi Qingshan taking action against Yi Jinchang, the others couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Yi Lusheng shared this sentiment. Observing that the situation was nearing its climax, he approached at a leisurely pace. What is happening? What is going on? Yi Lusheng waved to disperse the crowd, and they promptly stepped aside with smiles. Captain, he hit me. You must stand up for me. Yi Jinchang, with a bruised face, could no longer contain himself and pointed accusingly at Yi Qingshan. He hit you? How did he hit you? He hit me. I didn't provoke him, and he just came at me. I don't even know why. Uncle Lusheng. He deliberately tripped my sister Yu yesterday and spoke very harshly. That's why brother Qingshan couldn't hold back and struck him. He had it coming. Yi Dashun earnestly defended Yi Qingshan. The members of the team were largely aware of the situation. Indeed, he intentionally tripped Chen Yu. Picking on a girl like that. How could one act so disgracefully? Other teammates chimed in to support Yi Qingshan. Exactly. How can you conduct yourself in such a manner? You deserve it. In an instant, everyone felt Yi Qingshan was justified, collectively rebuking Yi Jinchang. Yi Jinchang's face flushed with embarrassment. How did he end up being the target of everyone's disdain? Day in and day out, he only stirred up trouble. Yi Lusheng glared at Yi Jinchang. Are you bored? Why would you bully Chen Yu? Did she provoke you? Uncle Lusheng, it was an accident. I didn't mean to trip her. They're all lying. Who is lying? You said it yourself yesterday. A teammate stepped forward, angrily confronting Yi Jinchang. With his words exposed, Yi Jinchang lowered his head, flushed with shame. Chapter 15. Beaten and scolded every day is a headache. Yi Jinchang, are you out of your mind? Don't you want to work? If you don't want to, then get lost. I want to even bother to separate from you. Just do your job properly here. And if there is any more trouble, I'll slap you into next week. Yi Lusheng berated him fiercely. Yi Lusheng held a position of higher seniority than the others in the village, being both the captain of the team and a person of great respect and moral standing. Upon hearing his commanding words, Yi Qingshan immediately lowered his head, his expression one of embarrassment as he nodded. What are you looking at? Get back to work and stop dawdling. As Yi Lusheng observed that the timing was just right, he called out for everyone to promptly return to their tasks. With a sense of relief, Yi Qingshan cheerfully resumed his work. However, upon glancing back, he noticed Yi Dashun following closely behind him, prompting him to smile and say, Dashun. Thank you. No need to thank me. Yi Dashun replied, patting his chest. We are brothers. Yi Qingshan felt a wave of emotion. In truth, Yi Dashun was a decent fellow, though regrettably not the sharpest tool in the shed. He was often overlooked in the village, with some even mockingly referring to him as Big Fool Dashun. When it came to matters of the heart, Yi Dashun's kindness surpassed that of many, including Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan, while possessing a sound mind, lacked a sound heart, frequently engaging in nonsensical antics. He even dared to set traps for Chen Yu behind Yi Qingshan's back. Had Yi Qingshan not dealt with him, it would have rendered his rebirth meaningless. After this incident, the atmosphere shifted. No one dared to shirk their duties or stir up trouble. During the lunch break, Yi Qingshan spotted Chen Yu standing at a distance, waving at him as she awaited his return home. Yi Dashun, trailing behind Yi Qingshan, enthusiastically waved at her. Sister Yu, just now, brother Qingshan stood up for you and gave Yi Qingshan a good thrashing. It felt so satisfying. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Yi Qingshan in disbelief. Once he approached, she softly inquired, Did you really hit him? Of course I did. Yi Qingshan chuckled. What kind of scoundrel dares to hinder my wife? I'd be remiss not to teach him a lesson. And you, why didn't you tell me if you were being bullied? You must communicate with me next time. Otherwise, you'll be the only one suffering, and I want to even know what's happening. Chen Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She quickly wiped them away but soon revealed a charming smile, complete with her delightful dimples. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. I just knew how you'd react. If you found out, you'd definitely confront him. Did the captain scold you? Not at all. Liu Dashun interjected joyfully. The captain not only spared brother Qingshan from reprimand, but also scolded Ginseng. Ha ha, that guy got both a beating and a dressing down. Liu Dashun danced around in delight. At that moment, Liu Dashun's father, Yi Zhengsheng, approached and promptly seized his son. Come back here. What nonsense are you spouting? Let the young couple converse without your interference. Qingshan, we're leaving. All right, Uncle Zhengsheng. As the group began to disperse, Chen Yu, feeling touched, grasped Yi Qingshan's hand. Promise me, you won't get into fights anymore. She gazed at him earnestly. Very well, I won't engage in fights, provided he doesn't bully you. You silly. How many people are there who would bully me? Yi Qingshan is just a nuisance. Come on, let us hurry home. Sister must have prepared a delicious meal. Chen Yu cheerfully tugged at his hand as they made their way home. Observing Chen Yu's joy, Yi Qingshan felt a sudden surge of emotion. Darling, are you tired from work? Tired? Not at all. Especially with you here, what could possibly tire me? We are cultivating peanuts, and it is not that exhausting. Furthermore, our entire family is gathered here, so what is there to complain about? Observing the naturally optimistic and positive Chen Yu, Yi Qingshan felt an urge to slap himself. In his previous life, Chen Yu was similarly uplifting before Chen Ting faced her misfortune, even when he was lazy and indulgent. He consistently encouraged himself and never uttered harsh words against himself. Yet, he abandoned his humanity. After that incident, Chen Yu succumbed to despair, leading to his untimely demise before the age of 40 due to depression. Moreover, following that event, Chen Yu hardly ever displayed a smile towards him. While he never spoke cruelly to him, Yi Qingshan was acutely aware that his wife harbored resentment towards him throughout her life. I am truly not a decent person. He silently chanted this in his mind, taking a deep breath. No matter what, he vowed to care for everyone in this lifetime, unwilling to tread the same path as in his previous existence. Upon returning home for lunch, Chen Ting felt that the bond between the couple seemed even stronger than before. They entered together, and Chen Yu was holding Yi Qingshan's hand tightly, seemingly reluctant to let go. She regarded them with surprise. Only after sensing her gaze did Chen Yu realize, feeling a bit embarrassed, and released his grip. Come on, let us eat quickly. The midday meal was quite generous. Knowing they had worked hard in the morning and would continue in the afternoon, they brought out the remaining meat for a second serving. Alongside a generous portion of white rice, the family joyfully shared their lunch, after which Chen Yu needed a brief rest. Meanwhile, Yi Qingshan returned to the space, once more to continue erecting his fence. Upon inspecting the peanuts, he found the seedlings thriving splendidly. This filled him with deep emotion, as he surmised that in approximately 20 days, he would be able to harvest the peanuts. He would certainly have his hands full then. After a day spent laboring both at work and in the space, he finally completed the fencing. When he returned home that evening, he found himself reluctant to move from his chair. Darling, are you exhausted? Chen Yu approached him, instinctively beginning to massage his neck and shoulders. Aren't you tired? Yi Qingshan grasped her hand, preventing her from continuing the massage. The moment their hands intertwined, he fell silent, realizing that his wife's hands were somewhat rough. I'm not tired. I am accustomed to it. Besides, you went hunting a couple of days ago, and now you're working here. How could that not be tiring? I want to allow you to massage me. No need. Yi Qingshan smiled slightly. It's nothing. We are still young. A little fatigue can be alleviated with a good sleep. Are you going to work tomorrow? I want to be going tomorrow. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingshan shook his head in refusal. Today's labor was merely to show a bit of face to Uncle Liu Shang, and to prevent them from incessantly murmuring behind his back. Having gone once today, he would consider the next time later. Tomorrow, he intended to go hunting instead. In truth, Yi Qingshan contemplated not only hunting but also another issue. With so much vacant land in the space, could he perhaps plant a greater variety of crops? Not just peanuts, but perhaps something else as well. In terms of the functionality of spatial growth, the things one plants can be harvested swiftly. Is that not a wonderful prospect? However, it seems that rice cannot be cultivated, nor does he intend to sow rice, as it proves to be exceedingly laborious. The tasks of tilling and harvesting are simply too cumbersome. It would be wiser to cultivate something more manageable, especially since he would be working alone. Chapter 16. Ascending the mountain to find Ganoderma rice is undoubtedly unfeasible due to its complexity. Hence he resolved to plant crops of greater economic value, which he could eventually sell. After contemplating seriously, he mused that peanuts yield oil, and canola seeds do as well. Yet, the growth cycle of canola seems rather lengthy, making peanuts a preferable option. Beyond peanuts, are there other crops he might consider? After a moment's thought, he shook his head, feeling momentarily at a loss, and entered the space. Ah, these bees have indeed formed another hive here. Approaching the wooden frame he had constructed, he observed the bees buzzing contentedly. He had originally left them some honey, and from there, they would continue to replenish it, allowing him to harvest honey in due course. As he wandered further, he unexpectedly discovered 3 wild chicken eggs in another area. It was indeed from those same wild hens. Elated, he approached to examine them closely. Yes, these could eventually hatch into wild chicks. Wouldn't he that increase the population of wild chickens here? With that thought, he rubbed his hands together in delight. He refrained from collecting the wild eggs, deciding instead to let them proliferate in this space. Moreover, he spotted the lone young wild boar frolicking on the mountain, appearing even more jubilant here than outside. In merely 2 days, this young boar had grown considerably, its robust form indicating a carefree existence. He thought to himself that he should capture more young boars to foster their reproduction here. In the future, he could avoid hunting in the mountains altogether, allowing them to thrive in his space. When he desired to eat, he could simply come in and fetch one to sell. How splendid! The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eager to take action. Not only could he cultivate crops, but he could also raise livestock, such as chickens, ducks, and geese. The more he envisioned this, the brighter his eyes shone. This space is vast. Raising chickens, ducks, geese, and fish here would surely be fruitful. And there should be ample foraging opportunities. Yes, that's it. He would hasten to procure seeds. Today happened to be the market day, and with that thought, he hurried off to the fair. Upon arrival around 10 in the morning, the market was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and the mingling of various scents. This atmosphere evoked a profound sense of nostalgia for Qingshan, reminiscent of the vibrant rural market life. He made his way to the area where chicks were being sold. Although the space was relatively large, he refrained from purchasing excessively, opting instead for 2 roosters and 5 hens. The area featured a pond and a stream, prompting him to acquire 6 female ducks, 3 male ducks, and 6 geese. However, this was still insufficient. He ultimately ventured to the section selling fish fry. He purchased 20 grass carps and 10 common carps. After reflecting for a moment, he realized there was nothing else he wished to buy, so he sought a spot to release the fish fry into the lake. The lake was vast, and those few fish seemed to vanish into the depths as if they were a drop in the ocean. However, he decided not to dwell on it too much and proceeded to release them. Following that, he also let the ducks and geese into the lake. The sight of the lake filled the ducks and geese with joy, and they soon splashed about in the water. Finally, he placed the chickens nearby. In due course, he would construct a coop for them, providing a shelter from the wind and rain for their slumber. That would suffice. He felt a sense of satisfaction as he patted his hands together and prepared to head home. Yet, on his way back, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered around the only traditional Chinese medicine shop in town. Look, Yishouwu. A voice outside was calling out loudly, proclaiming to the people present, "You are truly fortunate today to witness this Yishouwu. I tell you, this specimen is at least 50 years old, extremely rare. You are indeed lucky to encounter such a treasure. Otherwise, you might go your whole life without such good fortune." Intrigued by the enormous Yishouwu, someone in the crowd couldn't restrain their curiosity and asked, "If this item is so old, how much is it worth?" "Exactly. Just tell us the price. No need for all this chatter. In the end, it all comes down to money." The crowd began to murmur, as their primary concern was indeed the price. The owner of the medicine shop was an elderly gentleman with glasses, his beard slightly graying, yet he bore an air of refinement. He examined the large Yishouwu from various angles, casting a glance at the onlookers before finally announcing a price. "This item is indeed rare and difficult to find. It may not reach 50 years, but considering its size, it is certainly around 30 to 40 years old, making it quite exceptional. How about this? I'll offer you an extra sum, and you can sell it to me for 50 yuan. 50 yuan. The crowd erupted in excitement. In these times, 50 yuan was a substantial amount of money, equivalent to nearly 2 months' wages for a city worker. The owner of the Yishouwu, a simple farmer, was overjoyed upon hearing the offer, eagerly nodding his agreement. This is truly valuable. They say it's even better than ginseng. Indeed, we don't produce ginseng here. Imagine if I could venture into the mountains and find something like this. I would strike it rich. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, exchanging thoughts and murmurs. Standing outside, Qingshan observed for a while, and suddenly, a realization struck him. How could I have forgotten this? With a spark of excitement in his eyes, he hurried home. He vividly recalled that during this summer, Wang Laojiu from the village had discovered a lingji mushroom at Wanfeng Diao on Lianhua Mountain, which had sold for an astonishing 63 yuan. The reason he was aware of this matter was that it had spread widely throughout their village. After all, the astonishing sum of over 60 yuan for a single lingji mushroom found on the mountain was quite a revelation in those times. Thus, nearly the entire village was informed. However, the yield of lingji in that area was exceedingly rare, making it a stroke of luck to encounter one. Now, with only a couple of months until summer vacation, he thought perhaps he might be fortunate enough to find one. He immediately set off towards Wanfeng Diao on Lianhua Mountain, albeit unsure of the precise location. He had a rough idea of where to search. Upon arriving at Wanfeng Diao, he began to meticulously scour the area. After a while, frustration set in as he lamented. Damn it, I only know it's around here, but pinpointing the exact spot is incredibly challenging. Wanfeng Diao is not a small area. Who knows how long it will take to find it? He sighed and resolved to search patiently. He even skipped lunch, continuously searching the vicinity. Fortunately, his memory proved reliable. Although it took considerable time, he finally discovered the lingji around 5 in the afternoon. It was nestled beneath a tree, flourishing at that moment. The sight of the lingji filled him with an overwhelming sense of hope. Chapter 17. Thoughts. Damn, it really is lingji. He gazed at the delicate and exquisite mushroom, nearly bursting into laughter. I spotted it first, so it's mine. But should he pick it now? Observing the lingji thriving in its place, he began to ponder. If he sold it now, he could fetch a handsome price. But should he truly part with it? No, he could cultivate other things here. What if he attempted to grow lingji himself? A sudden realization struck him, igniting a wave of excitement mixed with apprehension. Could he truly manage to cultivate it? But he lacked knowledge about farming. No, that wasn't a barrier. He could visit a bookstore in the city to acquire relevant literature. If he followed the instructions, he could cultivate it in his space, ensuring a continuous supply of lingji. Moreover, given the relatively high market value of lingji, selling it would be secure and profitable. With this enlightening thought, he decided against picking the lingji and happily departed from the site. Upon returning home, he found it already dark. Darling, why are you so late? Upon seeing him return empty-handed, Chen Yu expressed concern rather than displeasure, asking if anything was amiss. No, nothing happened. You're overthinking it. I'm just hungry. Let us hurry back for dinner. After dining, Qingshan took an early bath and settled in the yard to gaze at the starry sky. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ting emerged. Freshly bathed, she looked even more stunning, exuding an enchanting charm that came naturally from being at home. Qingshan couldn't help but admire her beauty. Xiaoyu, do you have work tomorrow? There is not much happening with the team tomorrow. The following day, could you assist me in bringing Xiaoyan along as I make a brief trip back to Xiaofeng village? The last time I hurriedly left, I inadvertently left behind several belongings of mine and Xiaoyan's. Given that some time has passed, I find that certain items are still necessary, and I intend to retrieve them. Sister, are you truly returning to Xiaofeng village? Those Liu individuals will surely take advantage of you. Chen Yu exclaimed, anxious to prevent Chen Ting from going home. With a sigh, Chen Ting replied, there is no other choice. I have several items that the children need. Acquiring replacements would incur significant expenses. Some of those clothes were even purchased for us by Dawei during his lifetime. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them there? What could they possibly do to me upon my return? Besides, I feel more at ease with the children not being around. Chen Yu's concern grew. Qingshan shook his head. Sister Ting, those people are not to be trifled with. It's fine. Can they truly prevent me from returning? Chen Ting countered, shaking her head. Yet, Qingshan, having experienced the previous incident, felt trepidation. They might do more than just stop you from coming back. If I am not mistaken, in the past, they were likely involved in nefarious deeds. Sister, if you wish to return, we should all go together, and let Qingshan accompany us. Chen Yu insisted, gritting her teeth. That won't do. Xiaofeng village is still a risk. There is no need for you to accompany me. Chen Ting asserted. Not at all. I will accompany you. Xiaoyu, you stay home with the children. I will go with Sister Ting. Husband, I will go with you. Having more hands will be beneficial. Chen Yu protested, her concern for Yi Qingshan evident, fearing he might not be able to handle the situation. In the event of trouble, having one more person or one less makes little difference. Rest assured, I am well aware of the risks. It's settled. Tomorrow I shall go with Sister Ting. Yi Qingshan concluded decisively. The following day, under Chen Yu's worried gaze, Yi Qingshan borrowed a bicycle from the Yi family and set off towards Xiaofeng village with Chen Ting. Sister Ting, please hold on tightly. The mountain roads are treacherous. I wouldn't want you to be jostled off. Yi Qingshan cautioned as they rode. Chen Ting remained silent, but responded with a slight acknowledgement. Her arm securely wrapped around his waist. Yi Qingshan was enveloped by a delightful fragrance. He could only imagine how delightful it would be to hold Chen Ting closely. Resuming their journey, he pedaled vigorously towards Xiaofeng village, which lay approximately 15 miles away. By 9 o'clock in the morning, they finally arrived. For Yi Qingshan, the villagers of Xiaofeng were strangers, yet for Chen Ting, many were familiar faces. Why was that? When Chen Ting married into Xiaofeng village, the long-crippled Wu Lauer had been so captivated by her beauty that he rose from his seat, straining to catch a glimpse of her amidst the crowd. It was undeniable, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Thus, Chen Ting was quite renowned in Xiaofeng village. Isn't that Dawei's wife, Chen Ting? Indeed, that is her. Did Liu Dashun not say he fled? How has he returned? Fled? Do you truly believe Liu Dashun's words? What thoughts occupy Liu Dashun's mind that we are unaware of? Naturally, he claims she has fled, but do we not understand the truth behind her departure? His audacity is further evidenced by his return with a man. How brazen! As his relatives, Liu Dashun's kin are bound to be incensed. This man resembles Yi Qingshan, who happens to be his brother-in-law. What intentions do they harbor upon their return? The villagers abound, their whispers and glances converging upon that direction. By the time they arrive home, the news has already spread amongst the onlookers. Liu Dashun and his cohorts are certainly aware of the unfolding situation. Liu Dawei, lacking any biological brothers, finds himself surrounded by only his cousins. This absence of true brothers renders him vulnerable. After Liu Dashun's demise, many responsibilities fall solely upon him. Especially when confronted by those fierce and predatory uncles and cousins, Chen Ting possesses little capacity to oppose them. It is no wonder she ultimately sought Chen Yu's assistance. Even making such a request, circumstances dictated her actions. As Liu Dashun and his party descended, Chen Ting recalled her previous struggle to maintain composure in their presence, and instinctively took a step back, only to find herself behind Yi Qingshan, who shielded her with his hand. Do not be afraid, gather what you need. This house belongs to you and Dawei. We are justified in our presence, so ignore them. If they speak harshly or attempt anything, I shall intervene. Chen Ting felt the strength of his hand, which steadied her resolve as she prepared to enter the house to collect her belongings. Chen Ting, you truly have the audacity to return. Liu Dashun stepped forward, a chilling smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike. Feeling embarrassed to return to your own home? Where else would you feel comfortable? You seem quite at ease occupying your cousin's house. What is your intention? Are you coveting this property? Speak plainly. Chapter 18. A seamless collaboration. Yi Qingshan's voice rang out, resonant and clear, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Liu Dashun's expression darkened as he retorted, Yi Qingshan, cease your deceitful rhetoric. I have no desire for anything here. Yet Chen Ting, perceptive as she was, immediately grasped the implications of Yi Qingshan's words. She ventured inside, only to emerge moments later, her face flushed as if to accuse. With so many uncles and elders gathered here today, I have a matter to address. My intention was to retrieve a few items, but it seems many belongings are missing, particularly my personal garments. Has one of you taken them? Such items would serve you no purpose. It would be far better to return them to me now. Her declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy. In truth, Yi Qingshan had not contemplated the depth of his suggestion. He merely sought to provide Chen Ting with a pretext to claim her missing items and implicate Liu Dashun. Given his knowledge of Liu Dashun, it was entirely plausible that he had engaged in such petty thievery. Little did I expect that Chen Ting would prove to be far more astute than I had imagined, directly unveiling a sensational scandal that implicated Liu Dashun. Is there truly such a thing? Who could be so unscrupulous? Who else could it possibly be but Liu Dashun, the very individual most fervently involved in this matter? It is indeed breathtaking. One would hope Liu Dashun does not harbor the delusion that his covert intentions remain undiscovered. For we are all acutely aware of the truth. The crowd buzzed with speculation, casting meaningful glances towards Liu Dashun, whose complexion turned ashen. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I have never engaged in such behavior. Who would do such a thing? Stop spreading these absurd rumors. Liu Dashun protested, yet his words fell on deaf ears. The villagers were not blind. They could clearly discern Liu Dashun's intentions. Moreover, Chen Ting had always held a commendable reputation in the village. Not only was she beautiful and kind-hearted, but she also managed her household with great skill, living harmoniously with Liu Dawei before his untimely demise. In contrast, Liu Dashun's reputation was far less favorable, and his lingering gaze revealed his covetous thoughts towards his cousin's wife, although he may have merely fantasized. The audacity to pilfer her intimate garments so soon after Liu Dawei's death was indeed shocking to all. With a single utterance, the situation was turned on its head, leaving Liu Dashun scrambling for explanations. Even Qingshan found himself inclined to applaud Chen Ting. Sister Ting, please go inside and gather your belongings. I will wait for you here. Qingshan recognized that this declaration would instill a sense of caution in Liu Dashun, prompting him to urge her to quickly tend to her affairs while he remained outside. Indeed, upon entering, no one dared to utter a word. Liu Dashun yearned to intervene. Yet faced with the weight of the accusation of theft, he refrained from acting out, mindful of his own dignity and standing within the village. Furthermore, with Qingshan guarding the entrance wielding a hunting rifle, his cold gaze intensified Liu Dashun's trepidation. Inside, Chen Ting hastily gathered her things, eager to exit. Esteemed uncles and elders. As she completed her preparations, Qingshan addressed the gathered crowd with a solemn expression. We are all from the same town, raised in this shared environment. In these unpredictable times, it is natural to face adversity. We are many from the same village and clan, and it is only fitting that we support our kin. Even if we are not of the same blood, having lived alongside one another for decades fosters bonds of empathy. We do not seek to gain from one another in times of need. Rather, we implore you to refrain from adding insult to injury and engaging in disgraceful acts. Furthermore, it is reasonable for family to lend a helping hand, for who can guarantee that their own household will not encounter misfortune? Qingshan's words resonated with wisdom, and the crowd nodded in agreement, particularly the older members. My sister Ting cannot continue to live here. Not only is it difficult for a woman to support herself in this environment, but Liu Dashun's relentless aggression leaves her no choice. It is quite challenging for her, a mere woman, to survive here. Thus, she is temporarily residing in our home. However, I must clarify one thing. Although my sister Ting has not borne a son for Liu Dawei, she still has a little one, who can be considered a member of the Liu family. This place rightfully belongs to her. Today, in the presence of so many respected elders and fellow villagers, we must make this clear. Should any Liu relative dare to unlawfully seize this property, let it be known that I, Qingshan, will not show mercy. Upon uttering these words, Qingshan suddenly raised his gun and fired a shot at a nearby tree. The tree, slender yet sturdy, was cleanly severed in half with a sharp crack, crashing down. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present, particularly as the gunshot carried an air of intimidation, leaving the audience gazing at Qingshan with trepidation. The most affected were the cunning Liu Dashun and his relatives, who, upon witnessing Qingshan's ferocity, instinctively lowered their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. In contrast, those with a more rational disposition found their eyes lighting up, recognizing the potential in this young man. Not only was he articulate, but he also possessed formidable means. Behind him, Chen Ting locked the door, but did not immediately depart. Instead, she nodded to the others and spoke softly. Dear uncles and elders, Dawei once confided in me that he had no brothers and anticipated that life would be quite challenging after his departure. He urged me to grow closer to you all, hoping for your support. However, it appears that I can no longer continue living in the village, and I do not wish to impose further on your kindness, although I am truly grateful for the assistance you have already provided. Now, as I must leave, I kindly request that if you hold any regard for me, you might keep an eye on my home. Should there be any news, please send it to the Qingshan household. I would consider it a gesture of gratitude. Fear not. Chen Ting, an elderly man, interjected, waving his hand. Though times are tough, we understand your plight. Rest assured, we will watch over your home. There is little chance anyone would dare intrude in the dead of night, right, Liu Dashun? Liu Dashun, quick-witted, realized the elder's words were directed at him. Indeed. If such a thing were to happen, the Liu family would be the first to confront him. He replied, aligning himself with the elder's sentiment. Very well. I shall remember your kindness. Thank you, dear uncles. Chen Ting expressed her gratitude once more before mounting her bicycle. Qingshan holstered his gun and cheerfully rode away from the village. Truly, he came in haste and departed just as swiftly. After Liu Dashun experienced this covert defeat, he dared not utter a word, allowing them to leave unchallenged. Chapter 19. Tidying the house as the vehicle departed from Xiaofeng village. And once they felt a sufficient distance had been covered, Qingshan, noticing the warmth at his waist, could not help but inquire, "Did he truly steal your intimate garments?" Behind him, Chen Ting chuckled softly, causing a jolt in Qingshan's heart. "Those were mere fabrications on my part. However, it is true that many items of value have gone missing from our home, likely taken by Liu Dashun and his associates for sale. Merely recounting the loss of these belongings lacks impact, so I decided to mention my missing personal garments. Firstly, such matters pique interest, and secondly, Liu Dashun does not enjoy a good reputation in the village. It seems entirely plausible that he would resort to stealing my intimate apparel." Qingshan could only smile wryly, ultimately feeling a sense of admiration. This woman is undeniably clever. I merely offered a hint, yet she took the initiative and exceeded my expectations. Your words have significantly alleviated our pressure, garnering the support of the entire village. Sister Ting, you are truly astute. Your cleverness shines through, had you not reminded me. Coupled with your formidable presence, I would have had no room for maneuvering should Liu Dashun have acted recklessly. Chen Ting, however, remained humble, shaking her head and deflecting the credit to Qingshan. Qingshan felt a twinge of sentimentality. The two sisters indeed possessed distinct temperaments. Upon returning home, they found Chunyu anxiously awaiting their arrival with the child. "What happened? Are you all right?" Upon seeing them return unscathed, Chunyu let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly inquired. Sister Ting is remarkably clever. A single sentence from her managed to subdue them, allowing us to gather our belongings without hindrance. Qingshan gently set Chen Ting down and smiled as he spoke. What transpired? Chen Ting, a bit bashful, recounted the events that had unfolded. You were absolutely right to confront him. Liu Dashun is clearly not a good person. Chunyu exclaimed. Sister, your brilliance is unmatched. I wouldn't have thought of that. It was your husband's ingenuity that guided me. Had he not subtly prompted me, I would never have considered claiming something was stolen. Chen Ting replied, shaking her head and casting a glance at Qingshan. At that moment, Qingshan placed his bicycle aside and hung the firearm back on the wall, simply chuckling in response. Chen Ting observed his decisive demeanor, momentarily taken aback, as if a ray of sunlight had illuminated her heart. Without Qingshan standing there with the firearm, all her wisdom would have been rendered futile. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. This adage rings true in this instance. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan, having not seen her mother for a while, immediately began to cry for her embrace. Sister, please feed the baby. He kept insisting on me feeding him earlier, but I have no milk. Chenyu laughed lightly as she handed the child over. Chen Ting took the baby into the room. Husband, you are truly remarkable. Chenyu then approached Qingshan, gently taking his hand. Qingshan playfully teased her. Didn't you already know how impressive I am? Chenyu's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched him. You always speak nonsense. Qingshan laughed heartily before retreating to his room. To his surprise, he noticed Chenyu's face redden again. What are you planning to do in broad daylight? Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, looking at his wife with a mix of amusement and bewilderment. What could I possibly do? Seizing the opportunity presented by today as free time, let us thoroughly clean the house. Only then did Chenyu realize, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, since you moved in, this place has scarcely been cleaned properly. Additionally, I believe we ought to paste some newspapers on the walls. I will fetch some rice soup. Let us together adorn the walls with newspapers soon. Very well, I shall go to the village and procure some newspapers. Coincidentally, I need to return a bicycle anyway. So he promptly wheeled his bicycle towards Yi Liusheng's home. Although Yi Liusheng was not at home, Aunt Liusheng was present. After a brief conversation, she handed him a substantial stack of newspapers. The homes of the village officials are always abundant in newspapers, which serve little purpose other than to be used for wall pasting. After expressing his gratitude for the newspapers, he hurriedly returned home. At that moment, Chenyu was diligently cleaning the interior. Qingshan pondered for a moment and decided to tidy up the items inside first. With the limited space available, there were only 2 rooms suitable for sleeping. This house was a hard-earned achievement of his parents, so he could not demand too much. After organizing the miscellaneous items, he placed some under the eaves in the courtyard, while others that were too old and unusable were discarded. While they were engaged in their tasks, Chen Ting also came over after feeding the child to lend a hand. Before long, they managed to transform the space into something resembling a proper room. After clearing away the clutter, the ground, despite its unevenness, was now clean. However, in those times, most households were in similar situations. No one had the extra funds to buy cement for flooring. This is much better. Chen Yu chuckled, unable to suppress her delight. Qingshan nodded in agreement. Let us hasten to paste the newspapers so that the dust from the walls will not fall. Thus, they began to affix the newspapers together. Suddenly, Chen Ting inquired, should we widen the bed a bit, enough for 2 people to sleep comfortably? Her words were innocent, yet they struck a chord with the listener. Chen Yu's face flushed instantly. Qingshan chuckled and shook his head. No need to make alterations just yet. Let us manage with this for the time being. Later, I shall devise a plan to renovate this house. It is indeed a bit too cramped. Our family of 4 feels somewhat crowded, especially since Chen Yu and I will soon be having children. Upon hearing that she was to have children with him, Chen Yu beamed, revealing her charming dimples as she gazed joyfully at her husband. Chen Ting also reflected on this and chose to remain silent. After a day of hard work, they had finally tidied the room to a semblance of a proper living space. After dinner, Qingshan surveyed the room with satisfaction, ultimately nodding with a smile. Then, Chen Yu approached, cradling Liu Xiaoyan. Although Liu Xiaoyan had yet to reach 1 year of age, she appeared quite petite, and her complexion was not particularly healthy. Darling, look at the child. I can't shake the feeling that she may be somewhat malnourished. A glance from her evoked deeper emotions within Qingshan, who had been reborn from the 21st century. Previously, he had arranged rendezvous with numerous young married women. Some were preoccupied with household responsibilities, requiring them to bring their children along, placing them beside the bed so they could keep an eye on the little ones while engaging in their activities. The children, with their rosy lips and pearly teeth, were delightful to behold, quite unlike Liu Xiaoyan, who appeared to be merely 3 or 4 months old. It was understandable, given that the nutritional standards of that era could not compare to those of the 21st century. Let us ensure she receives some nourishment, he mused aloud. There is hardly any nutrition available. We struggled just to have meals, let alone anything more nutritious, Chen Yu replied, shaking her head. In Chapter 20, Catching Turtles, Qingshan contemplated that the most nutritious food during that time was, in fact, eggs. However, eggs were a luxury, not due to the impossibility of raising chickens, but because one needed resources to feed them. With their own hunger to contend with, where would they find the means to raise chickens? Free-range chickens could be raised, but they would take a longer time to mature. I'll find a way to procure some eggs for them. Not only the children, but Sister Ting could benefit. And so could you. We should consume more protein-rich foods to replenish our nutritional needs. Once Sister Ting has sufficiently restored her strength, her milk will be more nutritious, thus benefiting the child even more. But eggs aren't cheap. Acquiring them will require a considerable sum, Chen Yu remarked. What do you think about raising a few chickens at home? Upon hearing this, Qingshan understood that she was indeed considering chicken farming. Raising chickens was straightforward. He already had some in his space, which thrived at a faster rate, and he estimated that the chickens in his space could be self-sustaining without needing additional feeding. This was akin to free-range and mountain-running chickens. Indeed, he smiled and nodded. There is no need for you to worry. I will make the necessary arrangements. Indeed, I have complete faith in my husband. Chen Yu chuckled softly. As the day neared its end, Qingshan felt he had squandered too much time and had not ventured into the mountains to hunt. He stood up and declared, how about this? You all should retire for the night, and I'll head out to hunt shortly. It's too late to hunt now. At that moment, Chen Ting, who had just finished tidying the kitchen, approached him. You didn't accomplish much during the day. I must go up the mountain to see if there is any game to hunt. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I'm doing, and I will return early. His statement rendered Chen Ting quite embarrassed, realizing that had she not pulled Qingshan away for errands, he would have been more productive during the day. You may go hunting, but don't venture too far, and be sure to return early. After a moment of thought, Chen Ting nodded in agreement. Indeed, dear husband, please return soon. All right, you all rest and prepare for bed. I will return early from my hunt. With that, he smiled gently, picked up his hunting rifle, and prepared to step out. Chen Yu accompanied him to the door, and once outside, noticing that her sister had not followed, she gently grasped his hand and said, please return early. I will be waiting for you in your room tonight. Feeling a bit shy, she turned and hurried back inside. Qingshan could not help but smile. His wife retained the vivacity of a youthful maiden, brimming with endless energy. Once again, they ventured to Lianhua Mountain. With a flashlight perched upon his head, he ascended the mountain under the gentle glow of the moonlight. Having gained experience from his previous expedition, this ascent felt remarkably effortless. Towering green peaks flanked him, while the distant river surged with a powerful current. A sense of reflection washed over Qingshan as he traversed the mountain, which exuded a unique charm. Before long, he heard a rustling sound. To his delight, beneath the moonlight, a rabbit was foraging. With a single shot, he brought it down, then swiftly stored it in his spatial pocket, continuing on his journey. Although it was nighttime, many creatures remained active. Soon, he encountered 2 wild chickens, followed by 3 doves and 5 partridges. Initially, he had hoped to find wild boars, as they were worth around 100 yuan each, but after a fruitless search, he decided against lingering too long. Despite his youthful vigor, ascending and descending the mountain was a laborious task. In haste, he made his way down and quickly located a mountain spring, preparing to wash his face before heading home. To his astonishment, as he crouched by the stream illuminated by the moonlight, he spotted a soft-shelled turtle leisurely strolling along the bank. Filled with joy, he seized it effortlessly. The turtle, burdened by its heavy shell, could only futilely thrash its limbs, powerless against his grasp. What a treasure! Qingshan exclaimed, tossing it into his spatial pocket. Intrigued, he began to rummage through the stream, reasoning that where there was one, there must be more. The stream was relatively expansive, and during this era, its waters flowed abundantly and were crystal clear, teeming with diverse aquatic life and vegetation. After 5 minutes of searching, he spotted another turtle serenely swimming in the stream. And judging by its size, it was quite substantial. He gleefully placed it in his spatial pocket as well. After another hour of exploration, he discovered 3 more turtles, bringing his total to 5. Realizing it was getting late and that he had made a bountiful catch, he chuckled to himself as he gathered his belongings and made his way home. By the time he descended and returned to his house, it was well past midnight. At least 12 o'clock. The village lay in complete silence, devoid of light, for in those days, everyone relied on kerosene lamps, extinguishing them at bedtime to avoid wasting precious fuel. Moreover, some tasks did not require illumination. It was often more poignant to operate in the shadows. Qingshan quietly pushed open the gate to his courtyard. Upon entering the room, he placed his hunting rifle securely and set 2 turtles in the small pond within his yard. His home was ideally situated, with a stream from which he could draw water using bamboo, ensuring a continuous flow of fresh water, perfect for housing his newfound treasures. The primary aim was to demonstrate to the 2 women at home that his labor would yield tangible rewards. Otherwise, if everything were stored away, they might believe they had gained nothing. As for the rabbits and birds, he simply cast them into the storage space, hoping they would hatch on their own. Moreover, the soft-shelled turtles were quite valuable. He intended to sell the 2 he had first. After completing these tasks, he carried a bucket to the kitchen to check the water temperature, pleasantly surprised to discover there was still hot water available. Whether it was Sister Ting or Chunyu who had anticipated his return and prepared the water for his bath was unclear. He joyfully filled the bucket and made his way to the makeshift bathing area in the yard, partitioned by wooden boards. This was a common structure in rural areas, with most opting for similar arrangements to create small spaces. After a long day of labor, indulging in a hot bath was particularly soothing. The evening chill made the warmth even more delightful, washing away the fatigue from his body. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he hastily donned a pair of shorts and rushed into his room. Closing the door behind him, he found himself enveloped in darkness. After drying off, he promptly lay down on the bed to sleep. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he reclined, he sensed another presence on the bed, accompanied by a teasing whisper, "Darling, are you surprised? Was it unexpected?" Chapter 21. A frenzied purchase. There was no escape for Qingshan. He was once again ensnared in labor. It felt as if his life had reverted to the relentless grind of day and night. By day, he toiled in the fields, and by night, he tended to Chunyu's land. He drifted into a drowsy sleep, only to awaken and find his wife absent from the bed, likely too embarrassed to return to his side. His bed was indeed too small. At most, it could accommodate 120 centimeters, making it cramped for 2. "Darling, were those the soft-shelled turtles you caught?" Chunyu inquired eagerly as he emerged. "Yes, 2 turtles. I didn't manage to catch anything on the mountain last night, so I decided to return. While washing my face in the creek, I stumbled upon 1 turtle. Upon searching further, I found these 2. It wasn't a completely empty-handed return. I'll head to the city to sell them shortly. I've heard that business in the city isn't quite the same as here in our town. If you get caught selling, it could be deemed speculative trading." Chen Ting expressed her concern. "Not to worry, I'm quite astute. If any trouble arises, I'll make a swift exit. Qingshan chuckled. These 1T fetch a high price in our town. Many are merely middlemen who profit from reselling. They wouldn't offer a fair price. I only have 2, and I can easily sell them to casual buyers. You needn't fret. That was indeed a practical observation. Nevertheless, Chen Ting cautioned, just be careful. When we sell, don't engage with them unnecessarily. If anything feels off, leave at once. Rest assured, I am well aware. Qingshan smiled gently, waved farewell to the 2 women, and departed with his goods. He first walked to the town and then boarded a bus heading to the city. The fare being quite reasonable at just 50 cents for the journey. Carrying 2 soft-shelled turtles, he boarded the vehicle and set his course for the city of Ginseng. His motivation for selling the turtles here was twofold. Firstly, the prices in the city were indeed more favorable. Secondly, he sought to acquire some literature on cultivating Ganoderma lucidum. Not only did he intend to delve into the cultivation of this particular fungus, but he also wished to procure various industrial books to enhance his knowledge, as he planned to grow an array of products in the future. Thus, a visit to the county bookstore was imperative. The journey to the city was smooth, and upon arrival, his first priority was to sell the turtles. Such items are best marketed in bustling areas. However, another consideration was their perceived health benefits. Instead of targeting residential zones, he contemplated a different venue, the hospital. Given the high foot traffic of individuals, many of whom were unwell and inclined to believe in traditional remedies, the hospital seemed an opportune place to peddle his wares. Without further ado, he made his way to the Ginseng People's Hospital, noting the ease of access. He hastily entered with the turtles in tow, and after some deliberation, he proceeded to the inpatient department. As anticipated, the area was lively, filled with visitors attending to their ailing relatives and others taking leisurely strolls with patients. Approaching the crowd, Qingshan deliberately sought out those who appeared older, especially those accompanied by relatives dressed respectably. As he approached, it wasn't long before someone noticed him. "Young man," exclaimed an elderly woman, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Qingshan turned to her, asking, "Auntie, did you call for me?" "Yes, I did. What are you planning to do with those turtles?" she inquired. "Oh, I'm here to visit a relative," he cautiously replied, refraining from revealing his intent to sell. "Look at you, bringing 2 large turtles for your relative. How thoughtful. Could you possibly sell me one?" It was clear this elderly woman was not financially constrained, as she immediately expressed interest in purchasing one. Qingshan feigned contemplation before responding. "Well, my husband's health isn't great at the moment, and I've heard these turtles are quite nourishing. Please, sell me one. You have 2, after all, and showing such thoughtfulness with one should suffice. Just name your price." Qingshan finally relented. "Auntie, since you're so considerate, I'll sell you one. However, I've heard turtles can be rather pricey." "Indeed, they are not cheap." Qingshan had come prepared, knowing he could sell the turtles for around 10 yuan. "How about this? I'll let this one go for 15 yuan. "Young man, that seems a bit steep. 15 yuan is quite expensive." "It's not that I'm overpricing it. My relative wants to eat turtle, and I'm from Xiaoling town. He heard that he wanted to eat, but the prices outside were exorbitant, and he was reluctant to spend money. Thus, I devised a way at home to find 2 for him. This is the market price. There was little I could do." Qingshan spoke up. "Young man, it's 15 yuan, right? She doesn't want it." "I do." Unexpectedly, another young man, around 30 years of age, interjected, seemingly eager to make a purchase. "Young man, how can you say that? I was having a good conversation with him. Why are you butting in?" The aunt, feeling somewhat displeased, was worried someone might snatch away her opportunity. "Auntie, what can I do if you don't want it?" The young man's eyes were fixed on the soft-shelled turtle, clearly intent on buying it. "I want it. 15 is fine. I can afford it." Under pressure from this person, the aunt had no choice but to hand over 15 yuan to Qingshan. Qingshan smiled and generously produced the 2 turtles. "Auntie, you may choose whichever one you prefer." In her heart, the aunt silently praised Qingshan for his generosity. He was indeed magnanimous. However, upon glancing down, she noticed both were of similar size, and there was no need for division. "Then I'll take this one." Reluctantly, she chose one at random. Qingshan readily handed it to her, and the aunt happily took the turtle and left with her husband. Qingshan chuckled, pocketing the other turtle and preparing to depart. Of course, his actions were merely for show. "Hey, wait." The young man, who had just made a move, called out cheerfully, "Where are you going?" "I want one too." "But, my brother, I only have this one left." "I know you only have one. I heard your conversation. How about this? I'll give you an additional 50 cents. And you sell it to me." Trust me, you won't need to bring such a heavy gift to your relative. Sell it to me. And you can buy some fruit or something else to visit the elderly. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chapter 22. Rescuing Da Xiao Yi Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Of course, I know it's a good idea, but I need some pretext, don't I? However, you're helping me find an excuse, which saves me quite a bit of trouble. He feigned contemplation for a moment. No need to think. My dad loves this stuff. Here, take 15. 5 yuan. This price is already quite reasonable, especially since such a rarity is hard to come by. Encountering it here is fate. Take it. This is mine now. Go outside and buy some fruit to visit him. Who wouldn't he say you're filial? The man pressed the money into his hand and casually took the turtle from him. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 35 yuan. Yu Qingshan scratched his head, watching as the man hurriedly left. He couldn't contain his laughter as he turned and exited the hospital. I didn't realize I had a talent for acting. My portrayal of simplicity was surprisingly convincing. After leaving, he arrived at a bookstore in the city, heading straight for the reference section. Before long, he found several books on planting and aquaculture. Upon careful examination, he discovered there were indeed sections on how to cultivate lingji mushrooms. In addition to that, there were a few other matters. He spent over 3 yuan to purchase several books, which left him feeling satisfied as he exited the bookstore. Previously, he had over 120 yuan left in his pocket. And with the addition of this 20-odd yuan, he now had more than 150 yuan in total. He still had food and meat tickets at home and did not intend to purchase these items frequently. Once he got his life back on track, he would be able to supply for himself. However, if one were to truly compare, wild boar meat is not as palatable as domesticated pork. Moreover, wild boar carries a distinct gamey odor that does not exist in domestic pigs, except for a few individuals with peculiar tastes who find wild boar meat appealing. Most who have tasted it would prefer domesticated pork. Of course, in these times, one must make do with what is available. Nevertheless, after some time, once he had organized all the affairs at home and established a routine, he would be able to indulge in whatever he desired. With these thoughts, he made his way back home. After alighting from the bus in the town, he began the walk home. According to his plans, once he saved enough money, he intended to purchase a reliable bicycle to ease his travels. Crossing the bridge, he returned to his side and continued on his path. However, unexpectedly, after walking a short distance, he heard the sound of splashing water below. It is well known that the entire Xiaolin town is bisected by the Meijiang River, with the main roads of the neighboring villages built alongside the riverbank. The roads by the river are only a few meters above the water's surface, sometimes barely a dozen meters high. At that moment, hearing the commotion, he spotted someone struggling in the water. Who on earth would be foolish enough to venture into the river? The Meijiang is a significant river, with the Gan River downstream, teeming with water and rich in aquatic resources. Some residents of their town rely on fishing for their livelihood. Observing that the individual appeared to be gulping down water and sinking, he felt compelled to rush down, spotting a piece of driftwood nearby, and reached out towards it. Quick! Grab hold of this. The person, seemingly aware of someone attempting to rescue him, desperately grasped the driftwood. With a bit of effort, Yu Qingshan managed to pull the individual onto the bank, and upon lifting him, he was taken aback. It was none other than Yi Dashun. Qingshan, you scared me half to death. Upon seeing him, Yi Dashun exhaled in relief, his face pale and filled with lingering fear. I thought I would never see my parents again. Qingshan, you are truly my savior. Dashun, have you lost your mind? Who told you to play around here? Yu Qingshan was understandably furious. Although he was a simpleton, he was still cherished by his parents, and he knew how much Yu Zhengsheng cared for his beloved son. Of course, it was a mix of love and guilt, both emotions intertwined. But should anything happen to Yi Dashun, Yi Zhengsheng would undoubtedly be heartbroken. There are fish in the water, and I thought I could catch some, but I slipped and fell in. Thankfully, you were here, otherwise I would have had to face the water ghosts. There are indeed water ghosts below. I felt as if they were pulling me. Yi Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle as he pulled him along. Come on, let's hurry back home. If you are here, even without the water ghost, one would still fear its presence. Indeed, upon returning home, I shall never dare to linger here again. Come, let us return. Yi Dashun hastily tidied himself and hurriedly followed, not daring to glance at the water, lest a water ghost emerge from its depths. However, upon reaching the village, he found himself hesitant to go home and instead escorted Yi Dashun to Yu Zhengsheng's residence. Yu Zhengsheng and his wife, upon witnessing their son drenched and hearing the boy's harrowing account, were utterly taken aback. Uncle Zhengsheng, Please keep an eye on him and ensure he does not venture near the water again. What if he were to fall in? Today was merely a stroke of luck. I shudder to think what could have happened. With that, Yi Qingshan prepared to head home. Qingshan, wait a moment. Yi Zhengsheng, feeling drenched in sweat from the fright his son had given him, suddenly realized he needed to act. He hurriedly instructed his wife to fetch a dozen eggs. Here, take these. It is customary in our village. You are his savior, and all we have to offer are these eggs. Accept them. Eggs. Aren't those precisely what Chen Ting and her daughter need right now? He protested. No need for that. Child, just take them. It's our custom. Aunt Zhengxing chimed in. If you refuse, we would feel embarrassed. Come on, take them. Given the insistence, he graciously accepted the eggs. Dachuan, I am heading home now. Yi Dachuan nodded vigorously. All right. Qishan, I'll come to play with you next time. Yi Qishan shook his head and proceeded home. By now, lunchtime had long passed, and upon his return, he found the two sisters engaged in conversation, with Liu Xiaoyan seemingly asleep. Darling, you're back. Upon seeing him, Chen Yu displayed her charming dimples as she eagerly approached him. Did you finish selling? Yes, all sold. Yi Qingshan smiled and nodded. It sold quite well. Many remarked that our products are both excellent and substantial. That is marvelous. Chen Yu joyfully took his hand and led him inside. You must be famished. Come, let me reheat your meal. I saved some for you. I'll handle it. Chen Ting also entered the kitchen. Here are a dozen eggs. Yi Qingshan presented the eggs to Chen Ting. On my way back, Dachuan fell into the water, and I pulled him out. Uncle Zhengsheng gave these, which will be perfect for your nourishment. Chen Ting paused, contemplating the assortment of eggs in her hands, her emotions a mix of gratitude and concern. Then I shall prepare a steamed egg custard for you. She quickly offered. No need. Keep them for yourselves. Yi Qingshan shook his head. You three need to replenish your strength. Make sure to eat an egg every morning. Whether you prepare it as an egg soup with a touch of honey or steam it, I shall forego it. Chapter 23. Ascending the mountain to chop not only would he abstain from eating, but he also disregarded the fact that the dishes had gone cold, devouring everything in a whirlwind. Chen Yu remained beside him, attempting several times to reheat the food, but he urged her to refrain. It wasn't he out of disregard. He was simply too famished. After finishing his meal, he let out a sigh of relief, while Chen Yu busied herself clearing the table and washing the dishes. Yi Qingshan settled down, eager to step into the space and take a look, when suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the hearty voice of Yi Dachuan in the distance. Brother Qingshan. Yi Qingshan rose to his feet and walked out into the courtyard, where he saw Yi Dachuan approaching with a broad smile. What brings you here? Yi Qingshan greeted him. Brother Qingshan, I came to see you. Thank you for saving me. No need for thanks. It was merely a coincidence. One cannot stand idly by in the face of danger. Just promise me you won't venture into such perilous places again. But I wasn't just playing. I went fishing. I saw so many fish swimming towards Zhongzhou Dam. And there were turtles too. There are plenty of turtles at Zhongzhou Dam. I actually wanted to go over there. Yi Qingshan paused, suddenly recalling the dam. Indeed, in the middle of the Meijiang River lies a lush island known as Zhongzhou Dam, adorned with abundant trees and numerous egrets. Given the considerable distance from both banks, at least 100 meters, most people never venture there. Fishermen typically do not ascend, resulting in a rich habitat for wildlife. While egrets are a hallmark of the Meijiang, the turtles remain largely undiscovered. How do you know? Yi Qingshan inquired. I don't know for sure. It's just a guess. I saw the turtles swimming that way just now. If I hadn't been distracted by that big fish, I would have gone to catch it and might have prepared to head to Zhongzhou Dam. What do you intend to do at Zhongzhou Dam? How would you even get up there? It's at least 100 meters high. I'd find a way. I'm certain there are turtles there. His words ignited Yi Qingshan's curiosity. Today in the city, a turtle sold for 15 yuan. He had nearly brought out the other 3 from his space to sell. After some contemplation, he decided to keep them, hoping to raise them to a larger size for a higher price, or even breed them. The prospect of capturing more turtles seemed promising. Can you swim? Look at how you almost got yourself caught earlier. Do you really want to risk your life there? Yi Dachuan scratched his head, recalling how close he had come to peril. It was indeed frightening. What should I do then? I genuinely believe there are turtles to catch. Have you told anyone else? I'm not sharing this with anyone. It's a secret. I'm only telling you. I can't be bothered with those others. They have wives, and don't let me play with them. Yi Qingshan's lips twitched at the thought, no matter how close their relationship. It was absurd to expect to play with someone else's wife. Then don't mention it to others. I'll think of a way to go over. One day I'll take you along to catch some. But heed my warning. Do not go there alone, understood? Understood, I got it. After a brief chat, Liu Dashun finally took his leave. Qingshan then entered his space and resumed his tasks. He first glanced around, pleased to find everything thriving. To his surprise, he discovered several wild chicken eggs upon entering. After finishing his contemplation, he broke into a smile. The creations he had labored over yesterday were now thriving in this place. The foundation had been laid, yet he believed that the bees could be separated into different hives. With such a multitude of bees, they would surely multiply. It was unwise for them to cluster in one spot. I shall construct several more hives. Not only that, but I could also build some boxes for the wild chickens, allowing them to reproduce as well. Would that not be splendid? The same goes for the geese and ducks. Enlightened by this thought, he immediately set to work. There were still some wooden planks at home. He returned to reality, bringing the planks inside, and armed himself with a hammer, nails, pliers, and a saw, ready to begin his task. First, he tackled the hives. Constructing a beehive was not overly complicated. He simply nailed together a square frame, leaving an entrance for the bees, and set it aside. However, merely creating hives was insufficient. He needed to guide the bee colonies to this location to form new queens, thereby establishing a new community. Once they had formed their own colony, they would gather nectar here, eventually producing honey. Fortunately, in this realm, he was the sovereign, and all his endeavors were deemed justifiable. He successfully completed 3 hives, extracted 3 pieces of honey, placed the honey into the hives, and then carefully transferred the bees over. Curiously, as his thoughts directed, the bees obediently followed him. Thus, the initially massive colony swiftly divided into 4 distinct groups. Satisfied, he clapped his hands. He then built a shelter by the lake for the geese and ducks, and a chicken coop on the opposite side. After accomplishing these tasks, he finally exhaled in relief, having spent an entire day on them. Yet, he had another undertaking awaiting him, cultivating reishi mushrooms. Over the past few nights, he had utilized his free time to study a manual specifically on how to cultivate reishi mushrooms. He had memorized the steps, though he was uncertain how the practical application would unfold. With the space now adequately arranged, he could devote himself to thoroughly researching the cultivation of reishi. It seemed he needed to procure maple trees to serve as the primary material for cultivation. Upon reflection, an idea quickly formed in his mind. Trees were plentiful. Yet in this age, one must venture to a forest to find substantial ones, and one could not recklessly fell trees from just anywhere. I shall hunt in the forest tonight, he pondered, having formulated a plan. The forest was abundant with large trees, maples, firs, and more. Moreover, I must gather some timber for myself. If I wish to construct a new house, I will need wood. I should chop down a few trees to prepare. Otherwise, it would be challenging to find sufficient timber at the last minute, and the wood must be dried. Having clarified his thoughts, he promptly set to work. After dinner, he informed Chen Ting and Chen Yu of his plans. Off to hunt again. The sisters exchanged glances. No worries, I'll try to return early. Today, I plan to visit our village's forest. He smiled faintly, offered a brief word of caution to them, and then hastily set off with his gun slung over his shoulder. The forest he was heading to was situated on Lianhua Mountain. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the management office of the forest still had its lights on. However, he chose to disregard them and seized an opportunity to ascend the mountain in a hurry. His intention was not to hunt, but rather to fell trees. He deliberately selected a location far from their management office, opting for a maple tree that, while not particularly large, was perfectly suited for his needs. Chapter 24. A close call with no one around. He pulled out his saw and began to cut down the tree. He soon realized that stealing trees required a certain skill. Felling timber proved to be an arduous task. It was not something that an average person could accomplish with ease. Even as a robust young man with well-developed muscles, he found himself perspiring profusely as he sawed away. Fortunately, the forest was tranquil, devoid of any disturbances, and he ultimately succeeded in bringing the maple tree down. After felling it, he quickly concealed the wood in his storage space. Having cut down one tree, he dared not linger any longer and promptly moved to another location. Before long, he caught sight of a particularly tall cedar tree. This species was the primary timber in the area, essential for crafting furniture and constructing houses, as the beams required were predominantly sourced from it. The cedar was not only the most common choice but also remarkably straight and strong, making it highly desirable as a material. After selecting the tree, he extracted his saw once more and began to cut. However, wary of being discovered, he remained vigilant, glancing around frequently, for being caught would be quite embarrassing. Fortunately, his speed was commendable, and given the lack of onlookers at that moment, he successfully felled the large cedar tree. Just as he concealed the cedar, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Startled, he was relieved that the cedar was already hidden and instinctively raised his shotgun, feigning the posture of a hunter. "Who goes there?" At that moment, a voice called out. 2 flashlights swung in his direction. "It's me, Qingshan," he greeted. "Qingshan, what brings you here?" The 2 men approached him. Both were from the forest management team. One was Yu Sifang, the uncle of Yigang, with whom he had previously had a disagreement. The other was Old Zhang, a villager with a different surname. As they stood before him, Yu Sifang pointed at the felled tree, exclaiming, "What happened here? Who cut down this tree?" "Indeed," Qingshan replied calmly, glancing at the tree and unable to suppress a click of his tongue. It was evident that it had been felled by someone. "Old Zhang, Uncle Sifang, we've been robbed. I suspect you are the thief," Yi Sifang retorted, his tone laced with irritation. "What do you mean it's me? Come, examine me and see if I resemble a tree cutter. This tree is clearly not chopped with an axe, but sawed down. Go ahead, search me for a saw. I merely ventured here to hunt. Is that a crime?" Yi Sifang was somewhat irked, aware that his nephew had previously suffered a setback at his hands, prompting him to seek a means to vex Qingshan. "Sifang, do not be hasty," Old Zhang interjected promptly, stepping forward to survey the recently felled tree, which was evidently too cumbersome to be transported swiftly. "Let us examine the vicinity." Yi Sifang understood and immediately pointed at Qingshan, stating, "Qingshan, do not attempt to depart. You cannot escape. Should I discover anything, you shall face the consequences." Following this, the 2 commenced their search in earnest. Qingshan chuckled, retorting, "If you think you can find me, you must be mistaken." The 2 began to scour the nearby area. Both were seasoned forest rangers and could discern that the tree had been cut down in a remarkably short span of time. Logically, such a heavy tree could not possibly have been moved swiftly. However, after a thorough search, they were astonished to find no trace of the tree, the saw, or even footprints. This left the duo perplexed. Qingshan remained quite cooperative, sitting idly and even appearing somewhat bored. Upon their arrival, he offered them a cigarette. Yi Sifang, seemingly displeased, declined the offer, yet Old Zhang accepted. "Have you found anything, uncles?" Qingshan inquired. "Do not jest with me. Where have you hidden the tree?" Yi Sifang glared at him. "I haven't hidden any tree. What tree is there to hide? I am here, preparing for a hunt, and you have scared off my prey. Yet you accuse me of stealing a tree. To this point, you have found no evidence, and now you threaten me? If you can uncover any tree or saw that proves my guilt, do as you wish. But if you find nothing, it is not my concern. I am right here. How could I hide a tree or move it?" This retort left them momentarily speechless. "This matter indeed does not concern you," Old Zhang admitted, somewhat abashed. "Such a large tree could only be concealed if it were not moved, indicating it was not your doing. It is likely that several individuals employed some means to transport it before your arrival. Qingshan, I apologize. Uncle Zhang has misunderstood you. It is quite all right. I understand you are merely fulfilling your duties here. However, it is inappropriate for Uncle Sifang to adopt such a targeted approach. Initially, there was a misunderstanding, which I can comprehend, but after failing to find anything and maintaining this attitude, what does that imply?" Yi Sifang's expression darkened at his implied reproach, yet he found himself at a loss for a response. "That is simply his temperament. Do not take offense. By the way, have you had any success in your hunting endeavors?" Old Zhang, being a clever man, swiftly shifted the topic. "Not yet. I just spotted a bird above, but your arrival startled it away. By the way, Uncle Zhang, you are far more familiar with this forest than I. Where might one find game, such as wild boars? We would be keen to hunt, though it is not easy to encounter them. However, I must admit, we did indeed see wild boar tracks here a few days ago, heading deeper into the woods. Yet, it is rather dense, and we did not dare venture forth. How is your marksmanship, Qingshan?" "Old Zhang, how good could his marksmanship possibly be? It's easy to guess. You mentioned that his father was quite the man, with exceptional shooting skills, but as for him, he has been lazy and never climbed a mountain in his youth. What do you think his marksmanship could be? Now, I hear that with 2 more mouths to feed at home, he has no choice but to seek a living in the mountains." Unexpectedly, Yi Sifang, upon hearing their conversation, chose not to continue the topic that had wronged him earlier, but instead adopted a sarcastic tone. Old Zhang couldn't help but smoke in frustration, wondering what kind of person this was. Can't he speak properly? "My marksmanship is average, but hunting wild boars should be within my capabilities. Yi Qingshan replied somewhat indifferently. Certainly not comparable to old Zhang, but perhaps slightly superior to Yi Sifang. Yi Qingshan, what nonsense are you spouting? You think you are slightly better than me? Come on, give it a try. Old Zhang looked at them with a hint of concern. This Yi Sifang is truly a useless person at his age. He is still quarreling with such young individuals. All right then, how shall we compare? Yi Qingshan knew that Yi Sifang harbored significant resentment towards him due to the lesson he had given Yi Zhenjiang. So he raised his head confidently, saying, I don't mind at all. Why don't we go hunt wild boars? It's simple. Whoever gets one wins. The more you catch, the better. Fair enough. Chapter 25. Marksmanship like a god. That indeed sounds fair. All right. Yi Sifang immediately became interested, enthusiastically patting his gun and sneering. Of course, I have no objections. However, I must lay down the ground rules. If you lose, you must return and apologize to my family S. Zhenjiang. If I lose, I will apologize for what just transpired. Agreed. Let us settle it. Yi Qingshan quickly confirmed, with old Zhang as our witness. Come on, let us go hunt wild boars. You just mentioned where the wild boars are. Right over there. A couple of days ago, both old Zhang and I saw their tracks. It seems there is a group, at least 4 or 5, with at least 2 being large, and the others likely smaller. If we can catch them, it will sustain you for quite a while, but with your skills, who knows if you can even manage that. Old Zhang, let us go. You lead the way. After all, we have already felled 2 trees today, and Yi Qingshan has plenty of time. Moreover, if he doesn't show them a little of his mettle today, they might truly think they can bully him. Old Zhang had no choice but to lead the way. Before long, they arrived at their destination and indeed discovered tracks trampled by wild boars and signs of rooting. There are indeed wild boars, and several of them at that. His eyes sparkled with excitement. However, he quickly turned to the 2. Old Zhang, we must clarify our terms. We are here to compete. But we need to decide whether the spoils will belong to each individual or be shared equally. We should settle this properly. Share equally? Yi Sifang laughed mockingly upon hearing this, looking at him with disdain. I say, Yi Qingshan, your hunting skills are rather unimpressive, yet your brain seems to be functioning well. You think you can come here and share the spoils with us? You're dreaming. There is no way we would share with you. Whoever shoots it gets it. No problem. A smile crept across Yi Qingshan's face. He thought to himself, I'm more concerned about you taking advantage of me, rather than the other way around. With your poor marksmanship, do you truly believe you can hit a wild boar? Even if you did spot one, it would likely be my quarry. All right then. Whoever hits it, it belongs to them. Old Zhang, in truth, did not mind who benefited from whom. In these trying times, everyone faces hardships. And he was aware that Yi Qingshan's family struggled even more. If it came to splitting the spoils, he would willingly share a portion with Yi Qingshan. However, Yi Sifang, with his narrow-mindedness, was unwilling to entertain such notions, and old Zhang felt it inappropriate to impose his views on a colleague. Let us go. Yi Sifang appeared filled with fervor, waving his hand as he strode ahead. Old Zhang gestured for Yi Qingshan to follow, while he himself took up the rear. The trio moved forward in a line. Yi Sifang would walk a stretch before pausing to observe, seemingly possessing some acumen for tracking wild boars. After traversing for over an hour, the bright moon hung high in the sky, signaling it was quite late. As they crested a hill and gazed down into the valley, the 3 men suddenly froze. Beneath the radiant moonlight, they beheld 4 wild boars leisurely foraging in the valley. 2 were large and 2 were small. Additionally, on the opposite side, 2 young wild boars frolicked and played. A total of 6 wild boars. In an instant, excitement surged through the trio. Yi Sifang, the most exhilarated, raised his gun without a moment's hesitation and fired a shot. However, they were positioned too far away, and in his haste, he failed to aim properly. The bullet whizzed past the large wild boar, missing entirely. Are you out of your mind? Old Zhang, initially overjoyed at the sight of so many wild boars, was taken aback by Yi Sifang's reckless shot in his eagerness to claim the first kill, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. Upon witnessing his bullet miss the wild boar and instead startle them, Yi Sifang cursed under his breath, not at himself, but at Yi Qingshan. At that moment, Yi Qingshan had already anticipated Yi Sifang's impulsive behavior. Thus, after the wild boars were startled, he swiftly raised his gun. As the 6 wild boars bolted in a frenzy, led by the 2 larger ones, Yi Qingshan dashed forward to find an optimal shooting position. He aimed at the boar that was zigzagging and fired. The bullet struck its front leg, causing the boar to stumble and tumble, letting out a pained cry. The other 5 wild boars, now even more agitated, sprinted away. This marked the first time old Zhang truly appreciated Yu Qingshan's accuracy. He observed him, composed and precise, and marveled as Yu Qingshan hit the boar's front leg, exclaiming his approval. The boar, despite losing a limb, managed to rise and attempt to flee once more. Although its speed was significantly impaired, it showed no signs of surrender. Yu Qingshan, calm and collected, lifted his gun once more, firing again and striking its hind leg. Both of its front and hind legs were struck, leaving the wild boar incapacitated, helplessly lying on the ground and emitting anguished cries. Uncle Zhang, please keep an eye on this wild boar while I pursue the remaining ones, Yu Qingshan declared, not pausing for a moment as he swiftly slung his gun over his shoulder and sprinted ahead. This was a group of 5 wild boars, 4 of which were juveniles. Capturing them would allow him to nurture them gradually in his space. Damn it, Yi Sifang cursed under his breath, recognizing Yu Qingshan's exceptional marksmanship as he witnessed him skillfully shoot at the boar's legs, his expression darkening. Observing Yu Qingshan charging forward, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. Old Yi, don't chase after them, Uncle Zhang shouted, attempting to deter Yu Sifang. However, Yu Sifang paid him no heed. Determined to compete with Yu Qingshan, Uncle Zhang cursed again, dismissing him, and approached the fallen boar, gasping in astonishment at the sight of the massive creature. This wild boar was enormous, weighing at least 200 pounds, and Yu Qingshan's aim was remarkably precise, targeting its forelegs, rendering it completely immobile. This kid truly possesses talent, Uncle Zhang thought, pulling out a cigarette and taking a puff while laughingly scolding. With your atrocious marksmanship, Yu Sifang, you dare to compare yourself to him? It's a futile effort. At that moment, Yu Qingshan was like a man possessed, intent on capturing the entire brood of wild boars. Meanwhile, Yu Sifang desperately trailed behind, gun in hand, appearing ready to fire at any moment. Yu Qingshan was tempted to chastise him, thinking, put down that gun. With your poor aim, you'll only end up shooting me instead of the boar. However, before he could voice his frustration, Yu Sifang, panting heavily after a stretch of running, finally stopped, leaning on his gun and gasping for breath. Yu Qingshan nearly burst into laughter. Why argue when you can't keep up? Just stay back and let me handle this. Thus, he ventured forth alone in pursuit of the 5 wild boars. Chapter 26. A cohesive family of boars. As he watched Yu Qingshan's figure disappear, Yu Sifang felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that he could not possibly outdo Yu Qingshan this time. Freed from their constraints, Yu Qingshan ran faster and felt a sense of liberation. The wild boars were incredibly swift, and catching up to them on foot was exceedingly challenging. Yet, fortune favored him as the 5 boars, led by the sow, found themselves cornered in a dire predicament. Ahead, they were blocked by a pile of stones, unable to advance. Damn it! Finally, you can't run anymore, Yu Qingshan rejoiced inwardly, albeit wearied from the chase. The sow, realizing there was no escape, suddenly turned and charged at Yu Qingshan with all her might. However, he was prepared. As she pivoted towards him, he fired, striking her foreleg with unerring accuracy. The sow, gathering her strength for the charge, unexpectedly lost her footing and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qingshan swiftly opened the space to retrieve the mother pig. The remaining 4 piglets, in a state of panic, were momentarily stunned by the abrupt disappearance of their mother. Taking advantage of this moment, Yu Qingshan approached the little wild boars and adeptly gathered each of them into the space. His proficiency was almost heart-wrenching. Once he finished, he collapsed onto the ground, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. It was only then that he realized how weak his legs had become. Damn it. These wild boars were tougher than my little Yu. They've left my legs trembling. After resting for a moment while catching his breath, he gradually propped himself up with his gun. However, he soon ventured back into the space to take a glance, discovering that the mother pig and the 4 piglets had already begun foraging on the mountain. Not only that, but the little wild boar previously kept here seemed to have joined them as well. Look, it's far better in here than out there. Watching their leisurely demeanor, he chuckled and turned to head back. After about an hour's walk, he returned to the spot where he had previously taken down the first male boar, finding Lao Zhang and Yi Sifang sitting there, smoking and waiting for him. Upon seeing him return with only his gun, Yi Sifang couldn't help but rise and mock him. You were chasing them so eagerly. I thought you'd catch them all. Turns out it was a futile effort. Looks like you're not as capable as you thought. Lao Zhang rolled his eyes, internally lamenting, are you really that foolish? Indeed. Yu Qingshan pointed to the male boar lying on the ground, now too weak to cry out, and declared, this is what I shot. Yi Sifang's face instantly flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Had it not been for your premature shot startling them, we might have had the chance to eliminate them all. Yi Qingshan continued to jab at him. 6 wild boars. Even if the piglets are of little value, these 2 large boars alone could fetch around 100 yuan. We can't share them 3 ways. Remember our agreement. Whoever shoots it, it belongs to them. Given my marksmanship, I could hit at least 4 out of the 6. And whether you can claim one of the remaining 2 depends on your skill. After being relentlessly chided by Yi Qingshan, Yi Sifang's countenance darkened further. More importantly, Yi Qingshan's words served to reiterate their prior agreement, implying that the wild boar was his, and he should not harbor any notions of sharing. Lao Zhang couldn't help but find amusement in Yi Sifang's expression, thinking, what were you trying to provoke him for? I warned you, yet you insisted on taunting him. And now you've lost. Come on, let us carry this back. Lao Zhang interjected at the right moment to halt their bickering. I'm not carrying it. Unexpectedly, Yi Sifang sneered and turned to leave. You can carry it if you want. I refuse to do so. I want to get even a pound of that wild boar. With that, he walked away. Lao Zhang looked at him, somewhat speechless. Yi Qingshan, however, was indifferent. If they left first, he could simply store them in the space later, ensuring they remained lively and vigorous. This way, it would save both labor and effort. To my surprise, old Zhang turned out to be quite an affable individual. Aware that Yi Qingshan could not transport the wild boar alone, he addressed him, saying, Come, I have already tied this wild boar to the stick. Let us lift it together, though it is somewhat distant. Yi Qingshan scratched his head, feeling unable to refuse such goodwill, and thus the 2 of them carried the wild boar toward the forest farm, one in front of the other. It took them a full 2 hours to bring it back to the village, and by then it was already past midnight. Soon, it felt as though the rooster was about to crow. Uncle Zhang, I truly appreciate your help today, he exclaimed, immediately regretting his words. What a fool I am to have exerted myself for nothing, yet still feel compelled to thank you. However, upon reflection, he realized that old Zhang indeed meant well. He simply did not know that he had a means to simplify the task. He had not thought to find an excuse to decline the offer, and it felt as though he had labored for nothing. What are you planning to do with this boar? Will you sell it, or butcher it yourself to sell in the village? Selling it himself seemed too cumbersome. I know the owner of the shop in town, Xie Shaoshan. He asked me to bring him wild boars. Xie Shaoshan, you say? I am acquainted with him. He is quite a decent fellow, often interested in procuring game, and he tends to offer better prices than others, without any tricks. It's fortunate that you know him. If you didn't, I would have introduced you to him. I must be on my way now. It was late, and given the significant favor old Zhang had done for him, Yi Qingshan felt genuinely grateful and quickly offered him a cigarette. Uncle Zhang, I will set aside a few pounds of pork for you. No need for that. I work at the forest farm. Although wild boars are not frequently caught, I can occasionally enjoy a taste. Don't be so formal. With that, old Zhang lit a cigarette and, instead of returning to the forest farm, headed home to rest. Exhausted, Yi Qingshan collapsed into bed without even taking a shower. However, he was uncertain how long he had slept when he was suddenly roused by the crowing of a rooster, jolting him awake. When he opened his eyes, he noticed the sky had already brightened. I should sell this wild boar early, Yi Qingshan thought, feeling invigorated. If I go early, others won't see me, making it easier to act. If there are too many people around, they might suspect something about my means. Resolute, he hurriedly made his way to town. As he walked, he became increasingly determined to purchase a reliable bicycle, as it would make trips to town much more convenient. Upon arriving, just as dawn broke, he prepared to extract the wild boar from his space. However, gazing at the 7 wild boars in total left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. The 5 smaller ones were certainly not for sale, but should he sell both of the larger ones together, or just one? After some contemplation, he decided to hold on to the female wild boar for a while longer to allow the smaller ones to grow, opting to sell the male instead. With this decision made, he promptly brought out the male wild boar and headed to Xie Shaoshan's stall. Chapter 27. Selling the wild boar to his astonishment. Xie Shaoshan's stall was already bustling with activity, as wild boar meat was being sold. Right in front was a bustling market, where boars were being slaughtered, and the butchering process was already underway. A throng of people had gathered there. Wild boar meat was slightly cheaper than pork from domestic pigs and did not require meat coupons, thus it was quite popular among the crowd. Thank you, boss. This was Yi Qingshan's first encounter with such a scene, and he felt a surge of curiosity. However, it was not Xie Shaoshan who was slaughtering the pig, but another individual. Thus, Xie Shaoshan was merely engaging in conversation with others, seemingly waiting to collect payment. When Xie Xiaoshan turned his head, his eyes brightened upon spotting the wild boar. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed over to Qingshan, his face brimming with mirth. "Little brother, did you bring this in again? You are truly remarkable. Are you selling it?" "Of course I am. How much do you have?" "I will take it all. Look around. Everyone is here to buy wild boar meat. Come, come, let us weigh it." Xie Xiaoshan's eyes nearly squinted with joy. Fortunately, with the crowd gathered, it didn't take long to weigh the boar. This one was even larger than the last, tipping the scales at 238 pounds, qualifying it as a substantial wild boar. He was offered the same price as before, totaling 1,071. With 107 yuan in hand, he now possessed approximately 260 yuan. "Boss Xie, I shall take my leave." After purchasing, he chuckled and prepared to depart. Wait a moment. To his surprise, Xie Xiaoshan proved to be quite the affable person, promptly instructing the butcher to slice off about 5 pounds of wild boar meat for Qingshan. "Here, take this. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I've just sold you the wild boar, and you're giving me meat. Little brother, whenever you have game, seek me out. Rest assured, I will not let you down." Xie Xiaoshan was indeed a shrewd businessman. With such an offer, what could Qingshan say? He could only graciously accept. After receiving the meat and exchanging a few parting words with Boss Xie, he left with a smile. However, he reflected for a moment before purchasing 2 packs of Lushan cigarettes at a shop. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the sight of smoke curling from the kitchen, indicating breakfast was being prepared. "Why are you up so early?" Chen Yu approached him as soon as he entered, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the wild boar meat. "You see, I went hunting in the mountains yesterday. Fortune smiled upon me, and I managed to bring down a large wild boar. I just thought of a way to sell it in town early this morning, and they even gave me 5 pounds of wild boar meat. I was worried about you when you didn't come back late. Last night, I checked on you in your room and saw you sleeping soundly, which eased my mind. But this morning, I woke up and found you gone." Chen Yu expressed a hint of reproach, primarily out of concern for her husband's safety in the mountains, yet her heart swelled with joy upon seeing him at home. "All right, hand over that wild boar meat to me. I shall prepare it. We will have meat every day now. Oh, don't leave. I'll make you an egg custard." Saying this, she took the wild boar meat into the kitchen. Shortly after, she returned with an enamel jar filled with rice soup. "What is rice soup?" you ask. In southern Jiangxi, cooking rice differs somewhat from other regions. The rice is rinsed. Then water is added and placed in a large pot to boil. Once it reaches a simmer, the rice is partially cooked. Then lifted and placed in a steamer to finish cooking. At last, the rice is cooked to perfection, which is the meal everyone enjoys. The rice water, a remnant of the cooking process, offers a delightful flavor. For those who desire porridge, a bit of rice is intentionally left behind to create a thick, comforting concoction. In those times of scarcity, rice water was a true delicacy. There is a saying that adding an egg to hot rice water transforms it into a nourishing egg soup. To enhance the flavor, a touch of honey can be added. Chen Yu carefully stirred the egg soup with chopsticks, then added a bit of honey. Qingshan inhaled the aroma and could not help but exclaim, "How delightful! You must drink it." Chen Yu smiled, yet a pang of heartache struck her. Their family's circumstances had improved lately, but her husband seemed increasingly busy, often darting about, which tugged at her heartstrings. "Have you eaten yet?" After taking a sip and savoring the sweetness, he paused to inquire. "I don't need to drink. Unlike you all, my sister must feed her child, and you are off to hunt. I have no responsibilities, so why should I drink?" "Nonsense. Here, take this." Without a second thought, she handed him the egg soup she had just tasted. "I don't want it. Be good and listen. In a couple of days, I will bring home a couple of chicks for you to care for, and soon our household will enjoy fresh eggs every day. Now let me finish my tasks." He explained to her. "All right, but you must drink half. You have your half, and I have mine." Chen Yu flashed a charming, dimpled smile. Reluctantly, Qingshan drank half and handed the remainder to her. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy as she cradled the enamel mug, slowly sipping the egg soup. Just then, Chen Ting emerged from inside. "Shall I prepare some meat soup for you this morning?" Chen Ting asked with a smile. "I see this wild boar meat is freshly cut. Would you like some meat soup? Make it abundant." Qingshan replied without hesitation, knowing that meat soup could be quite delicious, and he wanted to ensure they were well fed. "All right, I will make plenty. My dear, I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I'm too tired. Call me when it's time to eat." A brief nap of about half an hour later, Chen Yu woke him for dinner. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised by the morning spread, which not only included white rice, but also meat soup. He had indeed been exhausted the night before, and now, with the wind at his back, he devoured 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of meat soup, finally relishing the meal. In contrast to him, the other 2 were more refined in their eating habits. After placing down their bowls and chopsticks, he patted his belly and said, "I'm heading over to Uncle Zhang's for a bit. Xiaoyu, do you want to go to work this afternoon? I think it might be best if you stay home. But what will I do at home if I don't work? Besides, we can't rely solely on your hunting income. I can earn some credits by working. And perhaps we can divide some resources later." Chen Yu protested. "All right then, if you choose to work, just be careful." He is well aware of the character of his wife. Having endured hardships since childhood, she is a person of resilience and optimism. Thus, it is inconceivable to suggest that she refrain from working. To put it plainly, he must seize this opportunity to exert himself and earn more money. For perhaps only after Chen Yu witnesses the changes within their home will she consider not going to work. "Rest assured, I understand." Chen Yu beamed brightly. Only then did Qingshan take a cigarette and head towards old Zhang's home. Chapter 28. Who can't stand whom upon arriving outside old Zhang's house? He heard sounds from within, suggesting they were still dining. It would have seemed rather inappropriate to intrude while they were eating before, but having already had his meal, he thought nothing of it and stepped inside. However, upon entering, he discovered that the meal had already concluded, at the very least. Old Zhang had finished eating and was now seated, smoking, alongside another individual, none other than Yi Sifang, whom he had encountered the previous evening. Instantly, both men fixed their gazes upon him. Old Zhang, unfazed, promptly rose to his feet, while Yi Sifang's expression soured, as if he had been wronged by Yi Qingshan. "Qingshan, come, have you eaten? Come join us for breakfast." Old Uncle Zhang called out. "I've already eaten, Uncle Zhang." Yi Qingshan politely declined. He initially thought that presenting a cigarette to old Zhang might be improper, especially with Yi Sifang present. But seeing the latter's displeased demeanor ignited a spark of frustration within him. After all, his mother had been reborn. Why should he concern himself with the feelings of someone like Yi Sifang? Thus, he promptly produced the cigarette and handed it to old Zhang. "Thank you for your assistance in lifting the pig last night. I sold the wild boar this morning. Although we agreed that what each person hunted would belong to them, your help was invaluable. Knowing you do not lack for meat, I purchased this cigarette as a token of my gratitude." Old Zhang's eyes brightened. This young man knows how to conduct himself. Such a cigarette is worth quite a sum. "Qingshan, it was merely a small matter," he replied. "True. It was a small matter, but not negligible. Some individuals are unwilling to lend a hand. It is because Uncle Zhang has a kind heart and empathizes with the struggles of youth that he was willing to assist. Here, take this. I shall take my leave." This remark was pointed, causing Yi Sifang's face to turn a deep shade of anger. Just as Yi Qingshan was preparing to exit, Yi Sifang could no longer restrain himself. Abruptly rising and exclaiming, "Wait, where do you think you're going? We haven't finished discussing last night's events." "Uncle Sifang, do you have something to say?" Yi Qingshan inquired with a smile. Old Zhang frowned, signaling Yi Sifang to refrain from causing trouble. "What is the matter? I want to know your perspective. Our local custom dictates that when we hunt together, the spoils must be shared equally. You have sold the wild boar. Shouldn't you distribute the share of the earnings as well? Do you intend to feast alone?" It was evident that Yi Sifang had been harboring resentment. "Did we not agree yesterday? We wagered that whoever hunted it would claim it. Indeed, I almost forgot to mention that we made a wager last night, didn't we? The loser must apologize to the winner." "Uncle Yi, you have yet to apologize to me, haven't you?" Uncle Zhang was the intermediary, a witness to our agreement. And he heard everything quite clearly. "There's no way you can wriggle out of this, is there?" On the side, Uncle Zhang was itching to give Yi Sifang a good slap, thinking, "What on earth is wrong with you? Why bring up such matters? You lost, so just admit it." Instead of making excuses. However, he understood that Yi Sifang was inherently petty, harboring greed in hopes of extorting some money from him. "Enough, Sifang. I must intervene to prevent this situation from escalating further. We all heard the wager clearly. None of us are trying to cheat. As elders, we shouldn't stoop to playing such games with our juniors." Yi Sifang's face flushed with embarrassment. Without Uncle Zhang's support, he felt powerless. But Qingshan, for the sake of camaraderie, let's not dwell on apologies. After all, it was merely a jest. Uncle Zhang demonstrated his adeptness in handling the situation, managing to halt Yi Qingshan's attempts to press for a division of the wager while simultaneously persuading him to drop the apology issue. "I certainly owe respect to Uncle Zhang, but I wonder if Sifang will reciprocate that respect?" Yi Qingshan is astute. For him, the issue of an apology is of little consequence. If you provoke him one day, he could easily render you incapacitated. Conversely, if you merely utter an apology while secretly plotting against him, what value is there in that apology? Thus, he was indifferent to the apology, using it solely as leverage against his adversary. With Uncle Zhang now weighing in, he felt compelled to respect his authority and returned the challenge to Yi Sifang, awaiting his response. Sifang, what do you have to say now? Uncle Zhang inquired. The more he observed Yi Qingshan, the more he recognized the young man's cleverness and sharp intellect, realizing the pressure was now on Yi Sifang. Well played, Yi Qingshan. You may lack decorum, but beware, many in the village are discontent with you. Do you think only Yi Lushing will protect you? You believe you can stand in our village? With your demeanor, our Yi family will not tolerate even one of your kind. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yu Zhengsheng and Yi Dashun emerged from outside. Upon hearing these words, Yu Zhengshen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Sifang, who do you think you are? Can you truly represent the Yi family? Are you out of your mind? And as for those who are displeased with you, I am among them. Behind him, Yi Dashun, upon hearing his father's words, was eager for action. Shall we take action? Shall we take action? This caught Yi Qingshan off guard. He never anticipated the arrival of two formidable allies. Yi Sifang's face turned crimson with embarrassment, his earlier boasting swiftly quelled. The humiliation felt worse than swallowing a fly. Moreover, the foolish Dachhuan dared to consider attacking him. He was on the verge of spitting blood in frustration. Yi Zhengsheng, look at your son. Is this how one speaks to their uncles? Have you no shame? Where are your manners? Your actions as an elder lack decorum. And yet you dare to chastise a younger individual for their perceived indiscretions. How utterly laughable. I must say, Yi Sifang, your family seems to be a veritable source of folly. Are you not aware of how little esteem your nephew holds in our village? And now you resort to such tactics again. Do not be surprised if the entire village begins to regard your family as a harbinger of misfortune, eager to keep their distance. Although old Zhang does not share the surname Yi, and is indeed a fellow villager, he finds himself at a loss when it comes to addressing matters of family name. However, Yi Zhengsheng is a different story. He rightfully belongs to the Yi clan, and his words carry significantly more weight than those of Yi Sifang. His incisive retort left Yi Sifang in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Realizing he could not contend with Zhengsheng and finding no allies to support him, Yi Sifang departed with a pallid countenance. Qingshan, he didn't strike you, did he? Tell me, and I shall confront him. Yi Dachhuan, ever concerned for Yi Qingshan, approached him immediately after Yi Sifang's exit. Not at all. Why would he? Yi Qingshan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. He rather hoped for a confrontation, as it would provide him with the perfect excuse to deliver a sound thrashing. Chapter 29. Acquiring a 2.8 gun. What on earth are you all doing? Did you provoke him? Yi Zhengsheng inquired, piecing together the situation. Ah, I see. It was because Yi Jinshang was struck by you last time, and he seeks to defend his nephew's honor, is it? There is some truth to that, but there are other factors at play. Yi Qingshan responded, somewhat exasperated. What other factors? Old Zhang, with a resigned sigh, took over the conversation and recounted the events of the previous night. Well, your marksmanship is impressive. You've managed to subdue that old fellow. Yi Zhengsheng's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he let out a hearty laugh. It is indeed fitting. He struts about with an air of superiority, thinking himself formidable, when in truth, he is nothing of the sort. He ought to understand your prowess. Clearly, Yi Zhengsheng had long harbored a disdain for Yi Sifang. Zhengsheng, you stay here and chat with Uncle Zhang. I shall take my leave. Understanding that Yi Zhengsheng had brought Yi Dachhuan for a specific purpose, Yi Qingshan discreetly excused himself, recognizing that his presence might impede their discussion. Once outside, he exhaled a relief and promptly retreated to his space to attend to his tasks. Upon entering, he checked on the wild boars, concerned they might disturb the flourishing peanut seedlings. To his delight, the boars exhibited admirable restraint, avoiding the tender plants. Ah, splendid, he mused. However, what truly astonished him was the remarkable growth of the peanut seedlings. After several days of cultivation, he estimated they would be ready for harvest in no more than 20 days. Perhaps soon, he would reap the fruits of his labor. He then inspected the separated beehives, observing the bees diligently gathering nectar. In the distance, a few wild chickens, along with doves and partridges, flitted about, occasionally alighting in the underbrush in search of sustenance. The roosters roamed freely, suggesting an abundance of insects to sustain them. He emerged, finally satisfied. However, now that I have time, he must commence the task of handling those two trees. First, he set about removing all the branches from the large fir tree, placing them here to dry. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the maple tree, which needed to be sawed into small sections. These segments would serve as cultivation dishes for the mycelium, allowing the growth of lingzhi mushrooms. Thus, he immersed himself in work once more. This endeavor consumed an entire day, and by the end, he had nearly completed the task at hand. Yet, with most of the work done, he now faced the most crucial step, cultivating the mushroom spores. After reviewing the process, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Cultivating these spores was no trivial matter. Although it could be done at home, the required steps were intricate and the materials numerous. By heavens, I am resolute. Tomorrow, I shall head into town and purchase a bicycle, along with the necessary supplies to bring these mushrooms to fruition, for they are a lucrative venture. With his mind made up, he hurried into town the following day. With over 260 yuan in hand, acquiring a bicycle was well within his means. However, purchasing a bicycle still required a ticket back then. He promptly went to the black market to acquire one. Despite being familiar with the vendor, the ticket cost him 8 yuan, causing him some distress. After securing the ticket, he proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative. With brevity, he presented the ticket and purchased a sturdy and durable bicycle. The cost for the bicycle, when purchased with a ticket, was 160 yuan. Once the steel stamp was affixed, the bicycle was officially his, complete with documentation. He emerged with a smile, though his funds had dwindled to just over 80 yuan. Unperturbed, he swiftly set off to procure the necessary items for cultivating the spores. After completing his errands, he hurried back home. This time, he rode the new bicycle for over 2 hours before finally arriving home. Upon entering the village, his fresh bicycle caught the attention of onlookers. Qingshan, is that a new bicycle? Could it be the village chief's? Surely not. The chief's is quite old. This one is brand new. Did you buy it? Immediately, someone noted the peculiarities. Yes, I bought it. He chuckled, responding to their inquiries before swiftly pedaling away from their gaze. How had he acquired the funds for such a bicycle so quickly? It must be quite profitable. What had he been up to? According to Yu Sifeng, he had hunted a wild boar the previous night, accompanied by Yu Sifeng and old Zhang, but it was said he had kept all the spoils for himself. Surely not. Although Qingshan had been somewhat lazy before, his character had always been commendable. Indeed, it was unlikely. Later, old Zhang explained to others that Yi Sifeng had wagered with Qingshan, claiming that whoever caught the boar would keep it. Thus, the wild boar had belonged solely to Qingshan, and he sold it alone. I suspect Yu Sifeng harbors ill intentions, clearly hoping to claim a share of the profits. Indeed, your words have sparked my memory. Just a few days ago, Qingshan and Ren Zhang had a confrontation. Did they not? It is evident that Yi Sifeng, feeling disgruntled, initiated this wager. Were I in Qingshan's position, I would not part with a single coin. Though he refrained from giving any money, Qingshan did bring a cigarette for Lao Zhang. Observe, this indicates that the young man possesses an understanding of the situation, while it is Yu Sifeng who fails to act honorably. With a light heart, Yu Qingshan returned home. Upon entering, he noticed Chen Yu waiting at the door, cradling Lu Xiaoyan in her arms, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she caught sight of him riding in on the newly acquired bicycle. What a splendid new bicycle you have. Did you purchase it yourself? Chen Yu inquired with excitement. Indeed, it is mine. I thought it prudent to buy my own, as I will likely be making frequent trips to the town to sell goods. Relying on Uncle Lu's bicycle was becoming rather inconvenient, so I decided to acquire one for myself. Just last night, I sold a wild boar, and the funds were perfectly sufficient to buy this bicycle. Now, should I acquire more goods, selling them will be much more convenient. As Chen Yu gazed at him, her eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears before she quickly lifted her gaze, a smile breaking through. Witnessing this blend of emotions in his wife stirred something deep within Yu Qingshan. He gently caressed her cheek, and she affectionately nuzzled against his hand, murmuring, I always knew you would succeed. Look at how our lives are improving. At her words, Yu Qingshan nearly shed tears. In his previous life, his failures had led to his wife's premature demise, yet she had held such high hopes for him. You must not falter. My dear, our future will undoubtedly flourish. Rest assured, there will come a time when you need not toil in the fields. We shall enjoy a peaceful life at home. Are you foolish? To not work? Do you envision us as some sort of aristocrats? We live in a new society, where such notions are outdated. Chen Yu laughed at his jest. Chapter 30. A flock of birds regarding his wife's remarks. He merely smiled, for the grand and tumultuous decades ahead were about to unfold. and even discussing it with her might not inspire belief. After a playful moment with Liu Xiaoyan, he ventured into the kitchen, addressing Chen Ting, who was busy preparing a meal. Sister Ting, how is the cooking progressing? I find myself quite hungry. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a delightful spread of dishes. Almost ready, Chen Ting replied, donning her apron and continuing her culinary endeavors. You bought a bicycle? Yes, I thought it prudent to have my own, as I will frequently need to travel to town to sell goods. Relying on Uncle Liu's bicycle was becoming quite impractical, and with the sale of the wild boar, I had just enough funds to purchase one. Indeed, it will serve you well. It was a wise decision. Are you not concerned about my spending? Qingshan inquired. Chen Ting glanced back at him with a smile. What is there to discuss? This money is yours, earned by your own efforts. Moreover, purchasing a bicycle will facilitate your selling endeavors. I see no issue with it. Qingshan chuckled. Your diligent efforts at home have truly enriched our lives. Even our meals have improved. My milk supply has become abundant now, so Xiaoyan need not worry about having nothing to eat. Qingshan involuntarily cast a glance at her bosom. Chen Ting felt his gaze and, blushing slightly, instinctively drew back her chest. Yet this action only accentuated her grandeur. Qingshan chuckled awkwardly. The two sisters were indeed somewhat different. Chen Ting was evidently more imposing. She shot him a glare, and Qingshan, slightly embarrassed, quickly withdrew. It was only after his departure that Chen Ting, feeling somewhat helpless, recalled the way he had looked at her, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Noticing that mealtime was still some time away, Qingshan returned to his space to attend to his tasks. For the next day and more, Qingshan busied himself with cultivating mushroom spores. He first visited Wangfeng Ao to harvest a spiritual mushroom. Utilizing the essence of this mushroom, he began the cultivation process. It was his first attempt at growing spores, and he was uncertain of the outcome. However, he felt that his space was distinctly different from the external environment, which gave him confidence in success. The literature clearly stated that such cultivation typically required a sterile environment for optimal results. Success rates would dramatically diminish in a home setting. This spiritual mushroom was worth several dozen yuan, and he was risking an entire specimen for cultivation. He hoped fervently it would thrive. He glanced at his reference material, which indicated that this step would take approximately 45 days. Given the flow rate in his space, he estimated it would take about a week to cultivate the spores. Once completed, he let out a sigh of relief. After finishing the cultivation work for the day, he noticeably relaxed and, while eating, inquired of Chen Ting across the table. Sister Ting, your milk supply is quite sufficient now, I assent it? Chen Ting, aware of his concern, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. It's much better than before. That indicates it's effective. He responded with a smile. This means the fish must be working. How about this? I'll find a time to catch some fish. I'll bring back plenty for you to help increase your milk supply. When will you go? I want to accompany you. Chen Yu chimed in eagerly. You can't come with me to fish. It's best for you to stay at home with Sister Ting. He laughed. I want to help too. Chen Yu pouted. Unable to hold back, Chen Ting interjected, Xiaoyu, if you truly wish to assist, then getting pregnant would be the most effective way. Chen Yu's face turned crimson at this comment, and she hastily lowered her head to continue eating. Qingshan chuckled softly and chose to remain silent. With all this daily labor, it won't be long before I'm expecting. Not long after finishing their meal, a sudden commotion outside caught their attention, followed by Liu Dashun rushing in hastily. Brother Qingshan, let us go to Zhongzhou Dam. Qingshan was taken aback as he observed Liu Dashun charging in recklessly, carrying a bucket and a bag, clearly restless. What are you doing? Qingshan asked in surprise. I borrowed a fishing raft from my uncle. We can row out to Zhongzhou Dam. We agreed on this last time, remember? Liu Dashun said, looking at Qingshan with eager anticipation. Qingshan suddenly realized that there were numerous soft-shelled turtles in the Zhongzhou Dam. This sparked a thought in him. As he only had a few dozen yuan left, feeling a sense of urgency, he needed to earn some money quickly. Did you borrow the fish raft from your uncle? Yes, I told him it was you who needed to borrow it. As soon as he heard your name, he readily agreed. If I had asked, he surely would have scolded me. Liu Dashun nodded earnestly. Qingshan silently expressed his gratitude. Well then, let us go. Despite his excitement, Qingshan promptly grabbed a bucket and a large fertilizer bag. Tingjia, Xiaoyu, are you at home? I'll bring back some fish tonight. Be careful. Can you handle the bamboo raft? Chen Ting expressed her concerns. Of course, no problem. With that, the two hastily departed, arriving by the Meijiang River. They found the bamboo raft Untying the ropes, they each took a bamboo pole and paddled towards Zhangzhou Dam. Both were young and strong. And having some experience with bamboo rafts, they managed to navigate the 100+ meters to reach Zhangzhou Dam smoothly. Zhangzhou Dam is a long, narrow alluvial island. On the opposite side, the river continues, with the dam island situated slightly towards the middle. In terms of length, it spans approximately 400 to 500 meters. While its width is not particularly broad, roughly around 100 meters. The Meijiang River itself is typically about 300 meters wide, placing Zhangzhou in the center. Equidistant from both banks. After some effort, they finally paddled the raft to the destination. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they were taken aback. The entire Zhangzhou Dam was overgrown with weeds and brambles, rendering it impossible to ascend in a conventional manner. How on earth do we get up there? Yi Dachuan couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, Qingshan had anticipated this and brought a machete, instructing him to step back while he cleared the way. Before long, he had chopped down some of the thorns, creating a small clearing. Finally, they could set foot on solid ground. They secured the ropes, and Qingshan continued to lead the way. Yi Dachuan scratched his head. Why has anyone cleared this place? Are you foolish? If someone had cleared it, the items here would have been discovered, and we wouldn't have had the chance to collect anything. Yi Dachuan suddenly understood. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. At that moment, a flock of egrets, startled by their presence, took flight, flapping from the trees. Soon, they appeared to be surrounded by the egrets beneath the moonlight. So many birds. If only I had that many, I wouldn't fear the bees at all. I could fend off any of them. Qingshan nearly dropped the machete, thinking how having so many birds would turn him into a monster. And with a single swing of his machete, he could take them all down. Chapter 31. The bounty of the harvest. It is uncertain how long it has been since anyone ventured into Zhangzhou Dam. The arduous task of clearing the area consumed considerable effort. Fortunately, both Qingshan and his companion were young and vigorous, and they managed to carve a path through. This location is regarded as a forbidden territory for their entire town. It is not that entry is prohibited, but rather that most people would never even consider it. Firstly, those without a boat are inherently excluded, eliminating 99% of the populace. Those who do possess a vessel might entertain the idea. Yet upon encountering the thicket of brambles and towering trees obstructing the way, coupled with the necessity of hacking a path through, they would undoubtedly deem it a waste of time. Surely, fishing elsewhere would be more worthwhile. Thus, over the years, the environment within remained untouched, preserving its natural state. Consequently, upon their entry, the two were bound to discover a wealth of treasures. As they ventured deeper, they realized that the area was not merely a small island. A stream of river water flowed in through a narrow channel, forming a small river that ultimately led to a modest pond nestled within. Admittedly, the pond was not particularly large, but upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a soft-shelled turtle resting nearby. Look, a soft-shelled turtle. It truly exists, Yi Dachuan exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. I knew we were right to come here. Quick, whoever catches it claims it. Come on, let us both catch one. This moment felt akin to discovering hidden treasures. Perhaps the soft-shelled turtles, having lived in leisurely seclusion for countless years, never anticipated that their expansive habitat would suddenly be invaded by a few intruders, leading to their abrupt capture. For Qingshan, this was akin to a bountiful harvest. The turtles were plentiful, and beyond the small pond, the stream continued to yield more. They had never experienced such a prosperous outing. As they excitedly gathered their finds, laughter filled the air. Moreover, the turtles were quite sizable and remarkably well-formed. As they followed the stream further, they not only discovered turtles, but also encountered fish, particularly abundant in the pond. Although the pond was not overly shallow, it contained a fishing net used by Yi Dachuan's uncle. Casting the net into the water and pulling it back revealed a flurry of lively fish. The two friends could hardly contain their joy. They laughed heartily, hastening their efforts. However, as time passed, they realized it was getting late. It was not that they had exhausted the resources at hand, but rather that they were concerned about returning home too late, as their families would surely worry. Noticing Yi Dachuan's eagerness to continue, Qingshan gently patted his shoulder. It's time to head back. The sky is darkening, and we wouldn't want to worry the adults, especially your parents. But there is still so much here. Yi Dachuan protested, his enthusiasm undiminished. Why the rush? We can return tomorrow evening. After all, this place is our secret for now, and no one else will come here. When we head out next time, let's stuff those things we've collected into that corner, making it seem as if no one has ventured in. Surely, they won't come in. We can return tomorrow night to catch some soft-shelled turtles. Upon hearing this, Liu Dashun found it quite sensible and chuckled, following him outside. With a bucket in one hand and a large bag slung over his shoulder, filled with turtles, their haul was indeed considerable this time. The two placed their bounty onto a bamboo raft, skillfully paddling back to the shore. Once they secured the raft, Qingshan inquired, "How did it go? How much did you gather?" "I counted while I was picking. I should have around 14 turtles, all quite sizable. As for the fish, I believe we have divided them evenly, as I've spotted carp, crucian carp, and grass carp. Oh, and also some sharp-nosed fish." Qingshan chuckled at this. He was certain he had gathered a few more turtles, nearly 20 in total, but the fish were indeed fairly distributed. "What do you plan to do with these?" Qingshan asked casually. To his surprise, Liu Dashun, not lacking in wits, turned the question back at him. "Brother Qingshan, what are your plans?" Qingshan nodded approvingly. This foolish lad was finally catching on. "I intend to rise early tomorrow and head to the city to sell. Would you like to accompany me?" "To the city to sell?" Liu Dashun exclaimed. "I've heard there are people in town who buy these things. We could sell to them." "Indeed, we could sell in town. It would simplify matters. However, there is a downside. The prices offered by the middlemen in town are typically lower. Selling directly in the city means we can negotiate a better price with the end customers. Regardless, it seems you're keen on following my lead. I'll be going to sell tomorrow on my own, but if you wish to tag along, I can take you, provided you heed my instructions." "Brother, I will definitely come with you." Liu Dashun suddenly seemed quite astute and readily agreed. "What time shall we depart?" "I'll follow your lead. Shall we take a car?" "Yes, we shall take a car. We'll focus on selling turtles, so we can carry a bag with us. The turtles perish quickly, whereas the fish can be sold in town since they are cumbersome to transport. If you really do not wish to sell them, you could leave them at home for a meal." "All right then. We shall rise at 6 tomorrow morning to head to the city. I can even enjoy some time there." "Agreed. At 6 you come find me, and we'll set off early to catch a ride to town." After finalizing their plans, the two parted ways, returning to their respective homes. It was quite late already, nearing midnight. He tiptoed back home, gently opened the yard gate, quietly closed it behind him, and carefully placed the bucket down, tossing the fish and turtles into the pond without waking his wife and sister-in-law. However, just as he was smiling at his task, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. To his astonishment, he turned and found Chen Ting standing there, her eyes sparkling as she observed his actions of releasing the fish. "Sister Ting, how did you wake up?" With a smile adorning her face, Chen Ting remarked, "The child had just been clamoring for milk, so I fed her. Afterward, hearing some commotion outside, I surmised that you must have returned. You managed all of this at night? How did you catch so many soft-shelled turtles? And you even caught fish?" He chuckled heartily, nodding vigorously. "Indeed. Dachwan and I discovered an exceptionally good spot where the turtles are practically abundant. In such a short span, we've gathered this many, and we also snagged some fish. Look, here are some crucian carp. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a delightful soup with tofu. Just like last time, adding a bit of tomato for a sweeter flavor. It will surely be nourishing." Chen Ting smiled faintly. "What about Xiaoyu? He was too exhausted and has fallen asleep." Chen Ting sighed. "He works during the day, and without you at home, he could have kept you company while sleeping." Chapter 32. A booming sale. At this point, the conversation abruptly ceased as she realized that perhaps such remarks were ill-timed. They exchanged awkward chuckles. "You should hurry and take a shower. It's getting late." Chen Ting deftly shifted the topic. Qingshan nodded, placing the items aside and retreating to fetch water for a shower. Unable to resist, Chen Ting glanced at the turtles and fish, particularly amused by the sight of the fish swimming about, and involuntarily laughed. It was astonishing how, despite feeling on the brink of despair, things had taken a turn for the better since arriving here, with Qingshan consistently considering her well-being. "Now that you treat me so well, how can I ever repay you?" After Qingshan finished his shower, he climbed into bed. However, in a sleepy haze, he lost track of time until he was jolted awake by someone knocking on his yard's door, accompanied by a loud voice calling out, "Brother Qingshan, Brother Qingshan." Startled, Qingshan quickly roused himself, recognizing that it must be Liu Dashun calling for him. Hastily washing up, he opened the door and asked Liu Dashun to assist in gathering all the turtles. "Why are you up so early?" "I couldn't sleep," Liu Dashun replied, brimming with excitement. "Last night, I informed my parents about our plan to sell the turtles this morning. Initially, they were reluctant, but upon learning that you would accompany me, they agreed, though they insisted I must heed your instructions. The thought of heading into the city made me so thrilled that I couldn't sleep a wink." I've heard the girls in the city are incredibly beautiful, and they don't wear pants. As they stepped out of the yard, Qingshan's hand trembled slightly upon hearing this. Who told you that? I heard it from others. They say the girls don't wear pants and are exceptionally good-looking. One day, I will marry a city girl, and I'll let you have a look. Who would want to see your wife? I'm not perverted. He corrected himself, recalling that in his previous life, he had seen quite a few wives and had even explored their secret places. This thought rekindled his interest. He had spent days fishing and hunting without having a proper discussion about intimacy with his wife. Stop talking nonsense. Let us get to the city. The two took the 111 bus to the town and purchased the earliest tickets to the city. By the time they arrived in the city, it was slightly past 8. Still relatively early. Liu Dashun seldom ventured into the city, and upon witnessing the bustling county town, his eyes sparkled with excitement, yet disappointment lingered. Who the hell deceived me? There isn't even a single person without pants. When I return, I'll give them a piece of my mind. Liu Dashun exclaimed vehemently. Was it Qingshan who told you this? Or perhaps you're so clever that you guessed it right away. Although, he didn't mention it to me directly. I merely overheard it. He continued. If Qingshan speaks like that again, you should slap him. Qingshan remarked as they approached a breakfast vendor. Upon glancing at the stall, he clicked his tongue in mild astonishment, realizing that the favorable winds of policy were beginning to blow, as there were still goods being sold. Come, let us hasten to eat something. After breakfast, we can sell our wares. Qingshan smiled suddenly, beckoning Liu Dashun to join him at a table. The prices here are exorbitant. We cannot afford this. Let us return home to eat. Liu Dashun protested, albeit aware of the value of money, despite his lack of cleverness. Fear not. Today, Brother Qingshan shall treat you. Hurry, Qingshan urged. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Dashun sat down across from him, stating earnestly, No, it should be me treating you. After all, you have saved my life. Qingshan chuckled and called out to the vendor, 2 bowls of noodles, please. With meat and an egg. Liu Dashun, who was calculating whether he had sufficient funds, was taken aback. My brother, even if I treat you, must it be to such an extravagant order? Yet, he remained reasonable, biting his lip, his face pale, hoping he could afford the meal to avoid embarrassment. At that moment, Qingshan deliberately opened his bag and tied a rope around the leg of a turtle he had found nearby, securing it beneath his stool. The vendor's stall was thriving, especially during the morning rush, with a steady flow of people, some heading to work, others merely out to buy groceries, and many stopping for breakfast. As the turtle made its appearance, numerous passers-by turned their heads, some astonished, while others longed to buy but lacked funds. However, there were indeed those among them who could afford to make a purchase. Before their noodles arrived, an elderly man approached. Young man, how much for that turtle? Elder sir, my turtles are reasonably priced at 16 yuan each, Qingshan replied. 16 yuan? That is rather steep. The old man shook his head. It's not overpriced. If you inquire elsewhere, you'll find this is the going rate. Tell you what, I'll give you 15 yuan for one. This is highly nutritious. The elderly man proposed earnestly, signaling that he expected some concession on the price. Feigning contemplation, Qingshan replied promptly, since the elder is so generous. I shall agree to 15 yuan. You may choose one. After speaking, he opened his bag for the old man to see. The old man was momentarily stunned. He initially thought there was only one, but to his surprise, there were many more inside. Instantly, he began to chuckle and started picking them out. In fact, they were all roughly the same size, and after some selection, the old man chose what he deemed the largest one and handed over 15 yuan. With a cheerful demeanor, he walked away. The crowd here was truly substantial, and this was merely the beginning. Before long, quite a few more people had gathered around. The atmosphere was lively, and the price of 15 yuan was not particularly steep, especially for those who had come before. Everyone was aware that the prices were indeed quite high. Now, selling at 15 yuan was already a considerable concession. Dachwan, bring yours out too, and sell them at my price. He reminded Liu Dashun, who was sitting there, dumbfounded. Only then did Liu Dashun come to his senses. I was wondering why Brother Qingshan insisted on having breakfast here. It turns out he had a plan all along. Selling food while eating. All right, come see. I have some for sale too, also at 15 yuan each. This announcement quickly drew the attention of those who had previously found it difficult to approach. In no time, business was booming. However, with clear pricing. And given that this item was rather rare, those who were interested approached with the intention to buy. In less than half an hour, all 21 items in Qingshan's possession and 14 in Liu Dashun's were sold. Chapter 33. the foolish son's success once they left. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Especially Dachshun, who was now elated, clutching a wad of cash. He had no idea of the exact amount, but he was certain there was enough to treat brother Qingshan to a meal. Hurry up and eat, or the noodles will get cold. The couple running the stall cheerfully reminded them. All right. Only then did they truly take their seats and begin to eat. After the flurry of sales, and with their spirits lifted, coupled with the fact that they had not eaten the night before and had been busy since early morning, both had insatiable appetites. The noodles were indeed quite delicious, and in a whirlwind, they polished off an entire large bowl. At last, they felt full. Auntie, I'll pay. With newfound confidence from their sales, Dachshun called out to settle the bill. Initially, Qingshan hesitated to let Chun pay, but upon seeing him rise, Chun waved his hand, urging him to sit. I'll take care of it. My father has already told me to express my gratitude to you. Given that Dachshun had said so, Qingshan saw no reason to insist otherwise and let him pay. Shortly thereafter, Dachshun settled the payment. Look at your money. It's all disorganized. Tidy it up, and then we shall head home. As Dachshun counted the money, he felt a pang of uncertainty. After counting once, then twice, and even a third time, he still felt unsure, staring wide-eyed at Qingshan beside him. Brother Qingshan, doesn't T99 equal 100? At this moment, Qingshan had already counted the money he possessed. In total, there were 21, each sold for 15 yuan, amounting to 315 yuan. Indeed, the soft-shelled turtles are quite valuable. These 21 have earned him over 300 yuan. Truly a remarkable profit. However, upon hearing this, he nearly burst into laughter. You sold a total of 14, which means 210 yuan, correct? Yes, brother Qingshan. You are astute. You even know that 99 rounded up is 100, something I had no idea about. Qingshan twitched his lips slightly and urged him. Let us hurry back to the bus station. We need to go home without delay. Dachshun cheerfully placed the money in the safest spot before eagerly following him back to the bus station to catch a ride home. Once they boarded the bus, Dachshun visibly sighed in relief. However, he seemed tired, swaying slightly before dozing off after the bus departed. Qingshan chuckled at the sight, allowing him to rest peacefully for a while. It was only upon returning to the town that he gently woke him. Dachshun, time to get up. Dachshun mumbled in acknowledgement, wiping the drool from his mouth, and happily exclaimed, Wow, we're back so soon. Yes, let us hurry home. You've earned quite a bit today. Your father will surely be delighted. So let us move. Wait, I still need to buy a few chicks. Today seems to be market day. Just a moment, after I finish shopping, we'll head home together. The two arrived at the market, where he purchased some chicks. And then they both made their way home. They walked joyfully towards their residence, but once they reached the village, Dachshun immediately grasped his hand and inquired, Brother Qingshan, shall we go catch soft-shelled turtles tonight? I notice there are still quite a few left. Absolutely. Qingshan nodded. We shall depart at 9 o'clock tonight. Splendid. 9 it is. Satisfied with the response, Dachshun merrily returned home. Upon arriving home, Qingshan was smoking, his brow furrowed. From his demeanor, it appeared he was quite unhappy. Especially when he turned to see his son return, the worry on his face deepened. Earlier that morning, he had approached old Zhang to discuss the possibility of arranging a job for his son at the forest farm, as old Zhang was a long-time employee there and his opinion mattered. To his relief, old Zhang had no objections, and given Dachshun's physique, he would indeed be suitable for work at the forest farm. However, that scoundrel Yi Sifang was unwilling to assist. Although they were not the final decision-makers, they held significant influence. If they were opposed, his son would not gain entry. Of course, he didn't believe that his reprimand of Yi Sifang that day was the reason for the latter's reluctance. It was clear that Yi Sifang had intended to arrange positions for his own family from the beginning, rendering their personal conflicts irrelevant. Poor foolish son. Now in such a predicament, finding a means of livelihood for him is a challenge. Father. However, the exuberant Dachshun, upon seeing his father, was filled with joy and eagerly presented the money he had earned that day, thrusting it into his father's hands. Look, this is my earnings from today. Brother Qingshan is truly remarkable. He took me over there for a delightful breakfast, which was quite delicious. It consisted of noodles. While we sat there, we managed to sell those items, and people were clamoring to purchase them, fearing they might miss out. Brother Qingshan is indeed extraordinary. Yi Zhengsheng picked up the items and exclaimed, Wow, so many. Yes, I brought quite a few. I told you I had over 10. Just think about it. Selling over 10 at 15 yuan each means I could earn several dozens. The townsfolk absolutely adore this delicacy. I've already made arrangements with brother Qingshan to return tonight for more. I'm certain we will catch plenty. Just wait for my return, and I'll save you one to nourish your health. I often hear my mother say you should take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingxing's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's incapable? It's your father who is incapable. No, I'm perfectly fine, so stop talking nonsense. Despite his protests, he gleefully ran to the kitchen, exclaiming, Wife, look at how our son is earning money. Just see how much he has brought home. He is making a name for himself. Behind him, Liu Dashun beamed with pride, thinking, I can now contribute to alleviating the family's burdens. Meanwhile, Qingshan returned to the courtyard, where Chen Ting was taking care of the children. As for Chen Yu, she was likely off working in the team again. Upon his arrival, Chen Ting immediately stood up to greet him. Did you sell everything? Yes, sold out. Qingshan's face was beaming with joy. At 15 yuan each. Those 20 sold for over 300 yuan. Chen Ting stared at him, seemingly in disbelief. Qingshan then pulled out the money. Qingshan, I know you should save some of this for yourself, but do give a little to Xiaoyu. Upon seeing him take out the money, Chen Ting quickly intervened. Qingshan understood her implication. The two sisters had conspired to persuade him to allow Chen Ting to stay, agreeing to help each other informally. While one might call it a mutual aid agreement, that term typically refers to a situation where a man is unable to support his family and requires a strong laborer. Which isn't quite the case here, as Chen Ting's husband had passed away. However, fundamentally, the essence remains the same. Due to the awkwardness stemming from their numerous family issues, they had long since set this matter aside, hesitant to address the underlying tension. Nonetheless, Chen Ting was an astute woman. She understood that in her sister's family, especially regarding finances, it was best to refrain from meddling. Having something to eat was already a blessing. Why complicate matters further? It was crucial not to jeopardize their relationship. Chapter 34. Luxury. Seeing his demeanor, Qingshan nodded. This woman was indeed clever and knew how to navigate social nuances. Has Xiaoyu gone to work again? Yes. There are many tasks to attend to in the team today. She has gone to work. Let us have fish for lunch, Qingshan said with a smile. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation. Indeed, just yesterday you mentioned having fish, and shortly after you left, Xiaoyu specifically went to procure a block of tofu, announcing that we would have fish braised with tofu for lunch. The idea of fish braised with tofu is delightful, and you can enjoy the Qingshan carp soup. As anticipated, lunch consisted of 2 portions of fish and a serving of greens. The Qingshan carp and tofu were simmered together to create a milky broth, which Chen Ting savored. The other dish was fish head braised with tofu, shared among everyone, accompanied by a portion of greens, and served with steamed rice. Nothing could be more delectable. Especially when the broth from the fish head braised with tofu is drizzled over the rice, it's impossible to resist having 3 hearty bowls. Over the past few days, their family's meals have indeed undergone a remarkable transformation, surpassing even their previous imaginings. Moreover, after this meal, several fish still swam in the small pond, suggesting they would have enough to eat for a while. Should we consider selling some of these fish in town? Chen Yu pondered aloud, gazing at the fish with curiosity. No need for that. These fish are for our own consumption. Qingshan promptly dismissed his wife's suggestion without a second thought. In these times, meat is relatively scarce, and sources of high protein are limited. Fish is a premium source of high-quality protein. We should indulge in it to strengthen our bodies. Does fish really have such an effect? Indeed, fish is a high-protein meat suitable for our diet. Chen Yu's expression transformed to one of realization as she nodded earnestly. All right then, we shall keep it at home. But isn't that a bit extravagant? As she contemplated this, a charming dimple appeared on her cheek. Not extravagant at all. There are plenty more over there. I should be able to fetch some more. Just you wait. Do ensure your safety. Chen Ting interjected with a note of caution. Not to worry, I am well aware. Having had a restless night, Qingshan returned inside to lie down and prepare for sleep. However, after lying there for a while, he found himself unable to drift off, so he decided to take a stroll in the space to assess the situation. After inspecting everything, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, allowing him to finally sleep. Everything was flourishing. In fact, there were numerous items within that could be sold, such as doves, partridges, and wild boars, yet he was in no rush to sell them. The piglets would need to be raised, but the doves could reproduce within the space, ensuring a never-ending supply. Additionally, he needed to find time to venture into the mountains to gather more resources. After resting for a bit, just as he was about to succumb to slumber, the door creaked open, and Chen Yu appeared before him, playfully leaning over his bed with a beaming smile. Qingshan quickly gathered his wits and sat up, rummaging through his clothes to retrieve 100 yuan, which he pressed into his wife's hands. Upon seeing the money, Chen Yu's dimples deepened. "You've given me so much money. Are you sure you have enough for yourself?" she asked with concern for her husband. She understood his character well. They had often discussed his unreliability in the past, yet he had always been generous, never hoarding his funds like others might. This was precisely why their relationship with Qingshan had remained particularly harmonious. In that era, when marital relationships were often fraught with tension, instances of domestic violence were regrettably common. However, Qingshan was never one to engage in such behavior. "Enough. I currently have around 400 yuan. I've given you 100, leaving me with 300. Husband, my point is that since we both work outside, my elder sister has been assisting me with many household matters. Shouldn't I consider allowing her to use some of these funds? After all, purchasing certain items requires expenditure on her part as well." "That's perfectly fine. You can decide for yourself." Qingshan chuckled. Chen Yu joined in the laughter. "I discussed it with my sister. Although I sometimes have to go to work, there are times when I don't. And my sister is at home without much to occupy her. I was contemplating whether we could find something for her to help with around the house." This took Qingshan aback for a moment as he glanced at his wife. "You know, your sister has always felt indebted to us for staying in our home. I believe if we could assign her some tasks, it would alleviate that feeling and be beneficial for the household. What do you think?" "Absolutely. That sounds wonderful." Qingshan mused for a moment before nodding in agreement. His wife and sister-in-law were both industrious individuals, and with their positive outlook, it was evident that they could not be deterred from their endeavors. "That's fantastic. While I was out buying tofu today, I thought about it and suggested we both make tofu together. After all, tofu sells well in the village, and if everyone knows we produce it, we might even attract customers." Chen Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable now that she had her husband's support. "Make tofu." Qingshan chuckled at Chen Yu's eager demeanor, shaking his head. "That sounds too laborious. The two of you certainly wouldn't manage it." "Why wouldn't we? We absolutely can," Chen Yu retorted, somewhat indignant. "Tofu is typically sold in the morning, and due to its perishable nature, it must be consumed fresh. Thus, to ensure freshness, one must rise at the crack of dawn. No, not just dawn, but at 2 or 3 in the morning to begin grinding the beans and making tofu. Do you think it's that simple?" Chen Yu paused, realizing she had no prior experience with tofu making and was unaware of the time it required. "It's not suitable for you." Qingshan smiled gently, whispering in her ear, "If you wake up that early, how will I be able to hold you while you sleep? Everything we do will feel rushed, which is not conducive to my stamina." Chen Yu's face flushed, and she playfully pinched him. "You only know how to talk nonsense all day. But seriously, you are indeed not suited for this. It's too exhausting. If you insist on doing it, I will think of a way for you to contribute in a manner that would also assist me." "That sounds great. I'm all for helping you," Chen Yu exclaimed enthusiastically. "Just think of a way for us to get started." "All right, just wait." Qingshan smiled, affectionately rubbing his wife's cheek. "Why don't you rest here for a while? I won't disturb you. You didn't sleep well last night. And we still need to catch some soft-shelled turtles tonight." Chen Yu chuckled and stepped out. The moment she left, Qingshan succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber, waking only at dinner time. When he finally arose, the air outside was fragrant with the aroma of dinner. It was the perfect time for a meal. Their household had been enjoying splendid offerings these past few days, with an abundance of both vegetables and meat, an unimaginable scene until now. Qingshan relished his meal. "Sister Ting, I shan't sell those fish, after all. Our family will feast on them daily until we tire of them. I shall catch more this evening." Chapter 35. The harvest of small fish without hesitation. As night approached, before 9 p.m., Liu Dashun arrived, buoyantly carrying his urea bags and buckets. "Dear, be cautious." Chen Yu, noticing their eagerness, couldn't help but gently caution Qingshan. He nodded and began to prepare for their outing. Chen Yu joined him in gathering supplies, and as they neared completion, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Hurry. You must return before midnight. I want to sleep beside you. If you return late, I shall ignore you." Qingshan felt a rush of excitement, grinning widely as he nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I will definitely be back before 12. With buckets in hand, he waved grandly at Liu Dashun. "Dashun, let us go." Dashun chuckled, following him out. However, as they walked towards the riverbank, Dashun, puzzled, quickened his pace to inquire, Brother Qingshan, what did sister Yu just say to you? Although he addressed Yi Qingshan as brother, he refrained from calling Chun Yu sister-in-law, as she had grown up in their village, playing together as children. Even after her marriage to Yu Qingshan, he continued to refer to her as sister Yu. What business is it of yours? Yu Qingshan shot him a glare, thinking, does my wife's whispered words need to be shared with you? There's no need to be so stingy. I've already told you, once I marry, I'll bring her to meet you. See how generous I am. Yi Qingshan's lips twitched, pondering whether this was truly a matter of being stingy. Then tell me, when I marry, will you sleep over? Unexpectedly, Yi Dashun pressed further. Goodness. While it is true that in my previous life I had a penchant for other men's wives, who could resist after Chao's rebellion. A friend's wife is a tempting ride, yet if we can refrain, we shall. Yu Qingshan warned, speak such nonsense again, and I shall give you a beating. And remember, do not mention this to others. Brother Qingshan, I would only share it with you. Others are not worthy of such confidences. Yi Qingshan struggled to suppress his irritation. Fine, I shall not hold it against you. The two soon arrived at the riverbank, climbed onto a bamboo raft, and paddled towards the island bar. This raft belonged to Yi Jingyi, Yi Qingshan's uncle, a fisherman who occasionally set out to catch fish. Having borrowed the raft for 2 consecutive nights and recognizing the potential for substantial earnings, Yi Qingshan felt a twinge of guilt, resolving to buy him a pack of cigarettes once this venture was over. Dachwan, at the right moment, let us purchase a packet of cigarettes for your uncle. Both of us have benefited from his generosity. Thus, we shall each contribute half the cost. Tomorrow morning, while we procure supplies, we will also acquire the cigarettes as a token of gratitude for your uncle's assistance. Yi Qingshan reminded him. Do remember to prompt me after we finish selling our goods tomorrow. Certainly. Dachwan replied. My father has already mentioned that after we conclude our affairs, I should buy a pack of cigarettes for my uncle. Yi Qingshan smiled, acknowledging that adults possess a deeper understanding of social etiquette. The two of them persevered for a while until they finally reached Zhongzhou Dam. Upon inspection, they discovered that the path was still obstructed, indicating no one had ventured inside. Yi Qingshan felt reassured and swiftly cleared the obstacles, guiding Dachwan into the area. Although they had encountered difficulties the previous night, they now found a number of soft-shelled turtles leisurely crawling or foraging under the moonlight. It's no wonder you animals display such a lack of caution. You practically present yourselves on a silver platter. Dachwan, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and sprang into action. Without further ado, the two immediately began their task, opting to collect the turtles that were easily accessible, just as they had done the day before. These turtles likely had not anticipated the sudden intrusion of humans, returning to find their habitat invaded yet again. As Yu Qingshan gathered the turtles, he contemplated that this area must serve as a prime habitat for the turtles in the river, explaining their presence here. Collecting them would yield a substantial harvest. And as long as they did not deplete the population excessively, there would always be a replenishment. This realization sparked a plan in his mind. They would gather whatever they could see. However, their options were limited, and once they had collected a sufficient amount, they could no longer continue. Thus, they commenced casting nets deeper into the water. It was evident that the fish within this small lake had also migrated from the outside, presenting an opportune moment for them to engage. The first net cast yielded 2 sizable grass carp, 1 large carp, and several smaller fish. I believe this is a species known as sand river fish, Dachwan exclaimed, noticing a fish slightly larger than his thumb with delight. Sand river fish are quite abundant in the river, but my uncle has mentioned they are not easy to catch, though they make for the most delectable dried fish. Yi Qingshan glanced at the catch, confirming it was indeed that variety. When prepared as dried fish, it becomes an exquisite delicacy, meaty, with few bones, and exceptionally fragrant. What a treasure! Let us cast our nets again. The two resumed their efforts, casting the nets multiple times and securing a bountiful haul. Brother, I suspect that with so many sand river fish here, there may be more in the vicinity. Should we not cast a few nets in the surrounding area? Dachwan suggested, noting that the small lake was limited in size and had already been exploited for 2 consecutive days, leading to a depletion of fish and turtles. Even Dachwan felt a sense of unease and pointed toward the outskirts. Let us proceed and explore. Yi Qingshan decided to heed his suggestion, as the hour was still early. Yi Dachwan joyfully forged a path ahead, creating a clearing. Yi Qingshan glanced over and promptly began casting his net. To their pleasant surprise, luck was on their side. Although the catch did not include many large fish, the net was teeming with struggling sand gobies, yielding at least 4 or 5 pounds. This invigorated Yu Qingshan. Come, Let us release more fish back into the water. With renewed enthusiasm, he cast the net once more, this time with increased speed. Casting a net requires a degree of skill, yet both men, being residents by the river, possessed a modicum of expertise, even if they had never raised swine. They had certainly observed their antics. Their efforts were commendable, bolstered by the abundance of resources in this particular area. They had merely stumbled upon a rich fishing ground, where certain fish thrived in great numbers. After several casts, their buckets were nearly overflowing. Noticing the time, Qingshan contemplated returning home to share a tender moment with Chunyu, feeling satisfied with their bounty, realizing that further fishing might overflow their containers. Let us go? Today has been fruitful. We shall return home. Although Liu Dashun felt a twinge of reluctance, he ultimately smiled and followed, boarding the bamboo raft with him to return home. Chapter 36. The second sale of goods. Upon arriving home, Qingshan beamed at the full buckets of fish and bags of soft-shelled turtles, placing them gently into the pond. Once this task was completed, he quietly ventured into the kitchen, scooping out some hot water to wash up. After freshening up, he returned to his room, pondering why Chinyu had not yet made an appearance. The moment he entered, he sensed a breath nearby. Thanks to his previous experience, he immediately realized his wife was waiting for him. As he reached for the bed, Chinyu sat up and embraced him. He opened his mouth to speak, but her lips were already pressed against his. Everything was conveyed without words. Qingshan had spent the entire night laboring. He suffered a loss of several billion. Fortunately, being young and vigorous, he awoke early the next day at 6. To his surprise, he found Chen Ting already awake, peering into the pond at the fish. "Sister Ting, why are you up so early?" Qingshan inquired, astonished. Chen Ting turned to him with a hint of exasperation. "Why do you think I'm up early? Did you two not notice anything? Your raucous voices last night were so loud that I could hear them from here. I am already struggling to sleep soundly while carrying a child. The slightest noise keeps me alert. You have no idea how uncomfortable it is." Observing the exasperation in her eyes, Qingshan suddenly understood, feeling a bit embarrassed. He refrained from questioning how she knew. After all, in his previous life, he had also experienced nights with new mothers, who were indeed easily awakened by the slightest disturbance. However, the allure of intimacy was equally potent, always beckoning. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he realized that his wife's voice had indeed been rather loud. In rural areas, there exist two major transgressions: the act of kicking down widows' doors and disturbing the graves of the deceased. It seems that one's actions in breaking down a widow's door are not too dissimilar. Qingshan let out a dry chuckle. However, there was no time for contemplation. He hastily retrieved the soft-shelled turtle from the water. Among the numerous sand-ditch fish, some had already turned belly up, likely on the verge of death. "Aren't you going to sell these?" Chen Ting inquired. Qingshan pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Sister Ting, aren't dried sand-ditch fish quite marketable? I reckon there are at least 10 to 20 pounds here. Why not dry them? After all, Chinyu mentioned yesterday that she had nothing to do. Once we have them dried, we can enjoy some ourselves, and if we choose not to, we can sell them without fear of spoilage." Chen Ting's face lit up with joy as she saw this newfound purpose. She nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds wonderful. I'll start working on it right away. Will you be back for lunch?" "Of course. Then come back to eat. We still have several eggs at home. I'll prepare a dish of green pepper sand-ditch fish with eggs." Chen Ting beamed with happiness at the thought of the sand-ditch fish. Yes, I'll be waiting." Just as they began to organize their tasks, they heard the bellowing voice of Liu Dashun outside. "Qingshan, hurry up. We're about to set off. Otherwise, we'll miss the earliest bus." Qingshan smiled faintly, waved goodbye, and promptly set off with the turtle on his back. Liu Dashun, whose physique was similar but broader than Qingshan's, appeared robust. The strap in his hand seemed light as a feather, yet his smile was genuinely radiant. Although he may not have a keen sense of counting money, he knew its value. After selling a significant amount yesterday, he was eager to sell again today. Even if today's haul was slightly less, a guaranteed profit of over 100 was assured. "Brother, where are we selling today?" Liu Dashun followed closely behind. "Isn't there a place right next to the bus station? I believe several breakfast stalls have set up there. Arriving now will surely coincide with the busiest time. Just like yesterday. Once we get there, we'll display our goods, and they will come to us to inquire about prices." "Absolutely. Yesterday, we hardly exerted any effort. Qingshan, you are truly remarkable. Following you, I don't even need to think. After all, I'm not one to use my brain." At the bus station, as they descended, They observed the hustle and bustle within. Outside, a throng of people surged forth. This bus station was not a remote place. It served as a significant hub in the area, with hospitals and numerous breakfast stalls nearby. With the gradual easing of policies, many intrepid individuals had begun to seize opportunities to earn a living. Nowadays, doing business was relatively easier. Any food vendor drew customers, and those bold enough to set up stalls could earn substantial profits. The more money one made, the bolder one became. "I see a promising spot," Liu Dashun exclaimed as he quickly identified the most suitable location. Yesterday marked his inaugural experience at the market, devoid of any prior knowledge. However, this time he approached the situation with newfound wisdom. Upon arrival, he requested 2 bowls of noodles from the proprietor and promptly retrieved a rope to secure one of the turtles, demonstrating the art of attraction akin to a model. This strategy captivated attention, mirroring yesterday's success. Not only did he employ this tactic, but Dachwan also learned from him, mimicking his actions and bringing forth similar goods. Several local elders, indulging in their breakfast, were instantly intrigued by this display. Without prompting, they approached to inquire about pricing, echoing the previous day's events with remarkable consistency. His initial asking price was 16 yuan, which was negotiated down to 15. It was not a matter of stubbornly insisting on 16 yuan, rather. It was the essence of the bargaining process. If he had initially quoted 15 yuan, the buyers would have surely sought to drive the price down further. Feeling compelled to negotiate for their own satisfaction, Qingshan possessed a profound understanding of human psychology. He recognized that by slightly inflating the price, he could offer a bargaining margin, ensuring both his profit and the buyer's sense of accomplishment. A perfect win-win scenario. Jialan Town held a certain reputation within the city, renowned for its expansive river teeming with aquatic life, which lent credibility to its local specialties and facilitated robust sales. The quality of the merchandise was, of course, paramount. With a greater influx of customers today compared to yesterday and a diminished stock, the duo managed to sell all their goods within a mere 20 minutes. Qingshan had caught only 17 turtles, while Dachwan's catch was even more modest at 11. Nevertheless, they each amassed impressive earnings, one exceeding 100 yuan and the other over 200 yuan. After concluding their sales, they exchanged satisfied smiles and indulged in a meal. Once they had finished, they hurried to the station in preparation for their return journey. However, the next bus was not forthcoming, necessitating a brief wait. During this interlude, Dachwan, feeling somewhat restless from the monotony, stood up and gazed out at the bustling street. "Qingshan, shall we take a stroll? Since the bus isn't leaving anytime soon, we could enjoy a bit more time out." Initially, Qingshan considered the suggestion, yet upon glancing back at the 4 suspicious figures lingering at the station, he felt a surge of caution and swiftly grasped Dachwan's arm. "Stay put." Chapter 37. The station's pickpockets. Dachwan, having experienced relatively few encounters, possessed a more innocent outlook. To him, the station felt as safe as home, and he could not fathom the notion of thievery or violence. In contrast, Qingshan, having lived through tumultuous times, was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in such environments. During that era, one could encounter not only petty thieves, but also violent bandits. Remnants of that time still lingered in the form of slogans proclaiming rewards for those who vanquished highwaymen. The public safety of those years was notoriously poor, and places like bus stations were particularly susceptible to such criminality. Qingshan instinctively sensed that something was amiss. It was undoubtedly the attention he had drawn while selling goods earlier that had led to their current predicament, as others were now fixated on Dazhong, preventing him from leaving. Although Liu Dashun was not well versed in the intricacies of such matters, he firmly recalled one crucial piece of advice imparted by his father when venturing into the city. Qingshan's guidance. "Very well, I shall not go out." Dazhong promptly seated himself. Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement but could not resist casting a glance toward the group nearby. Noticing their gaze occasionally drifting toward the two of them, it seemed an unspoken understanding had formed between both parties, with neither making a move. However, observing their furtive glances into the interior, Qingshan realized their intentions were directed at him. A chill ran down his spine. There were 4 of them, and only 2 of them. Though both he and Dazhong were tall and robust, the others appeared diminutive, yet he lacked complete confidence in their ability to handle the situation. If a confrontation ensued, it seemed unlikely they would emerge unscathed. Adding to his concern was Dazhong's somewhat limited intellect. In the event of a brawl, he could hardly rely on him for assistance. This was untenable. Should they lose patience and storm in to confront him, it would spell significant trouble. One must understand that in those chaotic times, it was folly to expect assistance from the station, especially from those who were strangers. Moreover, who could guarantee that the individuals present were not in cahoots? In stark contrast to Qingshan's rapid mental calculations, Liu Dashun remained blissfully unaware, merely chuckling to himself. The station bustled with traffic. Serving multiple towns along that route, it was a hub of activity, with numerous vehicles departing. A crowd of at least 20 people awaited their transport. After a moment's consideration, Qingshan approached the station store and purchased 2 packs of cigarettes. Across from him sat 4 obviously simple-hearted farmers, likely on the lookout for work. After listening to their conversation for a short while, albeit at a low volume, he discerned that their home was in Huangbai Township. Thus, he decided to approach them. "Free uncle, is it?" He greeted a middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader of the group, smiling as he handed each of them a cigarette. Hello. I am Qingshan. I previously worked with you at my uncle's place, sawing wood. Do you remember? It had been 2 years since that encounter, and he had just remarked upon how familiar the man seemed. Indeed, it must be you. Come, let us smoke. The man known as Three Uncle paused momentarily, appraising Qingshan with a curious gaze, finding him rather unfamiliar. Yet, the warmth of his greeting was undeniable. Who could refuse a free cigarette? Ah, Qingshan, is it? Yes. I remember now. I was wondering why you seemed so familiar. We have indeed met before. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Old age does play tricks on the memory. Please do not take offense. How could I be offended? What is there to take offense at? It is truly a serendipitous encounter today. Are you all heading home? Yes, indeed. We are returning home. That is wonderful. I, too, am heading home. My residence lies in Xiaolin town. Indeed, upon your mention, I recalled it is Xiaolin, and our paths may very well align, perhaps even sharing the same vehicle. Precisely. Qingshan is an astute individual, and his conversational prowess is remarkable. Once he began to engage, he animatedly conversed with the group, discussing a plethora of topics from all corners of the world. Outside, the 4 ruffians occasionally cast glances within, their impatience growing. However, witnessing him converse so fluently with those 4 men left the others inside utterly astonished. Brother, is there not just him but more? One of the small-time thugs could no longer contain himself. The elder, appearing to be in his 30s, observed the lively exchange with a somewhat disconcerted expression. Since earlier, as the 2 had been selling their wares so successfully, the 4 had already set their sights on them, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, before they could finish their sales, they had entered the station. Once inside, they merely waited to see if the duo would re-emerge, knowing that making a move in the station would draw unwanted attention. But to their surprise, the pair did not come out. If they chose not to exit, there were still ways to approach. After all, numbers favored them, and it was evident that the duo hailed from the countryside. If they were to rob them, so be it. Who would have expected that they would engage in such spirited conversation instead? How could they proceed now? What should we do? I just saw them sell at least 300 to 400 yuan. That's a considerable sum, remarked another thug, his eyes gleaming with ambition. It is no wonder. For in these times, several hundred yuan represents a fortune. Who could resist such temptation? It was evident the ruffians were equally enticed. So, what is the plan? Should we confront him? The elder inquired thoughtfully. The 4 appeared to be mere laborers. They were not a match for the duo. If we approach and fail to subdue them, we might end up on the receiving end of a beating, which would be quite humiliating. Come now, brother leopard. It can't be that dire. Another protested, unable to believe it. Then why not try? Leopard was a cautious man, understanding that when it comes to wealth, one must proceed with care, especially considering the youth. They seemed far from ordinary. What shall we do? His subordinates grew restless, discontent at the prospect of losing such an enticing opportunity. Brother, let me give it a try. I'll see if I can lure them out. We can seize them. A tall, lanky figure stepped forward, brimming with confidence. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, we can lure them out ourselves. Once they are enticed, we can act. Deep down, Brother Leopard felt a twinge of reluctance. Upon contemplating the lanky fellow's suggestion, he nodded in acquiescence. The lanky figure grinned, thumping his chest. Dealing with a few country bumpkins should be a breeze. Just watch me lure him out in no time, and we shall take as much as we desire. With that, he swaggered out confidently, heading directly toward Liu Dashun. As Qingshan observed the approaching figure, a sudden jolt surged through him, realizing that the individual could no longer contain his impatience. Moreover, this slender, gangly person demonstrated a degree of cunning by making his way toward Liu Dashun. Dashun, come here. Qingshan's mind raced as he caught sight of a corner of a bag peeking from his uncle's pocket. Presumably, it housed a pouch of money. Liu Dashun, ever obedient to his commands, promptly moved to Qingshan's side. The lanky individual, with no other options, was compelled to approach them. However, before he could reach them, Qingshan leaned in and cautioned his uncle. "Uncle, be careful. I suspect this fellow is a pickpocket." Chapter 38. The counterattack. Upon hearing Qingshan utter the word pickpocket, Liu Dashun's uncle suddenly snapped to attention, instinctively securing his pocket. Yet, at that moment, Qingshan shouted vehemently, pointing at the slender figure, "He is a pickpocket, everyone. Be vigilant." The lanky individual was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Qingshan dared to speak to him in such a manner. Agitated, he advanced toward Qingshan, exclaiming, "What the hell are you babbling about? Are you seeking death?" As he spoke, he lunged toward Qingshan. Anticipating this move, Qingshan deftly used the momentum to shove him against his uncle. In the instant their bodies collided, Qingshan stealthily slipped an object into the pickpocket's pocket. Chaos ensued as the scene erupted into disarray. Observing the impending altercation between Qingshan and the lanky individual, the four companions instinctively took a step back. They were seasoned individuals accustomed to these streets, well aware that the person before them was likely a pickpocket, and not just any pickpocket, but a potential mugger. Such individuals were generally best avoided. However, avoidance proved futile, for Qingshan had already orchestrated their involvement. At that moment, both Qingshan and Liu Dashun firmly restrained the lanky figure, who found himself completely immobilized by their superior stature and strength. "Uncle, please check if anything is missing. He was clearly targeting you. Ensure you haven't lost anything," Qingshan urged. His uncle immediately felt his pocket, only to discover that the money he had stored in the bag was gone. His face paled in realization. "Oh no, my money is missing." The three companions beside him immediately regarded the lanky figure with heightened suspicion. "Dachun, hold him tight." Qingshan seized the opportunity, instructing Dachun to firmly pin down the pickpocket while he swiftly reached into the individual's pocket. He extracted the bag he had just placed there and tossed it onto the ground. "Uncle, is this it?" Liu Dashun's uncle picked it up, his face flushing with fury. "Indeed, this is my money. I cannot believe this pickpocket dared to steal from me." The lanky individual, now bewildered, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. "Who the hell is stealing your money?" he shouted defiantly. In a fit of rage, Liu Dashun's uncle waved his hand, and the four of them simultaneously descended upon the lanky figure, delivering a thorough beating. At that moment, the other three companions had already entered the fray. Primarily, they were unable to perceive the commotion inside, and unable to restrain themselves, they rushed in, only to witness their companions being subdued and beaten by several individuals. "Together, don't let them escape," Qingshan promptly urged the others. Following this, he and Liu Dashun charged in from either side. In terms of stature, the two of them were significantly more imposing than the ruffians before them. With their fierce demeanor and four determined farmers trailing behind, they startled the trio. "Damn it! How dare you betray me?" Brother Leopard, at the forefront, finally grasped the treachery he had fallen victim to. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when Qingshan, having prepared in advance, seized a wooden stick mid-stride and struck him forcefully on the head. The blow was heavy and impactful, causing Brother Leopard to collapse to the ground. Before he could gather his wits, Dachun surged forward and delivered a brutal kick to his groin. Brother Leopard let out a harrowing scream, writhing in agony on the ground. Only men understand the excruciating pain of such a blow. Eunuchs and women cannot comprehend it. The remaining two were utterly dumbfounded, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, standing there in bewilderment, momentarily forgetting their next course of action, having mingled in this world for years. It was the first time they had encountered such a scenario where the initiative lay with others. Thus, they stood frozen. However, Qingshan, reveling in their confusion, seized the moment to strike one of them across the legs with his stick. The resounding crack of a shattered bone echoed through the air. Liu Dashun, exhibiting perfect synergy, showed no fear in combat. As one of their adversaries fell, he darted to the other side and engaged the remaining opponent. The scene was exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, the two had gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, on the other side of the station, movements began to stir. Not only were there actions inside the station, but those waiting to board also sprang into action. It seemed that thievery and bullying were common occurrences here, as those who had been guarding the boarding area suddenly appeared to have awakened, rushing forward to join in the fray against the ruffians. Let us rid ourselves of these thieves. Yes, let us incapacitate them. The victims of past bullying, witnessing their tormentors being so thoroughly beaten, surged forward to deliver their own blows with great fervor. The pickpockets were pinned to the ground, wailing in desperation, utterly incapable of retaliation. What was more alarming was that, emboldened by their numbers, Qingshan struck with ruthless intent, deliberately crippling their legs. Not only were their legs rendered useless, but he also viciously stomped on their hands. These individuals engaged in petty theft, but they also committed highway robbery. It should not be mistaken for mere trifling, for the times were indeed dark. As Qingshan savored the moment, he laughed malevolently. Dare to steal from me, to set your sights upon me, with your ilk? Today, if I do not destroy you, then I am not Qingshan. As he scolded, those ruffians cried out in desperation. By the time the police arrived, the four thieves were already on the brink of collapse. The officers were momentarily taken aback. However, the crowd was overwhelming, particularly with Uncle San, who had been robbed, indignantly pointing at them, recounting the events of the day. Consequently, there was essentially no room for dispute. In those days, handling such matters was relatively straightforward. A routine inquiry sufficed to resolve the issue. Naturally, Qingshan and Liu Dashun were unaffected by the incident and emerged from the station shortly after the questioning. And it didn't take long at all. They were immensely grateful. As they exited, Uncle San repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Qingshan. Uncle San, when we are out, we are all friends. I understand that everyone earns their money with great difficulty. We cannot allow these pickpockets to rob us. No need for formality. Let us head home. Uncle San nodded and followed them back to the bus station. After the commotion, the station appeared much cleaner, and the usual riffraff were nowhere to be seen. In truth, it was still early, barely past 10 o'clock. Just as they returned to await the next bus, a middle-aged man approached Qingshan's side, addressing him in a rather unfriendly tone. Hey. Chapter 39. A major incident. Qingshan raised an eyebrow and turned to face this seemingly unfriendly man. Were you the one causing trouble? The middle-aged man glowered at him. Qingshan narrowed his eyes, recognizing him. This individual had attempted to intervene during the earlier commotion. Liu Dashun felt a surge of anxiety. Having never encountered such a situation before, he observed the man, suspecting he was likely an employee of the station, which made him uneasy. However, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Qingshan's face. From his past experiences, he knew that in places like this, where pickpockets thrived, there were usually individuals who shielded them. It was evident that after the recent upheaval, this man could do nothing but watch from the sidelines. Now that they had returned, he could no longer restrain himself and seemed intent on taking action. I don't go by hey. My name is Chu Pei. Qingshan. What do you mean by that? Trying to pin something on me, are you? Qingshan was not one to be easily intimidated. Upon hearing the man's words, he immediately rose to his feet, his demeanor shifting as he prepared to respond. The fact that the other party chose this moment to confront him indicated not only a lack of intelligence, but also an audacity that was quite remarkable. Perhaps he had been around for so long that no one dared to oppose him, and after suffering a setback, he felt deeply aggrieved. However, he had clearly miscalculated by confronting Qingshan, who was now weighing his options. If this man harbored resentment, it could complicate future visits to the station. After all, this was a bus station, and in those times, one relied heavily on the buses for transportation. If one finds themselves under scrutiny at the station, it could spell trouble. Thus, when he made his appearance, Qingshan was internally deliberating on how to handle the situation. He spoke with such volume that it drew the attention of onlookers, particularly the station staff, who promptly intervened as mediators. Qingshan, what are you doing? They exclaimed. Just moments ago, we were fortunate that this young man helped apprehend a group of pickpockets. Otherwise, countless passengers at our station might have fallen victim. Please, do not be angry. Young man, you too should not take offense. Qingshan here is merely reacting to the recent events. He means no harm. As they attempted to pull Qingshan away, Qingshan felt a sudden jolt at the mention of that name, as if it resonated within the depths of his memory. Qingshan? I am certain I have heard that name before. When was it? An elderly man seated nearby was engrossed in his newspaper. The mention of a newspaper triggered a realization. He had seen that name in print, though not in the present, but rather in the aftermath. Qingshan? He must be Lan Qingshan, a notorious serial killer responsible for at least 4 murders. Do not inquire how I know this. He has graced television screens and newspapers alike. The clarity of my recollection stems from the rarity of his surname, Lan. The serial killings, which resulted in 4 fatalities, were only uncovered in the 1990s. Why were they discovered? The bodies lay buried in a vegetable field, fortuitously slated for conversion into an industrial park that year. During the land preparation for factory construction, the remains were unearthed. By that time, the corpses had long since turned to skeletons. However, as luck would have it, the first victim was found with a name tag belonging to Lan Shixing, which led directly to his apprehension. If memory serves, these cases garnered significant attention. With all details being quite clear, it appears the first murder occurred in 1978, marking the onset of Lan Shixing's crimes, alongside 4 accomplices, one of whom was reportedly named Cui Bao. Qingshan sat there, lost in contemplation of this major news story from his past life, when suddenly it dawned on him. By heavens, the 4 ruffians he just apprehended were indeed his accomplices. He recalled them referring to one as Brother Leopard. Could that be Cui Bao? As the pieces fell into place, he rose abruptly, startling Liu Dashun, who looked at him with concern, wondering why his brother seemed so unsettled today. Brother, we are leaving soon. Do not worry about it. We shall return home shortly. Liu Dashun cast a displeased glance in the direction of Qingshan, sensing the hostility directed towards them. Dashun, do not turn back. Qingshan cackled. We have business to attend to. What business? Are we not going to catch soft-shelled turtles? Let us head over there. I shall take you to a location on the outskirts of the city, where there might be an opportunity to catch some fish or soft-shelled turtles. Indeed, upon hearing this, Liu Dashun became intrigued and hurriedly followed. The sight of the buried body was quite familiar to him due to the notorious nature of the case, which had garnered significant local attention as a grievous series of crimes. It did not take long for them to arrive at the location. As they approached, Qingshan chuckled, recalling that it had only been a month or 2 since the incident, and there would likely still be the foul stench of decay. I will take a moment to sniff the air. If the odor is indeed present, I shall promptly report it to the authorities and have them come to excavate. Yes, that is the plan. Although the general area was known, the exact location of the burial remained uncertain, necessitating a search. At this time, the county seat had not yet expanded significantly, and in the coming decades, this area would soon become part of the city. Presently, however, it was still on the outskirts, characterized by vast farmlands. While Qingshan diligently searched, Liu Dashun suddenly exclaimed, "What a terrible smell! Whose latrine has ended up here?" Qingshan quickly approached and indeed discovered a latrine, seemingly utilized for fertilizing the fields, emanating a repugnant odor. Suddenly, Qingshan's eyes sparkled with realization. He glanced around and noticed what appeared to be disturbed soil nearby. Could it be buried here? The foul stench from the latrine could very well be masking something more sinister. Yes, I recall that the burial site was said to be near a fertilizer pit. This must be it. Scanning the area, he found that this combined latrine and fertilizer site had a hoe, likely left by local villagers or workers for tilling the land. Without hesitation, he seized the hoe and began to dig. Almost immediately, an unsettling odor of decay wafted up. Upon spotting the ghastly white arm within, he knew his gamble had paid off. He set down his tools and shouted at Liu Dashun, "Let us go. We must report this." Chapter 40. Reporting the murderer inside the police station, Qingshan and Liu Dashun re-entered and encountered the young officer who had previously taken their statements. If Qingshan recalled correctly, the officer's name was Wang Zikao. "You again?" Wang Zikao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them. "Comrade Wang, I have something to report." Qingshan began. "Is it regarding the earlier incident? We have already clarified that those individuals frequently engage in robbery and theft in that area," Wang Zikao replied. "No, it concerns the discovery of a corpse." "What?" Wang Zikao's mind exploded in disbelief, abruptly grasping Qingshan's hand. "Quickly, tell me where. We must go at once." His voice trembled with urgency. The rationale was simple. Apprehending thieves was relatively straightforward, but encountering a homicide was a grave matter indeed. "Let us move," he commanded. In no time, Qingshan and his companion led Wang Zikao to the site. Upon witnessing a human hand protruding from the earth, Wang Zichai was taken aback, instinctively retreating a few paces, while a flicker of hope ignited within him. Truly, this was his fortune. Suddenly, he stepped forward and jovially patted Qingshan on the shoulder, erupting into hearty laughter. "Excellent. I understand now." Soon after, a larger contingent of police officers arrived. Before long, the corpse was excavated, drawing an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. Qingshan and Liu Dashun enjoyed a modest lunch at the station while the body was recovered. Concurrently, the work badge of Lan Shixing was also unearthed. Consequently, their police team embarked on a mission and swiftly apprehended Lan Shixing from the site. What is the meaning of this? Lan Shixing questioned, somewhat bewildered and indignant at his arrest. What do you intend to do? Why am I being detained? I had nothing to do with the theft in the bustling station. At that moment, a figure resembling a leader approached and coldly remarked, you did not bury the corpse from San Liuan properly. This statement shattered Lan Shixing's psychological defenses, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead as he stared in terror at the speaker. The chief, a seasoned individual well acquainted with both people and criminals, discerned the truth from Lan's expression and with a decisive gesture commanded, arrest him. Lan Shixing felt a wave of warmth wash over him and suddenly broke down in tears. This is my first offense. Please do not execute me. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, Qingshan and Liu Dashun observed the proceedings in a state of bewilderment. Qingshan reflected on his actions, feeling that he had accomplished a noble deed. Had events unfolded as they did in his previous life, 3 more lives would have been lost at the hands of this criminal. He relished the dual satisfaction of avenging his grievances while performing a service for the community. As for Liu Dashun, he remained clueless, merely noting that the food at the station was rather delectable. The chief approached Qingshan with a smile. You have rendered a great service. Qingshan extended his hand for a shake, replying, it is merely luck. Wang Zhichai chuckled beside him. Luck it may be, but you have indeed achieved something significant. The chief took a seat, gazing at Qingshan with curiosity. How did you two stumble upon this? He did not direct the question toward Liu Dashun, having discerned that he was not particularly astute. Chief, we are from Qingshan town, primarily engaged in selling soft-shelled turtles. We occasionally catch a few eels as well. Today, we ventured to the outskirts of the city to see if we could find any eels or turtles. As fate would have it, we discovered a burrow for eels in that area. When we failed to catch any, we resorted to digging with a hoe, only to unearth a corpse, which left us both utterly astonished, prompting us to hurriedly report to the police. The chief raised an eyebrow, observing Qingshan's nonchalant demeanor. Although he found the account somewhat hard to believe, he acknowledged that, regardless, the discovery of the body had indeed been a significant aid. You two are from Qingshan town, then? Yes, life has been tough, so we often go fishing or catching turtles. How is business? It's been decent, I suppose. Qingshan chuckled, remarking, we country folk rely on these wild resources to supplement our household expenses. However, it seems the city dwellers have quite the fondness for our soft-shelled turtles. Director Liu nodded, contemplating for a moment before introducing himself. I am Liu Dashun. You mentioned that you often catch soft-shelled turtles. Here is my address. There are quite a few people in my area. Should you catch any turtles, feel free to come by and sell them to us. Qingshan was pleasantly surprised by Liu Dashun's warmth and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Director Liu. No need for thanks. We should be the ones expressing gratitude to you. Let us conclude our conversation for today. Please leave your contact information. And if we require your assistance in the future, we will reach out. All right, thank you. In haste, Qingshan scribbled down his contact details, ready to lead his companion out. Remember, if you have soft-shelled turtles, bring them to my house for sale. My parents enjoy eating them, so you can sell them without worry. Liu Dashun said with a smile. All right, then I shall take my leave. With that, Qingshan took his leave alongside Liu Dashun. Director Liu, I have verified that these two are indeed selling soft-shelled turtles. They were selling them at the nearby bus station just this morning. Furthermore, I have also checked on a certain Lan Shixing, who seems to be collaborating with the pickpockets we apprehended earlier. We still have more to uncover, but it will require some time. The rest can be overlooked for now. We need to extract the corpse from his mouth quickly. Understood immediately. Once Wang Zhi had exited, Liu Dashun sat in contemplation. It was evident that Lan Shixing was indeed in cahoots with the pickpockets. Could it be that this individual realized that capturing the pickpockets was insufficient and that Lan Shixing had threatened him, prompting him to reveal this matter to us in order to eliminate future threats? Logically, even if he harbored such intentions, he could not possibly know that Lan Shixing had committed murder, could he? He was indeed from Qingshan town, with no connection to this area. Could it be that he inadvertently stumbled upon the murder? Yet, such coincidences are rather improbable. After some reflection, he sighed, perhaps this is simply fate intervening. Meanwhile, Qingshan happily returned home with Liu Dashun, though the day had proven quite exhausting. By the time they arrived home, it was already around 5 in the afternoon, and even Chun Yu was preparing to leave work. Liu Dashun felt somewhat dazed, realizing that the day's events had been incredibly thrilling, yet he remained bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Here, this is the cigarette I bought. He had purchased a pack on the way home, and now handed it to Dachshund. Having wasted so much of our time, I want to be visiting your uncle's house. When you have the chance, please deliver this cigarette to him. And just say it's a token of gratitude for lending us the bamboo raft these past few days. Brother Qingshan, didn't we agree to buy it together? Why did you buy it alone? No need to be polite. I earned a bit more than you, so let me take care of this. It's not worth much anyway. Just deliver it to your uncle. After saying this, he waved goodbye to Dachshund and departed. Dachshund scratched his head, realizing that he could only return to deliver gifts. Why have you come back so late? Just as he returned, Chen Ting, cradling a child in her arms, approached him with a hint of worry etched on her face. It's nothing serious. I encountered a minor issue and lingered in the city longer than anticipated. He refrained from elaborating, as any further explanation seemed to change Chen Ting's demeanor entirely. You didn't run into trouble with them, did you? Please don't frighten me. Observing her anxious expression, he suddenly understood and chuckled. Rest assured, it's not as severe now, while caution is still warranted. Selling a bit of our wild game is hardly a significant matter. In fact, I even managed to achieve something today, though it did cost me some time. His lightheartedness alleviated Chen Ting's worries, prompting her to ask, did you have lunch? I prepared a pot of sango fish for you, since you were out this morning. Chen Yu and I saved you a portion. I'll reheat it for dinner. Sounds great. After a long day outside, I am quite fatigued. Soon enough, Chen Yu returned, ready to provide him with further explanations before he had a moment to himself. Dinner consisted of stewed fish with eggs. Although a meal had passed, he realized he had not eaten a single bite during that time. Did you not eat? He gazed at the untouched dish, perplexed, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. What could we eat without you at home? Chen Yu offered him an egg, saying, here, quickly replenish your strength. I don't need to. You are well aware of my constitution. He instinctively replied, yet upon finishing, he noticed Chen Yu's face redden as she pinched him lightly. Qingshan finally comprehended that his sister-in-law was present, and discussing such intimate matters felt somewhat inappropriate, prompting him to force a laugh. Chen Ting sighed, pretending not to hear. What can be done? Am I forbidden from letting a couple share their private words? I find myself caught in the middle. Chen Yu, blushing even more, lowered her head to eat, not daring to utter a word, her feminine sensibilities making her more bashful. Fortunately, they soon finished their meal. The two sisters retreated to the kitchen to tidy up, while Qingshan entertained Liu Xiaoyan outside. He couldn't tell if it was merely his perception, but Liu Xiaoyan seemed to have grown more attractive since her initial arrival. After a brief time amusing her, Chen Yu emerged, taking Liu Xiaoyan from him and playfully pinching him, saying, you and your absurd talk. Qingshan grinned. Shortly thereafter, he caught a whiff of a savory aroma wafting from inside and curiously peered in. What is happening? Are you cooking again? Not quite. Have you forgotten about the numerous sango fish you caught? My sister and I spent the day preparing them. After killing them, we dried them in the pot. Otherwise, they would spoil. Once dried, they can be easily handled, but we didn't finish today, so we will need to continue tomorrow. It dawned on him that it was the scent of dried fish permeating the air. He entered and, under the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, discovered Chen Ting utilizing the residual heat of an iron pot to dry fish from the sandy creek. The process of drying, known as Qingshan, involves gradually absorbing moisture from the fish using only the pot's warmth, without the addition of oil or salt, relying solely on temperature. However, this is a meticulous task that requires vigilant attention to the fire. Although it is termed drying, it is impossible to rely solely on residual heat. One must occasionally add a bit of firewood, though care must be taken not to let the flames become too fierce, lest the fish be scorched. Moreover, this process is time-consuming as it also includes the time required for preparing the fish. Chen Ting, engrossed in her task, turned upon his entrance, smiled and handed him a fish, saying, would you like to taste it? It's fully cooked. He took a bite. The flavor of the fish, once dried, was indeed distinct. The flesh had a certain resilience, and it was notably substantial. Most importantly, there was plenty of meat, albeit with a few tiny bones that were hardly noticeable after being prepared this way. Delicious. He nodded repeatedly. I heard that this dried fish sells for quite a price in town, at least over $1 per pound, comparable to pork. He continued to work while speaking. Qingshan pondered this. In the 21st century, such all-natural wild dried fish could fetch around 100 yuan per pound, although back then, these fish were considerably less abundant. Xiao Yu had shared his thoughts with him, and reflecting on the labor-intensive nature of tofu making. He realized that it was not suitable for him to undertake while caring for the child. Therefore, he contemplated other possibilities, considering if they could sell some river delicacies, such as dried fish. What do you think? This truly sparked Qingshan's interest. However, a dilemma arose. Where could they procure such a quantity of fish? It was impractical to fish every day, and even when one did catch something, it was largely a matter of luck, sometimes catching a lot, other times very little. So even a small catch would be welcome. Furthermore, not only this type of dried fish, but he also knew that small fish inhabited the nearby streams and were quite popular. If they could turn those little fish into dried snacks, it might sell well. Beyond these, he thought they could also produce other farm products to sell in the city. Help me strategize. What do you think we should pursue? I am skilled at making various local goods, but I lack the raw materials and avenues for selling them. I see you rushing about daily, managing to sell so much. Do you think it's possible for you to market all of it? Chen Ting had evidently contemplated this thoroughly, as she spoke earnestly, each point hitting the mark. Sister Ting, you have truly considered much. He could not help but exclaim. Chen Ting shook her head and explained in detail, you know my background. Xiao Yu and I have been following our parents, traveling from north to south for food since childhood, until we settled in our village. In this place, I find myself utterly alone, with no relatives to rely on, and only my parents who were ailing and left us too soon. As the eldest sister, I have inevitably taken on numerous responsibilities to support my family, which has undoubtedly made me more adept at these tasks than Xiao Yu, who, while having witnessed the Chun sister's industriousness from a young age, still cannot quite match Chen Ting's capability in such matters. Chapter 42. Stealing trees. You make a valid point. Here is what I propose. I will see what resources I can gather to assist both of you, as our family is in urgent need of financial support. Qingshan would not dampen their enthusiasm. Having presented a feasible plan, he wholeheartedly endorsed it. Very well, but this matter must remain confidential. Rest assured, I shall keep it close to my heart. However, at this moment, Chen Ting suddenly felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushing as she whispered to him. Qingshan, actually, the promise my sister and I made to you has always been on our minds, but could you wait just a little longer? Initially, Qingshan dismissed it lightly. But upon reflection, he realized she was referring to their earlier agreement. This realization stirred a surge of excitement within him. You need not worry. I, Chen Ting, am a woman of my word. Moreover, I am truly grateful for the safe haven you provide for my mother and me. It's nothing, Qingshan replied, nodding as he emerged from within. However, the fervor of their conversation lingered in his mind. While he was seated outside, conversing with Chunyu, Yi Dashun entered. Brother, have you eaten yet? He asked warmly. Qingshan nodded. I have. Then could we perhaps delay our fishing expedition? I have a feeling we might still catch some soft-shelled turtles. Let us try our luck there, shall we? Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. You still wish to go? Absolutely. We've already made quite a profit. Isn't it splendid to head out now? Initially, Qingshan had planned to enjoy a restful evening with his wife, but Chen Ting's earlier suggestion about selling small products invigorated him with renewed purpose. Even if the turtles were scarce, the surrounding waters were abundant with catfish, and bringing back a few nets would certainly give them something to do. Having made up his mind, he nodded decisively. Let us go. We shall leave at once. Husband, are you truly going out again? You shouldn't. Chen Yu observed him with concern. Not to worry, I'll return early, he replied with a grin, promptly grabbing a bucket and a bag. Leading Yi Dashun towards Zhongzhou Dam. I gave the cigarettes to my uncle, and he remarked on your meticulousness, then accepted them, Yi Dashun recounted. Why did he take them if he thought you were so particular? Upon hearing this, Qingshan sighed, gazing at Yi Dashun with a hint of exasperation. You can't put it that way. He lent us his boat, so it's only natural to offer him some cigarettes in return. If he refused, I would feel hesitant to borrow his vessel again. It was precisely because he accepted me that he dared to act. Do you comprehend? Yi Dashun responded with an acknowledgement, seemingly understanding, yet not fully grasping the depth of the sentiment. Let us proceed. Qingshan smiled slightly and led him onward. They soon arrived at the familiar spot from the previous day, engaging in another round of activities. However, it was evident that the turtles were significantly fewer today than in the past 2 days. Qingshan managed to catch 5, while Yi Dashun caught a mere 2. We will not be able to catch turtles for a while. Let us wait until the situation improves, he remarked to Yi Dashun. Instead, let us go fishing. Absolutely. Let us fish. With that, the two began casting their nets. It must be said that the aquatic resources here are truly abundant, compared to the 21st century. It feels almost like picking up money. After several successful casts, they caught a variety of fish. Alongside the common carp and grass carp, they also netted red-tailed catfish. However, the predominant catch was the sand goby, indicating that this area indeed provides an ideal habitat for them. Moreover, the fish were particularly large, with 2 grass carp weighing nearly 10 pounds each. Once their buckets were filled to the brim, they decided to head home. Although the turtles were scarce, the other fish sufficed. As they approached a fork in the path, Qingshan prepared to divide the catch. No need. Unexpectedly, Liu Dashun shook his head in refusal. Brother Qingshan, I do not want these fish. I only need these 2 turtles to take home. My father said that since you've been the one taking me to sell things these days, and since you caught these fish, they are not worth much. So I should not bring any fish home. We have plenty from the previous days. Qingshan was genuinely surprised by Liu Dashun's politeness and replied with a smile. There is no need to be so courteous. Take them. No, I truly do not want them. It is not me being polite. I genuinely do not wish for them. Let me help you carry them home. With that, Liu Dashun indeed assisted him in carrying the items. Observing his demeanor, Qingshan felt a sense of appreciation. Overall, Dashun was still grateful and mindful of kindness. Upon reaching home, they placed the catch into the pond, which was now teeming with fish. Dashun, you may keep those 2 turtles. I will give you 30 yuan. After a moment of thought, Qingshan handed him the money. I may not go to sell fish tomorrow, but let us not leave your turtles unattended. Sell them to me, and I will take them to the city for you. Liu Dashun was overjoyed, yet after a moment's reflection, he cautiously inquired, Does that mean you do not need to give me so much money? Take it. I am helping you sell your items, not taking them from you. Qingshan chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. All right, off you go, get some sleep. Liu Dashun accepted the money, grinning widely as he left. Qingshan clicked his tongue, surveyed the area, and promptly organized the items. Checking the time, he noticed it was still early, not yet noon. Just then, Chen Yu emerged from inside. She glanced at him before swiftly retreating to her room. Understanding the unspoken request, Qingshan entered without hesitation, and before long, they began practicing the Kuan character technique together. Around 12 o'clock, Chen Yu wearily returned to her room to sleep. In stark contrast, Qingshan felt invigorated. No, this one do. I have only felled 1 tree so far. I must chop down several more. Determined, he seized his hunting rifle and saw, hastily making his way to the forest. The constraints of his home were too confining. If he were to follow his desires, he would need to build a new house, and it must be a well-constructed one. He understood what Chen Ting meant when she spoke of waiting for a while. The reasoning was simple. Their home was exceedingly cramped, to the extent that when one party conducted their affairs, those in the adjacent room would undoubtedly overhear. Chen Ting would surely struggle with this reality, so to fulfill her promise, he needed to provide her with a more conducive environment. With this line of thought, he felt enlightened and merrily ascended the mountain to fell trees. It seemed that old Zhang and Yi Sifang were lingering in the forest that day, not patrolling the mountains, which granted him an opportunity. He chopped down 5 trees throughout the night, storing them all in his spatial realm. It was only at 3 in the morning that he returned home, whereupon he fell into a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the world. Chapter 43. A new venue for selling goods. The following day, he was roused by the sound of a child's cries. Upon rising, he found the sun already high in the sky. In the kitchen, Chen Ting appeared to be busy preparing dried fish. Outside, a child was playing alone, seated on a small wooden cart and seemingly in tears. He approached and lifted the child into his arms. Upon seeing someone to play with, the child ceased crying, instead breaking into a smile and fondling Qingshan's face. Did she wake you? At that moment, Chen Ting sensed the commotion outside and came to investigate. It's nothing. It's already quite late, she remarked. You went out again last night, didn't you? What time did you return? Chen Ting cast him a glance. How did you know I went out? Qingshan asked, somewhat taken aback, but regretted his inquiry immediately. As expected, Chen Ting's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at him. When Xiaoyu returned, it was past midnight, wasn't he? I was actually asleep at that time, not long after he arrived. I heard footsteps and the sound of the door opening and closing, so I knew you had gone out again. Qingshan chuckled awkwardly, and then explained, yes. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went hunting in the mountains and returned around 3. You really are something, going hunting at such a late hour. You should take better care of your health. Hurry and have breakfast. I saved some food for you. All right, After finishing breakfast, Qingshan had to resume his work. It appeared that Chen Yu had gone off to work again, while Chen Ting was bustling about, preparing fish and drying them, utterly absorbed in her tasks. You should really sell these large fish instead, Chen Ting said as she deftly gutted the fish, tossing the entrails aside. In the yard, a few chickens he had previously caught were present, and it seemed the chicks would relish the delectable fish entrails. We'll keep this fish for ourselves. It's too big. Chen Ting shook her head. It's fine, just bear with it. Qingshan instinctively replied. After speaking, he realized how much he sounded like a child. Chen Ting looked at him with an expression of disbelief. That's not it, she exclaimed. I meant we can eat it ourselves. How could we possibly consume so much? This fish weighs nearly 10 pounds. Can we really eat that much? If we can't finish it, it will spoil. As she spoke, Qingshan was suddenly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at her and asked, since these fish cannot be consumed by themselves, could we not transform them into dried fish? Who would want dried fish? It wouldn't fetch a decent price. The only ones that sell are those made from the common sand gutter fish. Chen Ting shook her head, dismissing his idea. No, that's not what I meant. We can create something else. Don't we love eating rice wine fish around here? We could make rice wine fish. Chen Ting's eyes lit up, astonished by the suggestion. Yes, we can indeed make rice wine fish, but it requires quite a few ingredients. She became somewhat animated as she spoke. That's no problem. We just need rice wine and some spices, right? We can purchase those. Surely, there are families in the village who have rice wine that we can buy. Or we could even brew our own. The more Qingshan pondered, the more he felt a sense of opportunity. We can prepare it jar by jar. And once it's ready, I'll take it to the city to sell. It's delicious, and with our quality ingredients, it will surely sell well. Chen Ting was equally excited. After a moment of reflection, she nodded. Great, let us give it a try one of these days. You should tell Xiaoyu to take a break from work. The two of you could work at home instead. Being out in the sun every day has tanned my wife. It pains me to see. He seized the moment to express his concern for her. Chen Ting felt a wave of emotion, surprised by Qingshan's affection for her. All right, I'll mention it to her. Perfect, then it's settled. However, if that's the case, we'll need to fish regularly. After a moment of thought, he promptly grabbed a machete and stepped outside. Since we need to fish often, we can't keep borrowing someone else's bamboo raft. We must make our own. He ventured to the back to begin chopping bamboo. Fortunately, their household didn't possess much, but there was an abundance of bamboo. He managed to gather all the necessary bamboo in a single day. However, after some consideration, he decided to chop even more. He was still somewhat curious. Was there fish in the lake within his own space? If there were fish there, he could fish as well. This thought delighted him, prompting him to chop extra bamboo, which he would dry out before crafting the raft. The following day, he returned to the city with 5 soft-shelled turtles. This time, he made his way directly to Liu Dashun's residence. Upon arrival, his eyes brightened as he realized it was an excellent location for selling goods. The bustling activity on both sides suggested a significant population residing nearby. He reached the door number Liu Dashun had provided. Inside, an elderly woman and a man were seated. They looked at him with curiosity as he peeked in and greeted him. Young man, are you looking for someone? The elderly woman inquired warmly. I'm trying to find Liu Dashun. Dashun is my son. What do you need him for? Oh, it's nothing. Qingshan smiled, saying, I am a seller of soft-shelled turtles. The last time I saw him at the station, he mentioned that if I ever sold soft-shelled turtles, I should come here. So, I came to take a look. You sell soft-shelled turtles as well? Let me see. With that, the couple approached. Qingshan took out 5 soft-shelled turtles from his bag for him to see. Indeed, they were fine specimens. How much for each? He inquired. I sell them for 15 yuan each. That price is quite reasonable. I'll take one. The old man replied with a smile. Thank you for supporting my business. Qingshan responded. No need for thanks. Your turtles are indeed of excellent quality, and at 15 yuan, I'm getting quite a bargain. I've heard these are not cheap, especially the ones from Town, where the water is abundant, and they grow exceptionally well. I've long heard of their great reputation. Typically, I wouldn't indulge in such luxuries, but if it weren't for your visit, we wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicacies. Qingshan chuckled, appreciating the old man's eloquence. Please wait a moment. I will call a few people over. Just as he was about to leave after the sale, the old lady had already gone next door to summon others. Soon, several people from the neighboring shops came over, and upon seeing his goods, they began to praise them. Before long, all 5 soft-shelled turtles were sold. Moreover, these individuals were notably generous, likely aware of the fair price. and did not attempt to haggle. Once they departed, Qingshan expressed his gratitude to the elderly couple. Thank you both for your assistance today. No need to thank us. If anyone should be thanked, it is you. At that moment, Liu Dashun unexpectedly returned. Director Liu. Qingshan greeted him with a warm smile. Liu Dashun returned the smile, and his parents, sensing their arrival, promptly retreated to provide them space for conversation. It seems your area is truly abundant in resources, coming here to sell so quickly. Did you manage to sell everything? Liu Dashun inquired. Yes, everything sold. I didn't have much today, just 5 soft-shelled turtles, and everyone was very accommodating. Especially your family leading the way. Thank you for your support. Qingshan replied cheerfully. It's a small matter. I've heard them express a desire for soft-shelled turtles. So I merely facilitated things for both of us. Liu Dashun chuckled, pulling out a cigarette and offering it to him. Though Qingshan did not smoke, he accepted it graciously. Thank you for your help with the Qingshan situation. We have now apprehended the entire gang. Interestingly, it turned out that they were working with those who stole your belongings. Truly unfortunate luck that it fell into your hands. Are you referring to those ruffians who stole at the station that day? Ruffians? You underestimate them. They are not mere ruffians. According to their statements, the individual was killed by the 5 of them together, and the motive was simple: greed and malice. We have already identified the individuals involved. This time, I've achieved a significant accomplishment, but without your help, I wouldn't have succeeded. I am rather curious how you came to know of this matter. Qingshan let out a bittersweet smile, realizing that no matter how he approached the matter, it would be challenging to navigate through it. He could only earnestly reiterate what he had conveyed to Wang that day. Is that truly the case? Director Liu, are you not already aware? The reason you invited me to your home to sell soft-shelled turtles was to ascertain whether I genuinely possessed the skill to catch them, wasn't it? Have I deceived you in any way? Liu Dashun was taken aback by Qingshan's perceptiveness regarding his intentions. This revelation left Liu Dashun feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since the investigation had indeed revealed no connection to him. His suspicions seemed rather unwarranted. Please, don't call me Director Liu. I am older than you. If you don't mind, you may refer to me as Uncle. Liu Dashun expressed with a hint of regret, his expression softening with a smile as he regarded Qingshan. Please forgive my tendency to be overly suspicious. It comes with my role in law enforcement. I truly mean no offense, and I recognize that this matter is unrelated to you. How could I dare to presume? You and I are quite different. I understand that individuals in your profession harbor far more complex thoughts. I merely spoke without much consideration, and besides, everyone has been quite supportive of my business today. You have helped me sell quite a bit. Liu Dashun chuckled, patting Qingshan on the shoulder. Shall we share a meal at my place this noon? There's no need for that. I arrive empty-handed. Next time, I would truly like to join you for a meal, but I shall bring gifts. Otherwise, I would feel rather awkward staying to dine at your home. Upon hearing this, Liu Dashun ceased further discussion. Qingshan sensed it was time for him to take his leave. Wait a moment. Just then, Liu Dashun hesitated and called out to him. Qingshan turned back to face him. In the future, if you have quality goods to sell, bring them here. Many of our fellow villagers are around. And if you do have good items, I can have my parents assist you in selling them. Qingshan felt a surge of joy within. Yet he hesitated on the surface. Uncle Liu, does this comply with the regulations? Why would you even question that? There is nothing improper about this arrangement. I am not seeking personal gain, nor am I abusing my authority. I am merely suggesting that you sell here, not engage in any other activities. Moreover, things are becoming increasingly open now. Small businesses like ours can thrive without hindrance, especially since we are in a small county where the circulation of agricultural products has never faced obstacles. Rest assured, should any issues arise, you can always come to me. Qingshan understood that Liu Dashun felt somewhat embarrassed after being called out on his intentions, and this was his way of making amends. It also indicated that Liu Dashun was a person of integrity. Besides, Qingshan needed someone like him, someone who could occasionally lend a hand. He certainly would not refuse such goodwill. Thank you, Uncle Liu. All right, hurry back. I shall not delay your business any longer. Qingshan smiled and turned to leave. Liu Dashun then retreated inside. Who is that young man? His father inquired, glancing at him. Why didn't you invite him in for a meal before he left? He's eager to attend to his business. Liu Dashun chuckled. Dad, do you think everyone is like you? Qingshan town has never been affluent, and life has certainly become more challenging now. The young man is industrious and knows how to bring some game into the city for sale. He must be rushing back now to tend to other matters. Who has the time to dine here? The old man nodded and sighed. This time, You have truly aided me significantly by cracking a major case. I seem to have garnered attention from above due to my performance. So if they come here to sell goods in the future, you all should lend a hand in promoting them. Rest assured, if he indeed comes here to sell, we shall certainly assist in promoting him. After all, times are tough for everyone. The old man nodded, fully agreeing with his son's sentiments. I say, Chen Ting, what are you busy with here? I see that your efforts are in vain. You might as well join me. Rest easy, I've raised you well. And our family is far better off than that Qingshan's. If you stay with me, you will enjoy a good life. Would I let you suffer? What are you doing with him? Just as he returned home, he overheard a disreputable man standing at his doorstep, speaking loudly into the yard. Yi Jinshan, cease your nonsensical chatter. If you keep this up, when Qingshan returns, he won't spare you, and you'll find yourself begging for mercy. Have you forgotten how he dealt with you the last time you worked in the team? Chen Ting's furious voice echoed from within. Am I truly afraid of Yi Qingshan? I had no intention of stooping to his level that day. Otherwise, I would have flattened him already. Just look at him now. What can he do to me? If he had the capability, he would have come over to beat me long ago. Yi Jinshan boasted, flaunting his bravado. At that moment, Yi Qingshan kicked him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground as he shouted, Are you looking for death? How dare you come to my house and bully my sister Ting in my absence? I'll make you pay. With that, he pinned Yi Jinshan to the ground and began to strike him. Yi Jinshan was no match for him and cried out in distress as he was overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, Liu Dashun also arrived, witnessing the scene and clapping his hands in delight. He too rushed forward to join in. Chapter 45. Purchasing distiller's grains. Yi Jinshan cried out in anguish, but with both of them holding him down, he could not escape. Only capable of howling in misery. After a while, Chen Ting hurriedly pulled Yi Qingshan away, primarily concerned that Yi Jinshan might be seriously harmed. Yi Jinshan, now bruised and battered, lay on the ground pointing at them, speechless. I warn you one last time, stay far away from my home in the future. And do not utter nonsense in front of my sister Ting. Next time, I swear I will break your third leg and feed it to my chicks. I mean every word. With that, Yi Jinshan stumbled to his feet, yet dared not retaliate, ultimately fleeing like a defeated dog. After this encounter, it was certain he would think twice before seeking trouble with them again. Brother Qingshan, that fellow is despicable. I helped you beat him. By the way, did you go to sell goods? Have you finished? Yi Dashun was particularly delighted as he approached to take a look. It's all sold out, rest assured. All right, I shall head back. With a joyous skip in his step, Yi Dashun made his way home, muttering to himself, just wait until I give him a thrashing. That fool Yi Gengzhang actually dared to bully Sister Ting. I must tell everyone to come together and berate him. Oh, and I must inform Uncle Lushing. When the captain intervenes, he shall be thoroughly reprimanded. At that moment, Chen Ting and Yi Qingshan entered the room. How many times has he bullied you now? Yi Qingshan inquired once inside. This is the first time, Chen Ting replied, a hint of helplessness in her voice. You know what kind of person Yi Gengzhang is. He has always been a reckless troublemaker. He mustered the courage to confront me only because I am a woman alone at home. Do not overthink it. It was merely this once. He wouldn't dare to truly bully me. Who doesn't he know about your temper? Is it really just this once? Indeed, only this once. Why would I lie to you? Yi Qingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Remember, if anything like this happens again, do not hesitate to inform me. Others may let him off the hook, but I certainly will not. Chen Ting nodded repeatedly. Just then, Chen Yu walked in, appearing to have finished her work. Upon seeing her husband, she exclaimed, Darling, didn't you say you would help us make the fermented fish? We don't have the ingredients. When will you go to buy some? Seeing his wife in such a fluster, he couldn't help but smile. All right, I can go buy those ingredients for you to make the fermented fish, but on one condition. You must stop working from now on. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu immediately hung her head in hesitation. But dear, if I don't work, our family will truly have no work points at all. She tugged at his hand, seemingly pleading. What does it matter? We can sustain ourselves without relying on those meager work points. Do you doubt my abilities or your own? Chen Yu pondered for a moment. I can agree to your condition. If our products do not turn out well or do not sell, then I can go back to work, right? Absolutely, it's settled then. Yi Qingshan chuckled. After lunch, he was ready to take action. In their yard, Chen Ting and her sister had already begun preparing the fish for the fermented dish, which involved simply killing the fish, cutting it into pieces, and drying it. He set about dealing with other ingredients, primarily the crucial fermented mash, while ginger and chili were relatively easy to find. Soon, he arrived at Yi Lao's home. Given that Yi Laowu was quite affluent and had a penchant for brewing rice wine, he brewed it throughout the year. Upon arriving, Yi Qingshan explained his purpose. However, he did not disclose what he intended to do with the fermented mash, merely stating he wished to purchase some. You want to buy fermented mash? I'm afraid that's a bit awkward. We've run out of it long ago. Yi Laowu expressed with genuine regret. If you truly wish to buy some, you'll need to head to the town where they sell rice wine. Upon visiting their establishment, you are certain to find fermented rice available for purchase. However, what do you intend to do with it? Oh, I merely bought it to prepare some dishes. Fermented rice can indeed be used in a variety of culinary creations. For instance, the locals here particularly enjoy dishes like fermented rice and taro. Generally speaking, buying fermented rice for cooking is considered somewhat extravagant. It is more common for individuals to brew their own alcohol and reserve some of the fermentation residue for culinary purposes. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Yi. He was just about to leave when Yi Laowu suddenly called him back, asking, have you planted the peanuts yet? I have, I assure you. When the time comes, I will definitely bring some peanuts to you for oil extraction. Yi Laowu then smiled, nodding as he explained, it's not that I am rushing you or doubting your capabilities. It's just that times are tough for everyone. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still a younger member of the Yi family. As long as you call me uncle, I will offer you a few reminders. Please do not find my words bothersome. How could I? I shall take my leave now. After saying this, he waved goodbye and departed, riding his bicycle towards the town. Today is not a market day, and being in the afternoon, the market appears particularly desolate. He approached one of the shops and peered inside, noticing a sign that read, selling water wine. In reality, this so-called water wine differs slightly from liquor. It is also fermented from rice, but with a lower alcohol content, making it more palatable. Do not underestimate this beverage. It is a significant favorite among the locals, second only to their beloved lei cha. Men drink water wine, while women indulge in lei cha. Would you like some wine? The shopkeeper inquired as he noticed him. I'll have a bowl, please. Though he is not particularly fond of or knowledgeable about alcoholic beverages, he possesses a keen understanding of human nature. Before long, a bowl of water wine was placed before him, costing just 50 cents. While it may appear to be a modest amount, it is quite sufficient. He lifted the bowl and took a sip. In truth, water wine has a low alcohol content. It is primarily appreciated for its flavor. Some brews are exceptionally well crafted, while others may be somewhat difficult to swallow. However, the drink before him was wonderfully aromatic and particularly smooth going down, with a hint of sweetness. This water wine is fermented with yeast, and aside from adding water during the warming process, there are no impurities. If one were to brew their own, it could be made without water, known as jiuzi, which is even sweeter, more fragrant, and possesses a higher alcohol content. Boss, this wine is quite excellent, he exclaimed in admiration. The proprietor immediately sat beside him, chuckling, indeed. Just look at the number of water wine shops in our town. Yet, ours undoubtedly has the best business. The reason is simple. It's delicious. Others may add a multitude of ingredients. But do you know what I add? Even if I do add a bit of water, it won't be diluted to the point of resembling plain water. That is my conscience at work. Chapter 46. Procuring materials. This is indeed a candid statement. Water can be mixed with the wine, and this practice is commonplace. There are two reasons for diluting liquor. The first is to economize costs, and the second is to reduce the alcohol content. Without dilution, some individuals might find the drink unaffordable, as it would become more expensive. However, there are various methods of dilution. Some may dilute excessively, while others might feel that too much dilution would disrespect their patrons, opting for a more moderate approach. Indeed, I have observed that among the establishments on the street, yours undoubtedly thrives the most, surely due to the quality of your spirits. I am not an aficionado of fine liquor myself, but were I one, I would frequently visit your establishment for a sip. You, my good fellow, possess a way with words. Nevertheless, our situation is quite straightforward. If you enjoy it, feel free to come by often. It is of no concern to us. Our spirits are not exorbitantly priced. They are affordable for the common folk. With that said, we have nearly exhausted the topic and must attend to our affairs. May I inquire, since you brew frequently, what becomes of your spent grains? Our spent grains. We either use them in our own cooking or sometimes feed them to pigs. However, one must be cautious, as overfeeding could intoxicate the swine. We also use them to feed chickens and ducks. The proprietor chuckled. Well, isn't that quite resourceful? But isn't that a bit wasteful? To which I replied, what choice do I have? I cannot bear to give it away. It is far more prudent to nourish my own chickens. I just need to be careful not to get them tipsy. The proprietor laughed heartily. I have some urgent needs at home. Would you consider selling me your spent grains? He immediately expressed his intent. The proprietor paused, taken aback. You wish to purchase spent grains? Indeed, I have never sold such before. Yet, in his heart, he felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of earning a little extra. After all, when brewing at home, one accumulates an excess of these grains, which cannot all be used. Even when feeding chickens or pigs, one must be careful not to overindulge them, lest they become inebriated. May I have a look at your spent grains? What could possibly prevent you from doing so? Come in, and I shall show you. I have quite a bit. He led him into the yard, where indeed, the spent grains were stored. At that moment, the grains were contained within a large vat, and upon opening it, a powerful aroma wafted forth. The scent of this liquor is truly potent. He remarked, is all of it contained here? Indeed, everything is right here. Do you wish to purchase some? The proprietor watched him with anticipation. That sounds good, but are these grains clean? Clean. Of course they are clean. We sometimes use them in our cooking, so they are certainly not filthy. Very well, I will take all of this. Name your price. He felt a surge of joy and spoke with generosity. The proprietor, although pleased, was also venturing into uncharted territory and after some contemplation, finally stated, how about this? There is quite a bit here, so perhaps 5 yuan would be fair. After speaking, he regarded Qingshan with trepidation, fearing he might have set the price too high and that the other might not be pleased. Indeed, Qingshan was not unwilling. However, business operates on a certain principle. One cannot simply acquiesce to every demand, especially in long-term dealings. Otherwise, the initiative would rest solely with the other party, who may not regard you as significant. 5 yuan is far too exorbitant. Let us settle at 4. We can establish a long-term cooperative relationship, and should you require my services again in the future. How does that sound? The proprietor contemplated this, realizing that if the goods remained unsold, they would serve little purpose in his home. While he could claim they might be used to feed livestock, the actual benefit would be minimal. Every extra cent counts, after all. Very well, 4 yuan it is. Splendid. He chuckled, requesting a clean bag for the contents, as he intended to take them with him shortly. Of course, enjoy your drink while I prepare it for you. The owner jovially obliged. Before long, the bag of pomace was ready. Qingshan finished his drink, handed him 5 yuan, and exchanged names. Discovering that the owner's surname was Sunday Mr. Sun, I shall take my leave. Mr. Yi, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Qingshan smiled faintly, then departed, riding away on his bicycle. Having procured the pomace, he felt a sense of relief as he hurried home. At home, the 2 women were still busy sorting through their catch. Upon his arrival, they rushed to greet him, their eyes alight with curiosity upon seeing the contents of his bag. Is this sufficient? Qingshan inquired. Absolutely. This is more than enough. Who knows how much we can prepare with this? Chen Ting expressed her delight, recognizing that this marked the beginning of their new life. There are many establishments in town that serve boiled water. Acquiring such goods for just 4 yuan is a boon. If we find ourselves in need again, we can simply return to them. As they spoke, both women burst into laughter. Do you need me to assist with anything else? Seeing their joyous demeanor, he too was uplifted and inquired. No, there is nothing more for you to do. However, we lack seasonings. Please procure some from the villagers. I know there are peppers and ginger being cultivated in the village, as they have ample land for such crops. Uncle Sheng has some. Very well. I shall go immediately. He hurriedly made his way to Yu Zhongxing's home. At that moment, Yu Zhongxing was at home, not out working. He was somewhat surprised yet pleased to see Qingshan enter, greeting him with a smile. Uncle Zhongxing, do you have any peppers and ginger? Indeed. What do you need them for? How much do you require? I will fetch it for you. Yu Zhongxing replied generously. Yu Dashun, nearby, chimed in. Yes, brother Qingshan. We have plenty of those at home. How much do you need? I can ask my father to get it for you. No need for that. I will buy it. What nonsense are you speaking? Yu Zhongxing immediately shook his head. What do you mean by buy? Do you think I hold you in such low regard? Have we reached a point where we must discuss buying? If it weren't for you taking Dachwan out these past few days, he wouldn't have earned this money. You have helped us immensely. What is the harm in taking some ginger and peppers? I will get them for you. No. He quickly grasped Yu Zhongxing's arm, his expression earnest. It's not that I wish to be polite. Rather, the quantity I require is rather substantial, not just a little bit. To acquire just that small amount, even if you were to offer me money, I would still be reluctant to part with it, and certainly not for a trifling sum. Just how much is not a trifling sum? At this, Yi Zhengsheng was rendered momentarily bewildered, gazing at him in inquiry. The quantity of chili peppers should be at least a dozen or 20 pounds, and ginger would be somewhat similar. Do we truly possess that much? Oh, but I require dried chili peppers, not those moist ones. We do have them. Yet why do you need so many? Never mind. You must have your own reasons for such a request. You are quite astute. Very well, I shall fetch them for you. Take a look. Chapter 47. Crafting bamboo rafts. Yi Zhengsheng and his spouse are considered among the most industrious couples in their village. Their primary challenge lies in the fact that Yi Dashun is not particularly bright. Thus, they are fervently striving to enhance their household circumstances. They have welcomed several daughters into the world, all of whom have since married, leaving only Yi Dashun by their side. This couple typically labors in the fields, and upon returning home, they must attend to their own domestic chores. In these times, while cultivating traditional fields may be unfeasible, they can still cultivate wasteland, growing eggplants, chili peppers, taro, and sweet potatoes. At this moment, Yi Dashun's mother, Xie Xiaofan, arrived. Before long, the items were brought forth and placed before them. Do you think this is sufficient? Yi Zhengsheng inquired of Yi Qingshan. Glancing over, Yi Qingshan smiled and nodded. Indeed, this is quite ample. Come, let us gather it all. What is the cost? Yi Zhengsheng insisted on weighing it. What need is there for weighing? These items are hardly worth much. Just 5 yuan will suffice. That simply won't do. Yi Qingshan knew that 5 yuan would be a tremendous bargain for himself, and he immediately waved his hand. If sold, this would fetch at least 10 yuan. 5 yuan is simply unacceptable. You must weigh it, and I shall pay you the market price. Why such formality? Over these past few days, our Dachhuan has earned several hundred yuan alongside you. I am fully aware of it. We never anticipated making such a profit. So why be so courteous? Yi Zhengsheng insisted on refusing payment. Although Yi Zhengsheng was unwilling to accept, Yi Qingshan felt it improper to act so inconsiderately. He retrieved 10 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Yi Zhengsheng's hand. Then let it be 10 yuan. I appreciate your kindness. Yet you must not incur too great a loss. 10 yuan is fair, wouldn't you agree? Observing Yi Qingshan's earnest demeanor, Yi Zhengsheng felt it would be inappropriate to decline further, so he finally nodded and accepted the money. Well, I shall take my leave. Yi Qingshan sighed in relief, then tidied the items and waved farewell to them. What do you think Qingshan is up to? I hear he has stopped going to work. Previously, he was accompanying Dachhuan to catch soft-shell turtles. Now, with all these items, what is his intention? Xie Xiaofan inquired curiously. Why are you so curious? He must have his own reasons for engaging in such endeavors. It is not our place to meddle. The thoughts of the younger generation differ from ours. Xie Xiaofan acknowledged with a sound of understanding. However, Yi Zhengsheng turned his gaze towards Yi Dachhuan, patting him on the shoulder. Dachhuan, you should earnestly learn from your brother Qingshan. Father, I am learning from him. I have always been learning from him. My brother Qingshan is truly remarkable. Yi Dachhuan nodded vigorously. Yi Zhengsheng smiled softly, yet a sigh escaped him. The persistent worry regarding his son's intellect had always weighed heavily on him. However, observing the recent interactions between his son and Yi Qingshan, he found solace in the realization that Yi Qingshan possessed a keen mind and seemed to genuinely care for his son. This brought him a sense of happiness. Encouraging their companionship could only yield positive outcomes. On this particular day, Yi Qingshan returned home, elated, carrying an assortment of items. As he unveiled them to the two, they both exhaled in relief and erupted into laughter. Is there anything else you need me to do? Yi Qingshan inquired with a smile. You needn't concern yourself with anything further. I've prepared some honey water for you. Just take a moment to hydrate while my sister and I handle things from here. Chen Yu replied, clapping her hands and moving the items to their feet, starting to wash the ginger. With a sigh of relief, Yi Qingshan noticed the child appeared to be dozing off. Feeling a bit idle, he ventured back into his own space. After days of diligent labor, he was thrilled to discover that the fungi had begun to show signs of life. So soon? He mused, filled with delight as he examined the cultures. In another day or two, he should be able to transfer them onto the prepared logs. And then it would be a matter of whether they would flourish into a forest. This thought made him smile. Further exploration revealed several bird eggs, the species of which remained a mystery to him. Witnessing the flourishing state of his endeavors filled him with immense joy. Yet he recognized there were still many tasks awaiting his attention. The following day, he began transferring the mycelium onto the pre-drilled logs, now left to see if the cultures would thrive. He also checked on the peanuts, discovering that the seedlings were thriving. They had been delivered some time ago, and soon he could harvest them, allowing his household to produce oil. He recalled that making the fish dish from fermented rice would require a considerable amount of oil. However, it would be a while before he could commence that project. For now, they were merely preparing the fish. Additionally, he needed to catch a substantial amount of fish, as what he had would likely be insufficient. Resolute in his plans, he enlisted Liu Dashun to assist him in crafting bamboo rafts once the bamboo had dried somewhat. Liu Dashun, eager to play alongside him since he had few friends, immediately followed suit, helping him with the rafts. Dashun, you haven't mentioned the situation at Zhongzhou Dam to anyone else, have you? I mean, not even to your uncle? He pressed. I haven't told my uncle. That's our secret. If I do, he might go and catch those soft-shelled turtles. And then how would we do it? Liu Dashun explained with a self-satisfied expression. Qingshan couldn't help but laugh, nodding vigorously. Indeed, Dashun is the cleverest. Let us keep this to ourselves. Perhaps in the future, we can procure plenty from there. Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. After 2 days of labor, they successfully completed both rafts. Although the bamboo wasn't completely dry, it would suffice. After finishing the rafts, they crafted a few bamboo poles. Together, the two of them carried the rafts to the banks of the Meijiang River, placing them gently upon the water. Indeed. With great joy, Liu Dashun leaped up, proclaiming, Brother Qingshan, your prowess is unmatched. Just look at our splendid work. It's acceptable. Let us set it aside for now, he replied. When shall we embark on our fishing expedition? Liu Dashun, feeling restless in his newfound leisure, inquired eagerly. Do not rush. I shall observe when time permits, came the response. I will notify you then. This bamboo raft was crafted by the two of us, and I am determined to fish alongside you. Very well. Liu Dashun returned home in high spirits. Meanwhile, Qingshan returned to his abode, transporting another bamboo raft along with the pole to the serene lake within its space. Gazing at the rippling azure waters, he sat upon the bamboo raft, lost in contemplation. I wonder if there are any fish in this place. It would be delightful if there were, he mused, rubbing his hands together in excitement. However, he realized he had yet to procure a net, prompting him to exit the raft. Just as he emerged, he spotted Chen Ting approaching gently. I overlooked something earlier. Preparing the marinated fish requires a considerable amount of oil, and our household is rather short on that supply. The oil you brought last time is almost depleted. Fear not, you focus on the fish, and I shall find a way to acquire the oil. After all, both the fish and the marinade will not spoil quickly. Just wait. Chen Ting nodded at Qingshan's confidence, though a hint of concern lingered in her eyes. Chapter 48. The blossoms matured unbeknownst to them. While they believed their undertakings were shrouded in secrecy, news had spread throughout the village. I am aware of their activities. Ginseng, having been reprimanded by Qingshan twice, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. It seems they are preparing some sort of dish, perhaps the marinated fish, as I've heard from my mother, he exclaimed. Do they possess the means to create such a delicacy? This dish was common among many villagers, allowing them to deduce what was truly unfolding. How do you know they lack the means? Liu Dashun, having overheard Qingshan's remarks, immediately countered. Liu Dashun, do you believe your opinion holds any weight? You ought to reflect on your own standing. Qingshan recalled the previous encounter where he and Qingshan had bested him, igniting a spark of anger within him. Qingshan, are you itching for another bout? With Qingshan's support and his naturally imposing stature, Liu Dashun was unperturbed by Qingshan's threats. He glared at him defiantly, hands on his hips. Previously, Qingshan had rallied others to bully the simple-minded Liu Dashun, but with Liu Dashun now standing his ground, Qingshan felt a twinge of apprehension. What do you intend to do? Are you considering taking action against me? Qingshan demanded, his breath catching in his throat. I advise you to refrain from posturing before me. Do you even recognize who you are? He continued. Besides, I have not spoken falsely. Preparing marinated fish requires oil. Their household likely lacks even the basic cooking oil, yet they dare to dream of marinated fish. How absurd. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Birds of a feather flocked together. They mused, noting that those who associated with Qingshan were of similar ilk. All you do is cast disparaging remarks, while Brother Qingshan possesses true skill. Whatever he sets out to accomplish, he shall undoubtedly succeed. Just wait and see. I scoff. Let's see how he manages that. I will wait right here. After saying this, Qingshan curled his lip. Liu Dashun, unable to contend with their numbers, angrily returned home. With Liu Dashun acting as a messenger for Qingshan, nearly the entire village was aware of Qingshan's endeavors. One day, upon returning home, Chen Yu felt quite indignant. What happened? Yi Qingshan, riding back from town with a bicycle laden with fishing gear, inquired upon noticing his wife's gloomy demeanor. It's that blabbermouth Yi Jinshan. He has spread word of our brewing fish sauce throughout the village. I've heard quite a few whispers outside, claiming we are acting recklessly. What business is it of theirs? Xinyu exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Word travels swiftly, but it's to be expected, Yi Qingshan nodded. Do not stoop to their level. Those people simply cannot keep their mouths shut. I understand they are gossips, but why should our choices concern them? They even say you're daydreaming instead of working. I am not bothered by their remarks, so why should you be? The more Xinyu pondered, the more discontented she became. Never mind them. While they were conversing, Yi Dashun suddenly rushed in, holding an oil bottle. Brother Qingshan, is there no oil left at home? I brought this oil from my house. Don't worry, if it's insufficient, I can fetch some more. In these times, oil was a precious commodity. And seeing Yi Dashun carrying at least 3 or 4 pounds of it, left Yi Qingshan both touched and amused. You took this from home? Of course. I cannot simply take from others. That would make me a thief. Yi Dashun nodded vigorously. But this is your family's oil. You must return it immediately, or your mother will scold you. She doesn't know. Chen Ting, standing nearby, could not help but laugh while feeling grateful. It's precisely because your mother doesn't know that you shouldn't take it. Return it at once. We can manage our oil situation. Chen Ting explained gently. It's all right. I'll tell my dad. Don't worry. I can handle the oil situation. Just take it back, or when you bring oil home. Your mother won't be able to cook for you. But now the whole village knows what you are doing, and everyone is waiting to see you in a predicament. What will you do about that? Very soon, I will have oil. Seeing his determination, Yi Dashun had no choice but to return home with the oil. Qingshan, how will you manage this? After Yi Dashun left, Chen Ting and Xinyu looked at Yi Qingshan. Don't worry, I have it under control. With that assurance, the two women nodded and resumed their tasks. Once they departed, he returned to his space to check on the peanuts. He reached out and gently pulled up a peanut plant. To his delight, the roots were laden with plump peanuts. He picked one and carefully pinched it. Upon opening the shell, he found the peanuts inside to be full and robust. I can harvest them now. He laughed heartily and began to gather the peanuts. There are indeed plenty of peanuts here. Fortunately, he was quite adept at his work. After spending an entire day uprooting these peanuts, he then began to harvest them. However, after 2 days of toil, he felt utterly exhausted. While he could indeed cultivate crops in his space, the solitary nature of this endeavor was undeniably taxing. Unfortunately, he could not divulge this secret to anyone. Thus, all tasks within the confines of his space had to be accomplished by him alone, lest others grow suspicious and he be unable to provide a plausible explanation. After a day of uprooting peanuts and 2 days of harvesting, he also needed to sun-dry them. These past few days had been a whirlwind of activity for him. Meanwhile, gossip about him in the village had been proliferating. Look, after all this time, I told you he was in a bind. I know their family's fish has already been dried. I've heard there are about 20 pounds of dried fish left out in the sun until they are thoroughly desiccated. Yi Jinshan has begun to mock him in the village. Perhaps Uncle Wu's family is in despair, fearing he might be too embarrassed to ask them for oil. You see, Uncle Wu's family runs an oil mill, but they don't possess an abundance of oil. Business? He is not in a position to engage in any such ventures. Others joined in laughter. That night, indeed, the Yi family was troubled. Aunt Wu glanced at her husband. Are you aware of what is happening with Qingshan's family? How could I not be? Yi Jinshan is blabbering away in the village every day. What kind of idle life does he lead, not needing to work? He seems to have endless time to chatter about everything. Do you think Qingshan might genuinely come to our home to ask for oil? I must tell you, we hardly have any oil ourselves. Although our situation is a tad better than others, it's not by much. Please, do not lend out any oil without my consent. Uncle Wu nodded, sighing inwardly. Naturally, he could lend a small hand, but how much assistance could he truly offer? Just as they were finishing their conversation, they heard a voice from outside. Uncle Wu. Aunt Wu jolted. Coming. You mustn't lend him any oil. Uncle Wu sighed and reluctantly stepped outside with his pipe in hand. He beheld Yi Qingshan entering, carrying a heavy load of peanuts, and grinning as he pointed to them. I've brought peanuts. Could you help me extract some oil? Chapter 49. Shelling peanuts. At that moment, Aunt Wu feared her husband's kindness might compel him to lend oil, so she hurriedly followed him outside. Upon seeing the large load of peanuts, both were momentarily taken aback. Uncle Wu was somewhat dazed as he approached and grabbed a handful of peanuts, noting how remarkably clean and sufficiently dry they appeared. He immediately took one and cracked it open. The peanuts inside were plump and inviting. Unable to resist, he took a bite, and the rich, nutty aroma enveloped his senses. These peanuts were exceptional. They would undoubtedly yield oil, and a considerable amount at that. Where did you procure these? He asked, astonished. The village had recently been abuzz with talk of his inability to source oil. Although lacking an oil ticket made it challenging to obtain oil, he could indeed purchase peanuts. This was purchased from someone else. My own crops have yet to bear fruit. I just wanted to buy some to tide me over for a while. What do you think? Certainly, that is perfectly acceptable. Yi Laowu laughed heartily, filled with joy. However, Aunt Wu, standing behind him, felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since just moments ago she had seemingly been speaking ill of her husband. Now, the awkwardness was palpable. Come on, let us quickly sort through this. Yi Laowu's face radiated with uncontainable delight. Actually, I have a question for you. I'm quite unfamiliar with this process. Should I shell the peanuts before extracting the oil? It's perfectly normal for a child like you to be unaware if you haven't pressed oil before, Aunt Wu explained. Whether to shell them or not is up to you. However, if you do shell them, the resulting peanut oil will be purer and less murky. Moreover, without the extraneous bits, you can yield more oil, thus enhancing the oil extraction rate. It's entirely your choice. Let us shell them then. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wu was quite generous and immediately spoke up. Since we have nothing to do here, shelling them would allow us to extract a bit more oil. Times are tough for everyone, and every little bit counts. I'll take them back to shell and then bring them over. What are you talking about? Just leave them here. Our family can help with the shelling too. Isn't it a hassle for you to keep moving them back and forth? Just leave them here. Aunt Wu, perhaps feeling particularly bashful, firmly pressed him to stay. With no other choice, he had to set the items down. This full basket of peanuts weighed approximately 120 jin. He placed a load of peanuts down. Just this one load? Yi Laowu inquired. Not just this. I have another load at home of similar weight. I intend to extract oil from both. You bought so many. That must have cost a pretty penny. Yi Laowu was taken aback. Not too much, thankfully, after all. Oil is something we need. Yi Qingshan replied with a smile. In truth, he had collected 4 loads, nearly 500 jin of peanuts, but had hidden 2 loads away and had not brought them out. You're quite impressive. Yi Laowu chuckled bitterly. Then I must trouble you to help us shell this load. I'll take the other load back home tonight to shell with Tingjie and Xiaoyu before bringing it back for frying. How does that sound? That is fine. Just leave it here. Great. Yi Qingshan expressed his gratitude and took his leave. Once he departed, Yi Laowu turned to his wife. Aunt Wu felt a bit shy, but still retorted, how was I to know he would go elsewhere to buy peanuts? I have no idea where he sourced them. But at least we have some now, so we needn't worry. We were fretting over him when Qingshan has it all figured out. What is the point of our concern? Just knowing is sufficient. Yi Laowu chuckled. Hurry and call the other children over to help shell these peanuts. It's not easy for that boy to bring back peanuts. Let us not waste them. All right, we'll get to it. After finishing this load, Yi Qingshan sighed in relief and made a special trip outside to bring in another load directly to his home. This load of peanuts was placed in the yard. And upon seeing it, sisters Chen Ting and Chen Yu approached, their expressions frozen in astonishment. These are peanuts, Chen Ting stammered, struggling to find her words. I purchased 2 loads of peanuts and just took a bag to Uncle Wu. He remarked that extracting peanut oil without shelling them is quite wasteful and suggested that I should remove the shells. We decided to shell the load we brought home, while Uncle Wu and his family would assist with the other load. We hurried to finish shelling, as tomorrow we would press the 2 loads of peanuts together, resulting in an abundance of peanut oil. Darling, where did you buy these? Chen Yu joyfully approached him, admiring the peanuts from every angle. She then playfully took one peanut, shelled it, and offered it to Yi Qingshan, saying, Here, try this. You must be tired. Yi Qingshan chuckled, though a shadow of melancholy crossed his face, realizing that his wife always thought of him first when it came to good things. Here, you try too, he said, as he shelled another peanut and placed it in her mouth. The crispness of the peanut shattered between her teeth, and a smile blossomed on her face as she nodded vigorously. Delicious. Yi Qingshan laughed again, urging, let us get to shelling. Once we finish, we can press the peanut oil and officially prepare the marinated fish. The 2 sisters felt relieved and began to shell the peanuts with laughter. They spent an entire night shelling, while Uncle Wu's family did the same. Yi Qingshan's hands felt sore from the labor, especially his thumb, which no longer had the strength to exert itself. He thought to himself, even if old age were before him, he could hardly muster the strength to use his fingers. It was exhausting. The yield rate of peanuts typically ranges from 65 to 70, but achieving 70 is rare. Normally, it hovers around 65, which meant that from 120 pounds of peanuts, he expected about 80 pounds of kernels. After breakfast the next day, Qingshan carried the approximately 80 pounds of peanut kernels to Uncle Wu's home, accompanied by Chen Yu. Upon entering, they found that Uncle Wu's family had already shelled their peanuts. Uncle Wu had just finished breakfast and was resting in the courtyard when he greeted them with a smile. "Uncle Wu, I truly appreciate your help. It must have taken quite a bit of time last night." Chen Yu, being very considerate, inquired earnestly. "It's no trouble. We are quite accustomed to it." Uncle Wu replied with a chuckle. "This is our old trade. You two aren't used to it. So it must have been challenging for you. Besides, we have many children at home, so we managed to finish quickly. We did stay up quite late." Qingshan admitted with a hint of exasperation. "I never realized shelling peanuts could be so laborious until now." This elicited laughter from Uncle Wu, who responded, "How many peanuts can you eat? You wouldn't understand the effort it takes unless you actually do it. Now, let us gather everything together and officially start pressing the oil." As they commenced with the oil extraction, they realized their presence was not necessary. The process of preparing the oil was somewhat intricate and tedious. The 160 pounds of peanut kernels lay waiting for Uncle Wu's skilled hands. "Do you really not need my assistance?" Qingshan asked. "No need for that. You should just head home. I will notify you once the oil is ready," Uncle Wu replied. Indeed, there are at least 160 pounds of peanuts here. With an oil extraction rate of 35, you can expect to yield approximately 60 pounds of oil. You will need to bring several oil containers to store it. "All right, I will go purchase a few large oil jars and bring them to you." After delivering them, the couple emerged from inside. "Xiaoyu, you should head home first. I will buy some large oil containers, and from now on, we will never have to worry about running out of oil." Upon saying this, he chuckled and hurriedly pedaled his bicycle to the town to buy a few large oil jars. The town offered jars in various sizes, typically 10 or 20 pounds. But he decided on a single 50-pound jar and 5 20-pound jars. There was no choice. He would undoubtedly have a considerable amount of peanut oil in the future. So he needed to prepare several containers. Upon his return, Chen Yu and Chen Ting were left astonished, their mouths agape. "Why did you buy so many oil jars?" Chen Ting asked, both amused and perplexed. "It's nothing. We will need them, and they certainly won't be empty. Just wait and see," he replied cheerfully as he placed the jars down. "I have some tasks to attend to, so you needn't worry about me. The oil should be ready soon, and you can start preparing to cook." After giving them a few instructions, he returned to his space. Having just harvested the peanuts, he thought he could replant them. So he needed to act quickly during this period. While he busied himself inside, the Yi family's oil extraction had officially commenced. As soon as they began pressing oil, the villagers were inevitably aware, for the aroma of oil was particularly strong at this time. To many, this fragrance held tremendous allure. Why is the Yi family pressing oil again? Shouldn't this time of year see no one doing so? Some villagers questioned in confusion. "I don't know. It smells like they are extracting oil, but who knows whose it is?" As discussions arose, some ventured to the Yi household. Among them was Yi Jinzhang, known in the village as a ne'er-do-well, who rarely worked. "Uncle Yi, why are you pressing oil at this time? Whose peanuts are these?" Yi Laowu cast a glance at him, disinterested in this slacker. Such individuals held little esteem in their village, and even someone like Yi Laowu deemed them unworthy of attention. However, recalling something, Yi Laowu settled down, took out his pipe, and added some tobacco. After a puff, he felt all his fatigue dissipate. "What gossip have you been spreading around the village?" he inquired of Yi Jinzhang. "What gossip could I possibly share? I just heard that the Yi Qingshan family seems to be preparing some food, and I wondered how they could manage without any oil. I even worried they might come to borrow some from you. You mustn't listen to their nonsense. Our oil is a precious resource now. We can't allow it to be squandered, otherwise it won't be worth the trouble, don't you agree? Who would come to borrow oil from me? Who told you that? They are all from our village. We are well aware of who he is, aren't we? The last time he visited your home to borrow some oil, someone witnessed it, and I am well aware of this. Moreover, I know that Uncle Lao Wu possesses a kind heart, and he might have indeed lent it to him. I came specifically to caution you against such individuals. Let me inform you that oil was extracted to assist him. Qingshan procured an abundant supply of peanuts for me to help him press oil. Surprising, isn't it?" Yi Gengzhang, who was initially sowing discord here, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. "Do not jest with me. Does he really have the means to purchase peanuts and come here to extract oil? It's absurd. What is impossible for him? Those peanuts were indeed bought by him. I spent an entire night shelling them, to the point that my fingers ached. At that moment, Aunt Lao Wu approached, aware of Yi Gengzhang's intentions, and immediately began to clarify. Observing the couple's demeanor, Yi Gengzhang realized they were not deceiving him. The situation was indeed as described. He inwardly cursed. What on earth is happening? Not to criticize you, but you are acting like a fool. Do not presume others share your fate. Qingshan has an entire family to support, unlike you, who idles your days away. Why do you constantly target him? Elder Yi Lao Wu shot him a disapproving glare. Yi Gengzhang's complexion fluctuated between green and white, and without a word, he exited the premises. Where did he acquire those peanuts? How does he have the wealth to buy them? Where does his money come from? He raged continuously before hastily returning home. However, soon enough, whether by someone's design or mere happenstance, nearly the entire village became aware that the Yi Qingshan family was pressing oil. What is going on? The Yi Qingshan family actually has peanuts for oil extraction? If they were purchased, how can they cultivate them? Are they not allowed to buy peanuts? But where did they procure the funds to purchase them? Word has it that Qingshan has been hunting in the mountains and fishing in the rivers. And it seems rather lucrative. What money can he possibly earn? He is up there hunting? Why not? I heard from old Zhang that Qingshan is quite the marksman. Last time, he even wagered with Yi Sifang and ended up capturing a wild boar, resulting in Yi Sifang's defeat. Is that so? Such an event occurred? In no time, the news spread throughout the village. Meanwhile, several members of the Yi Qingshan household were preoccupied with their tasks and had little time to concern themselves with gossip. Their oil had just been successfully pressed, and Aunt Lao Wu specifically called for them to come and collect it. Yi Qingshan, accompanied by Chun Yu, headed to Yi Lao Wu's home. However, upon arrival, they were taken aback to find a considerable number of people gathered outside. Inside, Yi Lao Wu glared at them. Are you all out of your minds? What brings you here? Are you bored? Hurry up and leave. There's nothing to see here if you've never pressed oil before. Look, Qingshan has arrived. Someone shouted loudly at that moment. Chen Yu was startled by the crowd and clutched Yi Qingshan tightly, feeling a sense of unease amidst the throng. Yet, Yi Qingshan understood their purpose. In essence, they were merely there to witness the spectacle. Some were eager to confirm whether he was indeed the one pressing oil, while others were simply curious about how he had managed to earn money to buy peanuts for oil extraction. In these trying times, everyone struggles to make ends meet. Yi Qingshan, disregarding their complicated emotions, led Chun Yu directly into the courtyard of Yi Lao Wu's home. Chapter 51. The oil is ready. A group of people, idle as they were, could only gossip and complain. Inside, Yi Lao Wu vented his frustration, questioning why they would rather watch others fail than earn a living for themselves. If they had such free time, they might as well earn some money to buy peanuts rather than merely spectating. After his tirade, Yi Lao Wu turned to Yi Qingshan, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth. Qingshan, the oil is all here. The 50-kilogram barrel you provided is filled, and the 20-kilogram one is nearly full as well. The quality of your peanuts is exceptional, yielding a high oil content. Altogether, we have nearly 70 kilograms, which is quite remarkable. Chun Yu gazed into the oil container, a smile gracing her face. Their family had never experienced such prosperity before. In truth, not only their family but the entire village had seldom seen such a quantity of oil. Nearly 70 kilograms. What a significant amount. Uncle Lao Wu, Yi Qingshan exclaimed, feeling a wave of emotion as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Yi Lao Wu. What are you doing? Yi Lao Wu quickly pressed his hand down. You shouldn't be giving me a cigarette. Please, take it. Yi Qingshan insisted. You lent me oil previously, and I never repaid you. I have always cherished your kindness. And considering the time and effort you spent assisting me with the oil extraction, this cigarette is a small token of my gratitude. He firmly pressed the cigarette into Yi Lao Wu's hand, not allowing him an opportunity to refuse. Take it, dear, Aunt Lao Wu chimed in. Yi Lao Wu's face broke into a smile, and he finally nodded in acceptance. Since you insist, I shall not decline. Many onlookers outside expressed envy at this exchange. How much do I owe for the oil? And about the 2 kilograms I borrowed from your family earlier, I'm returning it now. Money? You need not concern yourself with that. No need to repay me for the oil. Just take the leftover soybean meal with you. Yi Lao Wu waved his hand, urging Yi Qingshan to leave. That would not be proper, Yi Qingshan replied, wary of the customs surrounding oil extraction in the countryside. Typically, one must either pay for the labor or leave the soybean meal behind. This meal is high in protein and holds value even in those days. While he would certainly accept from others without hesitation, he also recognized Yi Lao Wu's efforts, so he chose not to take the soybean meal. Yi Lao Wu's words were loud and clear, resonating with those outside, who lowered their heads in understanding. They recognized the challenges Qingshan had faced recently. Although few had offered genuine assistance, Yi Laowu was undoubtedly one of them. In these times, lending oil to others was no small feat despite Yi Laowu's generous offer. Qingshan declined the soybean meal and, together with his wife, carried the oil out from within. As they beheld the shimmering golden peanut oil, a collective glimmer of excitement ignited in their eyes, albeit tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Such a substantial quantity of oil, they pondered, how long could it last? Indeed, one could only imagine the expense incurred to procure it. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet none could articulate a definitive explanation, though their envy was palpable. However, Chen Yu raised her head and puffed out her chest with palpable pride. For years, her husband had been branded as lazy and indulgent. But this time he had truly redeemed himself, and by extension, she too shared in this honor. Particularly, those gossipy women, often huddled together to disparage others' husbands, now had to reckon with her man, who had procured oil that could last an entire year. Qingshan, standing behind, discerned his wife's buoyant demeanor and felt a blend of emotions, relief and joy, realizing that it was not too late for them. Upon returning home, they were met with admiration. What remarkable skill! Someone from the crowd remarked. I always suspected there was a reason Qingshan was absent from work. He must have been out seeking fortune. What fortune could he possibly find? Another questioned skeptically. If that were true, why aren't we doing the same? I heard it involved fishing, came a response. Fishing? That is absurd. If fishing were profitable, Yijingyi would have struck it rich long ago. The discourse continued, rife with disbelief regarding the means to achieve wealth. Meanwhile, as the couple entered with the oil, Chen Ting, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaimed, "This is an astonishing amount. How could you have procured so much oil?" She joyfully entered, arranging a space for the oil barrels. Uncle Wu remarked that they had nearly 70 pounds. The quality of our peanuts is exceptional, yielding a high oil output. It required considerable effort to achieve this. Qingshan explained with a smile. Uncle Wu has indeed been a tremendous help. Have you properly thanked him? Chen Ting, being older and more discerning, inquired promptly. Fear not, sister. I made sure to bring him a pack of cigarettes as a token of gratitude. Chen Yu replied with relief, smiling at her sister and brother-in-law. The three of them then placed the oil barrels inside, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Now you can attend to your own affairs. Qingshan clapped his hands, grinning at the sisters. With the oil secured, focus on your tasks. The two women beamed with happiness. That evening, the family gathered for dinner at Yi Sifang's home. Yi Gingzhang recounted the day's events to his uncle and father, Yi Sihai. The revelation silenced both brothers. Damn it! Yi Sifang exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration. Where on earth did he acquire that? Surely it could not have been stolen. Who would sell peanuts to him in these times? And where did he find the money? Didn't you mention he bet on selling a pig for nearly 100 yuan? Yi Sihai reminded Yi Sifang, who was holding his breath in silence. Indeed, that pig originally belonged to me, yet it was snatched away. After a brief moment, Yi Sifang finally uttered a word. The more I observe Qingshan, the more I find him displeasing. Look at him now, growing increasingly arrogant. I believe we must devise a plan to subdue him. Yi Jinshan, who had long harbored significant grievances against Qingshan, spoke at this moment. Sifang, how's it going with getting him to the forest farm? Yi Sihai did not respond to his son's words, but instead focused his gaze on Yi Sifang. I have already communicated with the higher-ups. It appears they indeed need to add another hand on our side. Previously, Yi Zhengshang had somehow obtained this information and came to seek an introduction through old Zhang. But I intercepted him. Now, you are in luck. I will introduce you, and it should pose no great issue. A triumphant smile adorned Yi Sifang's face. Chapter 52. Arranging for Dazhou that evening, their family was preparing for a meal. Not only were they dining, but they also intended to invite others. In the past, having procured such an abundance of oil signified a bountiful harvest, and during harvest season, one must celebrate with a good meal. Hence, from the afternoon onwards, Qingshan informed the Chen sisters, Chen Ting and Chen Yu, about his plan to host a dinner. Naturally, the sisters had no objections and readily agreed. There was still meat in the house, along with fish. A large fish remained to be slaughtered. With oil available, they ground some rice flour to prepare fried fish dumplings. The so-called fried fish dumplings involved cutting the grass carp into chunks, marinating them with salt and other ingredients, and finally coating them with rice flour before frying them in hot oil. Under the heat of the oil, the rice flour coating crisps beautifully. while the fish inside retains its tenderness, resulting in a delightful dish that is both crispy on the outside and succulent within. In this era, due to the scarcity of oil, such a delicacy, which requires considerable oil, is quite rare. In addition to the fried fish dumplings, they also stir-fried some dried fish, braised fish heads with tofu, and prepared a few vegetable dishes with some meat. Qingshan made a special trip to the town to buy 2 bottles of wine. As dusk approached, he hurriedly went to summon everyone to join the meal. Yi Laowu was the first he called. Besides Yi Laowu, he also invited Yi Lusheng, Yi Zhengsheng, and Yi Dashun. With so many invited, the gathering was complete. Before long, everyone had arrived. Yi Qingshan distributed cigarettes to them. The preparations were still underway, requiring a little more time. Soon, a table was set, and the dishes were served. Uncle Lusheng, Uncle Laowu, Uncle Zhengsheng, come quickly and take your seats. Let's begin our feast. Yi Qingshan warmly welcomed them to the table. Being familiar faces, there was no need for formality, and everyone took their seats. Yi Qingshan poured them some wine. In this era, people were still quite capable of drinking, especially the older generation, who worked tirelessly throughout the year, earning little while enduring much fatigue. At such times, a glass of baijiu felt refreshing. After pouring for them, he also served himself a modest amount. In recent days, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Without your assistance, my family would not be enjoying such a pleasant existence. Come, allow me to raise a toast to you. Laughter erupted among the group, and as elders, they felt a sense of joy witnessing their kin prospering. Are you truly not planning to return to work? Yi Lusheng inquired, taking a bite of a fried fish bun. The aroma of the fish, infused with the fragrance of peanut oil, was particularly memorable in this era of scarcity. Yi Dashun, more straightforward, chose not to interject in the adults' conversation and settled down to devour the fish bun heartily. Uncle Lusheng, my intention is for both my family and I to abandon such endeavors. We aspire to embark on a small business venture of our own. I plan to hunt in the mountains and fish in the rivers, seeking to improve our circumstances. Very well, you know your own mind. So I shall refrain from further comment. I've heard your marksmanship is quite commendable. Yi Lusheng chuckled. It's decent. Yi Qingshan joined in the laughter. Then pursue your own path with confidence. However, I must offer you this advice. Whatever you undertake, do so with diligence. Laziness will not yield rewards, even if wealth were to fall from the heavens. Do you understand? Absolutely. I shall remain industrious. Meanwhile, Yi Laowu interjected with a grin. Qingshan is certainly not lazy. Have you not seen all that he has accomplished? Few could achieve what he has. I assure you, with someone like Qingshan, prosperity is inevitable. The group erupted into laughter. Though Yi Qingshan felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, Yi Zhengsheng observed with a furrowed brow. What troubles you? Are you feeling slighted by this feast? Yi Laowu questioned. Yi Zhengsheng sighed with a wry smile, taking a sip of his drink before biting into another fish bun. Seeing Qingshan supporting the family brings me joy. Yet I must admit, it also stirs a sense of unease within me. At this, he glanced at his son, Yi Dashun, who was blissfully unaware, focused solely on his food, relishing the delightful flavors before him. Upon sensing the collective gaze upon him, he paused, sheepishly meeting their eyes. Yi Lusheng and Yi Laowu. Both fathers instantly understood, as did Chen Yu and Chen Ting, though they chose to remain silent. Zhengsheng, this matter is indeed complex. I had warned you previously. Though I am the team leader, I cannot dictate the course of this situation. The most straightforward approach is to have those two from the forest farm make an introduction, and securing their agreement would be beneficial. I can assist with introductions, but without resolving matters with those two, I am at a loss for alternatives. Yi Lusheng sighed at this juncture. In truth, Yi Qingshan had begun to piece together the situation. It was apparent that Yi Lusheng had informed Yi Zhengsheng of Lin Yang's recruitment needs, hoping he would manage to persuade Lao Zhang or Yi Sifang. Moreover, he had witnessed the lackluster outcome of that attempt. I understand. I am profoundly grateful for your reminder. Our Dechuan's mind operates in such a manner, and there is little we can do about it. If it weren't for Qingshan earning some money for him these days, I would be at a loss for what to do. Originally, the position at the forest farm was a long-term prospect. He could still earn some income there, which I found quite satisfactory. However, with the current situation, it feels as though all efforts are in vain, and I may need to devise another plan for him. Yi Zhengsheng felt a wave of despondency. Yi Qingshan, while savoring his meal and listening to their conversation, suddenly had a thought. Isn't it true that he often goes to the forest farm to steal trees? If Dechuan could assist him in that endeavor, It would certainly make things much more convenient in the future. Thus, for his own sake, he must find a way to get Dachun involved. Is there any other course of action? Contemplating this, he inquired of Yi Luxing. Perhaps we could persuade the town to agree directly. But can you ensure that the town will specifically allow him to work at the forest farm? I doubt that is feasible. Since that option is unavailable, we are left with no alternatives. How then can we persuade the town to agree? At that moment, as Yi Zhengsheng wore an expression of despair, Yi Qingshan posed a question. It is quite simple. Either you are acquainted with influential figures in the town who can pull strings, or perhaps they take a liking to you, or you accomplish something significant. Wouldn't that be even simpler? Yi Luxing chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. As everyone understood the reality, who among them had connections? They were all merely ordinary folks. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Qingshan's face brightened, and he asked, if Dachun has accomplished something of merit, could that enable him to be assigned to the forest farm? The others looked at Yi Qingshan in confusion. That would depend on the nature of the accomplishment. Assisting the county police in investigating a homicide, would that count? Chapter 53. Returning to the city for business. At this statement, silence fell over the gathering. Chen Yu and Chen Ting exchanged anxious glances. What are you saying? Dachun helped the county police solve a major case. Are you joking? Yi Luxing nearly stood up, his voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, he merely assisted in uncovering the truth. There is not a single error in that. Come, Dachun. Didn't we unearth a corpse together to aid the county police in resolving a significant case? Yes. At the mention of this, Yi Dashun nearly retched, but still nodded earnestly. That day, my brother Qingshan and I went to the outskirts of the county to catch soft-shelled turtles and eels, and we ended up digging up a corpse. Through that corpse, we identified the murderer, the very person who had bullied us at the station. The chief of the police even remarked that we had performed a great service. Yu Zhengxing stared at them, momentarily at a loss for words. You see, this indeed constitutes a remarkable achievement. Yu Qingshan laughed heartily. If that is truly the case, it might just work. Yi Luxing regarded them skeptically. Yet I find your story rather fantastical. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? How could we possibly deceive you? Soon enough, you will see such news in the papers. As a village official, you might even receive communication regarding the stringent crackdown on crime. However, how shall we proceed with this matter? I never anticipated such an occurrence. It is quite simple. You should approach the personnel at the Public Security Bureau who handle this matter, request them to issue a certificate for Dachun, ensuring it is duly stamped and clearly states the reason. Once this is accomplished, take it to the town for arrangement, and it will undoubtedly succeed. Even someone as seasoned as Yi Luxing could not help but slap the table, a smile gracing his face. All right, now I comprehend what must be done. Yi Qingshan chuckled heartily, patting Yi Dachun on the shoulder. Tomorrow, we shall venture back into the city to seek out Director Liu, and have him facilitate this matter for you. Director Liu is a decent fellow. He will certainly be willing to assist. Yi Dachun was still unaware of the unfolding events. Yet he nodded vigorously. All right, let us head into the city, for there are no longer any bullies at the station. Yi Qingshan laughed heartily and immediately poured them some wine. Come, let us dine swiftly. Yi Zhengxing and Yi Luxing exchanged astonished yet delighted glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. They agreed to enter the city early the following morning, and soon after, the group departed. Please, elaborate on what you just mentioned to Dachun regarding the discovery of the corpse. After holding her curiosity for so long, Chen Yu could no longer contain herself once they had left, pulling his hand and refusing to let go. Her small face was flushed with fear. Let us retreat to the kitchen. You wash the dishes while I recount the tale. Knowing that his wife and sister-in-law were concerned, he followed them into the kitchen. He cradled Lu Xiaoyan, seated by the stove, and began to narrate. Of course, many details were omitted. He explained his foresight as merely having heard rumors of eels and soft-shelled turtles being excavated, inadvertently leading to the discovery of the corpse. Upon hearing this, the sisters turned pale. Is it truly that straightforward? Indeed, Yi Qingshan affirmed. In truth, it was not a significant matter, as it did not directly involve us. They were deserving of their fate. Perhaps even the heavens could not overlook their misdeeds, and I happened upon those corpses. Otherwise, I would have been concerned about that fellow at the station seeking retribution against me. Now, however, all matters have been resolved. Is this not splendid? Do you not agree? You nearly terrified me. Why did you not inform us of this matter upon your return? Chen Yu's hands trembled slightly. I feared you would worry. Besides, the situation has been resolved, and I have also made the acquaintance of Director Liu, who has been quite courteous. The last time I sold 5 soft-shelled turtles was to him, and he is genuinely a good man. While Chen Yu remained apprehensive, Chen Ting's chest rose and fell with emotion, providing Yi Qingshan with a delightful sight. After a moment, Chen Ting also came to her senses. This has turned out to be a blessing in disguise. You truly are remarkable, having resolved the matter so swiftly. Now, even if we wish to discuss anything further, it seems unnecessary, for you have managed everything exceptionally well. Indeed, I would say it is a blessing in disguise. With this settled, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity tomorrow, I must hasten to obtain the letter of introduction. It is evident that Yi Sifang intends to involve Yi Jinshan. This time, not only will I deal with Yi Jinshan, but I will also successfully arrange for Dachwan to be included. My satisfaction surpasses anyone else's. I shall not permit Yi Jinshan to enter the forest farm. At this point, Yi Qingshan could hardly contain his laughter. If Yi Jinshan were to also venture into the forest farm, even in the pursuit of hunting, this fellow would undoubtedly create obstacles for me. Now that Dachwan has been arranged within, I will have support inside, which will make it much easier to pilfer the trees. Indeed, this is the plan. Early the next morning, Yi Qingshan sought out Yi Dachwan. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed that Yi Zhengsheng was also awake and engaged in conversation with Yi Dachwan. Qingshan, he greeted warmly. Yi Qingshan smiled and nodded as he approached. This time, please assist me in bringing him along. However, he is not well acquainted with many things, so I kindly ask you to exert extra effort to ensure this task is accomplished. Rest assured, do we need to express such formalities? I have long regarded Dachwan as my brother. You can entrust this matter to me. Simply await my good news at home. Yi Dachwan, although unaware of the details, was overjoyed to hear Yi Qingshan refer to him as a brother. You are quite adept and clever in your endeavors. I have faith in you. Depart early and return promptly. Yi Qingshan smiled faintly, waved goodbye, and promptly took Dachwan away. At the county police station, the two once again made their appearance. They had just arrived shortly after the start of the workday when they encountered Wang Zhichai emerging from within. This marked their 3rd meeting in 2 years, compounded by the significant case they had previously reported, thus leaving a profound impression on Wang Zhichai. Upon seeing them, he immediately halted and greeted them with a smile. Officer Wang. Yi Qingshan rushed forward to greet him, eagerly producing a cigarette to offer. No need for such formality. Wang Zhichai quickly pressed down on his hand. Why are you offering me cigarettes? It is because you were the first to report the case that I have received commendations from above. Our chief Liu is doing better. If this continues, he might even receive a promotion. So if gratitude is to be expressed, it is we who should thank you both. I should be the one treating you to cigarettes. Go ahead and smoke, Officer Wang. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted. Liu Yuesheng. Chief Liu, look. These two have come to the station. I am uncertain of their purpose, but since they are here, we ought to express our gratitude. Wang Zhichai replied enthusiastically. Chapter 54. Securing the letter of introduction. Liu Yuesheng approached and eyed the two with curiosity, though Wang Zhichai's remarks seemed reasonable. Have you had breakfast? Liu Yuesheng inquired. Yi Qingshan was about to respond that he had already eaten and was ready to dive into the matter at hand, but to his surprise, Yi Dachwan licked his lips and said, not yet. All right then. Come, there's a breakfast stall outside. I'll take you both to eat. Xiao Wang, have you eaten? You should join us. Wang Zhichai promptly followed them eagerly. Not far from the outside of this establishment, there indeed exists a breakfast stall where several individuals gathered together. It was evident that Director Liu was treating, as Yi Qingshan accompanied Yi Dachwan to that side, allowing them to order whatever they pleased. After placing their orders, Director Liu plopped down in front of them. You're not here to discuss something with us so early, are you? Wang Zhichai inquired. Liu Yuesheng playfully tapped his head and retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? This is a serious case, one that ranks among the most notorious in the nation. Do you think such incidents occur everywhere? Moreover, it's best if we avoid any further complications. Losing even one of us here would mean trouble. Wang Zhichai then comprehended the gravity of the situation, repeatedly expressing his agreement. We actually have an unusual request today. We would like to ask Uncle Liu for some assistance. Yi Qingshan said with a hint of exasperation. All right, go on and explain. Liu Yuesheng had already surmised the general idea, though he was uncertain about the specifics of their request. Leaning slightly closer to Liu Yuesheng, Yi Qingshan spoke softly. Dachwan isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. That much should be apparent to you. Liu Yuesheng nodded. Just then, the noodles arrived, and he placed them in front of them before casually saying, indeed. There is a slight deficiency, but he isn't entirely foolish. Qingshan deliberated carefully. He may struggle with independence, yet he is still young and possesses a certain aptitude. He is not entirely incompetent, and there are many tasks he can manage. He is my cousin, and his father wishes to send him to our village's timber yard. But being an ordinary family with no connections, it's not feasible. I've heard that those who have made contributions can access special channels to get him into the timber yard. So I thought to come and ask for your help in providing a recommendation. It's not about opening doors. It's merely to affirm that Dachun indeed assisted in this homicide case. Liu Dashun finally understood, glancing at Dachun. Upon sensing his gaze, Dachun looked up, grinned at him, and then returned to his noodles. Rest assured, while I cannot claim Dachun is entirely normal, he is certainly capable of going up the mountains to hunt and work at the timber yard. Besides, he is physically robust, navigating the mountains with ease. Qingshan quickly reassured Liu Dashun. Not a problem. Liu Dashun chuckled at his earnestness, patting his shoulder. Issuing a recommendation is not akin to granting favors. Furthermore, your request is entirely reasonable. Indeed, both of you have rendered us significant assistance, alerting us to this situation. Otherwise, how could we have apprehended this murderous fiend? From what we extracted from their confessions, these individuals are not inclined to cease their actions. They are preparing to strike again, targeting wealthy individuals to kill and bury them. Not only did you solve this case, but the two of you also saved many lives. Qingshan nodded inwardly, recognizing the truth in those words. He had indeed saved numerous individuals, at least 3. This matter is simple. I will immediately provide you with the recommendation when I return. Moreover, I directly suggested that they arrange for Dazhong to visit the forest farm in your village. What was the name of that forest farm again? Qingshan was pleasantly surprised by Liu Dashun's promptness, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Liu. It's called Lianhua Mountain Forest Farm, located right in our village." All right, let us eat quickly. Afterward, I will return to the office to draft an introduction letter and affix my seal. I will specify that he should go there. It will surely be fine. Excellent. Thank you so much, Uncle Liu. Hurry up and eat, or the noodles will get cold and lose their flavor. In the blink of an eye, this matter was resolved, leaving Qingshan in high spirits. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the Public Security Bureau. In the office, Liu Dashun took out a sheet of paper and began to write. The paper was specifically designated for their county's Public Security Bureau. After completing the letter, he noted his office telephone number, stamped it, and signed his name. Here, take a look. Once everything was finalized, he handed the introduction letter to Qingshan. Qingshan received it with both hands, examining it carefully. The information was complete, and it explicitly recommended him for work at Lianhua Mountain Forest Farm. Overjoyed, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Liu Dashun. Uncle Liu, I truly appreciate your help. Liu Dashun chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Why be so polite? I merely wrote an introduction letter. Besides, you have indeed assisted me, so this is not an act of deceit. Is there anything else you need me to resolve?" No, this is more than sufficient. I am extremely grateful." After saying this, he pulled Dazhong out of the office. Dazhong, looking perplexed, was aware he had visited the place, but was completely oblivious to the specific purpose or outcome of the visit. What happened? He asked Qingshan, still dazed after they exited. They've taken care of everything for us. Let us head back to the town immediately. Qingshan understood the urgency of the situation. Since Qingshan was also vying for this position, they could not afford to lag behind. Hence, disregarding other matters, they boarded the nearest vehicle and hurried back to the town. Upon arriving in the town, they went straight to the town government. As they entered smoothly, they unexpectedly encountered someone ahead, Yi Sifeng, accompanied by his nephew Yi Gongchang and another plump man. "I know that person." At that moment, Yi Dazhong suddenly pointed at the plump man and remarked, "I recall he is some minor official in the town, frequently visiting the forest farm. Yi Sifeng would send goods to him. I've heard their relationship is quite close." Upon hearing this, Qingshan understood and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I knew he would pull strings. It turns out there is someone in the town. However, sorry to say, this official may not be of much use." At that moment, Qingshan also noticed the two of them behind him. "Uncle, look, how come those two are following us in?" Upon seeing them enter, Yi Sifeng immediately contemplated a possibility. "Brother son, these two seem to be here for this matter." Yi Sifeng tugged at the clothing of the stout man ahead. The fool was Yi Dachun, whose father had previously sought old Zhang's introduction, but I had intercepted them. They were most likely here for this very matter. Could a simpleton like him achieve anything? Sun Gu, the town statistician and a minor official, chuckled upon hearing this. Rest assured, what can a fool accomplish? You know well who I am here. With a mere flick of my hand, I could send him packing. Allow me to escort you inside. Chapter 55, the slap came too swiftly having spoken. The three of them entered one of the offices. In truth, Qingshan was uncertain about whom to seek. He knew he could certainly find the town mayor. However, upon observing their entrance, he arrived at a similar conclusion. They were undoubtedly seeking someone capable of resolving this issue. Let us proceed as well, he urged, pulling at Liu Dashun. Liu Dashun felt a twinge of apprehension upon entering, sensing that he was not meant to be there. Fortunately, with Qingshan by his side, he felt a modicum of relief. The trio hastily proceeded within. Director Chow, Sun Gu called out to a middle-aged man seated before them. This is Yi Jianchang. Wouldn't you agree he has the potential? The Lianhua Mountain Forest Farm is currently in need of an additional hand, and he fits the bill perfectly. Yi Jianchang stood tall, measuring approximately 1.7 meters, not deemed short for that era. Director Chow cast a glance his way, preparing to speak when, unexpectedly, the doors swung open again, admitting two newcomers. Who permitted your entry? Sun Gu, somewhat irate, stepped forward to push Li Zhengyang away. To his surprise, Qingshan brushed him aside, disregarding his presence entirely, and approached Director Chow instead. Are you out of your mind? This is no place for you. Leave at once. Yi Jianchang dismissed him, raising his nostrils in disdain. Director Chow, here is a letter for your perusal, written by Director Liu Dashun of the County Public Security Bureau. Yi Qingshan wasted no time on idle chatter. What audacity you have, speaking to me like that. He produced the letter of introduction and presented it to Director Chow, articulating his words with conviction. Ha ha ha. Yi Jianchang erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over as he pointed at him. You are truly amusing. Do you think I would believe a letter from the County Public Security Bureau? You must be jesting. Do you believe such claims will convince us? Have you considered the current circumstances? What status do you possess to know Director Liu? Director Chow hesitated, incredulous. Not only was this young man before him unfamiliar, but even the mayor might not be acquainted with such a figure. Nevertheless, he quickly skimmed the letter. At that moment, the letter had been opened, allowing him a glimpse of its contents. While he couldn't absorb all the details at once, the crucial seal was unmistakable. At that realization, he froze, immediately scrutinizing the document before him. Do you comprehend the severity of forging official correspondence? I found it utterly amusing that someone would dare to speak so frivolously here. Have you never faced the consequences of your actions? Director Chow, do not hesitate. Take decisive action. Let him spend a few days in jail for impersonating an official. Sun Gu smugly chimed in from the side. Sun Wan, cease your chatter. Director Chow, increasingly astonished, reprimanded him for his incessant prattling, which sparked a hint of anger within him. Sun Wan realized that the situation was amiss and awkwardly fell silent. Who is Yi Dashun? Director Chow inquired. Dashun. Come here. Yi Qingshan called Yi Dashun forward. Director Chow, this is my friend Yi Dashun. So you are Dashun, are you? Is the information in this letter genuine? It is indeed authentic. If you doubt it, feel free to verify. Yi Qingshan replied with a smile. All right, please wait here for a moment. Director Chow stood up. Director Chow, wait. What does it say? Sun Wan, still not ready to give up, clung to Director Chow with a question. Director Chow, now quite irritated, responded. What it says is quite simple. They claim to have assisted in solving a major case. The recent homicide in the city was reported based on their information. Is there an issue with Director Liu recommending him to serve as a forest ranger in Lianhua Mountain? What? Yi Sifang and his nephew were both taken aback, as was Sun Wan, their expressions filled with skepticism. However, Director Chow ignored their disbelief and swiftly exited the room, taking the letter of recommendation with him. Amidst the absurdity of the claims, Yi Jianchang erupted in laughter, utterly unconvinced. It's laughable. A homicide in the city? With their intellect, how could they possibly assist? What nonsense. Yi Sifang also scoffed, sensing the implausibility. It's a forgery, undoubtedly. What audacity to fabricate such documents. Humph, I foresee them ending up in custody soon. Sun Wan shared the sentiment, finding the entire affair ludicrous. At that moment, Director Chow hurriedly entered another office, holding the letter of recommendation. Secretary, please take a look. He presented the document for review. The secretary glanced at it, surprised. Are you familiar with this case? I am aware. I just heard about it. Indeed. There appears to be such a case, but I lack detailed knowledge. To think it involves two individuals from our town is quite unexpected. Yes. They are from our town and are right here in my office. What do you think of the contents? Since they have provided a recommendation for such matters, it should not pose any issue. You wish to verify the authenticity of this situation, correct? Well, I assure you, it is indeed true. Now I know how to proceed. Thank you for the insight, Secretary. Let us go and see. The secretary, intrigued, promptly expressed his desire to accompany him. Meanwhile, the mockery continued inside. You two are about to witness quite a spectacle. Just wait. Yu Jinchang laughed heartily. However, as the door swung open, they were met not only with Director Chow, but also the town secretary. Immediately, they became serious, especially Sun Wan, who hurriedly stepped forward with great enthusiasm. Secretary Lin, why did you come here personally? It's just a trivial matter. I can handle this easily. It's nothing at all. Secretary Lin furrowed his brow and glanced at the man, remaining silent. Yi Jinchang boldly spoke up. Secretary Lin, I truly apologize. There was no need for you to come all the way here for my visit to the forest farm. There is no need for such formality. Secretary Lin was momentarily taken aback, even doubting his hearing. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Who said anything about going to the forest farm? Isn't it Comrade Yi Dashun who was recommended by the county police to work there? I'm here to handle this matter. What is your role in this? Yi Jinchang maintained his smiling demeanor, but was startled by Secretary Lin's blunt remark, leaving the three individuals inside utterly dumbfounded. Yi Qingshan was on the verge of laughter, having encountered foolishness before, but never such profound ignorance. They were clearly lost in their own delusions, truly lacking common sense. Their expressions were a spectacle to behold. Chapter 56, Seizing the Spot. Yi Jinchang felt his mind lagging behind, particularly overwhelmed by a sense of embarrassment. How could this be? Wasn't he here to assist me? Could it be that what was written in that letter was indeed true? Not only Ye's uncle and nephew, but even Sun Wan's face turned pale and awkward. This was troubling. It seemed matters were not unfolding as he had anticipated, and things were becoming complicated. You must be Comrade Yi Dashun, right? I've heard about that case, where two young men discovered a corpse while digging for soft-shelled turtles. You all are quite remarkable, alleviating a significant issue for us. I had wondered who was so capable, and now I understand. It was you. It's quite impressive to learn that we have such individuals in our town. Upon Secretary Lin's arrival, Director Chow discreetly moved aside, allowing space. Let us proceed this way. If the forest farm requires personnel, let Comrade Yi Dashun go there. Especially since Director Liu has provided such clear introductions. Secretary Lin concluded. All right, I will take care of it. Director Chow readily agreed. Thank you, Secretary Lin, and thank you. Director Chow, do you need to make a call to verify anything? When I discussed this matter with Director Liu, I specifically noted a phone number in case there were any doubts. No need for such trouble. Secretary Lin chuckled. We won't make any mistakes regarding this. Besides, I'm already aware of the situation, just didn't expect it to be you. Let us proceed as such. Old Chow, please assist him with the arrangements. And that will be that. With that, Secretary Lin exited, leaving the Yi uncle and nephew, along with Sun Wan, in stunned silence. Director Chow swiftly completed all the necessary paperwork and, standing up, shook Yi Dashun's hand with a smile, saying, Congratulations. You can officially start working there now. You are now part of the Lianhua Forest Farm. Though Yi Dashun may appear somewhat foolish, he understands that it is, in fact, a blessing. Elated, he grasped Director Chow's hand, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director Chow. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Chow replied with a smile. Let us leave it at that for now. We can discuss further matters later. After concluding this affair, Yi Qingshan emerged with Yi Dashun. Yi Sifang and his uncle Yi Gengchang followed suit, though they seemed rather despondent, occasionally casting glances filled with resentment towards Yi Qingshan and his companion. Brother Sun, is it? Yi Qingshan remarked with a smile, addressing Sun Wan. You seemed quite jovial just now. Sun Wan's expression turned somewhat awkward. He dared not retort, aware of the influential connections Yi Qingshan held with the county police department. Oh, come now, don't take my words too seriously. I was merely jesting, he stammered. I harbor no ill intentions. Look at this gentleman. His forehead is ample. He is clearly a person of fortune. Having him work at the forestry station would be no issue at all. I wholeheartedly support it. Even Yi Dashun sensed the insincerity in Sun Wan's words, curling his lip in disapproval. Yi Gengchang, look at what you've done. You've spoiled your own good fortune. You don't harbor resentment towards us, do you? If so, you might consider seeking out Director Liu in the county. Would you like me to provide you with his address? Yi Gengchang's face turned a shade of ashen fury. Pointing at him, momentarily rendered speechless. At last, Qingshan felt unburdened, chuckling heartily as he led Liu Dashun out. What a despicable fellow! I told him to pull it off, but now he cannot. Indeed, Liu Dashun chimed in. Just look at their initial disdain. Now they are all polite. Let us go. We must return home and share this wonderful news with your parents. They will surely be delighted. The two of them returned home in high spirits. Really? When they recounted the events to Yi Zhengsheng, he was nearly beside himself with joy, vigorously clasping Yi Dashun's shoulders. My son has entered the forestry station. My son has entered the forestry station. Ha ha. Yi Qingshan observed with a smile, nodding in agreement. Father, there is no need for such excitement. We should thank Brother Qingshan appropriately. If it weren't for his assistance, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. Indeed, it was Qingshan's help. Thank you so much. How about this? Come to my home for dinner tonight, and tell Xiaoyu not to cook. Let us all gather together, and I'll have your aunt prepare extra dishes. Knowing well the role Yu Qingshan played in this success, Yu Zhengsheng released his son and beamed at Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan shook his head. No need. How can we not? Insisted Yu Zhengsheng. It's settled then. Come for dinner tonight, and don't be shy. Given this insistence, Yi Qingshan ceased to decline and informed them before taking his leave. Upon returning home, Chen Yu and Chen Ting were busy with their chores, and he seized the opportunity to share the news with them. Dachhuan truly has entered the forestry station. That is splendid. And he managed to provoke Yi Gengchang even further. How delightful. Chen Yu laughed heartily upon hearing this. Chen Ting, however, pondered for a moment before responding. Why didn't you say you were going to the forestry station as well? I want to be joining. Yi Qingshan understood that his elder sister Chen Ting would indeed consider more factors. He smiled and explained, we are not short of money. I am now preparing to hunt in the mountains and fish in the rivers to earn some income, so I don't need to confine myself to the forest farm. This is not beneficial for me. Rest assured, I have my own plans in place, and it won't delay anything. Besides, aren't you all about to go prepare food? I will also need to sell things later. How would I have time to stay at the forest farm? This was the truth. Seeing his calm demeanor, Chen Ting eventually nodded. Then you can prepare to make the fish and rice wine. I will go do my work. By the way, tonight we are going to Uncle Zhengsheng's house for dinner, so don't bother cooking, and don't be polite. All right. On the other side, Yi Sihai's family was cursing loudly, spewing all sorts of profanity. Yi Qingshan, do you have a grudge against my family? You ruin every good thing, damn it. Yi Qingshan paid no mind to their outbursts and busied himself in the space. The first thing he did was enter the space to check if there were any fish in the lake. With such a large lake, there should logically be fish. Since the bamboo raft was already prepared and the nets were bought, he set off with the raft and net to fish. After selecting a good spot, he cast the net. As he pulled it back up, he didn't have high hopes for the catch, as he hadn't seen any living creatures since entering the space. The partridges were all brought in by him, and he even placed a few fish here. Thus, he didn't expect to catch anything. However, as he dragged the net upward, he suddenly felt a heavy weight, as if a large fish was struggling below. After several days of fishing, he sensed something was amiss and quickly lifted the net. It was heavy, and something below seemed to be thrashing, making it difficult to control. Yet, he acted swiftly and finally pulled the net up with force. With a splash, he raised the net, revealing two lively big grass carps. Wow, there really are fish. He could hardly contain his laughter. Initially, he just wanted to give it a try, but he was astonished to find fish in this vast lake. This could be a windfall. I even placed fish and soft-shelled turtles here. Was I out of my mind? Turns out there are fish here. I don't need to worry if it's just me catching them. He chuckled to himself and quickly placed the two big grass carps into a bucket, only to find they wouldn't fit. There was no choice. Each of these carps weighed at least 10 pounds. Such large fish were perfect for making fish and rice wine. He joyfully cast the net again. This time, he discovered not only grass carps but also carp, silver carp, and catfish, all suitable for making dried fish. Everything was there. After bustling about for an entire afternoon, he emerged with 9 big grass carps, 4 large carps, 3 big catfish, and a multitude of smaller fish. You went fishing again? Where did you catch so many? Hearing some commotion, Chen Yu stepped out, and, upon seeing the fish in his hand, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, fortune favored them, as they had caught an ample supply of fish, allowing them to proceed with confidence in their culinary endeavors. Chen Ting approached from a distance, her spirits lifted upon witnessing the plentiful catch. There was another matter at hand. They needed jars to store their bounty. It seemed necessary to procure larger jars. as the ones used previously for honey were insufficient for their needs. No worries, I shall purchase them, Chen Yu assured, alleviating any concerns. Chen Ting nodded and promptly resumed her preparations alongside him. Qingshan hurriedly ventured into town to acquire some jars. Upon his return, dusk was approaching, and they tidied up their surroundings. Qingshan, cradling Liu Xiaoyan, accompanied the two women to Yi Jingxing's residence. Upon arrival, he discovered Captain Yi Lusheng was also present. Qingshan handed the child back to Chen Ting and swiftly approached to offer a cigarette. You're giving me a cigarette? I should be the one treating you. Yi Lusheng teased with a smile. Uncle Lusheng, please refrain from mocking me. Go ahead and smoke, he replied, placing the cigarette in his hand. I've heard that you two have been making quite a name for yourselves in the city, even establishing connections with Director Liu of the County Public Security Bureau. Quite impressive, I must say. I haven't even had the chance to meet him, Yi Lusheng remarked, half in jest and half earnestly. It was all thanks to Brother Qingshan. He converses so harmoniously with Director Liu, often articulating things so eloquently that I sometimes struggle to comprehend. Yi Dashun effusively praised his elder brother. Of course, you wouldn't understand. Yi Zhengxing chimed in, ruffling his son's hair. You're fortunate to have met Qingshan. He is genuinely inclined to support your endeavors. Yi Lusheng nodded in agreement. In these times, working at the logging site was quite a lucrative opportunity. Many sought ways to gain entry, much like Yi Qingshan. However, despite both Yi Qingshan and Yi Dashun being involved in this venture, Yi Qingshan willingly chose to cede the opportunity to his brother. This gesture illustrated his magnanimity. Had it been anyone else, they would have seized this chance for personal gain. Moreover, Yi Qingshan was the original organizer of this undertaking. He could have easily secured his own position, and even Yi Dashun would have dared not object. I have no desire to return to the logging site, especially with Yi Sifang there, as our relationship has never been amicable. I would rather not endure daily confrontations. Yi Qingshan chuckled as he discerned their thoughts. Do not fear him, Yi Zhengsheng reassured Yi Dashun. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany Uncle Zhang. We need not be apprehensive. Just then, old Zhang entered from outside. Yi Qingshan quickly approached to offer him a cigarette. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that both his wife and sister-in-law had entered the kitchen to assist with preparations. What a significant figure. Old Zhang chuckled upon seeing Yi Qingshan. How is it that the entire village is aware? Yi Qingshan scratched his head. How could they not know? It's just not particularly flattering. Yi Qingshan had been spreading the word throughout the village, claiming that Yi Qingshan was merely a lucky fool and insinuating that he had taken shortcuts. Old Zhang laughed heartily. He is quite mad. What do I need to sneak in for? It's a perfectly reasonable matter. Yi Qingshan shook his head. Unexpectedly, Yi Dashun weakly explained, Yes? What does this have to do with Brother Qingshan? If anyone is sneaking in, it would be me. What nonsense are you talking? Interjected Yi Lusheng. What kind of backdoor is this? It has been stated that it is a reasonable matter. Tomorrow, you'll follow Uncle Zhang up the mountain and heed his words. Don't pay attention to Yi Sifang. He will surely scrutinize you. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on him. Uncle Zhang understood his position well. Today, he managed to enjoy this meal because he was considered one of the veterans of the forest farm, and he could take Yi Dashun along. Brother Qingshan, does this mean I can't go fishing with you anymore? Yi Dashun looked at Yi Qingshan with a hint of regret. It's all right. We don't necessarily have to fish. In the future, when I go hunting in the mountains, we can still keep each other company. Yes, we can go hunting in the mountains. Yi Dashun immediately perked up. Speaking of hunting, Uncle Zhang looked at Yi Qingshan and said, You know, not long ago, I spotted a few goats passing through the mountains. Unfortunately, I didn't have my gun with me, and I couldn't take a shot. I reckon there were at least 7 or 8 of them in that herd. Goat meat is far tastier than wild boar. Wild goats. This piqued the interest of Yi Qingshan and the others. Indeed, I was patrolling the mountain, and it's not too far from our management office. I thought I wouldn't need a gun since it's unlikely to encounter animals quickly, but I didn't expect to come across them so soon. As soon as that herd of goats saw me, they seemed startled and ran away. What a pity, Uncle Zhang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. These goats weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds, and goat meat is slightly more expensive than wild boar. We could sell it for a good price. And if we get to eat it, it would be even better than pork. Yi Qingshan felt a surge of excitement. It's been a while since I went hunting. Lately, he had been preoccupied with household matters, leaving him no time to venture into the mountains. Uncle Zhang, if you spot any signs again, please let me know. I'd like to accompany you. This time, we won't have to divide everything I catch just for myself. We'll split it evenly. Yi Qingshan said with a smile. I want to go too. Yi Dachun was eager. Sure, I often roam the mountains, and if I find any prey that is difficult to catch, I'll call you to join me. Uncle Zhang was pleased to hear this. The last time he hunted with Yi Qingshan, he had witnessed his sharpshooting skills. This young man not only had impeccable aim, but also maintained a commendable composure. Great. Yi Qingshan chuckled. Let us hope for your success in spotting some game, and we'll go hunting together to treat ourselves. While they chatted merrily, the meal was ready inside. The group was divided into 2 tables, one for men and one for women. Today, let us thank Qingshan for helping my family S. Dachun accomplish this task, and also express gratitude to Liu Dashun for his earlier reminders. Lastly, I ask Uncle Zhang to keep a watchful eye on Dachun in the future. Cheers, everyone. Chapter 58. Yi Dachun enters the forest farm. Upon Yu Zhenqing's toast, the others raised their glasses in agreement. However, observing Yi Zhenqing's joyous demeanor, it is evident that he has successfully managed the situation, and he feels immense gratitude towards Yu Qingshan. Meanwhile, Qinyu, seated at the same table as Aunt Zhangxing, occasionally glanced at Yu Qingshan, unable to suppress her laughter. Her happiness was genuine, as she watched Yi Qingshan transform from someone perceived as idle to the very pillar of their family, capable of earning the admiration of others. Naturally, as his wife, she was elated. Chen Ting, noticing her sister's expression from the corner of her eye, could not help but smile broadly, though she refrained from speaking. Overall, she felt that her sister led a more fortunate life and possessed a higher perspective than her own. After the meal, Yi Qingshan continued to cradle Liu Xiaoyan, who had fallen into a deep slumber after eating, resting soundly in his arms. Upon returning home, they would prepare for their bathing and sleeping routine. Their household had only one bathing area, necessitating a rotation for the 3 of them. This evening, Yu Qingshan had no intention of doing anything else after his bath. He planned to sit in the courtyard. However, the 2 sisters were bustling about. Stop staring. At that moment, Qinyu, having already bathed and changed into her clothes, approached. She noticed her husband's gaze lingering toward the bathing area and, feeling somewhat bashful, playfully twisted his ear. Yi Qingshan winced in pain. You misunderstood. I wasn't watching Tingjie bathe. Besides, can I even see anything from here? Yi Qingshan replied, somewhat exasperated. Then why were you staring? I was contemplating our family's modest circumstances. Not only is our house insufficient, but even our bathing area is inadequate. Now that I have a bit of money, I was thinking perhaps we could rebuild the house. He spoke earnestly, lowering his voice. You see, we seem to conduct all our affairs in secrecy. Fearing Tingjie would find out. It would be particularly awkward for her given her current status. Qinyu's face flushed, seemingly reflecting on whether her voice had been too loud. Is it my fault? Building a house costs quite a bit. She retorted. That's all right. We can earn the money gradually. Yi Qingshan replied gently. We don't need to rush to finish the house all at once. We can take our time. We should gather the necessary bricks and wood for construction. Otherwise, it will be too late when we genuinely begin the building. At that moment, Chen Ting emerged from her bath, setting her clothes aside. Seeing the lively conversation between the 2, she joined them. She had just overheard their discussion about rebuilding the house and fell silent for a moment. Tingjie, do you think what Qingshan said is reasonable? Qinyu immediately turned her attention to her. Chen Ting appeared somewhat troubled. Building a house is undoubtedly a good thing, but I hesitate to voice my opinion since I've contributed nothing at home, merely consuming resources without offering any assistance. Sister, do not say that. We are family. We agreed on this previously. Qinyu quickly embraced her sister's shoulders. Yet, upon saying this, Chen Ting cast a glance at Yi Qingshan, only to find him gazing back at her with those large, expressive eyes. In that instant, Chen Ting recalled their prior agreement about forming alliances, and it was clear that both had simultaneously arrived at this thought. In light of this, Qingshan has made his decision. Chen Ting could only respond in this manner. However, before proceeding, we should first test the market for our product. If we find that there are indeed buyers, then we shall construct the building and contribute our part. If our goods do not sell well, I believe we should abandon the idea. Agreed. Both Yi Qingshan and Qinyu concurred. With their agreement, Yi Qingshan felt reassured. He had already prepared the timber and was earning money, thus the concerns were not overly significant. Early the next morning, Yi Dachun officially entered the Lianhua Mountain Forest Farm. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Zhenqing accompanied Yi Qingshan to see him off. Upon arrival, they discovered that apart from Yi Sifeng, Old Zhang was also present. Old Zhang had returned to the forest farm after dining at their home the previous evening. He warmly welcomed them, yet Yi Sifeng appeared displeased upon seeing them. His expression darkened even more upon Yi Qingshan's arrival, as if Yi Qingshan had offended him. Yi Qingshan initially intended to ignore him. However, seeing the disdain etched on his face stirred some irritation within him. Thus, with a smile, Yi Qingshan addressed him. Uncle Sifang, is it that brother's son has overlooked you, leaving you embarrassed this time? Rest assured, such incidents will occur frequently in the future. Remember, Dachuan is appointed here by Director Liu of the County Bureau. Do not stir up trouble. If you do, I will report you to the county, and you shall experience the consequences. Yu Sifang's countenance darkened further, and he gestured as if to retort. Yet after Yi Qingshan's words, he chose to disregard him and followed Yi Dachuan into the interior of the building. The conditions in the forest farm were rather rudimentary, and the rooms were merely intended for their night watch. Old Zhang was quite amiable, introducing this and that. While Yi Dachuan felt somewhat bewildered, Yi Qingshan grasped the information. The tasks at the forest farm were rather straightforward. Monitor the trees to prevent theft, patrol the mountains occasionally, and sometimes keep watch at night. Old Zhang glanced outside, and, noticing that Yi Sifang was absent, softly remarked, "It is harder to get Yi Sifang to patrol the mountain or keep watch here than to climb to the heavens. He is perpetually yearning to hunt or sleep in late. I am utterly vexed by him. Once Dachuan arrives, perhaps we can team up for some activities. Of course, it would be arduous work, yet there were benefits. The mountain was abundant with resources, and we could hunt here to provide some delicacies for our families." Old Zhang reminded him to inform him of any shortcomings he had. Yi Zhengsheng immediately expressed his thoughts to Old Zhang. "No problem. As long as this lad Dachuan is willing to heed my guidance, I will certainly advise him." Just as they were conversing, Yi Sifang suddenly entered, disregarding both Yi Zhengsheng and Yi Qingshan, and simply addressed Old Zhang. "Old Zhang, I will not be on the mountain tonight. Let the newcomer keep watch here. In the evening, I recall it was your turn, Sifang. If neither of us is here, shall we leave Dachuan alone on the mountain?" Clearly, it was supposed to be Old Zhang keeping watch last night, and today it should have been Sifang's turn. However, Sifang intentionally chose this moment to assert his authority over Dachuan by expressing his unwillingness to stay. Yi Zhengsheng felt a surge of irritation. How could you play such tricks on my son on his first day of work? He was compelled to voice his thoughts. Chapter 59. Brewing fish with rice wine. Yet Yi Qingshan pondered that if Dachuan were to be alone here tomorrow night, it would provide him the perfect opportunity to attend to matters on the mountain. Thus, he grabbed Yi Zhengsheng and smiled at Old Zhang, suggesting, "Uncle Zhang, let us allow Dachuan to keep watch alone tonight. However, we must establish the rotation properly, since he has already done so tonight. He should not be assigned again for the next turn." Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Of course, if Dachuan is on watch tonight, it would be impossible for him to do so again next time. We must assign someone else. Sifang huffed and exited without so much as a backward glance. Old Zhang sighed, recognizing that Sifang harbored significant grievances against Dachuan, making future endeavors challenging. "It's all right. I will keep you company tonight." After Sifang departed, Yi Qingshan reassured the somewhat apprehensive Dachuan. Dachuan, indeed, felt a flicker of concern. Upon hearing Yi Qingshan's words, his eyes brightened. "Brother Qingshan, will you really stay with me tonight? I feel too shy to impose." "No, I was planning to come over for a hunt tonight. Afterward, I can keep you company. Rest assured, Dachuan is quite grown up now. He's certainly one to be afraid, right, Dachuan? Sure. If you come, we can go hunting together tonight, and with you here, I won't feel scared." Dachuan expressed his joy. "All right, then it's settled." Yi Qingshan chuckled. "Dachuan, make sure to listen to Uncle Zhang while I'm gone." Yi Zhengsheng led Yi Qingshan away, continuously expressing his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance. Dachuan's presence here is thanks to your arrangements, and now you're also accompanying him. I feel quite embarrassed." As they descended, Yi Qingshan recognized Yi Zhengsheng as a trustworthy individual. Given that Dachuan would be aiding him, he decided not to conceal anything. Once they were alone, he gently articulated his intentions. "To be frank, my family's circumstances are rather modest. Initially, it was manageable for me and Xiaoyu to live together. But with 2 additional people, our living space has become constrained. Therefore, I plan to build a house." "Building a house? That's wonderful news." Yi Zhengsheng's eyes lit up in immediate approval, but then he grasped the underlying implication. "I see. You intend to come here for timber, don't you?" "Indeed. I plan to gather timber from here." Yi Qingshan smiled, for he was an experienced individual. Upon hearing my purpose, he comprehended my intentions immediately. Previously, When Yi Sifang was present, I hesitated to approach and gather timber, fearing that he might escalate matters unnecessarily. I had no desire to provoke him. However, now that Dachuan is here, he can at least provide me with some cover. Rest assured, I will speak to Dachuan and enlist his assistance in chopping and carrying the wood. While he may lack other virtues, he possesses considerable strength, so there should be no issue. No. Qingshan was reluctant to allow him to join in the woodcutting, as it would risk revealing his secret. He hastily gestured for Yi Zhengsheng to dismiss such thoughts. Yi Zhengsheng, mistaking his reluctance for politeness, promptly urged, "It's nothing significant. Dachuan's presence here is due to your influence. What harm is there in him helping you with this task? Besides, he is willing to assist, and Dachuan is quite discreet. You need not worry. It's not that." Yi Qingshan fabricated an excuse, explaining that it was difficult for Dachuan to return to work and participate in this endeavor. If I were to jeopardize his job, I would carry a heavy burden of guilt. My intention is simple. He can provide me with cover here, but I shall handle the matter myself. How will you manage that? There's no need for you to concern yourself with the details. I will arrange everything. I prefer that he does not involve himself in this, as such matters can become complicated. Yi Sifang, in a fit of madness, would likely take great issue with him. If Dachuan were to inadvertently expose anything, it could lead to trouble. Dachuan is an honest man. If questioned, he might divulge information, thus revealing everything. Personally, I am unfazed, as I am not the only one pilfering wood. At most, I would receive a reprimand from the team. However, I cannot allow Dachuan to lose his job. Yi Zhengsheng nodded repeatedly, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. You make a fair point. Still, how can we not contribute in any way? Of course, I am not preventing you from participating. I merely need him to keep watch for me. The safest approach is to keep this matter from him entirely. I will handle everything, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhengsheng eventually nodded, feeling a sense of reflection. Upon returning home, Chen Yu and Chen Ting had officially commenced the preparation of the fermented fish. Following their previous arrangements, the fish had already been seasoned and dried. Chen Ting was in the kitchen frying the dried fish pieces, while Chen Yu was busy mincing garlic. He glanced over, and upon entering the kitchen, he was met with an enticing aroma. "Do you require my assistance?" he inquired, as he had not prepared to engage in any tasks during the day, preferring instead to rest at home or attend to some chores. The space did not necessitate his involvement, leaving him with an unexpected abundance of free time. "Aren't you working today? If not, take this opportunity to rest. We can manage these tasks without your help. You deserve a rare chance to relax." "No worries. I just want to observe. I would like to learn how to prepare this dish." Chen Ting smiled softly, choosing silence as she immersed herself in her tasks. The preparation of the fermented fish required first frying the fish pieces to perfection, then delicately lifting them out. Next, she added oil to the pan, incorporating minced garlic, ginger, and the essential fermented rice to stir fry until fragrant. Once ready, the fried fish was introduced back into the pan for further saute-ing. A touch of seasoning was added to enhance the flavor, completing the dish. Initially, they hesitated to cook too much at once, opting for several smaller batches. By noon, they had successfully prepared at least 3 pots, all stacked in a barrel, awaiting cooling. They did not prepare any other dishes for lunch, simply stir-frying some greens to accompany the fermented fish. It was truly delightful. Yi Qingshan took a taste and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Ting, your culinary skills are remarkable. This is delicious." "Is it truly good?" Chen Ting turned to him. "Yes, it is indeed delicious." Chen Yu chimed in enthusiastically. Chen Ting sampled the dish herself and confirmed its excellence. "This will certainly be a hit. Tonight, Chen Yu and I will begin packaging it, while you finish up the remaining batches. I estimate we can produce around 100 jars from this batch. Tomorrow, I will head to the city to sell them and gauge the market response." Chapter 60. Wild Goats After a Long Day of Labor. They finally wrapped up their work by evening. Following dinner, as they gazed at the jars of fermented fish lined up before them, both Chen Yu and her sister felt a surge of joy. Yi Qingshan glanced over and nodded with a smile, saying, "It looks quite promising. I am sure it will sell well. Now, you two tidy up at home. I must head out shortly. You're going hunting tonight, so be careful." Yi Qingshan waved his hand and took his hunting rifle, heading directly to the forest. At that moment in the woods, Yi Dachuan was practicing his shooting alone with his rifle. Upon seeing Yi Qingshan arrive, he beamed with excitement. "Brother Qingshan, you've come. Have you eaten? Are you scared?" "Not scared at all. What is there to fear? My dad says I'm a fool, unafraid of anything." Qingshan nearly burst into laughter at his words. Patting his head, "Don't speak nonsense. It's others who are foolish, not you." Yi Dachuan chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Brother Qingshan, I was just practicing my shooting. Are we going hunting in the mountains tonight?" "Not so fast. I'll first scout the area. You wait here. If I find something, I'll bring you along." "How does that sound? Aren't we going together?" "It's still early, so stay here for now. I'm mainly concerned about potential visitors, so I need to keep watch while I scout the mountain. It's not a big deal. If I find something, I'll return for you, and we'll go together." "It's settled." Yi Dachuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "By the way, if Yi Sifong and the others arrive, let me know or fire a shot. If you shoot, I'll know someone is coming." "Absolutely, I understand. I'm not that foolish." Yi Dachuan patted his chest in assurance. After giving his instructions, Yi Qingshan shouldered his rifle and ascended the mountain. The moon shone beautifully tonight, illuminating the path ahead as he traversed the mountains with relative ease, aided by a flashlight perched atop his head. However, he refrained from felling trees too close to his immediate vicinity, opting instead to venture farther afield. After selecting suitable trees, he commenced his labor with the saw. Although fatigue began to set in, the thought of building a home where he could enjoy a prosperous life invigorated him, making the toil feel less burdensome. For the moment, hunting held little significance. In the tranquil night, the only sounds were the rhythmic rasp of the saw and the occasional call of a bird echoing from the depths of the forest. After felling 4 trees, he collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, the labor was exhausting. Fortunately, he had the luxury of storing the timber directly within his space, sparing him the ordeal of hauling the logs away. Nevertheless, constructing a house required an immense quantity of wood. The beams needed to be both thick and substantial. And in addition to the beams, he required planks for the second-floor flooring and rafters for the roof, locally referred to as jiaozi. With no other choice, he took a brief respite before resuming his work. By around 11 o'clock, having felled a considerable number of trees, he prepared to take a break when suddenly he detected an unusual sound, footsteps nearby. Instantly, he grasped his firearm. Before him, a wild goat curiously peered in his direction. In an instant, adrenaline surged through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his gun and fired at the unsuspecting goat. It barely had time to react before it collapsed, its skull shattered by his shot. Ecstatic, Yi Qingshan moved to retrieve the goat for his space, only to be startled by the sight of several other goats fleeing in panic, evidently alarmed by the gunshot. Fueled by excitement, he pursued them without hesitation. One particularly hefty goat, unable to flee swiftly, was struck by his bullet and fell to the ground. Yi Qingshan approached and seamlessly added it to his space. Ahead, 2 young goats, still immature, appeared bewildered, unsure of where to escape. Yi Qingshan swiftly fired 2 shots, bringing them down as well, promptly storing them in his space. The remaining goats, however, eluded his grasp. Nevertheless, he was grateful to have captured 4 in total, 3 of which were merely wounded, with 1 having perished. A pang of regret washed over him as he watched the escapees flee. After a moment's contemplation, he stored the deceased goat in his space and made his way back to the management office. To his surprise, he found the lights still aglow, indicating that Yi Dachuan had not yet retired for the night. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Dachuan hurried out. "Brother Qingshan, why have you returned so late? I've been waiting for you. Are we finally going hunting?" "Not quite. As you can see, I have already made a catch." Yi Dachuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the dead goat slung over his shoulder. "Why didn't you call for me? You should have brought me along. What a pity. I didn't get to shoot anything," he exclaimed, clapping his hands in disappointment. "The situation was too urgent. I simply didn't have the time to fetch you. I had to act alone," Yi Qingshan explained with a smile as he set down his burden. "I knew you'd understand." Yi Dachuan quickly forgave Yi Qingshan once more, observing the increasing delight on the latter's goat-like face. "What are you planning to do with this goat?" he inquired. "Let's wait until tomorrow. For now, we should retire for the night." Yi Qingshan, utterly fatigued, took a brief wash outside, and then lay down to sleep beside Yi Dachuan. At the break of dawn the following day, Yi Qingshan awakened. Yi Dachuan, also roused, watched him rise. "Are you returning home now, Qingshan?" "Yes, I am. I intend to sell goats in the village, and will set aside a few pounds for your family. Enjoy some goat meat when you get home." "I feel quite embarrassed about that," Yi Dachuan replied, somewhat bashful. "There's no need for that. I'm heading back now, and you should be able to return soon as well. Let us leave it at that. We can discuss other matters later." With that, Yi Qingshan hoisted the goat onto his back and swiftly departed. Once he was far enough away, he stowed the goat back into his spatial realm. It was not until he was nearing the village that he retrieved the goat once again. By then, several villagers were already awake. Some were heading out early to work. As he walked home with the goat, many eyes were drawn to him. "Did you catch that goat? You truly are impressive. Are you selling it to someone else?" A villager exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. In these times, meat was a coveted commodity, exceedingly hard to come by. How could one not be enthralled upon seeing it? "I'm not selling it to anyone else. I'll be selling it right here in our village. If anyone wants goat meat, they can come to me," he replied with a smile. "It's reasonably priced. Our meat is not expensive." Upon hearing about the meat sale, another villager perked up and exclaimed, "Save me 2 pounds of meat." "Yes, just 2 pounds will suffice. I'll come over right away." "Are you selling it now?" "Indeed. I shall start selling as soon as I return home. If you want some, feel free to come by." "All right, I'm coming over immediately." Chapter 61. Entering the city to sell fish fermented with wine, Qingshan entered his yard with the goat on his back. Liu Xiaoyan had evidently not yet risen. But the Chen sisters, Chen Ting and Chen Yu, were already up preparing breakfast. They were taken aback upon seeing him enter with the goat. Chen Yu rushed over to Qingshan, inspecting the goat with great interest, then looked at him with concern. "Darling, you weren't out all night catching goats, were you? Who could endure that?" "Of course not. I only caught a few goats before heading back. I spent the night at Dachuan's place. Please bring me the knife." Chen Yu chuckled and went inside to fetch the kitchen knife. Meanwhile, Qingshan began to dismantle the door plank of his house. After placing 2 long benches on either side, he laid the plank across them. Chen Ting joined him to lend a hand. "Are you planning to sell the goat?" Chen Ting inquired. "Yes, we can't possibly consume so much. It weighs at least 70 pounds. We might as well set it up here for others to buy. A little profit is better than none." At that moment, Chen Yu handed him the knife. "Also, please bring me the axe." After issuing that command, he commenced slicing a leg of the goat. The bone was challenging to cut, and using a kitchen knife would likely ruin it. So he promptly requested the axe for chopping. In no time, a leg of lamb was expertly disassembled. Soon after, he sliced off approximately 6 pounds of lamb meat. Of this quantity, 3 pounds were intended for Yi Dachuan, while the remaining 3 pounds were designated for Yi Laowu. Yi Laowu had previously assisted him significantly, even covering costs for oil, thus it was only just and reasonable to set aside a portion for him. As for Dachuan, although he had not exerted himself the previous night, his presence on the mountain had allowed for a sense of security in the act of poaching trees. Moreover, they were friends, so reserving a bit of meat for him was entirely customary. After all, he had willingly agreed to wait until Dachuan married. So what harm was there in reserving some lamb for him? Once he had completed his task, a figure had already peered into the courtyard. "Qingshan, I heard you caught a wild goat. How much are you selling it for?" 60 cents a pound. Qingshan replied with a smile, "No ticket required. And it's slightly cheaper than the cooperative. I'll take 2 pounds. The man exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward to claim his order. Meanwhile, others from the village began to arrive. As this was a significant event, typically when wild game was caught, it would be sold within the village, where prices were generally low. And the absence of tickets made it an eagerly awaited opportunity for a feast. Yi Sifang had risen early that morning, due to his anger the previous night. He had not kept watch, and he had spent a restless night brooding. Initially, he intended to deliberately vex Yi Dachuan. But upon hearing the news of Yi Qingshan's successful hunt, he was taken aback. He caught a wild goat. How did he get so lucky? Without hesitation, he hurried to Yi Qingshan's home. By the time he arrived, a considerable crowd had gathered in the courtyard, all eager to purchase meat. As he squeezed his way inside, the sight nearly caused him to faint with indignation. Indeed, he could hear the praises being lavished upon Yi Qingshan. Qingshan is truly impressive. He can hunt game on the mountain. Indeed, and the game looks substantial and of good quality. The price is quite reasonable too. Thanks to him, we can enjoy a feast. If we were relying on other sources, when would we ever get to eat meat? Isn't Yi Sifang from the logging camp? He often boasts about hunting wild boars. How many has he actually caught? Moreover, he sells them at exorbitant prices. What a heartless individual. Why even mention him? Some in the crowd had begun to whisper disparagingly about Yi Sifang. Fuming with frustration, Yi Sifang dared not create a scene amidst the throng of people. So he clenched his teeth and exited. Once outside, he was filled with regret. I shouldn't have deliberately tried to make things difficult for Yi Dachuan. Had I been at the logging camp last night, perhaps I could have patrolled the mountain and caught some game myself. Damn it. This time, Yi Qingshan has profited at my expense. The buyers were enthusiastic, and before long, all the meat had been sold. Originally, there had been around 70 pounds. Qingshan had reserved at least 10 pounds for himself, slicing off a little over 10 pounds, resulting in approximately 50 pounds available for sale. Thus, it was quickly sold out. I apologize, esteemed friends, but we have sold out. Please return home. Should I happen upon wild boars or other game in the future, I shall sell them in our village. Quickly now return. After the sales concluded, he cast a glance around and waved goodbye to the crowd. Those who had purchased were elated, while those who had not merely shook their heads in disappointment. Once they departed, he counted the earnings, less than 30 yuan in total. At 6 jiao per jean, it was pure meat, as many of the offal had been sold for a pittance, resulting in the total falling short of 30 yuan. Go rest. Chen Ting urged him after the sales. You toiled all night yesterday. Let us wash this door panel clean, and you need not worry further. In truth, Qingshan did not feel fatigued, yet he still washed himself and retreated to his room for rest. He locked the door behind him and entered his personal space. There, he observed the 3 sheep frolicking in the valley, grazing leisurely alongside other animals, which brought a smile to his face. Glancing at the timber he had gathered the night before, he realized he must trim all the branches thoroughly. Once done, he would need to leave them out to dry. However, he had already felled a considerable number of trees. Some of those he had previously cut were already quite dry. For the next few nights, I shall seize the opportunity to fell more trees, let them dry here, and then enlist someone to saw the wood into planks. I must prepare for the construction of my house. He pondered, firm in his resolution. Meanwhile, the peanuts had already been sown, and there was little for him to do in the space for the moment. Recalling that the fish marinated in wine dregs and the dried fish had yet to be sold, he promptly exited his space. The hour was still early, around 10 o'clock. It was necessary to sell his goods. With so much to transport, he decided to use the 28 daka. He secured 2 wooden beams on the back seat, placed a bucket on either side, and arranged the items for sale accordingly. After binding everything with wire, the rear became remarkably stable. Have you had lunch? Are you going out to sell? Chen Yu asked, observing him busily preparing and expressing some concern. Yes, it's my first venture into business. I must sell these while it's still early. I should be back before nightfall. Don't worry about me for lunch. I will eat in the city. After saying this, he hurriedly mounted the 28 daka and set off towards the city, arriving in the city around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He contemplated his next move and made his way to the district where Liu Dashun resided. It was unavoidable. That area was bustling with people, particularly affluent individuals who were employed, making it an ideal location for selling. Without hesitation, he arrived and rang his bell, his voice booming, dried fish for sale, fresh small fish from Meijiang in Jiaolan town, and wine dregs fish. With Liu Dashun's support backing him, he felt emboldened. After all, Director Liu had assured him that he could sell here. What was there to fear? Chapter 62. The enthusiastic Liu Shu. At that moment, it was just past 1 o'clock, and as some patrons were leisurely enjoying their late lunch, upon hearing his call, several individuals emerged. The reputation of a name is akin to the shadow of a tree. The reputation of Meijiang in Jiaolan town is quite significant in Ginseng County, as it is known for producing exceptional goods, prompting immediate interest from passers-by. Would you like to purchase some dried fish or fermented fish? He inquired, pausing to smile at the lady in front of him. Let me have a look first. She replied. Qingshan displayed the items before her, casually retrieving a piece of dried fish and placing it in her hand. Try this. It's dried using firewood, and it's particularly delicious. This is shaga fish, renowned for its tender and plentiful meat. Go ahead, taste it. The lady took a bite, savoring the rich flavor of the fish. Indeed, the fish from Meijiang in Jiaolan town is exceptional. They say river fish are the best, and this flavor is truly extraordinary with substantial meat. How much is it? Madam, the dried fish is priced at 2 yuan per pound. Why is it so expensive? That's pricier than meat, she exclaimed, shaking her head. Unfortunately, that's the case, Qingshan explained. You can frequently find grass carp and common carp, but shaga fish is quite rare. It takes about 3 to 4 pounds of fresh fish to yield just 1 pound of dried fish, and that fresh fish typically sells for over a yuan per pound. The process involves cleaning the entrails and using firewood to dry it, which requires considerable effort. Selling it for 2 yuan is truly reasonable. The young man's assertion was not without merit, and at that moment, Liu Dashun's father approached, smiling as he supported Qingshan's argument. Old Liu, do you understand? Didn't we also live in the countryside before? I'm quite familiar with these matters. and the dried fish is indeed commendable. He makes a valid point, too. 2 yuan is not excessive. All right, I'll take 3 pounds. Excellent. Qingshan exclaimed joyfully, instantly weighing out her order. Is this fermented fish? The lady asked, glancing at the vibrant red contents of her jar. Yes, indeed, it's fermented fish. How much is it? This is priced at 3 yuan per jar. 3 yuan? May I taste it? Of course. He promptly opened one of the jars. Having prepared a clean pair of chopsticks to serve her a piece of fish, the lady accepted it from the chopsticks and took a bite. Oh, this flavor is remarkably rich, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. ISNT it? Would you like some? Qingshan seized the opportunity. Yes, I'll take 1 jar. No. Make that 2 jars. I'll get 1 for my daughter, as she loves to eat this. Making it at home is a hassle, but since you have it available, I'll purchase from you. Certainly, madam, Qingshan replied, delighted as he prepared her order. 3 pounds of dried fish totaled 6 yuan, and 2 jars of fermented fish amounted to 6 yuan, bringing the total to 12. 6 yuan. The lady promptly paid. At that moment, others began to gather around. Young man, this dried fish is impressive. I'll take 2 pounds. I want a jar of fermented fish. The atmosphere grew lively with excitement. Come. I'll help sell as well. Old Liu stepped forward to assist with the sales and collect payments. With his presence, the 100 jars of fermented fish brought along were sold out in no time, along with the dried fish. To my surprise, there were still individuals interested in purchasing. Yet upon hearing that it had all sold out, a sense of regret washed over me as I took my leave. In an instant, the once bustling crowd had dwindled to just myself and the esteemed elder Liu, known as Liu Shu. Observing that Qingshan's items had all been sold, Liu Shu felt a sense of happiness. Moreover, Liu Yuesheng had previously informed him of Qingshan's assistance in uncovering a murder case, which instilled in Liu Shu a profound gratitude towards the young man before him, for he understood the significance this held for his son. It meant that a substantial chapter would be added to his son's life achievements, greatly impacting his future prospects for promotion. Thank you, elder, Qingshan expressed with a smile, as he reached into one of the barrels and retrieved a bag from the bottom. Upon opening it, he revealed at least 2 pounds of dried fish and a bottle of fish marinated in wine. This is for you. Liu Shu was taken aback. The young man had evidently prepared this in advance and had held on to it until the end without selling it, indicating it was intended for himself rather than a reward for Liu Shu's assistance. This revealed the young man's magnanimity. There is no need for such formality. You have aided my Yuesheng, so I merely came to assist you in selling your goods. It is of no consequence. Elder Liu replied. This is unrelated to you. Elder Liu, we have no other items to offer, just a few specialties from our home. Please take it and enjoy it with Grandma. It is hardly worth much. Qingshan chuckled as he pressed the items into Liu Shu's hands. Seeing the young man's sincerity, Liu Shu felt that to refuse would be somewhat ungracious. So he smiled and nodded. Then I shall thank you. Have you eaten yet? It's fine. I will head back. Upon hearing this, Grandma Liu emerged and immediately grasped his hand. Where do you think you're going? Come to our home for a meal. Come, don't be shy. We still have some leftover dishes from lunch, and I can heat them up for you. With such hospitality offered, Qingshan found it difficult to decline and followed them inside. Before long, the table was set with food. Although it was merely simple home-cooked dishes, it was quite a feast for a rural family, with both meat and vegetables. Qingshan, genuinely famished, began to eat heartily as soon as he sat down. Is there enough food for you? Grandma Liu observed the young man's ease and felt quite pleased. Grandma, your cooking is truly delightful, Qingshan flattered, showcasing his emotional intelligence and delivering compliments at just the right moment, leaving Grandma Liu utterly charmed. However, I am full now, Qingshan announced, having reached his limit. He set down his bowl and utensils. Thank you for today? Let us not speak in such formalities. Since Yuesheng invited you here to sell your goods, it must be for good reason. I noticed your dried fish and marinated fish seem to sell quite well. Indeed, they do sell remarkably well. Everyone has been quite generous. Generous doesn't even begin to cover it. The quality of your goods is exceptional. I have seen your dried fish, and it is indeed top-notch. You utilize only sand-ditch fish, unlike some who mix in lesser varieties. You offer nothing but the best. Since I am setting this price, I certainly cannot compromise on quality. Other small fish can be sold, but at a different price. Qingshan replied with a smile. I understand now. In the future, if you have items to sell, I can suggest a way for you to avoid being here every day. Liu Shu, a warm-hearted individual, observed Yi Qingshan's upright character and high emotional intelligence, quickly formulating a plan for him. What does the old gentleman propose? Items like fish fermented with rice or dried fish are undoubtedly popular and can be stored. If you find it feasible, next time you come, I will introduce you to the owner of our local convenience store. You could sell your goods there. Lu Shu elaborated carefully. Chapter 63. Lu Shu's proposal. Yi Qingshan chuckled inwardly. As a reborn individual, he recognized that this would indeed simplify matters, and his products would certainly sell well. Others would be more than willing to assist in selling them. However, the challenge lay in his unfamiliarity with the area. If he approached someone to negotiate this business, they would either disregard him due to a lack of trust or attempt to take advantage of him. However, with Lu Shu's suggestion, the situation was different. He was a local, and his son held the position of the county police chief. Such influence could facilitate the arrangement effortlessly. But I worry they might not agree, as I do not know them. You may not know him, but I do. Lu Shu replied with a smile, his eagerness evident. Is this arrangement suitable? What is unsuitable about it? Next time you bring items, I will accompany you to negotiate. Your products sell remarkably well. Once we secure a deal with him, they can sell it themselves, earning a profit in the process. The only requirement is that you slightly lower your prices to allow them a margin. That is not an issue. Yi Qingshan immediately concurred. Then it's settled. Having finalized the arrangement, Yi Qingshan realized it was time to return home. Bidding farewell to the elderly couple. As he walked away, Lu Shu turned to his wife and remarked, "This young man is full of vigor. Perhaps he truly comes from a modest background. He has done us a significant favor with our Yushang, so we should help him when we can. Moreover, I find him to be upright and quite clever. I genuinely like him. Indeed, he is quite articulate and also rather handsome. I wonder if he is married. Perhaps we should introduce him to a good young lady. Such an admirable young man must surely be married. There is no need to consider that. He might already have children. Otherwise, why would he be so diligently coming here to sell his goods?" Upon returning to the village, Yi Dashun was waiting for him at the entrance. He beamed with joy upon seeing him, waving enthusiastically. "Qingshan, you don't have to keep watch tonight, do you?" "I don't have to tonight. It's Yi Yisifang's turn." Yi Qingshan nodded. Given that, he realized he couldn't go up the mountain to chop wood tonight. "Shall we go fishing or hunting instead?" Dachwan asked with anticipation in his eyes. Considering that Yi Yisifang was on the mountain, he preferred not to hunt. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Let us go fishing." "Fishing it is." Yi Dachwan eagerly nodded. Feeling a sense of joy simply by accompanying Yi Qingshan in his endeavors, the task at hand being of little consequence. "All right, prepare yourself. We shall venture out again this evening." With that, he pedaled his bicycle back home. At home, Chen Yu and Chen Ting had scarcely found a moment's respite since deciding to embark on their culinary venture to earn some income. "Have we sold out?" As he entered, both women approached him simultaneously, peering into the back bucket only to discover it entirely empty, their eyes lighting up with a hint of delight. "Indeed. Everything has been sold," Yi Qingshan exclaimed, pulling out the money with glee. "I sold the dried fish for 2 yuan and 20 cents per pound, and the fermented fish for 3 yuan a bottle. The fermented fish alone garnered around 300 yuan, while the dried fish accounted for about 20 plus yuan, totaling over 300 yuan here." The two sisters rejoiced. "Darling, we can continue this. Let us carry on. Of course, you may proceed without hesitation. Moreover, this time, Director Lu's father assisted me in selling. He mentioned potentially enlisting the nearby convenience stores to help us sell in the future, allowing us to slightly lower our prices." "That sounds splendid. We can relax knowing this." Chen Yu inquired about his meal. "Have you eaten yet?" "I had lunch at Director Lu's house." "You two go ahead and prepare the meal. I will take the lamb to Uncle Zhengsheng and Uncle Lao Wu." "All right, hurry and deliver it. We shall eat shortly." After securing his bicycle, he entered to grab the lamb and hastily made his way outside, soon encountering Yi Dachun, who gladly took it back with him. Yi Dachun returned home with a smile. Subsequently, he brought the remaining lamb to Uncle Lao Wu's residence. "Uncle Lao Wu, last night I caught a head of sheep and saved a few pounds for you." Upon entering, he pressed it into Uncle Lao Wu's hands. Uncle Lao Wu, with a smile on his face, graciously accepted it, fully aware of the previous assistance he had rendered to Yi Qingshan, hence this gesture of goodwill. It was evident that Yi Qingshan was repaying kindness, and since he had these provisions, there was no need for refusal, otherwise, it would be a slight against him. Reciprocity was essential for maintaining equality in their relationship. Having lived for several decades, Uncle Lao Wu understood this principle well. "Your marksmanship is truly impressive. I heard that Yi Sifang was quite upset. Today he has been telling many that he intends to go hunting in the mountains tonight, determined to catch some game to sell wild boar meat in the village. Qingshan couldn't help but smirk at the memory of their last hunting expedition together, shaking his head in disbelief. He harbors grand delusions. He couldn't even hit 2 wild rabbits, and now he dreams of hunting wild boar. Uncle Lao burst into laughter. The Yi Sifang family was notorious in their village for causing trouble, earning little affection from the locals. The reasoning was simple. They boasted loudly when able but were nuisances when not. Individuals like Yi Qingshan, known as the village's notorious idler, spent his time leering at the wives of others. How can such people earn the villagers' favor? Uncle Lao Wu, I must take my leave. After exchanging a few words, he bid farewell to Uncle Lao Wu and returned home, where dinner preparations were underway. Upon his return, Chen Yu smiled at him with pursed lips, emerging from the kitchen with a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Upon closer inspection, the bowl was filled with meat. Look, this is lamb. My sister and I have been stewing it since morning. However, since you weren't home for lunch, we let it simmer a bit longer. Now it's tender and absolutely delicious. Just look at how soft the skin is. After saying this, she offered him a piece to taste. Qingshan took a bite, raising his eyebrows in delight, exclaiming, "This is truly delectable. It must have been made by Sister Ting, right? Her culinary skills are remarkable. What about my cooking? Is it not good?" Chen Yu teased him playfully. "Your skills are exceptional too." Qingshan pondered for a moment and then whispered in her ear, "Especially at night. Your culinary prowess surpasses my own." Chen Yu understood, her face flushing crimson. She playfully pinched him and cast a nervous glance towards the kitchen. Upon realizing her sister had not yet emerged, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You should refrain from such nonsensical talk." Qingshan chuckled. Though his wife was harmonious with him in their intimate moments, she was quite shy in private. Even now, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at his jest. Yet at night, she was anything but bashful, proving to be exceptionally accommodating. Is this not the ideal wife that every man desires? Beautiful in appearance, skilled in the kitchen, and delightful in bed. In the evening, the delightful lamb feast brought everyone joy, and even Qingshan indulged in an extra bowl of rice. After the meal, they took a brief respite when Liu Dashun entered, carrying a bucket and a bag, his face brimming with excitement. "Come on, let us go fishing." Qingshan laughed. "Be careful, you too," Chen Yu called out, cradling Lu Xiaoyan as she approached. "Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Let us go, Dashun." With that, the two gathered their gear and headed to the bamboo raft. Upon arrival, they discovered that Yi Jingyi's raft had already set sail. "My uncle has gone fishing too." Yi Dashun chuckled. "It's better that we made our own raft. Otherwise, we would be out of luck." They set off, and soon enough, they rowed their boat near the Zhongzhou Dam, resuming their fishing endeavors. The catch in this area was indeed plentiful. With one cast of the net, they pulled in a considerable haul. "Jinshan, do you think there are any soft-shelled turtles in here?" Although engaged in fishing, Dashwan's thoughts were elsewhere. "Let us not rush to that just yet. We need to give them some time to replenish. Otherwise, we won't catch much if we keep going every night. If we deplete their numbers, we won't be able to fish there again." Qingshan advised Yi Dashun. Dashun possessed the admirable quality of listening to Qingshan's words, and upon hearing this, he nodded in understanding. "I see what you mean. It's like tapping rubber. If you do it once a day, you can yield some, but if you try 2 or 3 times in a day, you'll get nothing and risk exhausting the source." Qingshan nearly smacked him on the head. "Who told you to drive? Row the boat." The two continued their fishing activities. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, the two had caught a considerable amount of fish, many of which were sandgo fish, and they were preparing to head back. However, upon reaching the shore, they encountered Yi Jingyi. Qingshan promptly offered him some money and cigarettes. "Not bad," Yi Jingyi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he approached to inspect their catch. "You've done quite well here. Uncle Jingyi, I see you have quite a haul as well." "Indeed. Look. I caught 2 soft-shelled turtles today." Yi Jingyi beamed, pointing at the contents of his bucket, from which he retrieved 2 turtles. "Impressive." Qingshan couldn't help but praise him. "By the way, I heard you caught some turtles before. Did you manage to get any today?" "None today. We only caught fish, but I caught quite a few." Qingshan smiled. "Indeed, there are plenty of sandgo fish. I caught a good number too." Yi Jingyi gestured to his bucket, which was indeed brimming with sandgo fish. "What are you planning to do with these fish? Will you sell them?" "Yes. I'll take them to the town to sell. Tomorrow is market day, and I plan to sell them there. Some people enjoy eating them." "How much do fresh ones sell for per pound?" "Fresh ones go for about 30 cents. "Then why not sell them to me? It would save you the trip to the market." I love sand-go fish. He immediately proposed the idea of buying the fish. Sell them to you? Yi Jingyi seemed intrigued. Yes, 30 cents per pound. If you sell me all these sand-go fish, you can take the larger ones to town instead. All right. When we get back, I'll sort them out and bring them to you. Great. They hurriedly made their way home. However, as they reached the fork in the road, Yi Dashun stuffed all the sand-go fish into his bucket and took home a grass carp and a carp instead. Yi Qingshan did not argue further. It was apparent that Dachwan was expressing gratitude for his assistance by giving him everything. Upon returning to the yard, he placed the fish in the water tank. Just as he finished, Yi Jingyi approached with his bucket, filled with sand-go fish. I didn't weigh them, but there should be around 10 pounds. Yi Jingyi stated upon entering. Here, this is $3. Yi Qingshan handed him the money without weighing the fish. Then I must be greedy. Yi Jingyi smiled. From now on, if you catch any sand-go fish, bring them to me. Are you planning to dry them? Yi Jingyi, being an experienced fisherman, immediately understood his intention. This was quite a time-consuming endeavor. Although they sold well, it depended on luck. Finding buyers could be challenging. There might not be many who could afford them in their town. It's all right. I can manage it myself. Since Yu Qingshan had expressed his determination, Yi Jingyi refrained from further discussion. After collecting the payment and exchanging a few words, he departed. By this time, the sky had darkened significantly. After placing the fish aside, Yi Qingshan hurried to take a hot shower. Knowing he would be working late every night, both Sister Ting and Chun Yu would leave him hot water on the stove, waiting for his return so he could enjoy a warm bath before retiring for the night. After he finished his shower and returned to his room, just as he lay down, he heard footsteps, followed by the creaking of the door as Chun Yu entered. Yi Qingshan felt a surge of excitement and immediately embraced her, eager to act. Oh, don't move. The relatives are here. Chun Yu quickly pressed him down and shot him a reproachful glance. Yi Qingshan let out a disappointed "oh." However, Chun Yu gently whispered in his ear, Did you not say during the day that my culinary skills were quite good? I have come to demonstrate my prowess. Yi Qingshan jolted with anticipation. Vocal techniques. I want to see your vocal techniques. Jincheng is known for its skilled practitioners. Chen Yu too. After losing several billion the previous night, Yi Qingshan only rose for breakfast the next day. Yet, as soon as he sat down to eat, he saw Yi Dachun walking in, grinning at him. Have you had breakfast? Yi Qingshan waved him over, inviting him to eat. I've already eaten. I'm heading to the forest soon. That fellow Yi Sifang came down. Didn't he catch anything? And when the villagers asked him, he claimed he saw a whole herd of wild boars yesterday, but didn't he manage to shoot any? It's hilarious. If he didn't he catch anything, he shouldn't he boast. Yi Qingshan chuckled. You know what kind of person he is, right? That's just his nature. Be careful when you go up the mountain. No worries. Uncle Zhang is going up the mountain with me. I'll head off now. If you go hunting tonight, you must take me along. Yi Dachun replied cheerfully. We'll see about that later. Yi Dachun nodded and happily departed. I'll go take a look. After finishing his meal, Yi Qingshan set down his chopsticks and immediately went to the village. Chen Yu and Chen Ting did not stop him. After all, Yi Qingshan had been busy improving their lives for days, and they were more than happy to let him relax a bit in the village. As for the household chores, the two women had never considered asking Yi Qingshan for help, as he had already contributed more than enough. Upon reaching the spot in the village where people frequently gathered, he found Yi Gengzhang boasting on behalf of his uncle. What I said about my shooting skills is something you've never witnessed. It's truly precise. Not hitting anything this time isn't important. What matters is that I know where the wild boars are. As long as I know, I can definitely catch them. Tonight, I'll go hunting with my uncle, and we'll be selling pork in the village, so you'll all get to enjoy it. Yi Gengzhang spoke with great enthusiasm. The people around him were momentarily at a loss for words and could only nod. Yi Qingshan interjected with a smile, Yi Gengzhang, if you want the village's elders to enjoy the pork your family sells, you'll have to wait until their teeth have fallen out. Chapter 65, Discoveries in the Woods. Yi Gengzhang's face flushed at these words, glaring at Yi Qingshan. But Yi Qingshan shot him a stern look. Yi Gengzhang immediately backed down, a hint of reluctance in his voice. My uncle's shooting skills are quite good. Don't speak nonsense. I think you should refrain from speaking nonsense. If it weren't for him scaring off that herd of wild boars with his hasty shot last time, I might have caught a few more, and perhaps even sold them in the village. That was an error. Do you understand what that means? Yi Gengzhang replied, somewhat discontented. Suddenly, Yi Qingshan stepped forward and bumped into him forcefully. With a sudden thud, Yi Gengzhang fell flat on his back. What are you doing? He exclaimed. rising to his feet with a flushed face, directing his ire at Qingshan. "Oh, my apologies, it was a mistake," Qingshan replied nonchalantly. "Do you understand what a mistake is?" Gengzhang's complexion shifted from green to pale as he pointed accusingly at him, who then retreated in embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the group behind them. "Qingshan, why don't you go hunting in the mountains? Yesterday, the sheep you sold went unsold for many. And do you know how long it has been since we had meat?" One villager spoke up. "Indeed, I think your marksmanship is the best. Why not go up and hunt? We could use a feast," suggested another villager. Though Xiaolin town is known for its bountiful resources, hunting and fishing are rare pursuits. Most villagers subsist on their meager plots of land, and with the current hardships, meat has become a rare delicacy. Upon learning of Qingshan's proficiency with a gun, they eagerly encouraged him to hunt and provide a treat for the village. Qingshan chuckled, contemplating the wild boars he knew were lurking nearby, particularly a large one that he believed he could manage to catch. After a moment of thought, he declared, "All right, I will go hunting tonight. If I succeed by tonight or tomorrow morning, I will sell the pork. Just wait." This announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy of excitement, applauding and cheering him on. "You'll definitely succeed. We all believe in you. Your aim is unmatched. Go ahead without hesitation. When you return, we'll happily consume whatever you bring back." They eagerly awaited the good news. After some time, Qingshan took his leave and returned to his space, where he began to tend to his belongings. He discovered that the crops he had planted were not only of exceptional quality, but also required no additional care. Once sown, they flourished effortlessly. Like the peanuts he had grown, not only were they abundant, but their flavor was remarkably superior to that of ordinary peanuts, saving him considerable effort. His primary focus was to inspect the reborn mushrooms, and to his delight, he found that they had indeed sprouted. Upon closer examination, he noticed that while the mushrooms were thriving, their quantity was modest, about a dozen or so. Under normal circumstances, the yield should have been greater, but the familial scale of cultivation inevitably led to some loss. Nonetheless, a dozen mushrooms were still commendable. Normally, reborn mushrooms require about a year to mature, but given the unique time flow in his space, he estimated they could be ready for harvest in just over a month or two. With a smile spreading across his face, he thought, let them grow at their own pace. Yet, observing the ample vacant land around him, he felt a surge of new ideas. "I cannot leave this land fallow. I must plant something of greater economic value." After pondering for a while, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. When discussing items of high economic value, one cannot overlook the ginseng. However, it is worth noting that this region does not naturally produce ginseng. Should one suddenly cultivate ginseng here for sale, would it not raise suspicion? Moreover, the growth cycle of ginseng is notably slow. Even with the accelerated passage of time, it would still require a considerable duration. After contemplating this, he dismissed the idea. If ginseng is not feasible, perhaps I could cultivate other medicinal herbs. Indeed, there should be no issue with growing herbs, as they could also be sold later. But what should I plant? After pondering, he shook his head again. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the mountains within his space. Although all the items he had introduced were confined to the valley, there existed distant mountain ranges he had yet to explore, resembling untamed forests. The expanse of this space was indeed vast. One could wonder if there were other treasures hidden within those mountain forests. An idea sparked within him. Until now, he had solely concentrated on the capacity of this space to preserve and cultivate items, never considering whether it might already contain something valuable. If there are fish in the lakes, surely there must be animals in the mountains, and perhaps even medicinal herbs? With this thought, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Without further delay, he prepared to ascend the mountain. His previous explorations had always been confined to the fields surrounding the small stream and occasionally to the upper lake. He had never ventured into the mountains themselves. With this realization, he hurriedly made his way upward, admiring the lush greenery and vibrant trees that adorned the slopes. Curiously, while the creatures he had nurtured grazed at the foot of the mountain, they did not enter the forest, as if there were a natural barrier separating them from the woodland. Upon entering the forest, he was met with an eerie silence, devoid of even the chirping of birds. It seemed there were no animals. He clicked his tongue, pressing onward into the depths of the forest. A sense of regret lingered within him. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. If there had been animals in this woodland, they would have emerged long before now. Shaking his head, he continued to explore. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, pine mushrooms." Arriving beneath a pine tree, he discovered a thick layer of pine needles concealing an abundance of mushrooms. This was indeed a treasure. His eyes sparkled with delight as he began to gather them. Yet, there were far too many. He needed to fetch a container from outside. After hastily returning with a basket, he soon filled it to the brim. These mushrooms, when stewed with wild chicken, would create an exquisite dish. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed something intriguing beneath the pine tree ahead. Approaching it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? This is indeed his showu. There, at the base of the tree, thrived a lush vine, adorned with blossoms, unmistakably the showu he had just contemplated. Chapter 66. Traditional Chinese medicine. You truly are a sleepyhead. A pillow for you. If it's too stiff, I'll send you a beauty. He could not help but burst into laughter and immediately began to dig with a hoe. Before long, he unearthed a wild yam. So large, he stood there in astonishment. It turned out that this particular yam weighed at least 10 pounds. I have heard it said that only after 5 years can one reach over 3 pounds. This one is around 10 pounds, which suggests it may be several decades old. It is said that the older the yam, the higher its medicinal efficacy and value. This must be worth quite a sum. I must extract it quickly. He surveyed the entire forest, his eyes gleaming with delight. Clearly, this space was filled with treasures, though he was uncertain of their abundance. Never mind that for now, given his current estimation, there were likely many valuable items within. But he would need to excavate them gradually. After emerging from the forest, he ventured into the valley, instinctively beckoning a wild chicken to follow him. The creatures he captured would only roam outside the forest, particularly in this valley area, rarely venturing into the woods. Similarly, as long as he focused his thoughts, those caught outside would heed his commands. However, the dynamics within the forest should be different. He dismissed such thoughts for the moment. Upon returning home, he retrieved the matsutake mushrooms. Where did you find these? Chen Yu approached, carrying Liu Xiaoyan, her face lighting up with joy. Sister, come and see. There are matsutake mushrooms. Chen Ting emerged from the kitchen, her eyes sparkling upon seeing the mushrooms. These are indeed matsutake mushrooms. You went up the mountain to gather them. Yes. I took a stroll up the mountain and found quite a few matsutake mushrooms to bring back. And look, I even caught a wild chicken. He smiled as he displayed the chicken. For lunch, we shall have matsutake stew with wild chicken. Wonderful. That sounds delectable. With that, Chen Ting took the wild chicken and went inside to prepare it. Chen Yu and Qingshan remained outside to wash the matsutake mushrooms. As she washed, Chen Yu wore a beaming smile. I'm really starting to enjoy foraging for mushrooms. You didn't invite me, and you gathered them all by yourself. Let me join in next time. While washing the mushrooms, she playfully addressed her husband. Qingshan chuckled and nodded. Next time, I shall take you along. Chen Yu giggled and continued washing the mushrooms, her spirits evidently lifted. Observing her joy, he allowed her to keep washing while he rinsed the wild yam nearby. What is this? Chen Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar item. This is a precious find. Qingshan replied with a subtle smile, not disclosing too much. It seems to be a type of traditional Chinese medicinal herb. I plan to inquire in the city or town about its value. Who knows? Selling this might provide us with the funds to build a house. Chen Yu smiled at him, even affectionately pinching his cheek. You certainly dream big. I wouldn't dare to dream such a dream. How could one item fund a house? Qingshan chuckled, choosing not to reveal too much. In truth, he was uncertain of the value of the item in his possession, yet with over $1,000 at hand, he contemplated the prospect of building a house. Constructing a dwelling is a lengthy endeavor, necessitating ample preparation. Once he sold the Chinese knotweed, he could commence his plans and also arrange for assistance in sawing timber. Naturally, during this period, he must venture into the mountains to procure more wood, observing the thriving trees in the forest. He thought that if the timber from the forest was unattainable, he could always access his space to cut some. At lunchtime, the main dish was a delightful stew of wild chicken and mushrooms. The combination of matsutake mushrooms and wild chicken produced an irresistible aroma, particularly when the savory broth was poured over the pristine white rice, enhancing its flavor. At the tender age of 20, Qingshan was in the prime of his appetite. Although he could easily satisfy Chen Yu's hunger with a single serving, he too could indulge in 3 bowls. The meal was devoured with great enthusiasm, bringing joy to everyone present. The dish was truly delectable. Even Chen Yu set down her chopsticks, laughing. Indeed, it was extraordinarily fresh, but such ingredients were not easily obtainable. After their meal, the 2 sisters returned to tidying the kitchen. You two handle the cleanup. I shall head to the town, he informed the sisters. As the 2 hurriedly packed the Chinese knotweed and made their way to the town's traditional Chinese medicine shop. The town boasted a well-frequented clinic. where many sought herbal remedies and treatments. The most renowned practitioner was Dr. Wang, the owner of the clinic, who had practiced medicine for several generations. Initially a modest physician, he had established a flourishing practice over the years. In addition to treating patients, he also dispensed herbal medicine and collected herbs. Thus, Qingshan intended to consult Dr. Wang, testing the waters to see how much he would offer for the Chinese knotweed. If the price seemed insufficient, he would simply refrain from selling it. Hastily arriving at the clinic, he noticed Dr. Wang, bespectacled, seemingly examining a familiar figure's pulse before he even stepped inside. "You have indulged excessively," Dr. Wang declared, releasing the man's wrist and scrutinizing the middle-aged individual before him. The man, feeling somewhat awkward, retorted, "Dr. Wang, I haven't overindulged, have I? Are you attempting to deceive me?" Dr. Wang scoffed, "At your age, still so vigorous, yet your health is clearly failing. You are in a state of great deficiency." The man, slightly embarrassed, countered, "I only engage in such activities about once a day. Does that count as excessive indulgence?" As Qingshan approached, he could not suppress a chuckle upon seeing the man's face. The middle-aged man sensed someone nearby and turned, his expression turning sheepish upon recognizing Qingshan. "What brings you here?" The man, known as Yu Zhengxing, asked, scratching his head while standing up, his gaze somewhat evasive. "Ah, I just arrived." Qingshan found the situation amusing, yet maintained an expression of feigned confusion. "Uncle Zhengxing, are you feeling unwell?" "Ah, I have a friend who is unwell and asked me to procure some medicine for him." "You have a friend, I see," Qingshan replied, suddenly enlightened. For some reason, Yi Zhengsheng felt a pang of guilt and swiftly shifted the topic. "What are you here for?" "Oh, I came to sell some medicine." Qingshan smiled faintly and presented a large piece of Polygonum multiflorum to Dr. Wang, inquiring, "Dr. Wang, I understand you purchase medicinal herbs here. Could you take a look at this for me?" Initially, Dr. Wang had little expectation and raised an eyebrow, displaying a lack of interest. However, upon seeing the impressive Polygonum multiflorum in Yi's hand, he nearly dropped the pen he was holding in astonishment. "What is this?" Even the seasoned Yi Zhengxing felt a flicker of surprise, as he realized he had never encountered such a specimen before. Dr. Wang hurried forward, examining the remarkably fresh herb from every angle. Suppressing his excitement, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed Polygonum multiflorum, and an exceptionally aged one at that. Nevertheless, he refrained from revealing his enthusiasm immediately. Being an old hand in the trade, he first looked up at Qingshan and asked, "How much are you willing to sell it for?" Qingshan chuckled at this inquiry. The old man was quite the performer. He clearly recognized the value of the item, yet chose to keep it from Yi, perhaps seeking to pull a fast one. "What price can you offer?" Qingshan responded playfully, "If you undervalue it, I might just walk away." Dr. Wang found himself in a quandary. For some reason, he sensed that the young man before him was aware of the herb's true nature and its worth. Being an elder with considerable experience, he understood that if he did not negotiate properly, he might lose out on this deal. After a moment's contemplation, he candidly stated, "You do know this is Polygonum multiflorum, right?" "What? This is Polygonum multiflorum?" Yi Zhengsheng, though unfamiliar with it, had certainly heard of it, and upon hearing Dr. Wang's words, he was taken aback. "Yes, indeed. It is Polygonum multiflorum," Dr. Wang affirmed, nodding with certainty. "Not only is it Polygonum multiflorum, but it is also exceptionally aged. Typically, 5-year-old specimens weigh around 3 gene. Yet yours must weigh at least 10. Such age signifies remarkable efficacy. Then, what price do you propose?" Qingshan inquired with a smile. Dr. Wang pondered the price carefully. If he offered too high, he feared overpaying. If too low, he worried the other party would be unwilling to proceed. After all, this specimen was truly extraordinary. He had never encountered one of such size in his lifetime, let alone one that was half its size. A gem among gems. Before he could state a price, Qingshan interjected calmly, "I am aware that state-run shops actually purchase these medicinal herbs. For such a fine item, they would likely offer a commendable price. I believe supply and marketing cooperatives also acquire them, correct?" "Yes, they do. But you brought it to me first, didn't you? Shall we discuss this further?" Dr. Wang swiftly redirected the conversation, clearly reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. "Then do present a price." Qingshan appeared confident, wearing a broad smile. Dr. Wang hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and offering a relatively fair price. For ordinary specimens, the price isn't particularly high, usually just a few dimes per gene, especially for fresh ones. If they are dried, the selling price tends to be slightly higher. However, one cannot merely compare this item to ordinary Heeshou Wu, for it has aged remarkably, presumably around 50 years, which qualifies it as an exquisite specimen, its value multiplied beyond measure. If you were to sell it at a state-run store, it could fetch a price of 20 to 30 yuan per jean. Even fresh goods command such a price. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingxing's heart raced at the thought. 20 to 30 yuan per jean. That means for 10 jeans, we could be looking at several hundred yuan. Let's be practical here. I shall offer you 30 yuan per jean. Allow me to weigh it. He then took it out to measure. Look, it weighs 11 jeans and 6 taels. Let me calculate. That amounts to 348 yuan. He turned to Yi Qingshan, seemingly awaiting his final decision. Is Dr. Wang deceiving me? How could you say that? I would never deceive. I am a physician. I excel in diagnosing and treating ailments, as well as in assessing and acquiring medicine. Is this your uncle? I say he suffers from kidney deficiency and impotence, and there's no denying it. My eyes are my measure. I have felt his pulse and discerned his condition. He cannot refute it. Yi Jingxing's face turned pale. Why do you have to use me as an example? Have I wronged you in any way? I come for a consultation, and you speak to me like this. Is it so wrong to have impotence and premature ejaculation? My wife is content. Yu Zhengsheng, his face ashen with anger, chose to lower his head and ignore Dr. Wang. He resolved that he would never return to seek treatment here, no matter his condition. Yi Qingshan nearly burst into laughter. Very well, I shall sell it to you. Dr. Wang, elated, promptly handed 348 yuan to Yi Qingshan. Remember, if you come across such items again, I assure you, my price will not be lower than that of the state-run store. Agreed. Yi Qingshan smiled slightly, pocketing the money. Rest assured, I shall certainly return should I find more, provided your prices remain fair. With that, he prepared to leave. However, as he was exiting, he cast a glance at Yi Zhengxing. Yi Jingji pondered for a moment before following him out. Just as they had taken a couple of steps, Dr. Wang called out, "Where do you think you're going? I still need to prescribe medication for you. Do not fret. I have a prescription specifically for treating impotence and premature ejaculation. This issue is not significant. After a few doses, you will feel rejuvenated, as if returning to your 20s. Yi Jingxing's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. Yi Qingshan teasingly suggested, Uncle Zhengsheng, perhaps you should reconsider and consult him again. After all, restoring your health is of utmost importance. Wait for me. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly returned. Yi Qingshan waited outside. After about 10 minutes, he saw Yi Zhengsheng emerge, laden with bags. Yi Qingshan smiled and helped him place the medicine on his bicycle, then they hurried home together. From where did you acquire such a thing? Yi Zhengsheng could not help but inquire. I dug it up on Lianhua Mountain. Is there such a thing on Lianhua Mountain? Indeed, there is, but it is certainly rare, especially in such a large size. I suggest you not waste your effort. After I unearthed this, I searched for more but found nothing else, so I hurried here to sell it. That is true. Yi Zhengxing nodded, somewhat helplessly. Does Uncle have any tasks to attend to lately? What tasks could there be? Every day, I either go to work or tend to some chores at home. There is not much to do. Yi Zhengxing expressed his resignation. Has Uncle ever sawed wood for someone else? I have. You know the Guanshan forestry farm over there, right? I used to go there often, quite a distance, just to saw planks for others. I have some planks here. Could you assist me in sawing them? I will pay you. Yu Qishan became intrigued. Yu Zhengsheng paused to look at him. You see, I intend to rebuild my house. Since I am building, I need timber. I have already gathered quite a bit, and it is drying outside. Some pieces are already sun-dried. When the time comes, could you help me saw the wood? What do you think? You have already begun. Since it was mentioned previously, Yi Zhengsheng understood that he had been stealthily taking wood from the forest farm. Indeed. I still have to go tonight. Do you want me to accompany you? Yi Zhengsheng was a very affable person, especially since Yi Qingshan had assisted Dachuan greatly. Yi Qingshan pondered. Relying solely on myself to saw the wood seems a bit troublesome. If Yi Zhengsheng joins me, it would certainly save a lot of effort. At worst, I can have him saw it well, and later, I can transport it back myself. With this thought, it naturally made sense. Would that not be too troublesome? Chapter 68. Mischief. Yi Zhengsheng laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, What are you talking about? There is no trouble in this. Here, it is customary for neighbors to assist one another in building houses. Aside from hiring a mason, everything else is done collaboratively. Sawing wood and cutting trees are indeed small tasks we do together. Very well, then we shall go up the mountain to cut trees tonight. We will only focus on the cutting. Once done, I will find a chance to bring it back. No worries, I will carry it back with you. No need. No need. We will manage the carrying ourselves. I will find a way to handle this. Trust me, I have it under control. Then it is settled. Shall I call someone else to help you with the cutting? Building a house is a joyous occasion for everyone, and as your uncle, I feel happy seeing this. I will call Lao Wu over. He has nothing to do and should be willing to assist with the tree cutting. I trust Yi Lao Wu, after all. I know what kind of person he is. All right, it is settled then. After dinner, we will head up the mountain. You only need to wait for me there. And it is agreed. After returning, Qingshan checked the wood and found that some pieces were already well dried, so he went back to his older house. He took out those sufficiently dried logs and placed them in the main hall of the old house. This old house is not merely his family's dwelling. It is a shared ancestral home belonging to their entire lineage. It can be considered a family estate. Such houses are now uninhabited, yet due to their communal ownership, they are difficult to divide or renovate. Consequently, whenever someone in the family needs to undertake a project, they tend to store their materials there, leading to its eventual disuse. He placed everything within its confines. After arranging all of this, he sighed in relief and departed from the place. That evening, after dinner, he noticed Yi Zhengsheng and Yi Laowu arriving, fully equipped. Yi Laowu approached him, unable to suppress a smile, and amiably asked, "Zhengsheng has informed me that you are planning to build a house. I indeed have such intentions and must prepare adequately. You really do have a knack for silently preparing for significant undertakings. I was completely unaware. Had I not heard it from him, I would not have been able to assist. Let us go. I may not excel in other areas, but I certainly understand how to procure timber. You are unaware, but your father and I often ventured to clandestinely harvest trees. Your father claimed to be a hunter, yet he frequently helped others by supplying timber to the logging yard. Your father has no idea how many beams he helped me procure. Now, assisting you is a way of repaying his kindness." This sentiment stirred a sense of nostalgia in Qingshan, aware that rural life had always revolved around such communal ties. Family clans thrived on mutual aid. Today I help you. Tomorrow you help me. A practiced routine. Enough talk. Let us hasten our departure. Yi Zhengsheng chuckled, promptly taking the lead. In terms of the terrain of the logging area, the two older men possessed a deeper understanding than Yi Qingshan, knowing precisely where to find trees to harvest. Armed with saws, they trekked a considerable distance, well away from the management of the logging yard. "Isn't old Zhang on duty today?" Yi Laowu inquired as they arrived. "The Chuan is also here," came the reply. "Then we shall be fine. Even if we are apprehended, it will be easier to explain. If Yi Sifang were present, it would be a different story. He would undoubtedly escalate the situation." Yi Laowu grimaced, evidently disliking Yi Sifang. However, this sentiment was not unique to him. The entire village shared this sentiment towards the family. "Prepare to take action. We will fell some trees first, and then scout for any game to hunt. Our hunting skills may be mediocre, but your prowess is commendable. We shall see if opportunities arise. I have heard that you mentioned to others that you would be hunting tonight. The villagers are eager to witness your skills. Very well, let us fell the trees first. And once we are done, I shall go hunting." Yi Qingshan replied with a smile. Indeed, men possess an inherent fascination with hunting. Some pursue it actively, while others, aware of their limitations, refrain from participating. Soon, the three men each selected a tree and began to saw. With a greater number of hands, their efforts yielded swift results. Particularly, the two older gentlemen exhibited a superior knowledge of tree felling compared to Yi Qingshan, executing their task with remarkable efficiency. Yi Qingshan, benefiting from youth and physical prowess, managed to keep pace with them, focusing solely on the sawing rather than the carrying, thus enhancing their speed considerably. Around 11 o'clock, they had felled at least a dozen trees. "That's enough." At this moment, Yi Zhengsheng halted, shaking his head at them. Having already cut down so many trees, there was essentially no significant issue now. "I suggest we take a break and refrain from further felling. We can always return to this task later. What if we are discovered during the patrol?" Yi Laowu expressed his concerns. "This area is seldom patrolled, and if we conceal our activities well, they won't notice. Even if we need to transport the wood, we can manage that eventually. There is no need for worry. Let us focus on completing our task, and I'll devise a plan later. Now let us go hunting." Upon hearing the word hunting, the two companions' interest piqued, and they promptly grabbed their rifles to follow him. In those days, many villagers possessed firearms, regardless of their proficiency in hunting. However, it was evident from the way Yi Zhengsheng and Yi Laowu handled their guns that they were not seasoned hunters. They ventured forward for a while. "I believe I heard something." At that moment, Yi Laowu whispered suddenly. Indeed, they noticed some movement ahead, under the moonlight. They observed 4 or 5 wild boars leisurely wandering about. Wild boars. Yi Laowu could hardly contain his excitement and gestured to the others. Yi Zhengsheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation, though he hesitated to shoot, acutely aware of his lack of marksmanship, continuously glancing at Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan, pleasantly surprised by their good fortune of encountering wild boars so soon after venturing out, felt a surge of joy. Don't rush. Wait for me, Yi Qingshan instructed. The other 2 understood their limitations and patiently awaited Yi Qingshan's signal. Yi Qingshan raised his rifle, preparing to fire. However, to his dismay, the wild boars seemed to sense danger and bolted away. What is happening? Yi Qingshan was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe they had been discovered. Just then, they heard commotion behind them, followed by the sound of gunfire. Simultaneously, Yi Sifang's voice echoed through the night. Just ahead, just ahead. Everyone, hurry up. Damn it. It's Yi Sifang. Yi Laowu cursed, noticing several figures rushing towards the wild boars on the hillside. Chapter 69, The Wild Boar Chase. Upon seeing Yi Sifang and his group, Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng felt a mixture of anger and anxiety, primarily fearing their secret tree felling would be uncovered. Forget about him. We need to pursue quickly, otherwise he might grow suspicious. Yi Qingshan reacted immediately, urging the others. They agreed, continuing their pursuit. In truth, the individuals ahead had also noticed their presence. Uncle, it's Yi Qingshan, Yi Zhengsheng, and Yi Laowu. They appear to be here for hunting too. As they ran forward, Yi Gengzhang spotted them and promptly alerted his companions. Disregarding them, we must ensure to obstruct their advance and prevent this from falling into their hands. Having spoken, they pressed on in pursuit. The startled wild boars ahead dashed forward frantically, seemingly attempting to escape their encirclement. Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng, both in their middle age, were not as agile as the younger ones, and soon noticed Yi Qingshan catching up from behind. Qingshan, don't mind us, just strike if you can. But be cautious. It seems there are not only Yi Sifang and Yi Gengchang, but also 3 others who appear to be hunters allied with them. Take care, Yi Zhengsheng panted. Addressing Yi Qingshan, Yi Qingshan nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he had passed them, quickly closing the distance to Yi Gengchang. Observing Yi Qingshan's swift pace, Gengchang shouted while running. What are you doing, Yi Qingshan? Don't steal, this is our find. You discovered nothing. Having the skill to take it down is what truly matters, Yi Qingshan retorted. After uttering this, Yi Qingshan raised his gun and fired. The shot resounding as a hefty wild boar, weighing over 200 pounds, collapsed with a pitiful cry. The others were momentarily stunned. To strike a moving target with such precision was indeed a marksmanship they could only admire. Yet, with his next shot, Yi Qingshan aimed again, this time hitting the boar squarely in the forehead, ending its life. Consequently, the remaining 3 wild boars accelerated their flight. Uncle Zhengsheng, Uncle Laowu, keep an eye on that boar, Yi Qingshan instructed, not pausing as he continued his pursuit. Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng, filled with exhilaration, gazed at the fallen boar, rendered speechless. Remarkable. They had heard tales of Yi Qingshan's sharpshooting, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. His aim was indeed extraordinary. Upon reflection, they realized they could not assist Yi Qingshan in this hunt, so they heeded his advice and guarded the slain boar. Yi Sifang cursed loudly, yet there was no choice but to press on with the others in pursuit. Thus, the 5 of them competed against Yi Qingshan for the remaining 3 wild boars. Yi Qingshan moved with remarkable speed, traversing the mountainous terrain with ease, while the others struggled to keep pace. After pursuing for another 2 minutes, Yi Qingshan seized an opportunity and fired once more. Another wild boar fell lifeless to the ground. Yi Qingshan, are you stealing our game? Gengchang felt a pang of anguish. For according to their hunting customs, the spoils belonged to the one who brought them down. Having already lost 2 boars to Yi Qingshan, and with him now occupying a superior position, Gengchang could hardly contain his anxiety. Yi Qingshan paid no heed to such concerns. He disliked them as much as they disliked him, and today he was determined that at the very least, they would not gain the advantage of claiming a wild boar. With that resolve, he advanced further. After reloading, he fired again. One of the fleeing wild boars flipped over and fell to the ground. His shot did not strike a fatal blow, and he attempted to rise again. Yet Yi Qingshan would not afford him that opportunity. Just as he made a move, another shot rang out, piercing through his forehead. At that moment, only 1 wild boar remained. and among the three unfamiliar figures, one with a buzz cut shouted angrily, "Take another shot, if you dare." However, before he could finish his sentence, Qingshan fired once more. The last wild boar let out a pained cry and collapsed, unable to move. As he walked forward, Qingshan delivered another shot, ensuring the final boar met its demise. In the blink of an eye, all four wild boars had fallen at his hands alone. Behind him, Ginseng and his nephew approached, while the other three had rushed over. Utterly exhausted and leaning on their knees, gasping for breath, Qingshan paid them no mind and stepped forward to lift the last slain boar. Discovering it to be quite heavy, approximately 200 pounds, he began to drag it forward. Just then, the buzz-cut man across from him raised his shotgun, deliberately or not aiming it at him with a sinister smile. "For wild boars, we must divide at least one, right? You think you can hoard them all?" Qingshan's understanding ignited a surge of excitement within him, and he gazed at Qingshan with a dark smile. Yi Sifong was equally complicit. The two companions of the buzz-cut man seemed to share an unspoken agreement, also lifting their guns and casting menacing glances at Qingshan. Fury surged within him. This group, unable to overpower him, resorted to underhanded tactics. "What do you want?" Qingshan pondered briefly before addressing them. "I acknowledge the first one was yours. The remaining three, however, have no connection to you. If there is to be any claim, it is ours." Tainyo inhaled deeply, recognizing their intent to seize the spoils. "But your method displeases me." Yet, there were 5 of them. Yi Sifong and Yi Jinseng had long harbored disdain for him, should a conflict arise. They would undoubtedly side with the others, eager to see him fall. Although Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng were present, they were preoccupied with the wild boar and could not come to his aid in time. In such a dire situation, Qingshan found himself with little choice. Observing their demeanor, he suddenly broke into laughter, having devised a plan. "To attempt to rob me, Qingshan, do you not assess your own capabilities? Very well, I shall indulge you. Just do not lament later." He slung his gun back over his shoulder and smiled at them. "You desire the wild boar? That is easily arranged. Had you mentioned it earlier, we would not have reached this impasse. Consider yourself fortunate." The buzz-cut man ceased his pretense, sneering coldly. Li Zhengyang turned away without a backward glance. "Damn, I thought Qingshan was formidable. Turns out he is not so impressive." Once Qingshan's figure vanished from sight, Yu Jinchang burst into laughter, overcome with triumph. "What a farce." The buzz-cut man spat. "You only fear him. In our presence, he is nothing but a mere nuisance. Hurry and bring those 3 wild boars here. This expedition will indeed prove fruitful, and we shall return laden with bounty." The others laughed heartily, their spirits lifted, as they rushed forward to lift the boars. However, unbeknownst to them, as Qingshan slipped from their sight, he immediately entered his space and retrieved the solitary large wild boar contained within. "Go, eliminate them." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qingshan's eyes. "That buzz-cut fellow. Make sure to trample him." Chapter 70. The defeat of the buzz-cut. The buzz-cut, Yi Sifong, along with his group of 5, merrily made their way back. These were 3 substantial wild boars, worth a considerable sum, and for Yi Sifong, they would restore his reputation in the village. The buzz-cut, brimming with pride, hoisted a boar while chuckling. "So, is this the most arrogant person in your village? He can't hold a candle to me. What does he have to be proud of? From now on, remind him to behave himself in my presence. My gun only recognizes humans, and while I may not surpass him in hunting boars, in confronting men, he is no match for me." The others erupted in laughter. "Brother Ping, only you can keep him in check," they exclaimed. "That guy has indeed been quite arrogant in our village, often disregarding me, but the moment you step in, he becomes meek. I think you should keep a close eye on him. He possesses considerable wealth and is rumored to be involved in dubious activities in the city. Perhaps he could be of use to us in the future." Yi Jincheng harbored malicious thoughts. "Is that so?" The buzz-cut's eyes lit up. "This is our first encounter. There will be many more opportunities. Such matters are mere trifles for me. Just wait and see." Yi Sifong felt compelled to give a thumbs up to his nephew. "You truly know how to handle things. This will ensure that Qingshan remains firmly etched in the buzz-cut's memory." As they engaged in their banter, an unexpected roar echoed, and suddenly, a large wild boar lunged from the side, crashing violently into the buzz-cut. He was caught unawares, engaged in lifting a boar with another person, and did not anticipate such a treacherous assault. What a lack of martial decorum. In an instant, he was knocked to the ground, and more critically, the boar he was carrying fell directly atop him. With a cry of agony, he was promptly met with the fury of the enraged sow, weighing over 200 pounds. The impact of the boar was unbearable for any ordinary person. The remaining companions were taken aback and hastily retreated a few steps, raising their weapons. "Quick, shoot it!" the buzzcut shouted, having lost his gun to the onslaught. Defenseless against the 200-pound boar, he was relentlessly battered. Gasping for breath as he desperately gestured for his companions to fire upon the beast. Yet, they were far too close, lacking confidence in their aim. "Brother Ping, find a way to distance yourself so we can take aim," Yi Jinchong urged, anxious to create some space. However, the wild boar was fixated on the short-haired man, completely ignoring the relentless assault. In this era, firearms possess a notable flaw. Their stability is notoriously poor. Given that it was a homemade hunting rifle, none could guarantee that. Even if they hit the boar from such a distance, it wouldn't inadvertently harm the short-haired man. Thus, for a moment, they were all paralyzed by indecision. Yet, observing the short-haired man's distress, it was evident to all that he could not withstand this for long. He would surely be gored to death by the boar. At that moment, footsteps were heard from behind, followed by the voice of Yi Qingshan. "What is wrong with you all? Why aren't you leaving? Can you not handle this?" Not only had Yi Qingshan arrived, but also Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng, who had been waiting for them, had pushed forward, coincidentally meeting Yi Qingshan, and thus they all approached together. This was precisely the outcome Yi Qingshan desired. Goodness, there's another wild boar. Upon seeing it, Yi Qingshan immediately raised his rifle. "Yi Qingshan, hurry and save him." At that moment, Yi Sifeng urged, "Quickly save him, be swift. How can we rescue him when that wild boar is causing such havoc? I suggest we refrain from shooting and instead try to subdue the boar together. Shooting is far too perilous. We might hit him." Yi Qingshan replied, "This wild boar is insane, incredibly strong. Who would dare approach it? Why not you go?" Yi Sifeng suggested. "Are you out of your mind? I am not part of your group. Aren't you all here to hunt together? If anyone should confront it, it should be you. Don't expect me to play the fool." Yi Qingshan shot him a glare. "Help me, Yi Qingshan. Quickly shoot to save me." The short-haired man was on the verge of bloodshed from the boar's relentless assault, and under the immense pressure to survive, he desperately pleaded with Yi Qingshan. "No. You're too close. I fear I might accidentally injure you. I cannot bear that responsibility." Yi Qingshan shook his head repeatedly. "I beg you. Your marksmanship is exceptional. Save me. I promise not to hold you responsible if anything happens. Just save me. And those 3 wild boars, I'll forfeit them to you. That is more like it. You seem to be on the verge of being gored to death by that boar. I suppose I shall intervene. However, let me be clear. If you sustain injuries, do not blame me. There are plenty of witnesses here." The 2 men beside the short-haired man nodded vigorously. The wild boar indeed appeared feral, and they were hesitant to act. Just then, Yi Qingshan steadied his rifle, observing the scene of man and beast before him, silently vowing, "If you offend me, Yi Qingshan, you shall pay the price. Today, if I incapacitate you, do not hold it against me. This is what you deserve." With that, Yi Qingshan took aim. Bang! The bullet pierced through the boar's ear and ultimately struck the short-haired man's leg, impacting directly at his ankle. The pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from him as he writhed on the ground. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You shot my leg. You've ruined it." In his panic, he curled up and rolled, unexpectedly breaking free from the boar's assault, creating a significant distance between himself and the wild beast. At that moment, Yi Qingshan raised his gun once more. The double-barreled shotgun was capable of firing 2 rounds, and having already struck the small-headed man, he aimed the second shot directly at the wild boar's head. The accuracy was impeccable, and the boar collapsed instantly, lifeless. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the wretched cries of the small-headed man. "You bastard, you deliberately shot me," he bellowed, teeth clenched in fury as he glared at Yi Qingshan. "Do not utter such nonsense. I inadvertently hit you while attempting to save you, and you yourself just stated that you would not pursue the matter if you were struck." Yi Zhengsheng was the first to step forward, pointing at the small-headed man. Everyone present has heard that. Yi Qingshan remained unperturbed, turning to the small-headed man's 2 companions. "Quickly, lift him and carry him back. Let us see if we can salvage his leg. I have saved his life, and if that wild boar were to charge again, he would surely perish." The 2 companions appeared taken aback, lacking the fierce determination of the small-headed man. At that moment, Yi Qingshan felt the situation was not chaotic enough. Having finally witnessed Yi Qingshan take action, and with the small-headed man injured, he seized the opportunity to stir trouble. He raised his gun, aiming it at Yi Qingshan. "Yi Qingshan, You think you can shoot someone and simply walk away? Dream on. Qingshan, if you do not lower your weapon, do you believe I will not put you down with a single shot? Qingshan raised his shotgun, loading a bullet, slowly aiming it at him. Qingshan instantly faltered. He was uncertain whether he could kill Qingshan with one shot, but he was acutely aware that Qingshan could certainly end him in an instant. He truly quailed and promptly lowered his gun. Let us go. Qingshan disregarded them and gestured to Yi Laowu and his companion. Yi Laowu nodded in understanding. 5 wild boars. I will summon others to assist in carrying them. Meanwhile, Qingshan and the small-headed man had no choice but to hastily carry the ladder down the mountain, rushing to the clinic in hopes of remedying his injury. For a time, only Yi Zhengsheng and Qingshan remained. Damn it, after saving his life, he still causes trouble. Who would dare to fire a shot in such circumstances? Only you, with your exceptional skills and audacity. Do not engage in such antics again. If you were to perish, it would be of no concern to you. Yi Zhengsheng grumbled in frustration. Qingshan lowered his head, toying with the shotgun in his hands, a sinister expression crossing his face. Qingshan, do not let vengeance linger until nightfall. You wish to harm me with your wild boar? You should consider whether you possess the means. Such was the nature of Qingshan, just as he had done at the station when he was targeted for revenge by Lan Xishan and his gang. He had turned without a second thought, sending them off to prison. Today, on the mountain, when these individuals sought to claim the wild boar he had shot, Qingshan retaliated by incapacitating the small-headed man. You pitiful fools dare to contend with me, Qingshan? Do you even think you have the right? Uncle Zhengsheng, let us carry these wild boars over there. Once the others arrive, we can descend. Indeed. That is a splendid plan. Yi Zhengsheng replied, his spirits lifted. The two individuals busied themselves, gathering all 5 wild boars at the location of the first one that had perished, waiting for Yi Laowu to summon the others. However, merely waiting was insufficient. Qingshan exchanged a word with Yu Zhengxing before returning to the previous site to transport the logs into the spatial realm, then hurried back to the gathering point. After engaging in conversation for about an hour, movement was finally detected below. Torches appeared, followed by a group of over a dozen individuals ascending the mountain with bamboo poles and ropes in hand. Upon witnessing the 5 deceased wild boars, the newcomers gasped in astonishment. Did Qingshan single-handedly take them down? That's truly remarkable. When they learned it was indeed Qingshan alone responsible for the feat, they were utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming in awe. What defines a sharpshooter? This is what it means to be a marksman. They shook their heads in disbelief, recalling how those boars had been seized from the clutches of Yi Sifang and his companions, who had proven themselves inept at hunting, incapable even of handling firearms properly. Qingshan found their banter amusing as the group secured the wild boars and lifted them down the mountain using the bamboo poles. With the assistance of the poles, 2 or 3 individuals took turns, and by around 2 in the morning, they finally returned to the village, feeling quite fatigued from the journey. In total, there were 5 boars. Once they set the animals down, Qingshan clapped his hands and announced, "Every individual who assisted in carrying the boars today shall receive 5 jin of meat." The crowd erupted in cheers. Let us sell the remainder. However, with 5 boars, I wonder if we can sell them all. Rest assured, I shall sell them. I will notify the other teams. We have several teams here. I will inform them. Someone quickly added, "Yes, let us notify others to come over immediately. I have a bicycle. You can ride it to other villages to spread the word." Qingshan felt elated and promptly instructed them to use his family's bicycle to notify others in the neighboring villages. I will summon Liu. He is an experienced butcher and can help you with the meat sales, and he possesses the necessary tools. Yi Zhengxing rushed off to find assistance. Before long, nearly the entire village was aware of the news. Some who had already drifted into slumber were stirred awake by the shouts of meat vendors outside their windows. "Dear, go buy 5 jin of meat. I never expected Qingshan would actually succeed today. What do you think of the price? If it's low, buy more. If it's high, buy a little less. We haven't had meat in ages. I'll cut a few jin for us while you continue to rest and watch the children." Consequently, many villagers rose from their beds to purchase meat. Meanwhile, beneath the large tree where the village often gathered, Yi Luoyu had set up a display, showcasing all 5 boars. So many pigs. As the villagers arrived, they were left speechless at the sight of the 5 large boars. Indeed. How did he manage to take down 5 at once? They say it was Qingshan who did it. He truly is impressive. Just moments ago, we were speculating how it could be done, and now look at how effortlessly he accomplished it. The crowd gasped in admiration, but more than anything, they were filled with joy. Our pork is priced at 80 cents per pound. At this moment, Qingshan stepped forward and addressed the crowd. If you wish to buy pork, come to Uncle Liu and let him know. Uncle Liu, keep an eye on things. They can chop as much pork and bones as they desire. Certainly, Yi Lu was also somewhat elated. By assisting in selling the pork, he would also be able to procure a few pounds for himself, which delighted him. The atmosphere quickly became lively. As the excitement grew, villagers from nearby came rushing in, some even arriving on bicycles. It could be said that these villages had never experienced such prosperity. Typically, a single wild boar would barely suffice for one village. Yet 5 boars were beyond their expectations. From that point on, Qingshan hardly needed to do anything, as Yi Lu was busy butchering meat, while others collected payments, making everything seem seamless. As Qingshan sat to the side, observing the bustling scene with a sense of longing, Chen Ting unexpectedly approached him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you really do this? Qingshan nodded, grinning. Indeed, it was I who hunted them. Is 5 enough? Chen Ting was at a loss for words, ultimately breaking into a smile. However, she surveyed the scene, particularly enjoying the moment. I'll keep a pork leg at home, she said with a grin. You should return home to rest, and let Xiao Yu not worry. I'll be back after selling the pork. No need, I can help here, Chen Ting replied. Look at all these uncles helping out. You really don't have to do anything. Just rest well at home. I'll take care of everything here. After glancing around and realizing that there were indeed plenty of people assisting, she nodded in agreement. As she departed, she often turned her head back, her gaze lingering on the tall figure of Qingshan, a mix of astonishment and reassurance in her eyes. It seemed she could relax and carry on with her life here, knowing that all her troubles would be resolved by the man before her. Chapter 72. Selling meat and dividing profits. As they joyfully sold the pork, several nearby teams joined in, adding to the lively atmosphere. However, the situation for Xiao Pingtu in the town was dire. We certainly can't handle this at our clinic. You must quickly take him to the county hospital and see if they can save the leg. The doctor shook his head after examining the injury, indicating his helplessness. You can't handle it here? Must we go to the county? Xiao Pingtu's father, Xie Jianxi, who conducted business in the town, looked anxiously at the doctor. Brother Xie. The doctor, an acquaintance of his, replied seriously, we are old friends, and I cannot possibly deceive you or claim to treat what I cannot. This is a gunshot wound, and it's no trivial matter. Hurry and get him out of here. Don't waste any more time. Gritting his teeth, Xie Jianxi realized there was no better option and waved his hand, promptly arranging for the injured party to be carried away. What exactly happened? Xie Jianxi inquired of those accompanying him. The 2 individuals quickly recounted the events that had transpired. In other words, it was that person named Qingshan who assaulted him to such a degree. Xie Jianxi's expression was exceedingly grim. Indeed, it was this Qingshan. Yi Sifeng, standing nearby, embellished the events on the mountain and recounted many unfavorable aspects of Qingshan. Damn it, this matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved, Xie Jianxi exclaimed vehemently. Yi Sifeng and his nephew exchanged knowing glances, both wearing smiles. Since little Pingtu had been sent to the county seat, they need not accompany him, and thus returned to the village together. As they walked back, Yi Gingzhang praised Yi Sifeng. Uncle, I wondered why you insisted on bringing me along to deliver him. Now I see it was for this reason. With this, Qingshan has forged an enmity with Xie Jianxi, especially after incapacitating his leg. This grudge is irreconcilable. And I know that little Pingtu is Xie Jianxi's only son. Imagine, he hasn't even married yet. Yi Sifeng chuckled with pride and patted his nephew's head. Let me tell you, it is fine if you cannot defeat Qingshan. Often, one must rely on their wits. Yes, I understand. I will certainly use my intellect in the future, ensuring Qingshan never dares to provoke me again. Upon returning to the village, they noticed numerous people hurrying towards their village, flashlights in hand. One individual quickly deduced the reason. Damn it, they must be selling something again. Yi Gengzhang's teeth clenched in frustration. Unable to quell their curiosity, the uncle and nephew made their way over, and upon seeing the crowd, their hearts sank. Originally, it was they who had hunted the wild boar, yet now it was others who were basking in the limelight. Yi Gengzhang cursed under his breath. Feeling utterly suppressed by Qingshan, Yi Sifeng's expression also darkened, but soon he smirked, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Let us not stoop to his level. What does this even matter? Just wait and see what he can accomplish. In due time, Xie Jianxi will come seeking him, and he shall suffer. Let us disregard him and return home for a good night's sleep. It would be best if little Pingtu's leg were broken. Let their 2 families clash. and we shall merely observe and applaud. Yes, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. The two shared a hearty laugh, and the uncle and nephew hastened home. They sold until around 5 in the morning, finally finishing off the 5 pigs. Of course, they hadn't truly sold out. They had intentionally reserved a small portion of meat. Once everyone had departed, they brought out the remaining meat and began to distribute it. Those who had come to assist, whether in lifting the pigs or in dividing the meat, including Yi Luwei, received 5 jin of meat. Qingshan took a large pig leg for himself. As the others departed with their portions of meat, Yi Luwei busied himself cleaning the slaughtering tools. In a moment, only Yi Qingshan, Yi Laowu, and Yi Zhengsheng remained. Uncle, let us divide the money now. Yi Qingshan addressed them. Both men, each carrying around 7 to 8 jin of meat and smiling, shook their heads upon hearing his words. Let it be. We shall not take any share, for we have not contributed anything. It was you alone who did all the work. Indeed, how could we possibly take your money? We are not the likes of Yi Sifang. Yi Laowu nodded vigorously in agreement. Yi Qingshan felt a sense of reflection, recognizing the intrinsic differences among individuals, the two of them, being honorable. Understood that while there were certain earnings they rightfully could claim, there were others that would be inappropriate to accept. However, we had previously agreed to share the spoils of our hunt equally. If you do not take your share, it would render me untrustworthy, and that would be quite unbecoming. Yi Qingshan smiled as he conveyed this sentiment to them. Yi Zhengsheng pondered for a moment before stepping forward to speak. We both acknowledge your integrity and that you uphold your word. If we were to receive nothing at all, it would surely weigh upon your conscience. Therefore, let us divide one portion. We shall only take that, and dare not accept anything beyond it. It truly embarrasses us, as we are merely reaping the rewards of your efforts. By taking this portion, we will feel as though we have contributed in some small measure. What do you think? Indeed, this way you remain true to your word, and we receive a modest return. It benefits us all. Yi Laowu wholeheartedly endorsed this proposal, adding candidly that, to be frank, we are indeed fortunate in this arrangement. Yet, since you are so considerate, we shall take a little advantage, though it should not be excessive. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yi Qingshan smiled and agreed, no longer hesitating as he retrieved the money. The pig we brought down weighed approximately 200 jin. So I shall calculate based on that. Yi Qingshan began counting the money. In truth, a pig cannot fetch such a high price, even at 0.8 yuan per jin. A reasonable estimate based on pure meat would yield a return of around 70, which amounts to 112 yuan. Dividing that into 3 portions. Let it be thus. I take 30, you take 30, and the remainder shall go to you. Yi Zhengsheng was the first to confirm this arrangement. Yi Laowu quickly nodded in agreement. Yi Qingshan, no longer hesitant, promptly distributed 30 yuan to each of them. After receiving the money, both Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng broke into smiles. Today, it seems that the two of us, as uncles, have benefited from our nephew. It is late, and dawn approaches. We should return home to rest, for we have not slept a wink this night. Yi Zhengsheng remarked cheerfully as he tucked the money away. Yi Qingshan nodded in response. Let us find a time to return and assist you with those trees. With our numbers, it is a simple task. No need to worry about it. Let us refrain from going up there for the next few days, lest they discover any issues. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Yi Qingshan hurriedly called them back, assuring them that there was no need to fret about carrying the trees down. Chapter 73. Trouble approaches. Seeing his earnest demeanor, they finally nodded and returned home. Yi Qingshan, truly exhausted, quickly stowed the money away and hurried home. With the sale of 4 pigs, he had accrued around 500 to 600 yuan, a bountiful harvest indeed. To this day, he possessed nearly 2,000 yuan, which could be deemed quite prosperous. After securing the money, he promptly retired to bed, not even pausing to wash up, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Not long after he fell asleep, his 2 sisters rose early and commenced their chores. The morning was filled with tasks aplenty, and the sisters quietly went about their work. Chen Yu's movements were rather loud, creating a cacophony. At that moment, Chen Ting swiftly approached and gently restrained her, saying, "Please keep it down." Qingshan returned late and may have just fallen asleep. Only then did Chen Yu recall this, hastily handling things with greater care. What time did he come back? A hint of worry and tenderness crossed Chen Yu's face. It should have been around 5 in the morning. I was feeding the baby and heard the noise, so it must have been him returning. Chen Ting pondered for a moment before providing an approximate time. Chen Yu felt somewhat vexed and concerned. Qingshan remained asleep until noon, and it was not Chen Yu who awakened him, but rather Yi Dachuan, who burst in from outside, screaming like a ghost. Brother Qingshan. Brother Qingshan. Startled, Chen Yu quickly restrained him. After several hours of slumber, Qingshan finally stirred upon hearing the commotion. Sitting up and rubbing his head as he made his way to the courtyard, where he found Chen Yu reprimanding Dechuan. Dechuan, stop shouting. Our Qingshan only fell asleep at 5 this morning. It's only noon now. He has barely slept for a few hours. Don't wake him up. Yi Dechuan looked apologetic. Sister Yu, I am truly sorry. But you could get some herbal medicine for Brother Qingshan. I know that doctor. Wang's remedies in town are really effective. My father took his kidney tonics and is now full of vigor. Chen Ting's face flushed slightly, unable to suppress a laugh. Chen Yu found herself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and exasperation. The only one who laughed heartily was Yi Qingshan, who remarked, Dechuan, your father is truly blessed to have such a good son. Your father is taking kidney tonics? Yi Qingshan asked, chuckling. Indeed. Dechuan eagerly nodded. My mother brewed the medicine early this morning, and our house is filled with the scent of herbs. I feel like my legs are straighter. Perhaps just inhaling the aroma has its benefits. If Brother Qingshan feels unwell, you could also consult Dr. Wang for some medicine. Bah, I certainly do not need it. Yu Qingshan shot him a glare. Every morning, I rise feeling as robust as Huang Xilang from a Qing. Indeed, Brother Qingshan is quite formidable. I heard that last night you single-handedly took down 5 wild boars. Why didn't you call me? Old Zhang was lamenting this morning when he heard. You should have summoned me so I could witness your heroic prowess. Who did you learn to flatter like that from? Yu Qingshan laughed heartily. This is not flattery. I am speaking the truth. You should have invited me along. After saying this, Dechuan appeared quite anxious, scratching his head. At that moment, Chen Yu finally grasped that her husband had indeed hunted 5 wild boars. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him, growing increasingly delighted. Look, this is my husband. How impressive he is. Previously, only I knew of his prowess in bed, but now the whole village is aware of his might. What a surprise. Yi Qingshan smiled and spoke. I never anticipated that we would take down 5 wild boars at once. It appears fortune has favored us. At that moment, Yi Sifang and the others were in hot pursuit, and the situation was so frantic that there was no time to inform you. By the way, have you eaten? I'm about to have my meal. If you haven't eaten, join me. It's all right. I've already eaten, replied Dechuan with a chuckle. I just came to let you know that my father is taking some kidney tonic, so I'll be on my way. With that, he grinned and hurried out. Dechuan was indeed perplexing. At that moment, Chen Yu scratched his head, a mix of laughter and tears escaping him as he remarked, we all grew up together. They likely understand Dechuan's nature, but his demeanor is simply too amusing. Even Chen Ting couldn't help but chuckle, gently saying, what Dechuan possesses is an innocent heart. His words are devoid of any pretense or disdain. Everything comes naturally to him. That's just who he is. If he were to act coy or pretentious one day, that would be truly abnormal. Yi Qingshan nodded in agreement. Dechuan indeed embodied such a spirit. You must be hungry. We'll prepare a meal shortly. Just wait here, Chen Ting said, casting him another glance before inviting Chen Yu to join her in the kitchen. It was indeed quite late. They had likely already dined. But since Yu Qingshan had been sleeping, the 2 sisters had waited for him to eat, resulting in their late dinner. The ingredients had long been prepared, merely requiring some cooking. Before long, the dishes were ready, vegetables and meat, featuring the wild boar. A fragrant broth was made, and Yi Qingshan savored 3 large bowls of the meat soup. He had been exceptionally hungry last night after traversing the mountain paths for so long. The exertion had left him feeling more drained than when he had been wrestling with Chen Yu in bed, almost as if it had completely exhausted him. Now, after indulging in the meal, he felt significantly better. However, just as he finished eating, he suddenly saw Dechuan rushing in, clearly panicked. Not good, Qingshan. It seems quite a few people from the town have arrived, claiming to be looking for you. They appear quite aggressive, as if they are ready for a fight. Chen Yu and Chen Ting were startled and immediately stood up, glancing at Yi Qingshan with concern. Qingshan, have you offended someone again? Chen Yu grasped his hand tightly. They must be seeking trouble with me, Yi Qingshan reassured Chen Yu, though a glint of menace flickered in his eyes as he began to suspect who might be causing the disturbance. Given that they hailed from the town, it could only be one person, Zhao Pingtu or his family, revolving around the matter concerning Zhao Pingtu. At that moment, someone approached from behind. It was Yi Zhengsheng. He entered with a fierce expression and, upon seeing Yi Qingshan, declared, Zhao Pingtu's father, Xie Jinqi, has come with the director of the town's police station, Lin. See, I told you it was Zhao Pingtu, Yi Qingshan retorted. The director? What is the situation? At this, Chen Yu and Chen Ting were left in shock. In this month and year, the head of a police station proved to be quite intimidating, especially to the two sisters who had lived their lives in perpetual trepidation, never daring to offend anyone. It was utterly strange for them not to feel fear when a new chief came to trouble their husband. Do not worry, you two. Qingshan reassured his wife and sister-in-law, simultaneously addressing Yi Dashun. Dashun, do you recall the time we sought out Director Chow? I need you to find him now. Take my bicycle and hurry. Chapter 74. Who dares to harm others? Upon hearing this, Yi Dashun immediately pedaled the bicycle away without hesitation. Yu Jingshan's eyes lit up. His worries dissipated in an instant. Indeed, how could he have forgotten that Qingshan had resources to draw upon? Just after Yi Dashun left, Xie Jianxi, fierce as a wolf, arrived with several relatives and the police chief, Lin, in tow. Lin, it is him. He is the one who ruined my son's leg last night. I demand that you hold him accountable. Xie Jianxi exclaimed, his teeth clenched. The county hospital has declared that they cannot heal him. My son's life has been irrevocably altered. Lin, who was in his 40s and one of the higher-ranking officials in Jiaolin town, stepped forward, scrutinizing Yi Qingshan with a frown. Is what you say true? Did you indeed shoot his leg? Yi Qingshan nodded affirmatively. Listen, he admits it himself. Xie Jianxi snarled, a malevolent grin creeping onto his face. Clearly, he aimed to bring Yi Qingshan down to demand justice for his son. However, I only discharged my weapon to save him. It was an unfortunate misfire that struck his leg, and I cannot be blamed for that. Moreover, I have witnesses, Uncle Zhengxing and Uncle Lao Wu. Yes, I can testify. Yi Zhengxing immediately responded. At that moment, Yi Lao Wu, having caught wind of the commotion, pushed his way in and exclaimed, I can also attest. Yesterday, it was that little buzzcut who pleaded with him to shoot. At the time, none of us dared to pull the trigger, fearing we might miss. It was only when he assured Qingshan that he would take responsibility that Qingshan fired. Otherwise, why would he have done so? Nonsense. My son would never make such a request. Xie Jianxi retorted, completely unconvinced, and accused them of fabricating tales. How can that be impossible? Yi Zhengxing shouted back. We all witnessed it, and everyone heard it. If Qingshan hadn't shot, your son would have been gored by that wild boar long ago. You stand here arguing with me. But truly, Qingshan is your son's savior. Nonsense. You are all in cahoots. Of course, you would defend him. Xie Jianxi continued to argue stubbornly. But last night, there were more witnesses than just us. There were two from your side as well. You can call them forth. Yi Qingshan replied calmly, smiling. The two individuals indeed trailed behind, experiencing an awkwardness that rendered their presence both unnecessary and unwelcome. His words were mere nonsense. At that moment, Yi Jinshan emerged, smiling as he pointed at him and said, Director Lin, I can attest that he was merely spouting nonsense last night. Such events simply do not occur. They concocted this tale themselves. I was there too, and it was he who recklessly fired his weapon, leaving the poor fellow in that condition. I can bear witness. And so can my uncle. Yi Sifang quickly stepped forward, raising his hand in agreement. Yes, I can also confirm that Yi Qingshan deliberately inflicted those injuries. Yi Jinshan and Yi Sifang, are you both out of your minds? Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengshang exclaimed in exasperation, directing their ire toward the uncle and nephew. Yet, the pair merely chuckled, their eyes glinting with a chilling intent. We have been waiting for this moment. Let us see if I don't bring you to ruin this time. Xie Jinshi's gaze was also laced with menace. How dare they cripple my son? This time, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Director Lin furrowed his brow and addressed Yi Qingshan. This matter is not so easily dismissed. You must accompany me back to the town's police station to clarify the situation in front of everyone. Director Lin, surely, one cannot rely solely on their testimony. I have witnesses who can confirm my truth. Yi Qingshan asserted. I know my husband's character. He has always been kind-hearted. How could he intentionally inflict such harm? Even if it were accidental, it was in an effort to save someone. How can he be punished for that? If this is the case, who would dare to come to the aid of others in the future? Although Chen Yu felt a twinge of fear and a sense of injustice, she stepped forward resolutely, positioning herself in front of Yi Qingshan. Her voice trembled yet remained steadfast. Indeed, Director Lin, our Qingshan acted to save a life. In that moment, when others hesitated to fire, it was my Qingshan who took the risk to shoot and save him. The injuries were never his intention. They resulted from his desire to help. If he is penalized today for his heroism, who will dare to assist those in need in the future? Chen Ting. Unyielding yet respectful, also stepped before Qingshan, her expression earnest as she gazed at Director Lin. Director Lin's brow furrowed, revealing a moment of uncertainty. However, Xie Jianqi signaled to him, indicating that there was no need for further discussion. Regardless, you must accompany me for a thorough investigation. Come with me at once. With a sweeping gesture, Director Lin commanded 2 officers from the station to flank Qingshan, restraining him. Chen Yu gasped, attempting to intervene. Xiaoyu, do not move. Yet. Qingshan shook his head, signaling her to remain still. Do not worry, I will be fine. Take him away. Director Lin ordered, his hand raised. Chen Yu and Chen Ting felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Qingshan was the cornerstone of their family, with him taken away. How could the 2 women endure? However, Yi Laowu and Yu Zhongshan quickly moved to support them, preventing their fall and keeping them from following, while softly speaking into their ears. Rest assured, Dechuan has already gone to the town to seek out Director Chao. Have you forgotten how Qingshan assisted Director Liu of the county? How could Director Liu possibly stand by and allow Qingshan to be wrongfully accused? There is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and Chen Ting felt somewhat reassured. Yet their gazes remained filled with worry as they looked at their retreating figures. Although such words were spoken, our family members have indeed been taken away. Watching Qingshan being led away, Yi Sifang and his nephew could barely contain their amusement, as if their long-awaited revenge was finally within reach. Yi Jianchang could not suppress his laughter, seemingly reveling in the provocation, exclaiming, Look, look, this is the consequence of offending me. Xie Jianqi's face was etched with fury. This man had ruined his own son. His singular desire now was to bring about the same fate for Qingshan in order to exact his revenge. Yi Jianchang, in a display of spitefulness, shouted jubilantly in the village as he witnessed Qingshan being escorted away. Everyone, come and see. Qingshan has intentionally harmed someone and has been taken to the police station. In an instant, the entire village erupted in commotion. However, just as they exited the village, 2 individuals riding bicycles approached in haste. Upon seeing Qingshan being taken away, Director Chao abruptly discarded his bicycle, leapt off, and pointed accusingly at them, declaring, Who dares to take him away? Chapter 75. I will sue him. When Director Chao uttered these words, Director Lin was momentarily taken aback. Director Chao, what are you doing? He asked, furrowing his brow as he regarded Chao. What is this all about? Director Chao glared at Director Lin. You must not act recklessly. I have heard about this matter, and it is not as you imagine. You should clarify this situation for yourself. It would be unwise to create a mess now. What do you mean by that? I am acting impartially. Whether you are acting impartially or not is of little concern to me, but I must caution you that your current actions are somewhat against protocol. This Qingshan has previously assisted the county in solving a major case, the Xin Yuan murder case, which you are surely aware of. He was instrumental in apprehending the perpetrator. He is a person of significance, even acknowledged by Director Liu of the county, who has expressed intent to recommend him to the Forestry Bureau and has even written a letter of introduction. Are you truly certain you wish to take him into custody? Upon arriving, I had already contacted Director Liu of the county, and Comrade Yu Dechuan has relayed the entire situation to him. If you genuinely believe it is acceptable to take him away, you will have to explain yourself to Director Liu later. This matter is no longer my concern. Initially, Director Lin dismissed this as inconsequential and disregarded Director Chao. However, upon hearing the mention of Director Liu of the county, his expression shifted dramatically. After all, he could afford to underestimate anyone but not Director Liu, who was from the same system and held a far superior position. He was well aware of that case, and to his surprise, he now found himself in a particularly awkward and difficult position. You are the villains, Yi Dechuan exclaimed indignantly. I have heard from my father that my brother Qingshan fired his weapon in an attempt to save someone, resulting in the injury of a leg. Had he not fired, he would have faced a certain death. You actually apprehended him. You are a villain. The director here is no good. Yi Dachuan glared furiously at Director Lin. At that moment, Yi Zhengsheng and his companions, noticing the halt, hurried over. Come, you two, elucidate what transpired back then. Yi Zhengsheng, a cunning individual, immediately pointed at the 2 who had accompanied the crew-cut fellow up the mountain for hunting the previous night. Initially hesitant to testify for Qingshan, the 2 were now struck with fear upon learning of the director's support, prompting a frantic explanation. Indeed, it was the crew-cut brother who implored me to fire. I cautioned him that it would be difficult to hit the target, but he insisted it was fine and would not hold me accountable. Consequently, Qingshan agreed and took the first shot, which did not directly kill the wild boar. It merely grazed its ear and struck the crew-cut brother's foot, injuring his leg. However, he managed to slay the boar with the second shot. Had it not been for my initial shot, the boar might have trampled the crew-cut brother to death. The two, sensing the shifting winds, realized they had to speak up quickly lest they lose their leverage, and thus unleashed all the words they had previously withheld. Why did you not speak earlier? Director Lin seized the opportunity to escalate his anger, demanding, what were you planning? You nearly caused me to wrongfully accuse an innocent. We were momentarily dazed and did not recall the details, but now it has come back to us. It was indeed as we said. The two exclaimed, their faces filled with panic. Meanwhile, Xie Jianxi was on the verge of exploding. He understood that events were spiraling out of his control. You did not say this before. He bellowed. The two, terrified of incurring trouble, quickly pointed behind them. It was Yi Sifang and Yi Gengzhang who instructed us to say this. We had no part in it. They insisted on complicating the matter further, and we merely followed their lead. They are the ones stirring up trouble. Director Lin. They are fabricating evidence. Yi Qingshan, now certain of his safety, interjected, simultaneously exerting subtle pressure. With so many witnesses to their false testimony, this could escalate. If those two uncles do not take them back for proper rectification, such good Samaritans may cease to exist in the future. You, a person of authority in this matter, should understand. They must not be let off lightly. At that moment, Yi Gengzhang and his nephew, noticing the lack of progress, approached with curiosity. This aligned perfectly with Director Lin's intentions. Realizing that Yi Qingshan was not someone he could afford to offend, he promptly moved before the two. Arrest them. This command startled the two, nearly causing them to collapse in shock. Yes, they were the ones who coerced us into giving false testimony. The two henchmen of the crew-cut brother immediately pointed an accusation. No, but he did injure someone. Yi Sifang, recalling Yi Qingshan's influential backing, began to regret his earlier decisions and hurriedly attempted to explain. Fabricating evidence is one thing, and whether I harmed someone is irrelevant. Yi Qingshan replied with a composed demeanor. Indeed, Boss Xie, this could be considered defamation. Yi Qingshan no longer engaged with the uncle and nephew duo but turned his attention to Xie Jianxi. Xie Jianxi felt a jolt of surprise. I, too, was deceived by them. Initially, I was unaware of the circumstances. Being an experienced veteran, Xie Jianxi quickly sought to justify himself upon sensing the shift in dynamics. He realized that today, regardless of the circumstances, he could not take any action against Yi Qingshan. Thus he must accept this loss. At this moment, retreat was his only option. He could not afford to advance. So, do you admit that the accusations you just levied against me did not occur? Yi Qingshan pressed relentlessly. I was initially not fully informed. Boss Xie, that is quite unreasonable. I assent it. After all, I saved your son's life. You came at me with numerous accusations without discernment, even attempting to imprison me. By all accounts, your actions are unjustifiable. I saved your son, yet instead of expressing gratitude, you wish to detain me. Is this how you conduct business? Yi Qingshan, however, showed no sign of leniency and continued to apply pressure. Xie Jianxi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, I apologize. I admit that I acted rashly in this matter, and I am here to express my regrets. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Yi Qingshan chuckled. If it were not for the numerous witnesses today, you might have wrongfully accused me. You too. Who exactly pressured you to provide false testimony? Was it the uncle and nephew, Yi Sifang, or was it Xie Jianxi? The two were taken aback. We did not. It was definitely Xie Jianxi. Yi Sifang internally wished to slap himself, furiously casting blame onto Xie Jianxi. You see, there is a basis for this. Director Lin, I request that Xie Jianxi be apprehended as well, to restore my innocence. I intend to file charges against him. Chapter 76, Gratitude Monetary Compensation. Xie Jianxi desperately wiped the sweat from his brow, while Director Lin found himself in a quandary. From the very beginning, he had sensed that there were underlying issues, yet he shared a good rapport with Xie Jianxi, which led him to assist him. Now, the situation had taken a turn for the worse, exceeding his expectations. Regardless, he could not afford to offend Yi Qingshan. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Xie Jianxi. Old Xie, it appears you have indeed wronged him. Let us do this. You all will accompany me back to the town to cooperate with the investigation. We shall go as well. Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng immediately chimed in. Yes, we shall join. We will recount all that transpired there, exactly as it was. Yi Qingshan interjected promptly. He was resolute, determined to bring them to justice. Very well, let it be so. Director Chow, who had always had a strained relationship with Director Lin, saw an opportunity to exploit the situation and swiftly decided that he would personally contact Director Liu. I must report this matter. I need to understand the details. Let us return to the station and provide our statements. At this point, Director Lin was utterly bewildered. He recognized that he could not afford to show any favoritism and had no choice but to handle the matter with impartiality. There was no other option. With a grand gesture, he ushered everyone back to the town's police station. The situation was rather straightforward. Upon entering, Yi Zhengsheng, Yi Laowu, and Yi Qingshan recounted the events in their entirety. Naturally, they glossed over their act of tree theft, merely stating that they had gone up the mountain to hunt. The companions of the buzzcut fellow were now too intimidated to fabricate lies, their accounts aligning almost perfectly with those of Yi Qingshan and his companions. Not only them, but Yi Gingshang and Yi Sifang also recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from deceit. However, they accused Xie Jianxi of harboring personal vendettas, compelling them to speak in such a manner. Xie Jianxi, not lacking in wit, shifted the blame onto Yi Sifang and Yi Gingchang, asserting that he had been misled into seeking revenge against Yi Qingshan. Thus, the two parties exchanged accusations while Yi Qingshan remained unscathed. Now that the matter had been clarified, it was evident that their actions had been rather reckless, and Director Lin awkwardly extended an apology to Mr. Yi. There was no need for formalities. Yet the investigative approach certainly required refinement. The methods employed were rather crude, Yi Qingshan pointedly remarked. Director Lin chuckled nervously, attempting to dissipate the awkwardness. Indeed, we will make improvements in the future. Very well then, we have no further matters. We shall take our leave. However, I implore Director Lin to thoroughly investigate those who have wronged me. Director Chow nodded, a sharp edge to his words. I shall report back to Director Liu as well. Wait a moment. As they prepared to exit, Director Lin could no longer contain himself and quickly pulled Yi Qingshan aside, speaking in a subdued tone. There was indeed a misunderstanding, which has now been clarified. From my observations, Xie Jianxi is likely not at fault. He may have been deceived by Yi Sifang and Yi Gingchang. After all, they are all townsfolk, and his son's disability may have clouded his judgment. Might I request your understanding regarding his actions? Are you jesting, Director? If I were to extend my understanding, who would extend it to me? You witnessed how frightened my wife and sister-in-law were. To think I was merely trying to do a good deed and nearly found myself incarcerated. Who will hear my grievances? And you certainly offer me no compensation, do you? Indeed, this matter has been poorly handled on our part, and I sincerely apologize. Director Lin, while offering his apologies, vented his frustrations regarding Xie Jianxi in colorful language. Were it not for the need to cover for you, I would not be so deferential. While it is true that he has not acted appropriately, he too has been misled. Misled by whom? Yi Qingshan inquired. By Yi Sifang and Yi Gingchang. Their fabrications led to Xie Jianxi's flawed judgment. Director Lin explained. Oh, is that so? Yi Qingshan merely smiled, showing no particular interest. By the way, Xie Jianxi has expressed his gratitude for your assistance in saving his son. He wishes to offer you a token of appreciation. Director Lin added. A token of appreciation? Indeed. You saved his son's life. Naturally, he ought to reward you. Director Lin's insistence was entirely reasonable. After all, saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. He offered you 200 yuan. Yi Qingshan discerned the underlying message. The other party sought to exchange 200 yuan for his compliance in ceasing any further disturbances. Was his son's life truly valued at a mere 200 yuan? How demeaning. Yi Qingshan chuckled softly and waved his hand, stating, Director Lin, I shall take my leave. Although he did not directly refuse, his dismissal indicated a clear rejection. Wait a moment. Director Lin felt a jolt of realization and promptly called him back. Please wait here. I will speak with Xie Jianxi again. He can be rather stingy. With that, Director Lin entered the room. There was only one solution to this matter, to shift the blame entirely onto Yi Sifang and Yi Gingchang, insisting that they had deceived and falsely accused Yi Qingshan. Additionally, the two individuals from earlier could also be implicated, effectively placing the burden upon them. Furthermore, it was essential to ensure that Yi Qingshan would not retaliate. For if Director Liu above caught wind of any trouble, he too would face dire consequences. Did he agree? He stated your son's life was too cheap and then attempted to leave. How much does he desire? Xie Jianxi grasped the situation. You have but one chance. Think carefully. Director Lin did not propose a sum, but merely observed him, knowing that if he accepted the gratitude, leniency might follow. Conversely, should he refuse the offering, the likelihood of mercy would diminish. Ponder this wisely. Xie Jinshi regrettably wished to slap himself. He had thought it would be a simple case of bullying a country bumpkin. Unaware that there were greater forces at play, he had truly misjudged the situation. I will offer 600 yuan. Inform him that I am grateful for his son's rescue. 600? Are you certain? This matter cannot wait. It must be presented immediately. The gathering crowd bore witness as the money was offered in gratitude for the preservation of his son's life. Do you understand? I comprehend perfectly. Have my wife bring the 600 yuan at once. Director Lin nodded in approval. He soon returned hastily to Qingshan, stating, he just contacted me again, expressing that 200 yuan was indeed insufficient. To demonstrate his sincerity, he is willing to offer 600. I've already dispatched someone to inform his wife to bring the money immediately. Rest assured, this is a token of gratitude for saving his son's life, nothing more. Chapter 77. Requesting assistance with lumber. Qingshan could hardly contain his amusement. If truth be told, Director Lin displayed considerable acumen and efficiency. This sum could be received under the pretense of gratitude, given that he had indeed saved the boy. Since they expressed such appreciation, he would acquiesce. However, Director Lin must ensure that those who falsely accused him would face proper consequences. Certainly, you need not worry. Director Lin exhaled in relief, aware that Qingshan had acquiesced. Before long, the 600 yuan was presented to him in front of the assembled crowd. This is a token of gratitude from Mr. Xie Jinshi for Mr. Ye's life-saving intervention for his son. We acknowledge our misunderstanding in this matter. It is resolved, and you may all return. Qingshan nodded appreciatively before departing from that place. However, as soon as he left, he promptly approached Director Chow. Thank you immensely for your assistance. Director Chow chuckled, shaking his head in modesty. It was the least I could do. Besides, this predicament was not of your making. Rather, they intentionally sought to frame you. I had to intervene. Otherwise, what would that make me? Qingshan smiled. Expressing his gratitude a few more times before he departed with Yi Dachun, Yi Zhenxing, and Yi Laowu towards home. Throughout the journey, Yi Zhenxing and Yi Laowu could not contain their outrage, hurling invectives at Yi Sifang and Yi Jianshang, unleashing a torrent of vitriol that assailed their ancestors through the generations. Upon finally returning to the village, they were confronted by Yi Sihai, who emerged with a countenance ashen with fury. Yi Sihai, what madness has possessed you? Yi Zhenxing bellowed, his temper flaring. What are you scheming? Did you incite your son to wrongfully accuse Qingshan? You truly are something else. Where are the two of them? Yi Sihai inquired anxiously. They are receiving a much-deserved ideological reformation at the police station for their slander against Qingshan. What else would you have them do? Yi Zhenxing replied succinctly. Yi Sihai nearly collapsed from the weight of the revelation. Yi Qingshan and his companions, indifferent to him, brushed past. Once they were a distance away, Yi Zhenxing clapped him on the shoulder. Hurry home. Your wife Chun Yu must be in a state of distress. Yi Qingshan nodded in agreement, exchanging a brief word with them before hastening home. Upon his arrival, he found Chun Yu with swollen, red eyes, who immediately threw herself into his arms. Leaning on his shoulder, on the verge of tears, Chen Ting, though anxious, held Liu Xiaoyan in her arms and approached silently. It's nothing to worry about. Yi Qingshan gently reassured his wife, patting her shoulder. It's a minor issue. I had anticipated such a possibility. They even collided with me, providing the perfect opportunity to confront them. Now, Yu Sifang and his ilk are in a dire predicament. I intend to compel the local police station to investigate. They cannot escape the charges of defamation. Let us see how they maneuver out of this. You need not fret. Everything will be fine. After listening to him, Chen Yu felt somewhat reassured. So, this has turned out to be a blessing in disguise? Once Chen Yu's emotions settled, Chen Ting inquired of Yi Qingshan. I dare say, those two relatives of ours are in for a rough time. Yi Qingshan replied with a cold smirk. They have truly ensnared themselves in this trap. Then we can rest easy. Chen Ting nodded, releasing a deep breath, a smile gracing her face. The villagers had been utterly astonished by the morning's events. You stay home and relax. Do not venture out. I will prepare lunch for you shortly. Absolutely. Yi Qingshan also felt a wave of relief wash over him. Luncheon was as sumptuous as ever. After enjoying the meal, Yi Qingshan settled in for a well-deserved rest. However, it was not long before Yi Zhenxing and Yi Dachun arrived. Upon seeing them, Yi Qingshan immediately stepped forward to offer them a cigarette. Finally, a sense of relief washes over me. I have heard that Yu Sifang and Yi Jinshan have yet to return. They should be compelled to clarify the false accusations against you while they are still in custody. Yi Jingxing's spirits are quite high. Just think, if we can seize this opportunity to rid ourselves of the scoundrel Yi Sifang, keeping him behind bars, we would be performing a commendable deed, wouldn't we? This aligns perfectly with Yi Qingshan's thoughts, and the two men share a knowing smile. Uncle Zhengsheng, there is another matter for which I require your assistance. Please, follow me. Upon reflection, Yi Qingshan promptly led Yi Zhengxing away from their current location to the old house. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of several large logs stacked inside, which even stirred Yi Zhengxing's curiosity. Did you chop these logs yourself? He inquired. Indeed. I have long prepared for the construction of a house, though I have kept it discreet, stacking them in an inconspicuous place to sun-dry. Now that they are sufficiently dried, I have brought these logs here. However, I still need the boards to be cut. I know you have experience in sawing lumber for others. Could you assist me in this endeavor? Absolutely. Yi Zhengxing agreed without a moment's hesitation. Then please find another person to help you. The two of you can saw together. I will compensate you for your labor. Compensation? No, no, no. That is unnecessary. Yi Zhengsheng protested, but Yi Qingshan interjected. I am well aware that this is a laborious task. In the past, when you worked at the lumber yard, you were compensated for your efforts. How could I possibly take advantage of you? Therefore, let us settle this matter fairly. Do not be modest. If you refuse payment, I shall hesitate to request your help. How embarrassing. Yi Zhengsheng felt a twinge of awkwardness. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. It is entirely customary to receive payment for one's labor. Moreover, this is indeed a strenuous task, and I cannot accept too much of your generosity. So, trust in my words. Father, I will join you in sawing. Unexpectedly, Yi Dashun interjected, suggesting, if the two of us work together, we can share a single fee, ensuring we do not take undue advantage. Sawing boards? Dashun, that won't do. Yet Yi Qingshan halted him with a smile, adding, you still have obligations on the mountain, with Yu Sifang likely to lose his position at the lumber yard. There will only be you and Uncle Zhang left on the mountain. You cannot abandon your duties to assist me with the woodwork. Yes, indeed. You cannot go. Yi Qingshan affirmed, I possess the necessary experience in sawing lumber and know whom to approach. I will simply seek assistance from others. So you need not concern yourself with it. Then can I start immediately? Of course, find someone to help you. Whenever you are ready to begin, just let me know so that I can prepare meals for everyone. It is customary to provide food and drink for those who come to work at your home. Chapter 78. Yi Sihai seeks help with Yu Zhengxing currently unoccupied. Yi Qingshan, having completed his discussion, promptly set out to recruit assistance for sawing the boards. Upon returning to his space, Yi Qingshan observed the remaining timber. Aside from the logs felled the previous night, several others were now adequately seasoned. Seizing the moment while Yi Zhengsheng sought help, he returned to the old house to retrieve the timber that was nearly ready for use. Thus, he found himself with an abundance of timber. However, it was still insufficient. All the wood within the space needed to be extracted. One should not underestimate the task of constructing a house, particularly when an entire floor requires planks for the second-story flooring, which demands a considerable amount of wood. Not to mention, wooden boards are also necessary for the roofing. Nonetheless, he was not in a hurry. He could always ascend the mountain to chop wood, or fell trees within the confines of his space. More importantly, Yi Sifang had now been apprehended, so even if he were to venture up the mountain, he would have to be more cautious than before, pondering the possibility of being discovered by others. After attending to all his affairs, he returned home and conveyed to Yi Zhengsheng the task of cutting boards, instructing them to prepare a meal. Chen Ting nodded repeatedly, assuring him it would be no problem. Was the next batch of fermented fish nearly ready? After discussing the pertinent matters, he went to check and found that a substantial number of fermented fish had been jarred. Indeed, there were approximately 100 bottles ready. Chen Ting breathed a sigh of relief and spoke of the matter with newfound ease. I shall venture into the city tomorrow, Yi Qingshan declared after surveying the situation. Very well, then you can go to the city and sell them. However, as Yi Qingshan spoke, he pondered what gift he should bring to meet Uncle Liu, considering that this time he was leveraging Liu Yuesheng's reputation. Out of both sentiment and propriety, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude to Liu Yuesheng. Yet, being from the countryside, the only special offerings he could provide were agricultural products. A wild boar leg. After some contemplation, he promptly inquired of Chen Ting, Sister Ting, have we consumed the wild boar leg? It seems we haven't begun to prepare it yet. No, we currently have plenty of meat at home. You should prepare that wild boar leg, and I will take it with me to the city tomorrow. We have managed to stay safe and sound, thanks in no small part to Director Liu's assistance. I must present him with a gift. We don't possess anything particularly valuable, and I can tell that Director Liu is not one to seek extravagance. We shall offer him a taste of our local delicacies. Absolutely. Chen Ting nodded instantly. Rest assured, I have preserved the wild boar leg well. There will be no issue. Splendid. The family enjoyed a joyful dinner together, but unexpectedly, shortly after their meal, footsteps echoed outside, revealing Yi Sihai in their courtyard. Chen Ting exchanged glances with Chen Yu. Both understanding that he must be seeking Yi Qingshan, they chose to remain silent, either continuing their tasks or sitting quietly. Yi Qingshan's expression darkened as he swiftly approached Yi Sihai. Qingshan, Uncle Sihai requests your assistance. Hearing his insincere and subservient tone, Yi Qingshan felt a wave of disgust. I cannot accept such a request. He replied with disinterest, and let us not be so familiar. I cannot bear your address, and we are not so close. Whatever it is, please keep it to yourself. I am not interested. Yi Sihai's face flushed crimson under the pressure. Yi Qingshan, we are from the same village. There is no need for such harshness. If you simply speak up, Sifang and Jinchang can be released. How can I speak up when you never spoke for me when I was wronged? Yi Sihai, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten the repugnant deeds your family has committed? Now you dare to speak to me in such a manner? What do you take me for? Yi Qingshan suddenly stood up, glaring at Yi Sihai. Yi Sihai, who was a head shorter, was startled and involuntarily took a step back. His face flushed with anger as he looked at Yi Qingshan. I tell you, all this is his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. If you seek help, go to the town and plead with boss Xie Jianjia. See if he will show any mercy. What does this have to do with me? I know our connection is tenuous, but if you utter a single word, perhaps you could secure their release. After all, we share the surname Yi. We are family if you trace our lineage. Who the hell considers you family? You disgust me. Yi Qingshan shot him a fierce glare. Do not dare to mention family in my presence. You have never regarded me as one. Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Realizing that Yi Qingshan's words were so harsh, Yi Sihai understood that begging him was futile. His face alternated between shades of blue and white as he pointed at him and said, Yi Qingshan, remember this is your declaration. Do not regret it. What is there for me to regret? Do you doubt my willingness to act against you? Yi Qingshan had long held disdain for their family, aware of the numerous obstacles they had placed in his path. Seeing that this fellow still refused to leave, he delivered a swift kick, sending Yi Sihai crashing to the ground. Before Yi Sihai could gather his wits, Yi Qingshan stepped forward, dragged him up, and violently slammed him against the wall. Although the wall was made of earth and not brick, it was still sufficiently solid, leaving Yi Sihai dazed and disoriented. You're hitting me. Chen Ting and Chen Yu were both taken aback. Hitting you is merely a light punishment. If your family dares to provoke me again, consider this just the beginning. Next time, I will send your entire family to the police station. Do not think I am merely boasting. Your family is so ineffectual that I could send you all away at any moment. Do not fall into my hands. With that, he released Yi Sihai. Get lost, and stay as far away from my home as possible. Dizzy from the impact and shaken by Yi Qingshan's murderous intent, Yi Sihai instinctively retreated a few steps before stumbling out. However, Yi Qingshan's scornful voice echoed behind him. What nonsense! If you seek help, at least have the decency to do so properly. Do you truly consider yourself a prized delicacy? Yi Sihai, feeling a mix of shame and fury, hurriedly departed from that place. Yet, instead of going elsewhere, he arrived at Yi Liuxing's residence. Lusheng. He rushed into Yi Liuxing's home, directly crying out, You must see what has happened to me. I was beaten to this state. Do you know who did this? It was Yu Qingshan. How ruthless can he be? I did not provoke him, yet he assaulted me like this. How dare he lay a hand on me? I am his elder, by seniority. He should address me as uncle. Yi Liuxing furrowed his brow at him. Why on earth would he have struck you? I merely asked him to let Sifang and Gengchang go, and he turned violent against me. How can this be justified? Is he truly dismissing us? Chapter 79, The Fisherman's Doll. Yi Liuxing gazed at him. Although he had not been fully involved in the matter, he could surmise what had transpired. He knew that uncle and nephew all too well. You have brought this upon yourselves. What use is it to seek me now? I had previously advised you against causing trouble, but did you heed my counsel? Since you chose to ignore it, you must now fend for yourselves and refrain from returning to me. Liuxing, we truly did not mean it that way. Did you not mean it that way? Just moments ago, I encountered Yi Laowu, who recounted the entire situation to me. The trouble you two have stirred up is plain for all to see. Do you think Qingshan is a fool? Why should he relent? Depart and cease bothering me. Your entire family is a nuisance. Yi Sihai's face shifted from pale to flushed, seemingly taken aback by the village's disdain for their family. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly stepped outside. However, once outside, he felt discontent. Yi Qingshan is evidently intent on ruining our family, and that village leader, Liu Dashun, appears equally determined to see our demise. If that is the case, I must devise my own plan. I must inform the entire village that Yi Qingshan has assaulted someone and falsely accused my brother and son. A glint of resolve appeared in his eyes as he hurried towards the village information center. Upon his arrival, he found a considerable crowd gathered. At the center of it all stood Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng, both eyewitnesses to the incident, recounting the events in full detail. The primary populace of the village, predominantly surnamed Yi, erupted in outrage after hearing the complete account. Yi Sifeng and his family are the true scourges, vile and rotten. Indeed, from the outset, Yi Gengzhang sought to trip up Chen Yu, and after being thoroughly beaten by Qingshan, he remained unrepentant, continually scheming against him and speaking ill of him behind his back. Yes, last time Yi Sifeng lost a bet on the mountain, he attempted to claim a share of the wild boar that Qingshan had hunted. This was confirmed by old Zhang himself. Their family has grown accustomed to such ruthlessness, and now they dare to slander Qingshan. Consequences are surely imminent. Yi Sihai, listening from a distance, felt his face pale and flush as he realized he could not stir up trouble here. He hastily returned home. Yet upon his arrival, he found his sister-in-law in tears. "Brother, you must find a way. Hurry and get Sifeng out, or our family will be finished." Yi Sihai, consumed by frustration, choked back his words. "I have no solution. The villagers have gone mad, fully siding with them and disregarding us. What can I do? If I go out to speak, they will not listen. Brother, please find a way to bring Sifeng back. I will await your return at home." As they busied themselves with their respective concerns, Yi Qingshan returned to his own space. After a few days of abstaining from fishing, he realized he still needed to sell dried fish, prompting him to venture into the lake within the space to catch some. However, upon entering, he noticed the sky had darkened, with only a smattering of stars visible. Nevertheless, the full moon illuminated the surroundings brightly. Everything had to be done by himself. Earning money, fishing, was indeed exhausting. As he approached the bamboo raft, he could not help but mutter to himself, "This won't do. I must devise a plan. Given that I've been granted this space, I should explore other possibilities." Upon reflection, he noticed that the items he had placed within the space could indeed appear beside him at will, yet beyond that, there seemed to be no other effects. With no alternative, he reluctantly picked up the fishing net and began to fish. The aquatic resources here were abundant, and after several casts, he had a significant catch. However, during his third cast, he sensed something was amiss. "What is this? It doesn't feel like a fish. Fish typically struggle. Why does this feel so limp?" Curious, he pulled the object with force. When it landed on the bamboo raft, he was taken aback. It was a person. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright enough for him to discern that it was merely a humanoid figure and not a corpse. He let out a breath of relief and approached for a closer inspection. "Oh, this appears to be a puppet," he exclaimed, astonished as he examined it more closely. The puppet stood at about 1.7 meters tall, slightly shorter than himself, crafted entirely from wood, reminiscent of a marionette. Upon closer inspection, he noted the exquisite detail, even in the fingers. What purpose does this puppet serve? He pondered aloud, and as if his words were a trigger, the puppet suddenly sat up, then stood, shaking itself. Water that had clung to it was flung off in the process, startling Yi Qingshan. Though he had lived 2 lives, and in his previous one, had navigated the tomato ocean with aplomb, spending 2.5 years reading, berating, and bewildering authors, he had never encountered a puppet that could move on its own. This was not documented in the tomato records. While he stood in a daze, the puppet turned its head towards him. Its face was simply carved, featuring eyes and a mouth, yet it could not speak, nor did it move its eyes. Instead, it bent down to pick up the net and tossed it back into the river. With a splash, the net entered the water in a perfect circle, disappearing beneath the surface. The puppet executed each movement seamlessly, as if it were a skilled fisherman at work. No, not just any fisherman, a remarkably adept one. Finally, it pulled up the net, revealing a bountiful catch of fish and shrimp within. In the waters, there were large fish such as grass carp, and silver carp, as well as smaller ones like the previously caught sandy channel fish and crucian carp. even tiny shrimp no larger than a fingertip. The doll dragged the net onto the bamboo raft, carefully collecting the fish and placing them into a bucket. Qingshan was astounded. This fellow was actually working on his behalf. With this creature laboring for him, could it be that he would no longer need to fish himself? Qingshan stood there, dumbfounded. The doll was diligently and swiftly gathering the fish into the bucket, then cast the net again. Am I now the boss? Qingshan stood there for a moment, suddenly bursting into laughter. I knew it. Even the fishermen have been arranged for me. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you a name. Henceforth you shall be known as the foolish peasant doll. With that, Qingshan laughed heartily. Chapter 80. Introduction of Liu Shu. This was perhaps the happiest moment for Qingshan during this period, aside from sending his uncle and nephew, Yi Sifang, to the authorities. Since he had a doll fishing for him, he decided to set aside his other concerns and headed to the valley where he had planted peanuts. He mused. Could it be that there is a farmer doll hidden here as well? With a fishing doll to do his work, he immediately focused on the fields, eager to discover if there was a suitable doll to assist him in farming. However, merely observing wouldn't suffice, as he had spent considerable time there without ever encountering a doll. The fishing doll was submerged in water. Could the farmer doll be buried in the ground? He murmured to himself as he walked over. Previously, he would never have dared entertain such thoughts, but after discovering the fishing doll, he felt it was indeed possible. Thus, he took up a hoe and began to dig, peering left and right. As he continued with his murmurs, filled with anticipation, he soon arrived at a patch of sandy soil. The texture of this sandy ground was quite loose, although it wasn't entirely sand. Stepping on it produced a faint crunching sound beneath. He looked down and suddenly noticed several sprouts emerging from the sand. He was unsure of what these sprouts were, and their presence in the sand seemed rather peculiar. Intrigued, he reached down to sift through the sand. Before long, he had cleared away the sand and discovered a standing piece of wood, about the size of a finger. It seemed as though the vine was growing from this piece of wood. Why does this wood seem so familiar? He was astonished as he reached out and dug a bit more, only to find not just one piece of wood but 5 fingers. At that moment, he finally understood and eagerly continued to dig. In no time, he uncovered the face of the doll. The instant its face emerged, the doll instantly sat up. The sand fell away from its body as it slowly stood, shaking off the dust just like the fishing doll had done. It then stepped aside and gently tugged at the vine that had grown from its fingertip with its other hand. The vine fell away quickly, and it bent down, carefully taking the vine to the side. Before Qingshan could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed that a figure had arisen from the very spot where he had been lying. The moment this figure emerged, Yi felt an unmistakable aura of femininity surrounding it. This female doll, upon standing, mimicked the actions of the previous male doll, shaking its body vigorously before positioning itself beside him. A harmonious blend of beauty and grace. As Qingshan observed this bizarre yet enchanting scene, he nearly burst into laughter. From this moment on, the cultivation of these fields would be entrusted to the two of you. He extended the hoe in his hand towards them. The male doll grasped it firmly, as if understanding Ye's intentions with a mere glance. Excellent, splendid. Qingshan beamed with delight, even stepping forward to pat their shoulders. You shall be in charge of this area. I shall inform you of what needs to be done, and you will execute my wishes. Though the dolls could not speak, they nodded in agreement. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Qingshan chuckled heartily, instructing them to till the soil here. Later, they would need to plant something. After the soil was prepared, you may take a moment to rest. The dolls promptly set to work, contemplating for a moment. Qingshan returned to reality and fetched 2 large basins to place by the lakeside. Deep within the lake, the fisher doll appeared to be laden with fish, paddling towards him. Its familiar demeanor made Yi feel as though it were a real person rather than a mere doll. Even the robotic creations were not as fluid. The doll reached the shore, pouring the fish from its bucket into the basins, before setting off once more to catch more. Incredible! He couldn't help but exhale in admiration, smiling as he returned to the real world. Upon his return, Chen Yu approached, noticing her husband's beaming smile, and inquired, "What brings you such joy?" "I'm particularly pleased thinking about Yi Sifang and Yi Jin being locked up," Qingshan replied earnestly. At this, Chen Yu burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. "I am quite happy too." The couple shared a hearty laugh. Chen Ting wandered over, glancing at them with a bemused smile. "What are you two up to?" "Sister, I was just thinking about Yi Jin being imprisoned for the oranges, which brings us great joy." "Indeed, these two truly deserve it, don't they? It's about time they faced consequences." This situation filled the family with immense happiness. In the days that followed, Qingshan found himself exceedingly busy, rarely enjoying a good night's sleep and often retiring early. The next morning, just as dawn broke, he rose early. However, the first thing he did upon waking was to enter the space. Upon inspection, he discovered that the bucket was brimming with fish, which had been transported to the stream's edge. On the other side, to his astonishment, the three dolls had gathered together, not engaging in any other tasks, but rather constructing a grass hut. He was left utterly dumbfounded. How remarkable is this? These three can even build a grass hut. After some contemplation, he decided it prudent to provide these dolls with some tools, promptly extracting the fish from the bucket. He placed the fish into a small pond, prepared the items for sale, and then stepped out of the yard, riding his bicycle. Another day had dawned in the county town. Qingshan arrived at Liu Dashun's residence, pedaling his bicycle. By this time, the townsfolk had finished their meals, and those who were employed had already departed for work. Liu Shu and his wife, now enjoying their retirement, spent their days leisurely in the vicinity. At that moment, the elderly gentleman, with his hands clasped behind his back, was strolling outside. Upon spotting Qingshan, his eyes lit up, and he greeted him with warmth, saying, "Qingshan, it's been a while since your last visit." "Indeed. I've been rather busy lately with numerous matters at home," he explained. "Is this your handiwork?" "Yes, it's our homemade fermented fish and dried fish." As he spoke, he revealed the contents from behind him, which were similar to what he had brought previously. Come, I want to introduce you to someone." The old man, brimming with enthusiasm, led him aside. Before long, they arrived at a quaint little shop. "Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. This is Qingshan from Yalan Town." Liu Shu enthusiastically presented him. "Uncle Liu, I know him. I've seen him before." The person referred to as Xiaoyu, who appeared to be around 40, immediately stood up, smiling at Liu Shu. "He was here last time selling goods, and many people bought from him. I tried what he made, and it was indeed good. The dried fish was excellent, I remember." "Greetings, Uncle Yu," Qingshan politely responded. Liu Shu beamed with satisfaction, appreciating the young man's courteous demeanor, which made matters much easier. "You're selling goods here, aren't you? These mountain products are quite popular in this area. How about we collaborate?" Liu Shu got straight to the point. "I have no objections." Boss Yu readily agreed. "We genuinely need these items here, and since they're dried goods, they have a long shelf life. Moreover, we all know that Yalan Town is abundant in resources. Last time they sold remarkably well. If you entrust this to me, I'm sure it will perform excellently." "Very well, you two discuss the details." Liu Shu chuckled heartily, patting Qingshan on the shoulder. "After you finalize your agreement, don't leave too quickly. Come by my home for a while." With that, the elderly gentleman ambled back home. Qingshan felt a surge of gratitude. The old man's kindness was indeed commendable, and such generosity was not easily found. "Please, have a seat." Boss Yu smiled, offering him a chair. "Uncle Yu, let us first take a look at the goods." "All right, let me see." Boss Yu stepped forward to inspect them. The quality of the items was apparent to all. After examining, he nodded in approval and did not intentionally seek out flaws. "These are undoubtedly good products. I've tasted what you sold here last time. I'm aware of the price you offered then, and overall, it was reasonable." Qingshan nodded in agreement. "However, I must inform you that if you sell everything to me, the price will differ from your retail price. I need to earn a margin, otherwise, there would be no reason for us to collaborate." "Uncle Yu, I considered this on my way here. If we are to establish a long-term partnership, I can offer you the fermented fish at $2.50 per can and the dried fish at $1.80 per pound. As for how you choose to sell, that is entirely your prerogative. Whether you earn more or less is inconsequential. I have ensured that the profit margin I left for you is substantial, and you certainly won't incur any losses." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appeared that this young man was indeed quite generous, having left himself ample room for profit. "Since Uncle Liu introduced you to me, I find you rather agreeable. Let us proceed as you suggested." With the terms established, the pricing became manageable. Subsequently, they weighed the fishing rods, which came in at approximately 12 pounds, valued at $21.60. The fermented fish amounted to 95 cans, valued at 2,375 yuan. The total came to 2,591. Mr. Yu promptly handed over the money, and Qingshan readily provided him with all the goods. "Mr. Yu, I wish you prosperous business." Qingshan sighed in relief. Although he earned slightly less compared to retail, the convenience was worth it. Moreover, he could not remain fixed in one location to sell, as the market would eventually saturate, compelling him to seek new venues. which would consume even more time. Upon reflection, this wholesale arrangement indeed seemed the most efficient. Very well, may our cooperation be pleasant. Mr. Yu responded with a smile. Qingshan then took his leave, heading towards Lu Shu's home, and seized the opportunity to bring along the wild boar leg he had placed in the basket. At that moment, Lu Shu was already at home, brewing tea in the courtyard. Upon seeing Qingshan carrying the wild boar leg, he smiled broadly. Grandfather Lu, I don't have much else to offer, just a bit of game. I managed to hunt a wild boar in the mountains these past few days and kept a leg. The rest I sold. Please give this a try. It's probably not common in the city. Some people enjoy this delicacy, but I feel it doesn't quite compare to pork. Let us consider it a taste of something fresh. He presented the wild boar leg. Lu Shu chuckled. You are quite honest. Others offer gifts and boast about their quality. Yet you straightforwardly admit that this is inferior to domesticated pork. However, I too hail from the countryside, and in my youth, I savored wild boar meat. Indeed, it lacks the flavor of farm-raised pigs. But as you said, it's just for a change of pace. Qingshan laughed heartily. Lu's wife accepted the offering, and Qingshan joined Lu Shu in his seat. Lu Shu poured him a cup of tea. Have you concluded your negotiations? Qingshan nodded and recounted the entire affair. Quite good. Lu Shu nodded again, visibly pleased. Your current approach is well suited for selling to a specific individual. It would be quite time-consuming to engage in daily sales here. I share the same sentiment. It's thanks to the old gentleman's assistance that I was able to negotiate so smoothly. Had I approached this alone, I might have faced some pressure on pricing. Indeed, Lu Shu affirmed. Do not be misled by the current ease of negotiation. It is largely due to Uncle Lu's reputation that Mr. Yu refrains from aggressive bargaining. If it were solely you negotiating with him, it would have proven quite challenging. And even if a deal were struck, it would require considerable effort. After conversing for a while longer, Qingshan prepared to return home. However, he felt a tinge of curiosity that Lu Shu had not mentioned Lu Yuesheng's assistance. Nevertheless, the gift had been delivered, and some matters need not be unveiled. Thus, he bid farewell to Lu Shu. Why not join me for lunch? Lu Shu inquired with a smile. No, I'm quite busy at the moment. There are many matters to attend to at home. If you have time, you are welcome to visit my village. I can take you hunting in the mountains then. Lu Shu's interest was piqued immediately, but he soon wore a wry smile. Can my body handle it? Your health is quite robust. What is there to worry about? Let us leave it at that. Qingshan chuckled, bidding farewell to his grandmother before departing on his bicycle. Before long, he arrived at the town government, riding his bicycle straight inside, and soon found Director Chow. Upon seeing him, Director Chow was quite astonished and promptly rose to his feet. Qingshan smiled and handed him a piece of wild boar meat. Here, this is from the wild boar I hunted. It's not particularly valuable. Director Chow paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Have you been selling meat in the city? Not exactly selling meat. I was dealing with some other matters. Did you meet with Director Liu? No, but I did have a brief encounter with his parents. Oh, I forgot to mention, I actually didn't call Director Liu. Director Chow blinked at him. Qingshan was taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. Do you know why? Director Chow seemed to be testing him. I do. Qingshan nodded. It wouldn't be right to trouble such a high-ranking director for a trivial matter. It's merely a way to exert some pressure on Director Lin. Besides, if Director Lin were to seek out Director Liu, it's uncertain whether he would even find him. Even if he did, our position would remain justified. Furthermore, him approaching Liu would be different from us doing so. In any case, we wouldn't be inconveniencing Director Liu. That is precisely the point. Director Chow laughed heartily. Clearly impressed, your intelligence is commendable. It's no wonder you maintain a good relationship with Director Liu. If I were Director Liu, I would certainly appreciate you. What intelligence? I simply took Dechuan's earnest words at face value. I thought you had truly called him, never doubting it. Qingshan sighed with a bitter smile. There was little he could do. Primarily, Liu Dashun had conveyed his message with such sincerity that he could not have imagined a fool would deceive him. Wait, perhaps the fool didn't deceive. Director Chow might have genuinely picked up the phone and said something. Only he never actually dialed out. Chapter 82, Requesting Assistance Indeed. Just as Qingshan pondered this, Director Chow chuckled and clarified. Dechuan is certainly a fool, but he is also sincere. If I instructed him to deceive you, he wouldn't be able to do so without revealing the truth. I did make a call, but it simply didn't go through. He is unaware of these details, which is why his words carry such conviction. Qingshan gazed at Director Chow in astonishment. It must be said that Director Chow was indeed quite astute, capable of such cunning thoughts and tactics, a rarity among most. Thank you, Uncle Chow. Qingshan expressed sincerely, even altering his address. Director Chow chuckled, patting his shoulder. No need for thanks. This matter was originally their fault for daring to slander you. Consider this my assistance to you while simultaneously curbing Director Lin's arrogance. I have heard whispers of the chaotic deeds he has been up to here, and I believe you are aware of them as well. Seizing this opportunity to strike at him will make it clear that our Zhao Lin town is not under his dominion. Regardless, Director Chow has rendered me a significant favor. What favor are you speaking of? Director Chow shook his head and abruptly shifted the conversation. I noticed your remarkable marksmanship. You managed to dispatch 5 wild boars in one night. How did you achieve such prowess? My shooting skills are indeed commendable. But fortune also played a part in my encounter with so many wild boars, Qingshan humbly replied. No, with so many hunters around. It is evident that your skills far surpass those of the others. It seems you often venture into the mountains? Director Chow expressed his astonishment. Roughly so. I have invested more effort than others. My father was a hunter too, but he passed away when I was a teenager. I often accompanied him on hunting trips in my youth, Qingshan recounted. Director Chow nodded, then steered the conversation to more pressing matters. Could I ask a favor of you? A smile crept onto Qingshan's face as he anticipated Director Chow's request. Given the substantial assistance he had already received from him, and the potential benefits of maintaining a good rapport with Director Chow in the future, he readily agreed. Director Chow, you jest. If you have something to say, please do so directly. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Indeed. Director Chow nodded, pondering for a moment before softly explaining. Would you be able to procure a sheep placenta? Qingshan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly comprehended the situation. He glanced at Director Chow, who appeared to be in his 40s. My daughter-in-law's health has not been well. She has inexplicably lost 2 pregnancies. And my son and daughter-in-law are quite anxious. Here in our region, there is a belief that sheep placenta can help sustain a pregnancy. So I wish to ask for your help in obtaining one. Indeed, in the Gannan countryside, such beliefs are prevalent, regardless of its efficacy. It serves as a psychological comfort. Even at Qingshan's age, he had heard of many such remedies. Financial compensation is easy to arrange. All I need is for you to help me acquire a sheep placenta. I have already spoken to several hunters, but they mentioned that encountering goats is inherently rare. Even if one does come across them, capturing a pregnant one is quite the challenge, making it difficult to obtain the placenta. With your exceptional marksmanship, I would be grateful if you could assist me. Director Chow implored sincerely. These matters are trivial, I understand. I will keep an eye out for a sheep placenta during my next hunting trip, and should I find one, I will deliver it to you promptly. Excellent. Thank you. Qingshan, Director Chow exclaimed, heartily clapping him on the shoulder. There's no need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. We can discuss any further matters later. All right. Take care. With that, Qingshan mounted his bicycle and departed. However, instead of heading home directly, he made his way to the town to purchase some tools. He acquired an assortment of working implements, including hoes, sickles, hammers, nails, and various containers for the next use of distiller's grains, ensuring he gathered everything he might need. Afterward, he returned home on his bicycle. Upon returning home, Chen Yu greeted him with warmth, her face beaming with a smile as she noticed the items he had sold out. I sold another 200. He chuckled, pulling out the money from his sales. You need not take it out. Keep it for yourself. Chen Yu glanced at the money, ultimately shaking her head, indicating that he should take it back. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qingshan cast a glance at her, then at the kitchen. Chen Ting seemed to have heard the commotion and emerged, shaking her head immediately upon hearing his words. Qingshan, the fact that both of us can live here is entirely thanks to you. We initially agreed to do this just to help alleviate some pressure. Besides, you provided all the raw materials. We merely contributed our labor. Let us consider this as our share for food and lodging, so you must take the money. A dimple appeared on Chen Yu's cherubic face. All right, I shall keep it for now. After we build the house, shall I then pay you? Of course, that's perfectly fine. Our foremost priority now is to construct the house. Chen Yu's smile widened at this. Very well, I'll take a moment to rest. With time still on his side, he retreated to his room, locking the door behind him and promptly transferring his belongings into the space. Upon entering, he discovered the 3 figurines already hard at work in the field. The little shed they had constructed appeared somewhat inadequate. However, as Qingshan stepped in, all 3 figurines turned their attention to him. They were indeed quite recognizable. For instance, The fisher figurine looked somewhat damp, while the other two appeared drier. From today onward, you shall be called the fisher figurine. Qingshan approached to distribute tools and began assigning names. You shall be the farmer figurine, and you shall be the farmer's wife figurine. Satisfied with his chosen names, he looked at them. Have you remembered? To his surprise, the figurines nodded in unison. All right, these are your tools. Do you know how to use them? Qingshan smiled as he handed over the tools and demonstrated their usage. While farming and fishing tools required little explanation, items like hammers and nails needed some instruction. Look here, this is a saw. You can use it to cut trees. After you've felled them, you can construct your little house and use nails to secure the wood together, making it more stable. The three figurines appeared to grasp the concept. This task is entrusted to you. Do your best. Your next assignment is to continue tilling this land, and I will bring in seeds for you to plant. The figurines nodded, seemingly comprehending his words. Observing them work, it was evident that the figurines had prior experience in labor and were adept at farming, requiring no reminders from him. Given this, he could genuinely allow them to commence planting. Previously, he had felt that cultivating rice alone was a formidable challenge, but now, with these three free laborers, these diligent workers, he was ready to plant. Moreover, the space within was surely different from the outside. Perhaps it would allow for year-round cultivation. Chapter 83. Securing rice seeds. Since he intended to cultivate rice, the first issue to address was the procurement of rice seeds. Rice seeds could only be purchased with tickets, which he was unable to acquire on his own. Thus, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Uncle Liu Dashun. Once he emerged, he began to murmur to himself. Perhaps he could ask others for some vegetable seeds. Resolute, he hurried off to seek out Uncle Liu Dashun. It was nearing lunchtime when he found Liu Dashun at the village committee. Uncle, come to my house for lunch. He greeted Liu Dashun with a smile. You better clarify your intentions first. Liu Dashun replied, glancing at him. It's nothing serious. He chuckled, explaining that he simply needed a favor. I'll also invite Uncle Lao Wu and Uncle Zhengsheng. We need to start sawing wood immediately, as I'm preparing to build a house. All right, I'll come over later. You go invite the others. Liu Dashun replied. Nodding, Qingshan promptly sought out Yi Zhengsheng and Yi Lao Wu. Upon hearing his invitation, they both readily agreed. By the time lunch arrived, the three of them had gathered, and Dechuan had come along as well. Knowing he was hosting, Chen Ting had prepared a couple of extra dishes. Their household was not lacking in meat. Besides a serving of braised pork, there was also a dish of stir-fried pork. They had also killed a carp, simmering its roe and swim bladder, which looked incredibly appetizing. The carp itself was prepared in a braised style, complemented by 2 vegetable dishes, making for a truly sumptuous feast. This is quite extravagant, Yi Zhengsheng exclaimed, unable to resist the temptation of the delectable spread, which was indeed a rare sight. Come, let us eat. Qingshan retrieved a bottle of white wine from the room. The wine was the locally favored site, which everyone enjoyed. After pouring the wine and indulging in the meat, Qingshan shifted to more serious matters, first inquiring about Uncle Si Feng and his nephew. Currently, Xie Jianxi has shifted all responsibilities onto Yi Si Feng and Yi Zhenchang. I was just about to mention it. Yi Si Feng is surely on the verge of being dismissed. I don't wish for him to remain at the forest farm. Since the Lianhua mountain farm belongs to us, I can propose your name to the higher-ups once he is gone. Would you be interested in working there? If so, I can directly secure you a position. Liu Dashun responded with enthusiasm. Chen Yu and Chen Ting exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with interest. Given your qualifications, it would be quite normal for you to work there. I can certainly advocate for you. It's entirely up to your own decision. Liu Dashun elaborated with a smile. Moreover, your family isn't working at the moment. While you might earn a little, it's ultimately unstable. If you go to the forest farm, you would at least receive a wage. What do you think? I'm on board. Yi Lao Wu was the first to express his full support. Your current situation is perfectly suited for this opportunity. I believe you should accept it without hesitation, and you'll certainly excel there. Liu Dashun is right. Yi Zhengxing nodded in agreement. Brother Qingshan, if you join the forest farm, we can work together again, and we can hunt on the mountain every day. Dechuan was eager to express his enthusiasm. He wished to tell Yi Qingshan that if they were to guard the mountain together, once he married, they could share the same home. However, he felt it might not be appropriate to voice such thoughts at that moment, so he held back. Yet, his sentiments were genuine. Indeed, Yi Qingshan felt a twinge of temptation, yet after some contemplation, he ultimately shook his head in refusal. The primary reason for his decision was the responsibility that came with entering the forest farm. He simply could not afford to spend so much time there. With a beautiful sister-in-law and a lovely wife to cherish, why would he not enjoy their company? The allure of sleeping beside them at night was far more enticing than retreating to a dilapidated cabin in the mountains. While he would not mind hunting, the thought of being stationed there was less appealing. Thank you, Uncle Qingshan, but I shall pass. Let you undertake the task instead. Yi Zhengsheng was momentarily taken aback. You truly will not go? I will not. My business demands my attention, and I cannot spare the time for such endeavors. If I were to ascend the mountain, I would have to manage affairs down here as well as those up there. My energy is limited. Therefore, I shall continue with my small business at home. Yi Qingshan spoke candidly. Seeing his resolute stance, Yi Lusheng ceased to press the matter and turned to Yi Zhengsheng. Zhengsheng, do you wish to go? However, since Dazhuang is already there, it might seem somewhat inappropriate for you to join. How about this? I will see if I can assist you. If you truly wish to go, we shall devise a plan. Initially, Yi Zhengsheng held no expectations regarding the matter, but upon hearing their conversation, he too felt a flicker of interest and ultimately nodded. When can you commence sawing the planks for me? Yi Qingshan shifted the discussion to the main topic. Starting tomorrow. I have already arranged for assistance. We shall saw together. Yi Zhengsheng chuckled. That sounds splendid. Yi Qingshan replied with a smile, then turned to Chen Ting and Chen Yu, saying, from tomorrow onwards, please prepare meals for 2 additional people. Chen Yu and Chen Ting nodded in understanding. As the conversation neared its conclusion, Yi Qingshan glanced at Yi Lusheng and cheerfully inquired, Uncle Lusheng, could you assist me in procuring some rice seeds? Yi Lusheng paused, contemplating before asking, what do you need rice seeds for? Surely you do not intend to cultivate them? Where would you find farmland? All the fields belong to the collective. Even if you had rice seeds, you could not sow them. Just leave me be. Yi Qingshan scratched his head. Suddenly, Yi Lusheng appeared to have an epiphany, falling into silence without further comment. In these times, due to the considerable power held by village officials, some individuals indeed resorted to selling rice seeds, and he evidently suspected Yi Qingshan of engaging in such activities. We have extra seeds in our collective. If you need them, I can provide some. But remember, do not engage in unlawful activities. Yi Qingshan spoke up. Yi Lusheng found it difficult to refuse, especially since he was his nephew. Observing Yi Qingshan's flourishing life brought him joy, and after some consideration, he issued a warning. Yi Qingshan understood his concerns about potentially straying into illegal endeavors. Yet he had no intention of explaining himself. He could hardly reveal his desire to cultivate in his space. The other's assumptions were far from the truth, and that suited him just fine. Rest assured, I would never engage in such activities. Even if I were to, I would never drag you into it. Just keep that in mind. Yi Lusheng nodded. After dinner, you shall accompany me to retrieve the seeds, but not too many, just about 10 pounds. 10 pounds. Yi Qingshan expressed his satisfaction. In contrast to his superficial understanding, he is currently engaged in the cultivation of early rice. In these times, the yield is approximately 15 to 20 pounds per acre. If he keeps a mere 10 pounds for himself, wouldn't that suffice? Henceforth, their family would no longer need to worry about sustenance. Chapter 84, Logging. After hearing him out, he eagerly accompanied him to procure the rice seeds. This is a matter you must not disclose to anyone. However, after entrusting the seeds to him, Yi Lusheng solemnly cautioned Yi Qingshan. I shall not speak a word to anyone. My lips are tightly sealed. You need not worry. Yi Qingshan reassured him once more. Furthermore, you are strictly forbidden from engaging in any unlawful activities. If you dare to tread that path, I will be the first to set things right. You are your father's only son. How could I explain your misdeeds to him? Remember this well. I won't. How could I ever engage in any disorderly conduct? Look, I am able to sustain myself through hunting and fishing. How could I possibly indulge in any chaos? Moreover, my dear Chen Yu is so charming and beautiful. How could I betray her trust? As long as you understand. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshan sighed in relief. Indeed, as he stated, it suffices for the lad to grasp the gravity of the situation. After exchanging a few words with Yi Lusheng, he hurriedly returned home with his belongings. However, midway, he entered the space. Upon entry, he discovered a figure sitting outside the unconstructed cottage, arms crossed, seemingly sulking. Yi Qingshan paused for a moment. These figures, though mere dolls, exuded an emotional aura. What brings you here? Haven't you all nearly completed the house? He found it amusing and couldn't help but inquire of the fisherman doll. The fisherman doll gestured towards the interior. Yi Qingshan approached to glance inside, only to find the farmer and farmer's wife dolls sound asleep in each other's embrace. Qingshan was utterly flabbergasted. He was both amused and exasperated, suddenly comprehending the fisherman's outraged demeanor. It turned out that a solitary doll was overwhelmed by the affectionate display of two others. However, the farmer and farmer's wife dolls seemed to have heard the commotion. At that moment, they released each other and stood up, regarding Qingshan with a robotic curiosity, seemingly puzzled by his unexpected arrival. Here are my rice seeds. Qingshan presented the seeds, extending them towards them. Now, please assist me in planting the rice. You know how to do so, correct? Both dolls nodded in unison. Thank you for your efforts. Qingshan smiled, patting their shoulders before stepping outside. To his astonishment, the moment he emerged, the two dolls once again embraced and returned to their slumber, their affection almost infuriatingly sweet. Qingshan stepped out and approached the solitary fisherman doll, observing its lonesome demeanor. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The plight of a single soul is indeed somewhat pitiful. You could also seek companionship among the dolls, Qingshan suggested. The fisherman doll remained silent, merely gazing towards the lake. If it truly bothers you, why not create a separate space for yourself? That way, they can sleep there while you rest here. However, the most fundamental solution would be for you to find a companion, so you need not fear their displays of affection. Qingshan smiled lightly. The fisherman doll pondered his words and eventually nodded, suddenly seizing the net and bucket, heading towards the lake, seemingly to fish. I will come by tomorrow to collect the fish. With this remark, Qingshan exited the space. The following day, bright and early, he adhered to his usual routine, entering the space to gather fish. As anticipated, the catch was abundant, just as before. He then ventured to the fertile valley, where he discovered three dolls had commenced the task of diverting water in preparation for sowing. Observing their industriousness, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nonetheless, in his opinion, it was time to cultivate something of higher economic value. Growing vegetables seemed unnecessary since they could be cultivated outside. Such a prime location should not be squandered on mere crops. Rice was essential due to its status as a staple food. Having made his decision, he brought the fish out and placed them into the pond. The fisherman doll was indeed impressive. With this recent endeavor, the pond was now brimming with fish. It seemed time to consider expanding this small pond. After completing this task, he promptly made his way to the old house, where the sound of sawing would resonated within. Inside, Yi Zhengsheng, drenched in sweat and bare-chested, was working alongside a slightly younger middle-aged man named Yi Hongsheng, sawing a long plank. Outside, a chalk line had been snapped along the larger timber, ensuring that as they sawed, they could follow the black line, which guaranteed each plank would be relatively even and uniform. This was the art of lumber sawing. Qingshan quickly brought them some money and cigarettes, urging them to take a break. You've worked hard. He sat beside them, and the two men, having toiled for an undetermined length of time, were soaked in sweat. With a floor strewn with wood shavings and several planks already cut, indicating they had indeed been busy for quite a while. Why are you up so early? Qingshan inquired. We figured it would be better to help you with work rather than sit idly by. So we decided to rise early and get to it while the morning air is cooler, making it easier to work. Yi Zhengsheng explained with a slight smile, taking a drag from his cigarette. Indeed, when the weather heats up, it becomes more difficult. Yi Hongsheng nodded in agreement. When it came to labor, they were seasoned veterans, far more knowledgeable than Qingshan, so he refrained from commenting further. Qingshan, if you truly intend to build a house, merely sawing would won't suffice. You still need to lay bricks. Yi Zhengsheng reminded him. I am already preparing for that. Yi Qingshan replied. Don't waste your time on this. It would be better to have others assist you. Yi Zhengsheng cautioned again. You are doing quite well with your business. There is no need to squander time on this task when others could do it for you. In our village, there are plenty of able-bodied individuals. When the time comes, you should invite a few to assist with laying bricks. We've always done it this way, and they would surely be delighted to help you. Yi Hongsheng chimed in. For a moment, I was unsure who to ask. Yi Qingshan pondered, feeling somewhat helpless. Allow me to offer a suggestion. You might consider asking Lao to lend a hand. He currently has little to do at the oil mill, making him perfectly available to assist you. Moreover, he is quite skilled at laying bricks. Yi Zhengsheng added. Very well, I shall ensure they receive their wages. Yi Qingshan nodded. Regardless, you can manage it as you see fit. If you were to build a house, many in our village would be eager to lend a hand. Yi Zhengsheng looked at him with a hint of nostalgia. Not to mention you. Your father has assisted many in our village before. Everyone remembers his kindness. Should they be unwilling to help, do let me know, and I shall reprimand them. Our village has never harbored such ingrates. Qingshan smiled, feeling a sense of poignancy. Though his father had passed, he had left behind a wealth of inheritance, far beyond what he had ever dared to dream. And he continued to reap the benefits of it. Chapter 85. Preparations. After conversing for a while longer, Yi Zhengsheng hurried home to find Yi Lao Wu. However, before seeking him out, he first visited the village mason. In those days, constructing a house typically involved hiring the village's mason, as each village could generally afford to support at least one. Craftsmen, such as bamboo weavers and carpenters, were usually sourced from among the villagers. The mason in their village, Zhang Wenbin, was quite astonished by Yi Qingshan's intentions. You wish to build a house? Zhang Wenbin looked at him, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, I am preparing to construct a house, which is why I sought you out. That is splendid news. Please tell me where you plan to build. I shall come and assess the site. Zhang Wenbin responded. His spirits lifted. Though we do not share a surname, he had witnessed this young man grow up and was delighted to see him take on such responsibilities and endeavors. Are we going to look at it now? Yi Qingshan inquired. Yes, of course. Let us go and take a look. Yi Qingshan nodded and hurriedly led him away to the site he had previously envisioned for the construction. This area served as the old foundation of their family home, one of the legacies left to him by his parents. It was larger than the current site intended for building, and once completed, the house's area should exceed 100 square meters, with the possibility of enclosing a yard in front. For a rural setting characterized by hilly terrain in the south, having such a spacious area was quite remarkable. More importantly, this sizable plot required minimal excavation. Only a slight elevation needed leveling, making it an exceptionally favorable foundation overall. This location is indeed splendid. I was aware that your father regarded this spot as your family's old foundation. He had mentioned to us that if you were to build a house, it should be here, as this was his gift to you. I never anticipated you would commence building so soon. I never anticipated this. However, with 2 additional members in my household, living arrangements have become rather cramped. Otherwise, I wouldn't have considered altering our old abode, as it still accommodates us. But now, with the arrival of these 2 individuals, it has become quite difficult to find space for rest. The small room's bed is narrow, making it uncomfortable for me to sleep alone. Indeed, to my surprise, Zhang Wenbin smiled at him and remarked, You and Shun, you should not be sleeping apart. As a couple, certain matters ought to be attended to, especially in your prime years. It is vital to consider starting a family soon. Yi Qingshan chuckled awkwardly. What kind of house do you envision? Zhang Wenbin ceased his teasing and inquired earnestly. I wish to reconstruct our home in the traditional style, utilizing earthen bricks and timber. However, I desire a more favorable layout, with larger windows to enhance the lighting. The design need not strictly adhere to the previous format. A bit more privacy would be appreciated. On the ground floor, I require a kitchen and dining area, and we should be able to accommodate 3 additional rooms. He proceeded to articulate a myriad of his specifications. After listening, Zhang Wenbin nodded in understanding and couldn't help but laugh. You young folks certainly approach home building differently than we old-timers. These ideas never even crossed our minds. Yet you are eager to take action. Is it feasible? Yi Qingshan asked him. Absolutely, it's quite manageable. Just present me with your requirements, and I shall see to it. It is hardly a daunting task. Rest assured, I will devise a layout that meets your expectations. Thank you, Uncle Wenbin. Bear in mind, you must craft the earthen bricks properly, and timber is essential, you know? I have already begun working on the timber aspect, and I have enlisted Uncle Zhengsheng to assist with sawing the wood. I plan to ask Uncle Lao Wu to help with laying the bricks, and I will also find a couple more individuals to lend a hand. That sounds splendid. I now understand. Come over to my house for dinner. Everyone will be present, and it will be a perfect opportunity to meet. As dinner time approached, Yi Qingshan went to fetch Yi Lao Wu. In no time, the household was bustling with activity. Since they were all helping with household tasks, Yi Qingshan shared his plans with everyone. This sparked even more enthusiasm. Chen Ting and Chen Yu were still in the kitchen preparing the meal, listening to the men's discussions outside. Chen Ting couldn't help but glance at her beaming sister and softly said, Doesn't it feel like a dream? Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, unable to suppress her laughter, and eventually nodded vigorously. You truly have an eye for talent, Chen Ting remarked, reflecting on how everyone initially doubted him, yet she was determined to marry him. Back then, they said that good looks would provide sustenance, but Qingshan is far more than just handsome. Sister, rest assured, my judgment is sound, and yours is not lacking either. Once the house is built, our family will live even better, and you can comfortably settle here. You know Qingshan's nature. He may seem a bit unreliable, but he is anything but. Chen Ting nodded, finally saying, I truly appreciate both you and Qingshan during this time. Do not speak of trouble. What do you mean by that? We are family, remember? Chen Ting smiled and nodded in agreement. Due to the presence of guests, combined with someone assisting at home, breakfast was particularly sumptuous. All necessary conversations had concluded, and old Yi readily agreed to enlist help in brickmaking. In those times, homemade earthen bricks were not referred to as bricks. In the local dialect, they were called placing bricks. Old Yi, you may place your bricks there. I pointed out a small mound of earth. When the time comes, bring along 2 individuals to assist in excavating the bricks from that mound and mix them with clay. Once we have prepared the bricks, we can proceed with our work more smoothly. Furthermore, that area will need leveling. If you flatten it a bit now, it will make the final leveling much easier. Finally, the mason Zhang Wenbin offered his advice. All right, Old Yi responded with enthusiasm. Without delay, recognizing the necessity of preparation, he set out after breakfast to find several companions from the village to assist him. In total, 4 individuals joined him. By the morning, they had begun their labor. Qingshan was not required to do much, but he participated nonetheless. The first task was to dig a pit. The soil in this region primarily consisted of red clay, which would eventually serve as an excellent planting base for a certain fruit, the navel orange. However, for many, the navel orange was a distant prospect. They primarily used locally sourced materials for brickmaking as construction supplies. Old Yi was indeed a master of brickmaking, directing the others in their tasks. Once the pit was excavated, they mixed the clay with water and chopped dry straw to enhance its pliability. They then used rectangular molds to shape the clay mixture into bricks. After removing the molds, they allowed the sun to dry and set the bricks, transforming them into earthen bricks suitable for building. In Chapter 86, Selling Fish in the City, Qingshan had observed villagers making bricks before, but this was his first experience doing so himself. After a morning of labor, he felt disoriented from the repetitive tasks. It was certainly a far cry from hunting in the mountains. The monotonous nature of the work was not something everyone could endure. After a morning of toil, he decided to cease his brickmaking and attend to his own affairs. Even those accustomed to such labor needed a well-deserved rest. You should continue this afternoon. Chen Yi remarked, noticing his fatigue. No more for me. I'll focus on my own tasks instead of joining them. My body simply cannot keep up. He reclined in a chair, reluctant to move. It was indeed too strenuous. He suggested they continue while he undertook more manageable endeavors. I think you should either hunt in the mountains or fish in the river. Leave this to them. Qingshan nodded in agreement, truly intending to do just that. In the afternoon, he sought a pretext to ascend the mountain, directly stepping into his space. At that moment, his dolls had caught several large buckets of fish. Additionally, he noted that the water in the valley had been properly diverted, resulting in a considerable expanse of fields now irrigated, revealing fertile land. 2 of the dolls busily toiled nearby, while the fisherman doll appeared poised by the lakeside, seemingly preparing to venture out for more fishing. Qingshan glanced at the lakeside and noticed that numerous fish were contained in barrels. If the fisherman figurine continued to catch fish at this rate, he would find himself with an abundance of dried fish and fish fermented in alcohol, far exceeding his needs. However, witnessing the enthusiasm of the fisherman figurine, he felt it would be unjust to stop him. Furthermore, he observed the couple of farming figurines in the valley and thought it might seem somewhat cruel to send the fisherman to work alongside them, as if he were bullying a solitary individual. Most likely, the fisherman figurine would not relish that notion either. As he pondered this, the fisherman figurine suddenly pulled up a net and, turning to Qingshan, began to dance joyfully. Qingshan was momentarily perplexed, unsure of what magnificent catch had elicited such delight. The fisherman figurine swiftly rowed his boat over to Qingshan. When he peered into the boat, he was struck with revelation. There lay another figurine. The exuberance of the fisherman figurine led him to suspect that this might be his wife. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this figurine bore an uncanny resemblance to the farming figurine in both appearance and stature. How intriguing this space was, deliberately crafting 2 couples to assist in labor. Musing this thought, he maneuvered the figurine onto the shore, only to find it lying there motionless. Upon further examination, he discovered that the figurine appeared to have a severed connection within. Realization dawned upon him. This figurine was evidently beyond revival. However, with a meticulous gaze, he discerned that if he could procure an appropriate piece, there might be a way to restore it. Fear not, I know what to do. I shall bring you back, and soon you will have a wife, he assured the fisherman figurine, who beamed with joy. Yi Qingshan chuckled, taking note of this incident. Upon returning home, he began to pour the fish from the barrels, only to find the water filled to the brim with them. How did we catch so many? He mused. Chen Ting approached, eyeing the densely packed fish with a wry smile. We can't possibly accommodate all of this, she exclaimed. Indeed, we cannot. Yi Qingshan scratched his head in thought. Qingshan, even if we worked tirelessly every day, we couldn't handle this volume. We need to devise a plan to sell the fresh fish. Perhaps we could transport them to the town, Chen Ting suggested. After contemplating her words, Yi Qingshan responded, all right. You can count on me. However, selling fresh fish poses significant challenges due to transportation issues. Moreover, selling in the town may not be as advantageous as in the city. An idea began to form in his mind. He possessed agricultural products and could establish a shop in the city. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the city had also begun to experience a hint of spring, making it more feasible to undertake such ventures. Yet, his immediate priority was to grab a hoe and start digging a pond next door. With the fish population so abundant, they needed to be separated, lest they suffer from a lack of oxygen. By evening, he had successfully excavated a fairly deep and wide pond, also constructing a channel to divert water into it. Subsequently, he sorted the fish into larger and smaller groups, thereby alleviating the overcrowding in the pond. Early the next morning, he hurriedly loaded the fish into barrels and placed them in his designated space. He then rushed into the city on his bicycle, eager to sell the abundance of fish he had caught. Drawing from his previous experiences, he knew that selling the renowned river fish would not pose much of a challenge, though it would require a considerable amount of time. Ultimately, he arrived at the entrance of the Hongdu sugar factory. Prior to this, he had purchased a pack of cigarettes. As he approached the entrance with a load of fish, the gatekeeper immediately regarded him with suspicion. Good day, sir, he greeted warmly, setting down his burden and offering a pack of cigarettes. I am here to sell fish and wanted to inquire if you might be interested. I hail from Xiaolin town, and these are river fish. Please take a look. Despite being the first to have the audacity to sell fish at the factory, the gatekeeper felt obliged to accept the cigarettes, especially upon hearing about the river fish, which piqued his curiosity enough for him to step closer for a better view. Oh, quite impressive. You have a variety here, he remarked, noting that there were primarily 3 types of fish: carp, silver carp, and grass carp. I understand that our factory has quite a number of employees. Rumor has it there are several hundred. I was wondering if anyone in the kitchen might be interested in purchasing some fish? Yi Qingshan inquired with a smile. Please wait here. I will fetch the person in charge from inside, the gatekeeper replied. He was an elderly gentleman, typically indifferent to visitors. But this young man was courteous and had offered him a pack of cigarettes. This gesture made the gatekeeper feel slightly embarrassed for his initial skepticism. Moreover, knowing that these were renowned river fish, famous throughout Ginseng County, he ultimately decided to assist the young man. Before long, a portly man emerged from within. His rotund appearance suggested that he was accustomed to good food. River fish? The stout man inquired, his eyes lighting up as he examined the catch. The quality is indeed excellent. Are you from Xiaolin town? Yes, indeed, sir. You can tell by my accent, Yi Qingshan replied, with the gatekeeper chuckling in agreement, affirming that the accent clearly indicated Xiaolin town. Given the quality of the fish, there was no doubt about it. Director Liang, why not purchase some to take home? The gatekeeper suggested. Indeed, look at these carp. They are filled with roe and swim bladders, perfect for stewing and an exceptional tonic. The grass carp is ideal for frying fish parcels, and its size is just right. The silver carp can be used to make meatballs. The cafeteria could certainly benefit from some unique offerings for the leaders. Chapter 87. Purchasing fry. The gatekeeper could not help but smile. The young man certainly had a knack for business. How much are you selling them for? Director Liang inquired, clearly intrigued. We are not weighing them individually. I am offering them all packaged together at 35 cents per pound. 35 cents? That seems rather steep. It is not overpriced. If you were to buy at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, these would be classified as first-grade fresh fish, and you wouldn't find them for less than 40 or 50 cents per pound. My price of 35 cents is quite reasonable. That still seems costly. Director Liang shook his head, unwilling to relent. The gatekeeper exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Qingshan, who suddenly understood the unspoken cue. He pulled Director Liang aside and said, "What price would you propose?" 38 cents. To his surprise, Director Liang offered a counter. However, you can only take 30 cents. Yi Qingshan soon realized that his interlocutor was merely attempting to profit through kickbacks. However, in state-run enterprises, such practices of procuring ingredients for personal gain were regrettably commonplace. Very well, I should have around 200 to 300 gene available. Can you purchase all of it? You don't seem to have any here. I have another 2 loads on the other side that I haven't brought over yet. I will fetch them all for you shortly. All right, bring them inside. I'll take everything. Qingshan was elated and followed him into the storage area. After selecting the goods, he ventured outside to retrieve the additional 2 loads from his space. These were all substantial catches, ultimately weighing in at 258 gene, valued at around 98 yuan after adjustments. However, he ended up giving 21 yuan to Director Liang and pocketed 77 yuan for himself, which was quite a satisfactory amount. Director Liang made a profit of over 20 yuan from this transaction, his eyes squinting with delight as he patted Qingshan on the shoulder, saying, "If you have more great fish like this in the future, feel free to come find me. I'll buy?" "Thank you, Director Liang." After expressing his gratitude, he exited the premises. "Thank you, sir." He did not forget to thank the doorman as he left. The doorman smiled and inquired, "Did Director Liang mention you could bring more items in the future?" "Yes. He said I could come directly to him if I had more goods." "All right, take care." Finding a secluded corner, Qingshan placed the items back into his space and mounted his bicycle, ready to shop again. First, he procured materials to repair the fishing nets for the fisherwoman. Next, he sought the most crucial items, the seeds for planting in his space. Although he had approximately 2 acres of land cultivated, there remained vast tracts of unused fields suitable for growing other crops. He had previously contemplated cultivating traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, but was concerned about their lengthy growth cycles. However, now that he had addressed his basic living needs, he felt at ease to pursue planting. After some contemplation, he arrived at a shop selling medicinal herb seeds. In those days, one typically acquired such seeds from agricultural stations or supply cooperatives. However, given the prevalence of traditional Chinese medicine in this region, some individuals kept their own seeds, making specialty shops the ideal place to purchase them. The proprietor, a portly man in his 50s, approached eagerly upon seeing a customer. "Young man, what are you looking to buy? Are you interested in medicinal herbs? I have quite a selection, including a fantastic recipe for kidney health, guaranteed to make you as strong as steel." The middle-aged man beamed at Qingshan. Qingshan nearly erupted in indignation. "Do I look like someone who suffers from kidney deficiency? I am naturally robust. If you truly possess such a remedy, why not share it generously with the readers in the tomato patch? Surely one of them could benefit from your recipe. Aren't you selling medicinal herb seeds?" "Indeed. I sell seeds, but I also buy and sell herbs. Are you looking to purchase seeds? What do you intend to plant?" The shopkeeper, disappointed by Qingshan's lack of engagement with his pitch, muttered to himself, "He is so handsome, yet not in need of such remedies. How unfair." As the dashing Qingshan inquired, "What crops are suitable for cultivation here?" he was met with a response regarding ironclad dendrobium and yellow essence, along with a few other medicinal herbs. "How long does it take to cultivate ironclad dendrobium and yellow essence?" he asked. "Typically, ironclad dendrobium can be harvested in about 2 to 3 years, and it fetches a high price. Yellow essence, however, requires a bit longer, approximately 3 to 5 years. Qingshan swiftly calculated in his mind. With ironclad dendrobium taking 2 years, that equates to 24 months, given the accelerated passage of time. That implies I could harvest a batch in just 3 months. As for yellow essence, if I consider 3 years, that translates to 36 months. Meaning I could reap a yield in 5 months. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This business has great potential. Especially now that he has a few assistants to do the work for him, he possesses an inexhaustible supply of resources, akin to an everlasting engine. "Let us proceed," he declared. Unsatisfied with his contemplative demeanor, the shopkeeper assumed he lacked interest and continued, "You could also cultivate a bit of tianqi. How long does it take to grow?" "Approximately 3 years." The shopkeeper replied, observing him, "Young man, there aren't any crops with a shorter growing period. These are among the most suitable for cultivation in our region. While ginseng is quite expensive, it is ill-suited for our locality. We are not in the Northeast." "All right, I would like some of everything. Not just a little. Find a way to provide me with more." "Certainly. Follow me." The shopkeeper, delighted by the prospect of a significant client, led him into the premises. Inside was a spacious courtyard filled with a plethora of items, some of which were the medicinal plants he had cultivated himself, primarily for his customers' benefit. "I have well-cultivated seedlings of ironclad dendrobium over there. It is quite challenging to grow them from seeds on your own. Yellow essence can be propagated through tuber planting for quicker results, while tianqi seeds are available for purchase. The shopkeeper indeed appeared knowledgeable in this field, which was not surprising. The reason for the availability of seeds here is that a considerable number of locals cultivate and sell self-bred seeds to individual customers, which is precisely why Qingshan sought them out. May I inspect your ironclad dendrobium seedlings? Of course, but let me first provide you with the tianqi seeds. Here are the tianqi seeds for 10 yuan. It will suffice for quite some time. How much yellow essence would you like to buy? Please sell me 50 yuan worth of yellow essence tubers. Very well. After securing these two items, they proceeded to the seedling cultivation area. Upon arrival, Qingshan discovered a notable number of ironclad dendrobium seedlings, though they appeared somewhat small. This crop is planted in summer, and the timing is just right for planting. The shopkeeper, surnamed Xiao, smiled and asked, "How many seedlings would you like? Please provide me with 50 yuan worth. Offer me a discount, as this is our first transaction. If your products prove satisfactory, I may frequently return to purchase seedlings. Rest assured, we will offer you the best price. We won't overcharge you. Wait here, and I will prepare the seedlings for you to take back. But are you able to manage such a quantity?" Absolutely. Chapter 88. The Doll Repairer. Ultimately, Qingshan spent over 50 yuan to acquire a substantial number of seedlings. After departing from that location, he directly entered his space, placing all the items into his fields. The dolls in the two farmlands promptly approached him. "Do you know how to plant?" Qingshan inquired. The farmer doll stepped forward to take a glance before nodding in affirmation. "Then I shall entrust this task to you. Please plant these quickly. I am eagerly awaiting the fruits of my labor." Qingshan chuckled. The two dolls nodded and began their industrious work. Qingshan inspected the farmland and discovered that it had been leveled, with the rice seeds already sown. Thanks to prior preparations, the seeds had sprouted before being scattered. And due to the rapid passage of time within this realm, they soon flourished and would quickly be ready for propagation. Fortunately, he need not intervene. He could leave it to these dolls. No wonder everyone aspires to be capitalists. Having oxen and horses to toil and earn for oneself is truly delightful. He surveyed the scene with satisfaction. However, from a distance, he noticed that the wild chicken population had surprisingly increased. Upon closer inspection, he found numerous chicks. Well, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "You all thrive here and multiply. When your numbers grow, I shall capture you, and I won't even need to hunt." With a grin, he turned to check on the beehives he had created. To his delight, he found a great many bees within, and the honey had significantly increased in quantity. Who were these diligent bees laboring for? For me. Soon, he would be able to harvest honey. However, now he need not lift a finger, as a few oxen and horses were diligently working for him. Perfect. Returning to reality, he mounted his bicycle and rode home. Upon arriving, his first action was to enter the space and assist the fisher doll in repairing his wife. The fisher doll was particularly elated to see him, knowing he had come to mend his spouse. Qingshan observed the fisherwoman doll. She appeared to be broken, with a component resembling a human spine connecting them. As long as he reattached this segment, it would be a simple fix. After a considerable effort, he finally restored the doll. "Can you move?" he asked after completing the repair. At that moment, the fisherwoman doll finally stirred, sitting up and gazing at him in confusion. The fisher doll joyfully approached and embraced her. "All right." Qingshan beamed with delight, directing the two dolls. "Your primary task is to assist me in fishing, not too much, just a reasonable amount each day. The rest of your time should be spent tending to the fields. Also, keep an eye on the honey. When it is ready for harvesting, I will bring some buckets for you. Once collected, let me know, and I will come to retrieve it." The dolls nodded vigorously. After exchanging a few more words with them, he made his way to the wild boars, noticing that although they had lost the mother boar, the piglets were thriving and enjoying a more leisurely life. Indeed, they were growing remarkably fast. After a brief glance, Qingshan emerged with great satisfaction. Upon exiting, he had another task to attend to, assisting Director Chow with the issue of sheep placenta. It was evident that Director Chow was keen to foster a good relationship with him. Although he was acquainted with Director Liu, the latter was situated in the county, a distant authority. It is often said that a local official holds more sway than a distant one. Thus, having someone in the town to lend a hand, especially in times of difficulty, was invaluable. Therefore, Qingshan felt compelled to assist Director Chow, and to do so expeditiously. Pondering on whom to consult about this matter, he ultimately decided to seek out Old Zhang. However, Old Zhang was at the forest farm, and Qingshan ventured into the mountains, armed with a hunting rifle. Arriving at the Lianhua Mountain Forest Farm. There, he was greeted with enthusiasm by Dachwan. "Where's Uncle Zhang?" Qingshan inquired with a smile. "Uncle Zhang went to patrol the mountains, but will return shortly." "What do you need him for?" Dachwan asked, curiosity piqued, his excitement palpable. "Are we going hunting again?" "I want to join." Seeing his eagerness, Li Zhengyang chuckled and reassured him. Fortunately, old Zhang returned promptly, somewhat surprised to see Qingshan. After serving him a cup of water, they settled down to converse. Qingshan expressed his purpose for visiting, carefully omitting the fact that it was a request from Director Chao, merely stating his desire to procure sheep placenta. That requires pregnant sheep. Old Zhang grasped the implication, and being a person of discernment, he understood not to pry further. "Well, it depends on luck." Old Zhang frequently interacted with others at the forest farm and knew many hunters. "Could you let me know if you hear of any leads?" "Please inquire discreetly and swiftly. We can go hunt together." Old Zhang, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, recognized Qingshan's impressive hunting prowess. Accompanying him on a hunt might yield some benefits. "All right, I'll find out if any hunters have information. If I uncover anything, I'll let you know." Quickly, Qingshan urged with a smile. "We must act promptly. The sooner we locate it, the sooner I can take you hunting." "Sure, I'll inquire right away and inform you." After a brief exchange, Qingshan did not ascend the mountain, but instead hurriedly descended. There were many people at home, all engaged in various tasks, and he felt the need to assist and oversee, while also helping where he could. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Chen Ting busily prepared meals for those working at home. Engrossed in their own activities, old Zhang proved to be quite resourceful, as he arrived at Qingshan's home just a day later. "I've accomplished what you asked. I heard that further north from our Lianhua mountain farm, about an hour's walk in, some have seen pregnant sheep just a few days ago." Old Zhang took a seat. Qingshan, brimming with joy, poured a bowl of liquor for him. "That's south quite close. Let us go tonight. Do you have time?" "I'm free tonight." "It's settled then. After dinner, I will seek you out, and together we shall ascend the mountain, just the two of us, correct?" "It shall indeed be just the two of us. No one else will partake, for too many participants would be unwieldy. What if someone lays claim to your sheep placenta? How much could such a thing fetch? Many who struggle with infertility yearn to consume it." Qingshan chuckled and nodded, sharing the sentiment that he preferred a smaller company. Once arrangements were made, old Zhang hurriedly departed. After dinner, the laborers returned home, while Chen Yu and Chen Ting busied themselves with tidying up. Qingshan informed Chen Yu of his plans for hunting that evening. She did not express much concern, having grown accustomed to it. "Just be careful," she cautioned lightly. Qingshan nodded, shouldering his rifle as he exited. Chapter 89. Two sheep at the Lianhua Mountain Forestry Management Office. Qingshan arrived with his rifle, greeted by old Zhang and a jubilant Dachwan. However, Dachwan was aware that he could not accompany them, as he needed to oversee matters at the forestry station. "Brother Qingshan, bring back a couple more for me to feast my eyes upon," Dachwan urged, eager with anticipation. "Sure, just keep an eye on things here." Qingshan replied with a smile, then followed old Zhang deeper into the mountains. The two conversed merrily along the path for over an hour before finally reaching the heart of the mountains. This area was rarely frequented, even by the forestry workers. Do not underestimate Lianhua Mountain. It encompasses a vast expanse, extending across several towns, and its inner depths are wide and largely untraveled. "Here we are." Old Zhang halted, assessing the terrain and pointing to a specific area. There are indeed many wild goats that frequent this spot, but it is too deep for most to venture. Many hunters do make the rounds here, but encountering game relies heavily on luck. The last time they claimed to have seen some, they missed their shot and let a herd escape, one of which was notably pregnant. Qingshan nodded, surveying the surroundings before declaring, "Then let us proceed." Onward. The two continued their trek. The wilderness teemed with life. Upon entering, they spotted rabbits darting through the underbrush. Yet, their quarry did not include rabbits, so they paid little mind to the small creatures. Besides rabbits, they also glimpsed a few foxes, but these wary animals dashed away at the slightest hint of human presence. As they traversed the area, they found no sign of the sheep. Could it be that we have come in vain? Old Zhang pondered, uncertainty creeping in. After nearly 2 hours of effort, returning empty-handed would feel like a significant loss. "Patience," Qingshan reassured him, exuding confidence. "It's nothing to fuss over. Hunting is often a game of chance. It's rare to succeed every time. Luck plays a crucial role. If fortune favors us, we shall encounter our game. If not, Just as he spoke, his voice abruptly ceased. Before them, a robust wild goat appeared leisurely under the moonlight, its form clearly discernible. The two men were overwhelmed with joy, particularly Qingshan, who instinctively drew his weapon. The goat sensed the shift in atmosphere and, without hesitation, darted away in fright. "It's escaping," Old Zhang shouted. Yet, Qingshan remained silent. He swiftly raised his gun and fired. The wild goat had scarcely reacted when it collapsed with a thud. However, the shot did not kill it outright. It cried out in agony, seemingly in excruciating pain. To spare its suffering, Qingshan approached and delivered a fatal shot. "You are truly remarkable," Old Zhang exclaimed, dumbfounded, as he gave Qingshan a thumbs up. The young man's reflexes and precision were beyond his imagination. Youth indeed had its advantages, coupled with exceptional marksmanship and agility. With a sigh of relief, Qingshan had successfully acquired the desired goat placenta. There might be more ahead. He proposed. "Let us venture deeper." "Let us go," Old Zhang responded, equally exhilarated, as they pressed forward. As they advanced, they soon spotted two more wild goats, blissfully unaware of the fate that had befallen their companion. "Why don't you take a shot first to test your aim?" Qingshan suggested, reloading his gun with 2 bullets. A smile playing on his lips. With a chuckle, Old Zhang took aim and fired. The shot went wide. Startled by the gunfire, the 2 goats bolted in panic. "Damn it!" Old Zhang exclaimed, stamping his foot. "Qingshan, hurry and shoot to stop them. That goat is worth quite a bit," he shouted in desperation. "Hold on." In truth, Qingshan had been prepared the moment Old Zhang fired. He held little hope for Old Zhang's shooting prowess, but felt it only fair to allow him a turn. The outcome confirmed his doubts. Old Zhang had indeed missed. As the goats fled, Qingshan quickly repositioned himself, sprinting a few steps forward before raising his gun and firing. The goat on the right fell instantly, bleeding incessantly. The other goat, terrified, dashed wildly into the woods. However, its speed was remarkable. Even Qingshan could not bring it down, watching helplessly as it escaped. My fault," Old Zhang exclaimed in astonishment after witnessing Qingshan down another goat. A tinge of guilt washing over him. "If I hadn't tried to show off my shooting skills, perhaps we could have caught both." His regret was palpable. "Don't fret. It's just a goat. We've already secured 2. There's no cause for concern." Qingshan replied with a smile. "Indeed, we have 2 now. Shall we continue hunting, or head back?" After a moment's contemplation, Qingshan suggested, "Let us return. How about we each carry 1 back?" 2 individuals each carried a goat as they made their way to the forest farm. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Dechuan had already succumbed to slumber. Exchanging a glance, they decided to shoulder the goats once more and return to the village. "How much can we sell this goat for?" Qingshan inquired. "Just a few days ago, you sold 5 wild boars in our village. It might be challenging to sell again in such a short time. Let us take them to the town tomorrow." "Are we selling them ourselves?" Qingshan asked again. "Do you think it would be better to sell to Xie Shaoshan or to handle it ourselves? If we have time, we could set up a stall in the town. By the way, tomorrow is the market day, right? We could rent a stall there and potentially earn more." "All right, let us rise early." After finalizing their plans, they set the goats down, and then Lao Zhang returned home. However, by around 6 the next morning, Lao Zhang arrived again, this time with a donkey cart in tow. "Where did you get this donkey cart?" Qingshan's eyes lit up at the sight. "It's a good tool. I borrowed it from our production team," Lao Zhang chuckled. "I figured we couldn't carry them ourselves. It would be exhausting. We can just load the goats into the cart, take them to the town for sale, and then return the donkey." Qingshan nodded vigorously, acknowledging it as a splendid idea. They loaded the 2 goats into the cart, with one guiding the donkey while the other walked alongside. They soon arrived in the town, which was still relatively quiet, though several vendors had already set up their stalls. They found a suitable spot to park the donkey cart and began the slaughtering process right there. The first task was to retrieve the goat placenta. As they proceeded, the sky brightened considerably, and the streets became bustling with people. Many were drawn to their activities, eyes glimmering with interest. "How much are you selling that goat placenta for?" one passerby asked. This item was reputed locally to greatly assist with childbirth, making it a highly sought-after commodity, and consequently, its value had surged. "I'm sorry, but this item is not for sale." Qingshan, who had already bagged it, replied with a smile. "Young man, I can offer you more money. Please sell it to me." An eager woman pleaded. "I'm sorry, but it has already been reserved by someone else. It's not about the money. I made a prior arrangement." Qingshan explained. "Yes, unfortunately, there is nothing we can do. It was indeed pre-ordered, Lao Zhang added, chopping the meat as he spoke to the woman. Upon hearing this, the woman appeared somewhat disheartened but quickly asked, "Is it truly reserved? Can I place an order for the next one? Let us see how luck treats us. If I have another, I will return here." Qingshan was reluctant to slaughter a pregnant goat, feeling it was somewhat unethical. Had it not been for Director Chow's request, he would not have considered it at all. Thus, when faced with the woman's insistence, he remained vague and hurriedly took the goat placenta away. Seeing that her attempts to negotiate with him were futile, the woman turned her attention back to Lao Zhang. Old Zhang is indeed a clever man, adept at handling such matters. However, he ended up entangled in a discussion with the ant. Yet, Old Zhang's intention was quite simple. First, procure me a few pounds of mutton. After acquiring the meat, Qingshan hurriedly departed from that place. Though he was unaware of Director Chow's residence, he knew that the director would soon arrive for work, so he decided to wait nearby. However, mere waiting would not suffice. Fortuitously, there was a shop selling clear soup adjacent to him, so he entered and ordered a bowl. The clear soup is a remarkable delight, especially at such an early hour when one's stomach is yet to be satisfied. Indulging in a bowl is akin to tasting the essence of divine existence. While he savored his soup, Director Chow was on the verge of commencing work and fortuitously spotted Qingshan there, prompting him to approach. As soon as Qingshan noticed him enter, he promptly stood up and warmly exclaimed, "Director Chow, would you care for a bowl of clear soup?" Director Chow, upon glancing at the bag beside him, brightened with realization and gestured towards it. "For you," Qingshan replied with a smile. Director Chow nearly struck the table in enthusiasm and immediately declared, "Bring me 2 more bowls of clear soup, one for him." No, I've had my fill," Qingshan protested. "You young folks can eat." "What do you mean you're full? You could easily consume 2 more bowls. Come, eat." As Director Chow spoke, he approached the table and opened the bag. Upon seeing its contents, he burst into laughter and heartily slapped the table. "Qingshan, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. How could your efficiency be so remarkable? I have instructed numerous hunters, each assuring me they would assist, yet no one has succeeded in resolving this matter for so long. You have swiftly taken care of it. You are truly exceptional." With a joyful expression, he finally settled down, gazing at Qingshan. After devouring several bowls of soup, Qingshan smiled and replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. Encountering such things in the mountains is indeed quite rare. I was fortunate to come across it while hunting last night. Luck indeed, but it also speaks to your diligence." Director Chow placed the contents below. Before long, 2 more bowls of clear soup arrived, and he nudged one towards Qingshan. Being young, Qingshan had a hearty appetite, and since it was a treat, he graciously accepted. "How much do I owe you?" Director Chow inquired. "What do we charge for this?" "It's on the house." Qingshan shook his head. "That would be quite inappropriate. There is no need for embarrassment. You have rendered me a tremendous service, and I am merely gifting you a sheep placenta. It is no great matter." Qingshan continued to eat, while smilingly explaining, "I shall remember Director Chow's kindness." Director Chow chuckled heartily, recognizing that this young man was indeed astute. However, he genuinely wished to offer payment. Yet, since Qingshan had insisted otherwise, he relinquished the thought of compensating him. Yi Jianchong and Yi Sifang will likely have to endure some time in confinement. The primary issue now is that Xie Jianxi has adamantly accused them of harboring personal vendettas, compounded by the fact that Director Lin and Xie Jianxi are allies, maintaining a close personal relationship. Otherwise, Xie Jianxi would not have been able to enlist him to deal with you. Are they to be incarcerated? Qingshan inquired curiously. "It is too soon to say." Director Chow smiled as he spoke, revealing that while Xie Jianxi was indeed quite obstinate, it was primarily due to your relentless pursuit of him. Xie Jianxi understood that in order to sever ties, he must decisively eliminate Yi Sifang. In essence, the solution lies within your grasp. However, it appears to have little bearing upon you now. It would be best if he were thoroughly dealt with. Qingshan unabashedly conveyed his sentiments, expressing that this troublesome uncle-nephew duo had been incessantly hounding him in the village. He hoped that Xie Jianxi would finally put an end to Yi Sifang, ideally keeping him under wraps for a year or 2. Director Chow had already discerned the underlying reasons. "How is the buzzcut fellow faring at the county hospital?" "I heard he is about to be discharged, but his leg is beyond repair." Director Chow, elegantly savoring his clear broth, responded while eating. "You have no idea how much ire he has drawn in town. While you saved his life, you also rendered him incapacitated. Many people are undoubtedly applauding your actions in secrecy. Just look at that. Some individuals are simply loathed by all. I merely acted inadvertently. Qingshan chuckled awkwardly. Of course. You displayed remarkable bravery, acting in defense of justice. Otherwise, how could they possibly bestow upon you a gratitude award? Director Chow burst into hearty laughter. After conversing a bit longer, both had their affairs in order. Director Chow, in a hurry, prepared to return home, settling the bill before they parted ways. Qingshan naturally returned to his stall to assist in selling sheep, while Director Chow hurriedly made his way back home. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why have you returned so soon? His wife queried, puzzled by his early arrival. Where is our daughter-in-law? Director Chow inquired of his wife. She's still asleep. What on earth is she still doing in bed? Hurry and wake her up. This is sheep placenta. You must prepare it for her for lunch and dinner, and ensure she consumes every bit of it. His wife was taken aback, but, upon inspecting it, her eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly asked, "How did you manage to obtain this? After such a long wait, someone finally got their hands on it. Don't concern yourself with how I procured it. Just make sure she eats it all, and keep an eye on her. I'm worried she might refuse it. Nothing is better than this." I understand. I will ensure she eats it, you can rest assured. No, wait, I will come back for lunch too. Director Chow sighed in relief and then waved as he stepped outside.